The main character, Liu Nian, logs into the game Glory and soon realizes he is the reincarnation of Zhou Wang. Determined to change his fate, he gives up the path of a villain boss like in the past. Instead, he sets his sights on winning the hearts of 3,000 beauties, defying fate, and reaching the peak of his life. Let's get to the point. Another failure. These days, finding a job is so hard. When will my life ever get better? I'm Liu Nian, just an ordinary college graduate. Today marks the 10th time I've been rejected. The recruiter said, "We only need hard labor, no days off. You have to be on call whenever we say. Your salary expectations are too high. You're not a fit for our company." Even though I kept failing after graduation, I have a beautiful and caring girlfriend. We met in school, and she always comforts me when I'm feeling down. "You've worked so hard today, babe. Open your mouth. Here you go." Liu Nian told himself, "Forget the interviews. I'll deliver food for a week instead. Today's our 3-year anniversary. I'll surprise her." Just then, a nearby car started shaking, and he heard voices from inside. "Who's better, me or your boyfriend?" The girl replied, "You, Jin. You're better." Liu Nian realized the voice sounded familiar. Was that Bai Ji? Bai Jie? Is that really Bai Jie? Suddenly, his phone started ringing. "Hey kid, answer your phone already." Liu Nian was confused and thought, "It's so late. Why is mom calling me now?" Liu Nian's mom said, "Liu Nian, your dad and your cousin are in critical condition. Hurry to the emergency room at the city hospital." Liu Nian tried to calm her down. "Mom, don't panic. You're scaring me. Someone threw the cake, and I'm not letting those shameless cheaters get away with this." Cut to Central Hospital. No one. The doctor said, "Right now, your husband and grandson are in a deep coma. Their brain activity is close to flatlining, though for now, their vital signs are stable. Lately, we've had many similar cases, but even the specialists haven't been able to find the cause. The family should prepare for the worst." A little later, Liu Nian arrived. "Where's my dad?" His mom said, "Your dad and cousin suddenly collapsed. What do we do now? I told them not to play so many games. Now look what's happened." A neighbor chimed in, "My son passed out while gaming too. I tried reporting the game, but it didn't help." The police officer said, "The game servers are overseas. We can't block them. Smash the game consoles. Destroy all of it." The next day, something new appeared at the door again. Liu Nian remembered, "A game. Is it that game?" Liu Nian's dad smiled and said, "After Beast Kingdom Revival was released, I thought I'd be out of a job. I didn't expect there to be so many multiplayer online games now. Glory and competition. I'm taking your cousin to explore it. We're starting a streaming channel to make money for your wedding." The role-playing game had only been out for a short time. You just needed to wear the publisher's VR headset to dive into an incredibly realistic experience. Because the game felt so real, it quickly caused a major stir in the gaming community as soon as it launched. It was because of this game that Dad and his cousin fell into a deep coma. What secret was this game hiding? Liu Nian knew he had to find the answer himself. With that thought, he put on the headset. The system chimed, "Welcome to Glory and Competition." Scene transition, 5 hours later. On a mountain outside the beginner's village, Liu Nian encountered a corpse-eating female ghost. The female ghost said, "Man, I want a man." Liu Nian quickly defeated her. Good thing the newbie gift pack included a Black Blood AK-47. No matter what kind of monster it is, it can still be taken down with pure firepower, he thought. The system displayed. Character, Liu Nian. Class, normal person. Has not yet chosen a profession. Level 3. Experience, 133 hundredths, plus 50. According to rumors, the corpse-eating female ghosts were formed from the bitter resentment of abandoned young women. They were a type of spirit beast found only around the beginner's village. After killing them all, players would randomly earn between 200 to 300 gold coins, and there was a very small chance of getting a cultivation spirit stone. Liu Nian was satisfied. Not much gold drop, but the cultivation spirit stones I just got can boost my cultivation by 300. Heaven's definitely on my side. He quickly picked up the spirit stones. Even though he still didn't fully understand the game, his current goal was clear: kill monsters to level up. Skipping parties and heading out of the village to hunt rare monsters was clearly the right move. Oh shit, what bastard mage just ambushed me. Damn it, this is supposed to be the newbie village area. HP down to 320 out of 500. Took a hit for 180. A group of strangers showed up. A player under level 10 daring to leave the village and fight monsters. Way too overconfident. But he dropped rare cultivation stones. Easier to just rob him. Hunting new players right after they level up was way more efficient than grinding monsters. They stepped out one by one. The one with the shield had the nickname Snap and Stab Your Whole Family. The guy in the hoodie was Suck a Lollipop If You Lose. The red-haired one went by Glorious Swordhand. The one who looked like Bai Ji was called Green Light of Love. and the blonde guy's name was golden-haired blockhead since birth. Baiji sneered, "Look at his trash gear." The blonde guy, who looked like Kim Chow, smiled and said, "No need to talk. I'm taking this guy's head for sure. Time for you to see what a paying player can really do." Liu Nian immediately pulled out a stink bomb. "You think I'm easy? Watch this." System message, stink bomb. A beginner support item that releases an extremely foul-smelling smoke, lowers beast defenses, and obstructs vision for players. I'm about to throw up. Holy shit, feels like I just ate crap. Liu Nian went with the oldest trick in the book. When in doubt, run away. The system announced, target lost. 5 seconds remaining. Liu Nian grabbed all the gold and ran. Good thing I planned ahead and bought every single beginner support item. Otherwise, I would have been ganged up on today. You filthy couple, I swear I'll get you back someday. But he hadn't gotten far when a hit pierced straight through his chest. Shit, my health bar. The system displayed HP 4500s, minus 280. Baiji laughed proudly. Brother Kim Chow bought me a giant staff. Thanks, Kim Chow. Love you. Liu Nian collapsed to the ground. Damn it, those two scumbags. Kim Chow walked up. Run, chicken, run. You think you're getting away today? I'm not just stealing your girlfriend. I'm taking your gear too. Now die, and we'll be taking all your gold and cultivation stones. Thanks. He finished Liu Nian off without hesitation. After that, they left, leaving Liu Nian lying there completely still. Damn it, isn't this just a game? Why does it hurt so bad? It feels so real. The system displayed HP 0. Liu Nian's vision blurred more and more. My heart? It feels tight. I can barely see anything. Is this death? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Your Majesty, please wake up. Your Majesty, you're finally awake." Liu Nian opened his eyes and saw 2 stunning women standing in front of him. "My king, welcome back." "It's been a long time, my lord. I've missed you dearly." Liu Nian looked around in confusion. Oh shit, wasn't I supposed to respawn in the newbie village? What kind of respawn point is this? Who are these gorgeous girls? They don't look like players at all. Suddenly, another beautiful woman chimed in. "My king, do you remember me? I'm DEITY. This time, I finally get to bathe with you." The woman with purple hair added, "Your Majesty, in your past life, you favored DEITY. This time, let me, HUXME, serve you instead." Then the woman with blue hair said, "My lord, your rebirth is a joyous occasion. Allow this humble servant to help you freshen up." Liu Nian looked into a mirror and panicked. What the hell is this place? Who are you 3? And what happened to me? The 3 demonesses immediately bowed. "Please don't be angry, your majesty. This is the Porch Tomb. We are demonesses assigned to guard it under royal command. When you passed away, it was foretold that you would reincarnate 1,000 years later. Now that the time has come, we've been waiting here in the tomb for your return." Liu Nian realized they were demon guards of the Porch Tomb. Oh shit, I must have triggered a game bug. A glitch made me reincarnate as Zhou, the last king of the Shang dynasty. Wait a minute, doesn't that mean I can have a harem of 3,000 beauties? The green-haired beauty lifted her head, her voice soft and gentle. "Is this humble concubine's failing to have not fulfilled her duty in serving your majesty? I beg you to punish me severely." Liu Nian smiled. "In that case, I command you to tend to me in a special way. Gently and with utmost devotion shall suffice." Inwardly, he mused to himself, if the game has cast me as King Zhou, then having the harem NPCs serve me like this is perfectly within reason. DEITY stepped forward and suggested with grace, "Your Majesty has only just returned through reincarnation. You must be weary. Why not allow us to prepare a warm bath for your relaxation?" Tears welled up in Liu Nian's eyes from sheer joy. This kind of happiness made him feel like never logging out of the game again. The scene shifted to the bathhouse. As Liu Nian pushed open the door, what met his eyes was a peach blossom hot spring shrouded in mist and beauty. DEITY smiled sweetly. "The sisters and I have been waiting for your majesty." HUXME and the green-haired beauty had already changed into light robes, standing gracefully by the spring. One of them spoke softly. "We welcome the return of his majesty's reincarnated soul." DEITY blushed delicately. "You have finally arrived, my lord. I feared I could wait no longer." Liu Nian's face turned red, his heart pounding. The beauty of this spring scene amid the rising steam was like something out of a dream. He suddenly noticed something odd. Huh? Why does the hot spring carry a faint scent of wine? It turned out this game simulated not only touch, but even the sense of smell with remarkable realism. DEITY stepped closer. "My lord, you used to love bathing in wine. You said it not only eased your fatigue, but also boosted your cultivation. The mandarin ducks are already splashing around. Don't keep them waiting. Come quickly." Liu Nian smiled. "So even indulging in a wine bath can help with cultivation. I'd better take this seriously. Let's begin our spiritual training. Desire filled Daji's eyes, his firm chest, and powerful energy. This was her king without a doubt. To be reunited with him was the greatest honor she could ask for. The other beauties moved in as well. My lord, one said, Taime also wants to train with you. As the ruler of a nation, your affection must be shared equally. Liu Nian relaxed and enjoyed the moment. If that's the case, then all of you, come join me, he said. Inwardly, he thought, this trio is incredible. Each one excites me so much. Please, just let me hold on to this a little longer. He couldn't resist anymore and gave in. The three beauties began to moan, their faces filled with satisfaction. My lord. A system message appeared. Congratulations, you've unlocked a hidden class, Human Emperor. You've successfully cultivated the secret technique, Fleshly Pleasure of the Violet Pool, beginner level. After completing 69 hours of this practice, your cultivation speed will double. You've also learned the secret technique, Explosive Heaven Strike, beginner level. This technique allows instant use of a magical weapon 3 times without needing a countdown, but the weapon will break afterward. Liu Nian smirked. One wild night, unlocked a hidden class, and picked up a new skill too. But everything felt so real. I'm a little worn out now. Suddenly, the blue-haired beauty announced, Your Majesty, we have a problem. Shen Gongbao just showed up at the porch tomb with a group of people. He says he wants to hold a meeting with the first sister at the Hall of Public Affairs. Liu Nian thought to himself, Shen Gongbao, the same guy who said, Fellow cultivator, please stay in investiture of the gods. Huex and me warn, Your Majesty, Shen Gongbao is nothing good. He's a traitor to the immortal world and has ties with the demon sect. If he finds out you're here, there's no telling what he'll do. Daji quickly activated her secret fox training technique. My king, I'll use a concealment spell now. Please come with me to the Hall of Public Affairs. She hid Liu Nian against her chest. Her spell was powerful. Not only did it transform his body into an object, but it also completely masked his energy. The blue-haired beauty urged, First sister, hurry to the Hall of Public Affairs or Shen Gongbao will start getting suspicious. The scene shifted to the Hall of Public Affairs. Shen Gongbao greeted them. Daji, it's been a long time. Daji immediately countered, Shen Gongbao, you once served the king too. That throne belongs to him. Don't you dare overstep your place. The guards quickly stepped in to block her. How dare a mere fox spirit attack the new king of the demon realm, Master Shen? Daji's eyes burned with killing intent. Even a fly dares to speak. She took down one of the guards with ease. The other quickly held her back. Wait, Master Shen has taken charge of running the game. If you want to collect human essence, you'll have to follow his orders. Show some respect and listen to what he has to say. Liu Nian looked confused. Running the game? That doesn't sound like something a moral NPC would say. Daji gave him a chance, then speak. Shen Gongbao said, The soul of the former emperor, Zhou Wang, has been gone for 1,000 years. I didn't expect you to still be so devoted. But never mind that. We have urgent matters to deal with. It seems this fox has been sealed here for 1,000 years, yet never gave up cultivating. We should make an effort to win her over. The system began recording from the moment the Celestial Prime Lord decided to reopen the deification table. Together with Jiang Ziya, he created the game Glory and Competition, using special helmets to instantly transport humans into the cultivation world. The goal was to find talented people who could ascend to the immortal realm. When humans enter the game, their avatars stay behind and continue to live in the real world. Also, once the immortals learned about this, they started appearing in dreams to guide their descendants. Families rushed to sign up their most promising children, pouring large amounts of money into the cultivation game. Since the game draws inspiration from many popular titles and feels incredibly realistic, including all aspects, if you know what I mean, exploded in popularity as soon as it launched, attracting millions of players right away. In the original system, Jiang Ziya created the game. As long as a player's soul essence remained intact after dying in the game, they could respawn at the revival point with no harm done to their body. However, after Shen Gongbao conspired with the Grandmaster of Tongshan and sealed Jiang Ziya away, the game mechanics were altered. Shen Gongbao opened a secret passage connecting the game's miniature world to the demon realm. Demons slipped into the miniature world, disguised themselves as NPCs, and secretly stole and devoured human soul essence. Once a demon takes control of someone's soul essence, their real-life body falls into a coma. The game map is based on a mountain range from the world's largest mountain system. The first level is Tai Fi Mountain, and the highest level is Tu Mountain. To tighten control over the upper levels of the miniature world, Shen Gongbao brought in the 7 monsters of my son, the many treasures Taoist, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and several others to guard the game's miniature world. So far, 80% of the players are still on the first level, Tai Fi Mountain. Only 20% have reached the second level, Elephant Trunk Mountain, but all of them have been attacked by demons. Many are trapped in dungeons we designed, and their soul essence is being drained. Shen Gongbao smiled. Jiang Ziya has been trapped and sealed by your plan, and Yuan Shi Tianzun is currently in seclusion, but his retreat will last at least 1,000 years. That's more than enough time for us to relocate all of humanity across the universe into the miniature world and absorb its star essence. This essence will greatly boost our power so we can break the barrier. The dream of unifying the three realms under the Tongshan sect is within reach. Inside the Jade Pendant, Liu Nian suddenly realized with shock, this wasn't a game at all. It was actually the miniature world of war and power built by Yuanxi Tianzun and Jiang Ziya. Shen Gongbao had sealed Jiang Ziya and taken control, so the so-called NPCs of the game were actually real demons and deities in disguise, and she herself was truly the reincarnation of King Zhou of Shang. The descendants of the celestial clans were furiously topping up their accounts in the game, while they were actually offering up their lives. No wonder the old man had been in a coma all this time. He'd probably run into some demon from the other realm. Shen Gongbao said, Daji, I remember Daixin once said before he died that he would reincarnate 1,000 years later. Do you have any leads on that? The star essence of the human sovereign is incredibly rare. If we devour his essence and soul, the Tongshan sect leader could rise an entire realm in cultivation. Even if you're still in love, you need to know what's more important. Daji replied, Shen Gongbao, there's been no sign of change near the tomb recently. Even if the great king is reborn, he won't have any memories of his past life, and he definitely won't come here. Shen Gongbao smiled. You three demon sisters have been trapped in the royal tomb for over 1,000 years, haven't you? Once you help us find the reincarnation of Emperor Xin, the Grand Master of Tongshan will find a way to set you free. I still have to patrol other areas on the map, so I won't waste any more time here. Let's go, he ordered, and his guards followed without hesitation. Yes, sir. After Shen Gongbao left, Liu Nian emerged from the Jade Pendant. He couldn't let Shen Gongbao and the 7 monsters of Mount Mei manipulate things any longer. If they did, millions of players would die and the demon realm could spill over into their world. He had to act. As the human emperor, he needed to train hard, save his father, find Jiang Ziya, and stop Shen Gongbao's conspiracy. The 3 demon women immediately knelt. It wasn't easy for them to finally see their king again. Daji swore to protect him with her life. We vow to serve and protect your majesty no matter what. Daji took out a box. Your majesty, this golden jade seal once belonged to you. Only someone with royal blood can unlock it. Please take a look. Liu Nian picked it up and examined it. This is Zhou Wang's relic. I wonder what treasure it holds. Daji urged him. Say it, your majesty. Say, I have the human emperor jade seal. Unlock. That will open it. Liu Nian nodded and repeated the words. Understood. I am the human emperor. Jade seal. Unlock. The box immediately emitted a powerful beam of light. The royal seal of Zhou Wang had opened. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, a player has unlocked the rare item, the Zhou Wang royal seal. This item symbolizes royal status. It is a soul-binding item, meaning even if the player dies, it will not be lost. When the player reaches level 20, the royal seal can be unlocked again. Liu Nian, holding a sword in his hand, stared at it for a moment before exclaiming, What kind of sword is this? You're not messing with me, are you? Hugh XMA suggested, It looks like the Dragon Phoenix sword, the one the Great King always carried. The Dragon Phoenix sword has a sharp aura and can wipe out an army of hundreds of thousands, but it requires many rare materials to activate. I'll send you the list of materials later, your majesty. Liu Nian replied, Looks like it can't be used for now. The 8K47 is still better. I need to level up quickly while the buff is active. Dajidai hugged Liu Nian. Your majesty, do you plan to leave the porch tomb? After our long separation, I can't bear to be apart from you. Liu Nian gently patted her head. I'll visit regularly to train with the concubines, and it will give us more training buffs. Be good. Daji smiled with satisfaction. That's wonderful. I'll still be able to serve you, your majesty. I'll also train hard and break the curse of the porch tomb soon to help you, my king. But Liu Nian couldn't teleport. The system showed an error, which was strange. Normally, you could teleport once per hour at the newbie village. Why couldn't he teleport? Hugh XME said the porch tomb is too far from the newbie village, so teleportation isn't possible. Liu Nian thought for a moment. Could it be that he was stuck here now? How would he level up if he couldn't fight monsters? The beautiful girl with blue hair looked a bit flustered. Don't worry, your majesty. The jade seal you have can teleport. Just think about where you want to go, and the jade seal will take you there. Liu Nian took out the jade seal, understood what to do, and said, All right, I'm going. Slowly, Liu Nian began to disappear. The three demons knelt down, bowing to the great king as he teleported to the newbie village, Tai Fi Mountain. Liu Nian sighed in relief. Finally, he was back at the newbie village. Now, he could go fight monsters and level up. Suddenly, a group of people rushed toward Liu Nian. It was noon. The wild boss had respawned. The guys shouted, "Let's go, brothers. Get out of the way. The good boys. Don't block the path. You in the middle. Move aside." Liu Nian stepped aside. What was going on? At that moment, a beautiful woman came running, pushing everyone out of her way. She jumped over Liu Nian's head and stomped on the others to get ahead. The men were furious, shouting, "That crazy woman stepped on me. She used us as a stepping stone. No martial ethics." Liu Nian was a little dazed. What a good view. This girl wasn't bad at all. And that was a Feng Lai Wing, a super rare speed boost item. Many high-level players spent tons of money trying to get one, but couldn't. The scene shifts deep into the forest where a display system shows a 14th level, rare, superior grade ginseng tree. This ginseng is known for its spiritual essence and its ability to thrive in the Earth's boundaries. It's said to have been flowering and bearing fruit for 3,000 years, and in another 3,000 years, it will finally ripen. It is truly a rare and valuable medicinal herb that can help one level up. The Brook is easily controlled by the ginseng tree, which keeps attacking them, leaving them helpless. How do we fight this? Liu Nian stands behind a rock and says, "The boss out here must drop some rare materials, right? Let's observe first." The woman from earlier also joins in. "These vines are such a hassle. Let's just cut them off and deal with it. Even though I'm 2 levels lower than this monster, I can handle it." Liu Nian smiles. Not bad. This girl's swordsmanship is pretty good. Suddenly, the ginseng tree wraps its vines around Liu Nian and the woman's legs. Not good. The two of them are pulled together. Damn, I didn't expect there to be more vines on the ground. Before Liu Nian can react, he's caught, even from a distance. He tries to stop the woman from struggling. "Stop that! If you keep moving like this, I can't take it." The woman suddenly feels something strange. "What are you hiding under there that's poking into my stomach?" Liu Nian quickly explains, "There's nothing. But if you keep moving like that, I won't be able to handle it." A few ginseng fruits were swaying around the two of them. Wait, is that ginseng? It felt like it was about to explode, and then it really did. Liu Nian urged, "Hurry, check your magic item. We don't have much time left. The second explosion is coming." The beautiful woman replied, "There's a magic necklace at the back of my neck. The phoenix feathers can help us escape, but I can't activate the magic right now." Liu Nian moved closer. "Let me do it. I'll activate it." He took a deep breath. It smelled so good. The woman was irritated. "The second explosion is almost here, and you're still thinking about that." "Hey, you said you got a way to activate the magic item, right?" Liu Nian reminded her. "Don't move," the woman said, surprised. "You dare to touch me." Liu Nian immediately activated the Heavenly Law's explosive power. Phoenix Spirit. The woman froze. "Isn't your magic item supposed to need time to activate?" The Phoenix Spirit easily defeated the strange ginseng. People around them were talking excitedly. "One strike and it's over. So powerful. That's a fire-type magic item worth $3 million. I know that beautiful woman. She's the daughter of the Kuishan group, Miss Fang. Who's the person next to her? Stay away from my goddess, I'm scared." Is this the difference between someone who invests in magic items and an ordinary person? "Honey, I also want a magic item to buy for our baby." Looking over there, the mutated ginseng was fighting back, and it had become a mutated form. The beautiful woman was anxious. "Oh no, the cooldown for the magical artifact is half an hour. What should we do now?" Liu Nian reassured her. "It's fine, leave it to me." The men around them laughed. "Listen to this, this person says it's fine and to leave it to him. He's really trying to show off, but he's just an ordinary person who hasn't even reached level 9. Miss Fang, we believe in you. You must have another magical artifact, right? Go for it, Miss Fang." The beautiful woman turned away. "Oh no, most of the magical artifacts are in the city's bank vault. If this really doesn't work, running away is the best option. It's embarrassing, but at least we won't lose our gear." Liu Nian smiled. "Phoenix Spirit, go." The Phoenix used fire to burn the strange, rare ginseng. The people around them were stunned. "The artifact is working again. Wait, wasn't it Miss Fang who used the artifact earlier? Doesn't the artifact have a cooldown time?" Liu Nian commanded. "It's not over yet. Burn it harder." The atmosphere became silent. Everyone was stunned, and the rare ginseng was completely burned to a crisp like charcoal. The crowd cheered. "Oh man, it even burned the mutated one to death in just 2 hits. This is a pro player, a real high-level artifact." System notification. "Congratulations, the player successfully defeated the mutated ginseng and obtained 5 ginseng fruits, 5 crystal tokens, 66 gold. leveled up from level 9 to level 12, and earned a mutated spirit stone. Bonus experience 15,000. The beautiful woman was moved. He's so strong, he can land 3 hits in a row. Kim Chow, sitting up in the grass, said, "That poor guy Liu Nian got lucky. What is this? A dog catching a fly? So many treasures. We need to find a way to steal them all." Owen, captivated by Liu Nian, said, "Liu Nian, you're so handsome. You're so good looking, it's hard to even handle." Others began to accuse him. "Black In, I need to report this. There's something wrong with his mouth. He's definitely hiding a magic item that can activate a magical weapon in an instant." The beautiful woman agreed, saying, "Yeah, there's definitely something off with his mouth." Liu Nian, holding the ring in his hand, explained, "The artifact can activate the magical weapon 3 times, but after that, it will disappear." He sighed. "That's 3 million yuan right there, enough for a house in the city." At that moment, a group of women rushed toward Liu Nian. "Big hero, I want a magical kiss. Thank you for saving us." The beautiful woman thought for a moment, then said, "That's right. Maybe if I kissed him, I'll learn the secret in his mouth. He probably won't refuse." With that, she rushed toward Liu Nian. "Move aside." Liu Nian quickly said, "Sorry, the Phoenix spirit is broken." But the beautiful woman was determined and kissed him anyway. "Oh, what's going on here?" She kept probing inside Liu Nian's mouth with her tongue. Here's the translation. The others were getting annoyed. They had been kissing for 10 minutes already. My goddess, how frustrating. The kiss seemed to drag on, and before I knew it, we ended up in this position. The beautiful woman was so hard to read. It was strange. No matter how many times I turned things over in my mind, I couldn't make sense of it. Liu Nian was panting. "Stop, I can't breathe. I told you the Phoenix spirit is broken." The woman smirked disdainfully. "Oh, if it's broken, it's broken. It's only 3 million. You blocked the explosion for me earlier, and now all my gear is broken. We can head to the saturated auction house and see what's there." Liu Nian was surprised. The saturated auction house? Every item there costs over 1 million. The woman pulled him along. "Consider it a thank you gift. Let's go back to the inn and change clothes." Liu Nian thought to himself, "I'm so mad. Not only did I lose my first kiss, but I didn't find anything either. I can't just let this slide. I'll search his pockets later." She licked her lips. "This guy, I'm definitely going to get you today." Cut to the evening, Fang Ti invited Liu Nian into his house. "Come in." Liu Nian was stunned. This must be thousands of square meters, right? A villa in the VIP area. He stepped inside and looked around. The game environment and real-world money had a 1-to-1 exchange rate. This house must have cost millions. Cut to the bedroom, Liu Nian happily jumped onto the bed. So rich. No wonder Dad says making money in the game can actually give me money for the holiday. Fang Kai stretched and said, "The battle earlier has left me feeling exhausted. I'll go take a bath. You can rest on the bed in the meantime." Fang Kai started the water, and Liu Nian stood outside, feeling a bit confused, asking, "Wait a minute, weren't you just going to change clothes? Why is it turning into a bath now?" Fang Ti took out a bottle of medicine and thought to herself, "Luckily, I had prepared a bottle of sleep-inducing oil earlier. Once Liu Nian falls asleep, it will be easier for me to gather information without being noticed." Once everything was ready, Fang Qi stepped out, glanced at the clock, and said, "Let's rest for a bit, and then continue with our work." Liu Nian looked at her, still looking slightly tired, but managed to smile and said, "Today's been quite intense." Fang Qi looked at Liu Nian and asked, "How are your legs? Are they hurting?" Liu Nian took off his shoes and replied, "No, they're fine. Thank you." Fang Qi smiled and said, "Don't you want to try something new?" Liu Nian glanced at her, then nodded, saying, "I'm just trying to find a way to ease this tired feeling." The two continued their light conversation, chatting for a while in a relaxed atmosphere. Fang Qi, a bit concerned, asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Liu Nian just smiled and didn't say anything more. Fang Qi recalled, "Shopkeeper, do you sell any products that can help with relaxation? I'm looking for something that will help me fall asleep more easily." The shopkeeper responded, "My dear, it's not just a sleeping aid. This product will help relax your entire body, making you feel much more at ease." Fang Qi agreed and said, "All right, I'll buy it." Fang Qi soon realized she had picked a different product, not a sleep aid, but a special essential oil for relaxation. Liu Nian and Fang Qi continued their conversation, relaxed and at ease, enjoying a peaceful evening together. The scene shifts to the next day. Fang Qi grumbled angrily, "How frustrating. I couldn't get any secrets out of him, and now I'm tangled up in all this, plus I've been tortured for 6 hours." Liu Nian scratched his head and said, "Sorry, I don't even know how it happened." Fang Qi jumped up. "What good is sorry? From now on, you're going to be the live-in son-in-law of the Fang family." She pulled out a book on men's etiquette. "Anyway, you're already mine. If I find out you're not staying in line, I'll have you castrated." Liu Nian stopped her. You can't do that? That's too futile. Fang Chai turned away, clearly impatient, as the time was getting late. Let's pick out a new outfit and head to Saturated for the auction. Suddenly, Fang Ti tripped and fell. Liu Nian quickly rushed over, worried. What happened? Are you okay? Fang Ti snapped. This is all your fault. Liu Nian apologized. I'm sorry. Fang Chai handed him a black card. Get lost. You go by yourself. The card had a limit of 100 million. Liu Nian nodded. Okay, fine. Inside, Liu Nian couldn't help but shout in his mind, oh crap, the legendary black card with a 100 million limit. No wonder she's from the Fang family. Fang Ti lay down on the bed. I need to rest. Buy whatever you want. Liu Nian left. Even though he didn't like being a live-in son-in-law, he had no choice for the sake of his father's safety. Fang Ti thought to herself, last night wasn't so bad. This guy is strong, maybe with a little more training. He could be a valuable asset to the Fang family. The scene shifts to the Tai-Fi branch, a display system showing the Saturated auction, the top trading society in the world of glory. Liu Nian walks in, having already spent 1 million. Is this the world of pay-to-play? Pai Ji and Kim Chao are also there. They mock Liu Nian. Is this the parasite who just sticks around? You want to get into the Saturated auction? Take a look at yourself first. Pai Ji, feeling smug, says, look at how poor he looks. Good thing I'm with Kim Chao, or my life would be ruined. Liu Nian adjusts his tie, calmly responding, just wait. At that moment, a staff member approaches Liu Nian to remind him, are you here for the Saturated auction? You need to confirm assets over 10 million to enter. Young Master Kim scoffs. You think you're getting in there? If this poor guy makes it into the Saturated auction today, I'll live stream eating shit. Bai Ji laughs, holding his stomach. Liu Nian, stop embarrassing yourself. I know exactly how much money you have. Others join in. This is gonna be fun. This poor guy wants to challenge young Master Kim. Stop standing there. Just go in already. Liu Nian pulls out a black card and holds it up. Bai Ji and Kim Chao are stunned. How does he have a supreme black card? The others are shocked. Am I seeing this right? Isn't that the supreme black card? Only 3 have been issued in the entire city. Oh shit, could he be the legendary pay-to-play person in disguise? Kim Chao is seriously considering live streaming Eat Shit now. Kim Chao and Bai Ji are still not convinced, saying, don't panic, it must be fake. Yeah, you guys should investigate if this card is real or not. A bodyguard stepped forward and said, could it really be fake? Well then, kid, you're dead. He swiped his card and the screen lit up. After confirming, the bodyguard immediately smiled and said respectfully, Mr. Liu, please follow me through the VIP entrance. In the next moment, the bodyguard warned Bai Ji and Kim Chao, no noise in front of the door. If you want to make a scene, go to the public restroom across the street. You're about to get me in trouble with some important people. Bai Ji and Kim Chao couldn't believe it. No way. The people around them laughed mockingly. Where did Kim Chao live stream eating crap? We'll go watch and send gifts. Kim Chao was furious. Liu Nian is so annoying. He's making me lose all my face. I'll make him pay for this. Then the 2 of them were stopped because they were using regular gold cards. Sorry, you can't use the VIP entrance. Please line up over here. Kim Chao was livid. Damn, today's just my unlucky day. They had no choice but to wait in line. People at Saturated couldn't be provoked. Bai Ji was furious. I was in the mood to show off today, and now I can't even use the VIP entrance. How much money does Liu Nian have to be able to access the VIP area? The scene switched to the auction hall. Liu Nian was thinking to himself. He'd heard that every month the organizers would auction off rare and valuable treasures, but today didn't seem to be a special auction day. Kim Chao sat angrily behind him, thinking that this guy must have picked up his card off the street. If he's using it, I'll call the police and have him arrested. At this moment, the host of the auction, Saturated, appeared and said, Dear distinguished guests, please don't rush. This auction will start right away. The first item up for bid was the Ice Jade Fragrance Peak, a high-level artifact created by extracting the essence of various marvelous scents. When used in battle, it instantly restores 50% of the user's health. The cooldown time is 0.5 hours. The starting price was 1 million yuan, with each bid increasing by at least 100,000 yuan. The bidding began 1.3 million, 1.5 million, 1.7 million. Kim Chao stood up and said, 2 million. I'll take the Ice Jade Fragrance Peak as a gift for my girlfriend. I'm not like some people. After 3 years of dating, the total value of their gifts was only 30,000. Bai Ji, smiling happily, said, I love you. I know you're the best to me, Kim. Kim Chao grinned proudly and said, Come on, let's see you try to outbid me. Liu Nian decisively said, 4 million. The others were surprised and thought to themselves, Oh shit, they just doubled the price. Liu Nian added, the cooldown time for this item is too long. It's not worth it. Kim Zhou, frustrated, said, fine, this guy with the black card is someone you can't mess with. You're just trying to steal someone's money and show off. Better get ready for prison. The hosts, saturated, concluded the bidding. 4 million sold. Congratulations to the buyer. Now let's take a look at the second auction item. Liu Nian stepped forward to claim the Ice Jade Fragrance Peak. This accessory could restore health during battle. He did mind the cooldown time, considering he could afford it 3 times over. It was like buying a life-saving item for 4 million. After all, he had the money. Baiji smiled. Could it be that Kim Zhou's words had sparked something in her, and now she was thinking of making it up to herself? As the next few rounds of bidding went on, Liu Nian hesitated. These items didn't really seem to be her style. At that moment, the auctioneer presented a sparkling item. The final item up for bid today, please welcome the treasure of the 9 Divine Azure Dragons. Starting price is 3 million, with a minimum bid increase of 100,000 yuan. This robe is made from premium gold threads and dragon bones, offering both physical and magical protection. Its offensive and defensive capabilities are extraordinary. The crowd buzzed with excitement. This robe was a versatile piece, suitable for both fighters and mages. Oh wow, wearing this could probably block a boss's attacks, right? Someone exclaimed. Liu Nian smiled. Interesting. Alright everyone, let's raise the stakes. I'll start with 3.5 million, then 4 million, 5 million. Kim Zhou grinned. I don't believe Liu Nian would dare use the money from her card. I want this too. Baiji flattered him. Kim Zhou, you're so generous. The manly set you have is so intoxicating. Other people admired him, spending money like water. Kim truly had guts. Liu Nian calmly set the bid at 10 million. Everyone immediately protested. Oh shit, did anyone else bid like you? 10 million? Am I hearing this right? This kid just doubled the price. 10 million yuan? You must have generations of wealth to throw around. This is insane, rich enough to lose your humanity. The auctioneer was thrilled, not expecting that such a normal auction would attract a big spender. This big fish, Liu Nian, couldn't be passed up. The auctioneer successfully locked the bid at 10 million. Liu Nian turned to Kim Zhou. Compete with me in an auction. You're not even worthy. Zhou was furious. Baiji was calculating. Liu Nian had assets worth tens of millions and even a supreme black card. Could it be that he had more money than Kim? She had to figure out how to hold on to him. A good horse has to eat the best grass. She needed to become a strong horse herself. Cut to the changing room of Saturated, where Liu Nian was putting on a dragon robe. The outfit fit him perfectly, and it felt great. At that moment, Baiji appeared. Nian, I was wrong. Give me a chance. Liu Nian smirked. Weren't you with Kim Zhou? Why come looking for me now? Baiji wrapped her arms around Liu Nian, gently caressing his thigh. I was wrong. Don't you think we never really celebrated our 3-year anniversary? Tonight, I can give you a special treat. She thought to herself, this sweet, obedient boy will listen to me. Tonight, I'll make sure to take him completely. I'll figure out a way to get that supreme black card. After that, moving up in high society won't be a dream anymore. Liu Nian sneered. You think this little trick will charm me? I'm someone who's seen much bigger things. Without hesitation, Liu Nian slapped Baiji across the face. You know we've been together for 3 years, and every time I tried to get closer to you, you always said to wait until after marriage. And yet, you're with that Kim Zhou guy. He then grabbed a bottle of disinfectant spray and sprayed it on the spot where she had been touching. Just then, the owner of Saturated walked in and said, I was wondering why the changing room was so noisy. Seems like there are always so many admirers around a rich guy. Liu Nian looked up in surprise. So, you're the owner of Saturated? What brings you here? The owner walked closer to Liu Nian. It's nothing. Just wanted to ask if the gentleman has time to talk tonight. Liu Nian looked her up and down. Your utilities are all in order. The owner immediately kicked Baiji. A low-class woman like you can only be used as a mop in the restrooms at Saturated. At that moment, young Master Kim kicked open the door and said, this is the guy who picked up a black card on the street with unclear money sources. He's suspected of fraud. The investigator spoke up. We received reports that there were irregularities during Saturated's auction. Please cooperate with our investigation. Mr. Liu Nian, we kindly ask you to present your exclusive black card. We need to verify your account. Liu Nian calmly handed over the black card, but inside, she was panicking. Miss Fang, if anything happens later, you have to protect me. Liu Nian thought to herself. Ice Jade Fragrance Peak wrapped herself around Kim Zhou's legs and sighed. I told you, how could someone like him get rich overnight? Turns out this black card was just picked up. How shameless. Still, Mr. Kim sure knows how to handle things. Kim Zhou smugly replied, what else could it be? The game moderators harshly criticized the idle people and those violating the rules. Liu Nian, go sit quietly in the dark room, they said. After a while, the investigator came to a conclusion. After comparison, the owner of this black card is indeed Mr. Liu Nian, and there was no violation of rules. Please take it back. Liu Nian secretly rejoiced. It seemed that Fang Qi had promptly switched the card owner. That's a relief. The investigator warned this is a legal and regulated auction. Mr. Kim, next time you need solid evidence before making any accusations. If you continue to slander others, we'll have no choice but to take you in for education. Ice Jade, Fragrance Peak, and Kim Child exchanged a look before leaving. Young Master Kim questioned Liu Nian. How did a bug like you get a black card? What kind of trick are you playing? Liu Nian smiled. I love seeing you bark helplessly like this. The young Master Kim, furious, pulled out his weapon and yelled, You bastard, I'll chop you to pieces with one swing. Liu Nian challenged him, Come on, try my new gear. Before he could do anything, the boss woman smacked Kim away. What? She scolded loudly. Still want to make a move here? I'll kill you instantly. Kim began crying, his confidence shattered. The boss woman was too much for him. He grabbed Bai Ji and ran off. Liu Nian, I'll get you next time. The boss woman firmly kicked both of them out. Get lost, she said, then turned to Liu Nian. Sao Nian, you owe me one this time. How are you going to repay me? Liu Nian awkwardly thanked her for stepping in to help. How about I treat you to a meal? The boss woman suggested, No need for a meal. How about you come to my room and talk? Liu Nian refused. I just had a tough 300-round battle with Miss Fang yesterday. I'm not ready for round 2. I'll be worn out. He backed away, then asked, Wait, you're married, right? The boss woman raised an eyebrow. Are you saying I'm too old? My skills are far beyond those guys you hang out with. With that, she blew softly into Liu Nian's ear. Liu Nian turned to leave. I got something urgent. Next time, for sure. The boss woman immediately grabbed him and kissed him forcefully. A young man needs to understand what's good for him. Liu Nian sighed. Here we go again. The auction house owner used a kiss to probe into Liu Nian's mouth. She had just received news that there might be a magical item hidden in this person's mouth. She had to search for the treasure herself. Suddenly, she noticed the scent. It was the smell of the eldest sister. Wasn't she sealed away at the heavenly abyss? If the scent was here, then it must be there too. Once she realized this, the owner sat down and signaled the servant to relieve her of the pressure. As expected, the scent of the eldest sister was there, along with that of the fox sister and sister Wang, the owner thought. Liu Nian, feeling completely satisfied, muttered, Damn, is this how the wealthy are treated? The owner felt a bit impressed. Apart from Emperor Tian, who else could get the sisters to serve like this? It was said that Emperor Tian worked at the Marriage Registration Bureau in the Celestial Realm, but because he took too many leaves, he was banished to the moral world. At this point, Liu Nian had reached his peak. Damn, I can't hold on anymore, he said, panting. The owner raised an eyebrow. Is the servant's technique not good enough? Liu Nian trembled all over. It's good, it's very good, he said quickly. The owner pulled out a phone. Noble guests who are visiting for the first time probably don't have a way to communicate here. This device has the servant's contact details. You can reach out anytime if you need anything. This place is always respectfully waiting for the noble guests. Liu Nian was a bit surprised. It turns out this world has mobile phones. She had thought it was some kind of sound transmission talisman. The shopkeeper smiled and said, You're quite the joker, noble one. Sound transmission talismans were outdated a long time ago. For long-distance sound transmission, we use phones. For short distances, you can simply use thought transmission. Would you like me to teach you how to use it? Liu Nian quickly pushed the shopkeeper away. So much for keeping her secret. Chuyi had noticed. That's the Emperor's Jade Seal. As expected, Liu Nian is the newly appointed heir. She handed Liu Nian a ring and continued. A precious item like this shouldn't be kept out in the open, as it will attract trouble. This is a storage ring that can hold treasures inside. But it's not just any ordinary storage ring. It contains a small magic array that can isolate thoughts from outsiders. Liu Nian eagerly said, Thank you, older sister. Chuyi smiled and replied, No need to be polite, but secretly thought to herself, Older sister, you're my master. The older sister of mine has been suppressed for 10,000 years, and our branch of the clan has fallen to this point. Liu Nian felt uneasy. Could she be from Shengong Bao? Is she planning to silence her? Chuyi reassured her, Don't worry, I have some ties to you. I won't betray you. Liu Nian panicked. Oh shit, she might be able to read my thoughts. Chuyi whispered, When you're in front of a strong person, it's best not to think too wildly. We can sense what you're thinking. When people pray to gods or Buddha, they're sending out their intentions. Liu Nian flattered her. Sister Q, you're the most beautiful. You're the best. You have amazing skills. Chuyi was suspicious. You're sweet-talking now, but you don't look like a king at all. Could it be that working in the immortal realm has made you lose your edge? She took out a notebook. All right, enough joking. The world outside this realm is dangerous. You need to be careful. Here's a guide for cultivation. It contains many ancient secrets. Luckily, you met me today. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. Liu Nian took the book. Thank you, sister. I'll remember your kindness forever. By the way, Sister Q, does Saturated sell information? I want to know the whereabouts of my father and sister. QVS said, actually, aside from selling treasures, we also sell a few pieces of information. I'll make sure to handle that. You'll hear news in a few days. Liu Nian stood up to leave, then I'll trouble you, Sister Q. I still need to focus on my cultivation, so I won't keep you any longer. Qiu sighed in regret. Well, I won't keep you. I was hoping we could light some candles and have a good chat together. Just then, a rich man walked in. I can stay and chat with you, Boss Q. Yeah, I have plenty of time. Qiu waved him off. Oh, it's you again, you fat pig. Don't you have any shame? Get out. He knelt down. As long as Boss Q agrees, I'll bring out the treasures for my family to give to you. Qiu spat in his face. You shameless scoundrel. The fat man got excited. Boss Q spit tastes so good. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Wait, today your spit is a little salty, and it even has a bit of a strange smell. Are you sick? I can call a doctor to help. Qiu was furious. Get lost. Liu Nian froze for a moment, thinking to himself, those are my kids. As he reached the door, the fat man blocked his way. Stop right there. Liu Nian was uneasy. He can't possibly know what I've eaten right. Brother, what's going on? The greedy pig wasn't satisfied. Just a regular guy, and yet the boss was willing to serve him so willingly. Liu Nian felt anxious. Dan, you're not being friendly. He wouldn't want to fight you, would he? The pig grabbed Liu Nian's hand and asked, so how did you win the heart of Boss Cubia? You must know the secret to winning a woman's heart, right? Liu Nian was surprised. Hard to change one's nature. You're really just a pig in love. He turned to leave. Sorry, I still need to go kill monsters to level up. The pig followed him. How can something as mundane as monster hunting compare to chasing women? I want to become your disciple. I'm Tian Gang, the head of the Tian Gang Trading Association. We've got resources for cultivation, genius spiritual tools, you name it. Liu Nian thought for a moment. The Tian Gang Trading Association has a good reputation in the black market. If I could get this guy under my wing, I have some serious backing in the business world. He then suggested, here's the deal, but I'm not sure on money. I can buy top-tier items at Saturated already. If you want to learn something from me, at least show me some sincerity. Tian Gang pulled out a pile of goods and said, the prices of goods from my place are definitely cheaper than at Saturated. This is a small token of my appreciation, hoping you'll accept it. Liu Nian smirked. I was just waiting for you to say that. As expected, this fat little kid brought some good stuff. Tian Gang introduced. This is the Fire Talisman and Speed Elixir. Inside, it contains the essence of the heavenly fire, used by the Supreme Elder to refine elixirs. It can burn away evil spirits and demons, along with the speed-boosting medicine that increases your speed tenfold. Master, can you tell me more now? Liu Nian asked, pulling out the 48 Beast Forms scroll. This book recorded the philosophy of the yin and yang of men and women, as well as various martial poses. Up to now, all the techniques have been focused on cultivating energy, strengthening the body, and soothing the mind. Today, Master would pass this knowledge on to you. Tian Gang was excited and thanked his master for the teachings. This is the world's greatest treasure. Liu Nian smiled secretly, thinking, luckily, I had already copied all the poses that Daji taught me. The scene shifted to the forest spirit tree. Liu Nian looked around and noticed the evil wolves would attack in packs of 7 at night. Judging by the numbers, there were probably over 100 of them. System announcement. Speed Elixir has been activated. The evil wolves immediately charged at Liu Nian. This kind of battle was thrilling. One strike and they were gone. System announcement. Congratulations. The player has reached level 20. The job change function is now available. Players can visit the main hall for detailed consultation. Liu Nian thought to himself, the fire talisman from that little pig combined with the speed elixir really works well. I've just leveled up 5 times in a row. However, he realized he was still a jobless player. All the skills he had were limited to level 4, and he needed a class to continue leveling up. First, let's go to the main hall and check it out. The scene shifts to the lobby, where the receptionist asks, hello, how can I assist you? Liu Nian replies, hello, I've reached level 20. Please help me change my class to a warrior. The receptionist responds, I'm sorry, class change failed. Liu Nian feels awkward. Well, in that case, can you change my class to a swordsman? The receptionist answers, sorry, the system shows you don't meet the requirements. Liu Nian, feeling helpless, says, this is ridiculous. Why? Why can't I change my class? Could it be because my Zhao Wang status buff, which increases cultivation for 72 hours, just expired? I should probably go back to Xiang Yuan and ask Da Ji. He takes out the teleportation jade seal and immediately teleports back to the palace, returning to his Zhao Wang form. Da Ji, overjoyed, says, "My lord, you've returned. I missed you so much. It felt like 3 years, even though it's only been a day." Liu Nian is surprised. "Da Ji, my buff has expired. I came back this time to discuss some matters with everyone." He explains, "By the way, what's the deal with my class change issue?" Da Ji explains, "My lord, you have the royal bloodline of the human emperor. How could those ordinary people compare? I especially prepared the 7 portal spirit fruit for you, which can increase the upper limit for skill learning. However, it requires 3 days of using secret methods before it can take effect." Liu Nian says, "I see. Thank you, my dear." Yu Garen appeared at this moment. There's no need to be formal. Helping the Great King is a blessing for us slaves. QXMA hugged Liu Nian from behind. "Great King, don't show favoritism. This time, all of us must be involved." Da Ji spoke. "Great King, actually, during the time you were away, we used cultivation to create a special magical item just for you." Liu Nian was surprised. "Huh? A personal magical item? Da Ji, lead the way, please." Liu Nian was stunned. "Oh no, this magical item. It turned out to be a bed." Da Ji explained. "This item is woven with spiritual power. Lying on it helps to circulate your meridians, balance yin and yang, and will allow your cultivation to be twice as effective." Liu Nian felt a little embarrassed. "Really? This must be a great treasure then." The 3 women immediately began to undress and assume positions on the bed. "The Great King, what are you waiting for? Hurry and cultivate with us." Liu Nian was excited. While others took medicine, he was there to increase his own buffs. Da Ji added, "This isn't just a simple way to boost your power. In fact, we have specially created several cultivation techniques for you, Great King." Hugh SMB moved closer to Liu Nian. "This technique will help you strengthen the 9 openings of your body, making it easier for you to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. This essence is also experienced, and you'll feel that your level up speed will increase. However, right now, you are still immortal. Only by reaching the white level and participating in the trials of heaven and earth can you truly begin the path to becoming an immortal." Liu Nian was surprised, thinking to himself, "If all 9 of my orifices are perfected, I could become an immortal." Hugh XME kissed Liu Nian on the lips. "Of course, but first, let me help you refine your oral orifice." Yu Giran and Da Ji were eagerly waiting. "Great King, hurry up and come here. I also want to help you refine your acupoints." Hugh XME paused. The other sisters were waiting impatiently, so they all decided to refine the 3 orifices together. She pushed Liu Nian down onto the bed, and he suddenly felt that this bed was extraordinary. He could feel his kidneys becoming incredibly strong. Da Ji said that the Phoenix Dragon Spring was made using the kidneys of 999 magical beasts refined into the center. A normal person can lie on it for 24 hours without feeling tired. Now, let me help the Great King refine the water orifice in the 9 orifices. Yu Garen also joined in. "I will help the Great King refine the flower orifice." With that, both of them started the refining process. Liu Nian felt excited. "This feels amazing." Hugh XMA sat down on Liu Nian. "The oral orifice isn't perfected yet. The servant will sit down and help the Great King continue refining." The system kept sending notifications. "Progress of oral orifice refinement plus 100. Oral orifice refinement completed plus 100. Water orifice refinement completed plus 100. Flower orifice refinement completed plus 100. Refining successful." After some time, Liu Nian silently thought to himself, as expected, "I have to stay in the Zhou Wang form to refresh the buff. No wonder I couldn't get a hint last time with Miss Fang." The 3 female demons knelt by the bed, congratulating the king. The secret technique for enhancing the core of the deathly forest has reached the intermediate level. Within 72 hours of cultivation, the speed has quadrupled, and I have successfully refined the 3 apertures. Liu Nian said, filled with vitality. "So this is what it means to refine successfully. I can feel my body free of illness, full of energy." Da Ji smiled gently. "That's only natural. The 3 major apertures, the most important ones, have been refined by my 3 sisters. I've also arranged the methods for refining the other apertures properly." At that moment, a beautiful woman entered the room. Da Ji introduced her. "This is my younger sister, the Demon King's disciple, who I took in myself. We are all one family, so you don't need to worry, my king." Liu Nian, still a bit immature, thought to himself, "Damn, this is huge. The proportions of this weapon, kind of over the top." Tian Tian bowed respectfully. Slave Tian Tian greets the Great King. Daji, eager, said, "What are you being shy about? The great king values you. That's your blessing. From now on, you don't need to call me master. We'll all call each other sisters. Next, I'll have my sister help you refine your eye apertures. Once you succeed in refining the dual eyes, it will be a priceless treasure, and my sister will certainly serve the great king with all her heart." Tian Tian obediently nodded. Younger sister accepts the command. Daji left, and I excused myself to wait outside, guarding the king. As soon as the door closed, Tian Tian immediately approached Liu Nian, clearly feeling bad for the other concubines. "Your Majesty, please let this humble servant finish training your eyes," she thought to herself, surprised that the king truly respected her. As a practitioner of demon arts, she vowed to dedicate herself fully to assisting him. She then removed her outer garments, revealing her ample chest to Liu Nian. "Your Majesty, I'm here." Liu Nian felt a wave of milk pouring directly into his face, something dripping into his eyes. It was smooth, sweet, and delicious. Tian Tian hesitated for a moment before saying, "If your Majesty likes it, once I've finished training your eyes, I will personally serve you." Liu Nian eagerly replied, "Yes, yes." After a while, Tian Tian sighed, "I'm struggling a bit, Your Majesty. Please, could you ask the king to help me?" At that moment, a phone rang loudly. The boss answered the call. "My lord, we just received some intelligence. The whereabouts were found near Bitchbutt Dam, but the demons in that area are a bit unusual. You should be careful." "Thank you, Miss Q. I didn't expect to hear back so soon. I'll head over to Bitchbutt Dam and check it out." Tian Tian, looking regretful, asked, "Your Majesty, are you really leaving?" Liu Nian patted her head. "The king has something to do. Be a good girl, okay?" After saying that, Liu Nian left. Tian Tian, frustrated, muttered, "I can't bear it." Liu Nian handed Tian Tian a melon. "Here, take this for now. I'll be back soon to continue training your eye skills." Sea changes to Tai Fei Mountain at the Bai Bei Lake. Jin Chao and his group were attacking someone based on a report that there was a tip-off in Bai Bei Lake. "Fish monster, hand it over. If you don't give me some valuable materials, I'll come and kill you every day." The one being attacked was Nian Yu Jing. He said, "Masters, I'm just an ordinary NPC. How can I drop any rare gear or materials?" Liu Nian froze. "Damn, but is the fish monster being attacked, my little brother?" He called out to his brother. The fish monster quickly ran over and hugged Liu Nian's leg. "Liu Nian, is that really you? You came for me?" Jin Chao and Bai Ji laughed. "The Wanderer calls you brother? You're not some rich, spoiled brat, are you?" "Don't tell me he actually looks like a mudfish." Liu Nian sighed. "Why are there such a pair of annoying people here? My mom said my little brother and dad were playing the game and got knocked out, so I came to find you guys. By the way, where's my dad?" The fish monster replied, "He and Uncle were fighting monsters up to level 20. When they went to the main hall to change classes, something went wrong. Uncle successfully changed classes, but we were suddenly teleported to Bitchbutt Dam in a way that didn't make any sense. The system also said that I was the reincarnation of the Wanderer. Brother, please save me. The headless insect placed a barrier to trap me here, making me fight with other players who are fishing every day." Suddenly, a fish monster noticed something strange. "Ah, run fast. The boss of this area, the headless insect, has appeared. Level 25, 10,000 HP. A mortal dares to enter my domain. Prepare to offer your essence to me." The group started to stir. "Damn it, the area boss has shown up. It's definitely going to drop some good loot. Perfect timing to test my new gear. If it drops anything good, no one's taking it from me." Liu Nian was skeptical. The nine-headed insect wasn't originally designed as a creature for players to train on. It absorbs essence so players can offer up their energy, and that can only mean one thing. It's related to Shen Gong Bao. "Brothers, let's attack together and take it down." The nine-headed insect issued an order. "Stop!" Immediately, everyone was sent flying. Bai Ji trembled. Just the pressure alone had knocked everyone back. How could a level 25 boss in a small area be this strong? The nine-headed insect laughed. "I've been suppressed for over 1,000 years, and my cultivation has been severely drained. You're just in time to help me replenish a bit of that." The people lying on the ground immediately turned into dried corpses. "I'll digest this for a while. Brothers, capture them and bring them back to the lair for later use." The nine-headed insect's minions charged toward Liu Nian. He quickly pulled out some talismans, thunder talismans, fire talismans, and launched an attack. The nine-headed insect's minions instantly exploded. Liu Nian turned to his younger brother and whispered, "Now, Wanderer, pretend to ambush me so I can escape. I'll figure out a way to save you later." The younger brother nodded. "Understood, big brother." The two people immediately rushed into a fight. My cousin gave the order, "Hurry up, I've got this handle on this side. You guys go over there." Ice Jade Fragrance Peak, feeling weak and worried, said, What about young Master Kim? Everyone else has already been killed, and there are too many of these little demons. We'll eventually be worn out and die. Kim Chow kept fighting, silently cursing, "Damn," before I had weapons. With just one shot from the firecracker cannon. Even if close combat doesn't work, I can fight from a distance. In battle, you might have to take down the general first. I don't believe I can't wipe out this swarm of insects. Die already. Kim Chow grabbed his gun and shot a large hole through the 9-headed insect. Feeling smug, he said, "See that? That's the power of this technique. This boss is definitely finished." Baiji hugged his leg and sighed in relief. "Young Master Kim, you're so powerful. No wonder you're so much stronger than that useless Liu Nian." Kim Chow, feeling pleased with himself, thought, he's just a useless guy. How could he compare to someone like me? Liu Nian was still pretending to fight with my cousin, thinking to himself, these two idiots think they're playing a game. Wait until later, then they'll know, but for now, I'm getting out of here. At this point, the 9-headed insect was completely enraged, roaring, "Good, you lowly mortal, you've really managed to piss me off." Immediately, Kim Chow turned into a woman, panic-stricken, shouting, "What? Damn, why did I turn into a woman?" The 9-headed insect laughed and said, "My brothers have been working hard lately. It's time to relax a bit." His comrades happily replied, "Thank you, your majesty, for your generosity. We won't be polite then." Kim Chow struggled, shouting, "Get away. Even if I turn into a woman, I'm still a man." The 9-headed insect's allies, still forceful, tore Kim Chow's clothes off, saying, "Our sea tribe also has a way to turn a woman into a man. It works perfectly." A person took off their pants, and since I'm stronger, I'll go first. "Shark, we have 2 treasures. Little sister, let's go until we're exhausted." After that, Kim Chow was flipped over to be dealt with, and Bai Ji was also pushed to the ground. Why not just kill us right away? Why torture us like this? I've never heard of a game with this kind of mechanism. Liu Nian and his cousin were powerless. "My eyes are blinded," Liu Nian suddenly said, and the hostility toward Kim Chow decreased by half. Readers don't look. The 9-headed insect noticed Liu Nian's cousin. "Wanderer, what the heck are you doing? Why haven't you taken care of that kid yet?" The cousin hurriedly pushed Liu Nian away. "We're in trouble," Kim Chow complained, "because they're all in it together." Baiji added, "He's Wanderer's older brother. They're just acting together." The 9-headed insect was furious. "Nice one, you. Then die with humanity." Liu Nian stepped forward to protect his cousin. "Damn it, it's been exposed." He was immediately sent flying. Liu Nian's health dropped sharply. Even with his enchanted cursed dragon cloak, he was seriously injured. The 9-headed insect was truly a mythical figure. If he took this hit, he'd be completely destroyed. Kim Chow and Bai Ji were smug. "Liu Nian, hurry up and come join us in facing the consequences. A pissed-off mermaid still dares to look around? Take a hit from me." Bai Ji quickly grabbed his meat club to deal the blow. The angry shark growled, "I have 2 of these. Let's see who can make her scream louder." Liu Nian took out the Ice Jade Fragrance Peak and immediately restored health 3 times. After using it, Liu Nian's health bar was completely filled again. The system notified that the Ice Jade Fragrance Peak was damaged. Liu Nian thought to himself, "These 2 idiots want to drag me down with them. If they survive this, I'll make sure to tear them apart. Right now, revealing my identity might not help. The Imperial Seal of Teleportation. If I don't use it now, I'm definitely dead. I hope I can take my little brother with me." The 9-headed insect smiled. "You are the new emperor. The seal is open." The system announced, "Teleportation failed." Liu Nian helplessly muttered, "It's over. This is really the end." The sea tribe was shocked. "He's the new emperor. He's Zhou Wang reincarnated. I heard that eating his flesh grants immortality." One of the rebels shouted, "That's the monk Tang Sang. A single drop of his essence could enhance your luck for 1,000 years, and becoming immortal would be within reach. This is unbelievable." The brute continued to be attacked. "Zhou Wang reincarnated? Does this game have buffs now?" The sea tribe responded, "We are not NPCs in a game. We are demons from the demon realm. If you kill us, we will die for real." Here is a small class on commentary. Why is it that when we were killed by the wild beasts of the game before, we could still revive? Because they were just NPCs in the game created by Jiang Ziya. So why is it that now those wild beasts can kill us and we can't revive anymore? Because they are real demons from the demon realm that have entered the game. Real demons can obviously kill people. The small class ended. Please continue following the main story. Kim Chow trembled, still thinking this was just a game. They're real demons, not the beasts set up in the game. We've been tricked by the demons. Bai Ji had reached his limit. "Young Master Kim, you need to think of something quickly. This is already the 7th beast. My brain is about to explode. I'm running out of oxygen." The sea tribe grew more excited. "So now you realize we're real demons who have entered this game world, huh? Too late now. Just obediently serve your master, and when the time comes, I'll let you enjoy yourselves before taking away my treasure. The system kept announcing, teleportation failed, teleportation failed. Liu Nian was determined. He couldn't die here. The only option was to charge forward recklessly. The nine-headed insect attacks, but even after walking miles, it's nowhere to be found. I gathered the human emperor's essence. Die already. Liu Nian shielded himself with his hand. It's over, but my cousin got there just in time to block the blow from me. Cousin, you should run now. Thanks for coming to save me. Liu Nian's eyes filled with tears as he remembered the time he spent with his cousin. The nine-headed insect shoved his cousin aside, calling him a little fish who didn't know his limits. Next, it's your turn, it said. Liu Nian lost his temper. I'll kill you. The nine-headed insect laughed. Who do you think you are? Just a regular human. I only need one finger to deal with you. Liu Nian pulled out a talisman, but the nine-headed insect sneered. Just some cheap talismans. I can tear them apart. Liu Nian then took out a bracelet, but the fight was far from over. The bracelet's seal activated 3 times, reducing the insect's HP by 1% each time. Next, 3 deadly lightning strikes hit, each reducing its HP by 1%. Then, the phoenix fire needle followed. The sea creatures in the distance were in chaos. Why is the prince being suppressed by a mere human? Can this artifact really keep triggering endlessly? The nine-headed insect's HP continued to drop, losing 1% each time. Kim Chao and Bai Ji were shocked. Impossible. How does Liu Nian, that useless fool, have so many treasures? The helpless girl cried out, Please, Liu Nian, you must kill that monster and avenge us. The merman immediately grabbed her and killed her. The noise was deafening. The others watched in fear. The nine-headed insect smiled. You think these useless trinkets can hurt me? The gap between a mortal and a cultivator is something you will never bridge. Liu Nian continued his attack. Damn it, the nine-headed insect remained calm, holding that rusty sword as if it could challenge me. Does it think it can make me laugh to death? Suddenly, his entire body froze. Ah, what? Taking advantage of the moment, Liu Nian struck down. The sea creatures were stunned. Could he really be immortal? The prince consort had been a demon who achieved immortality thousands of years ago, yet he was injured by a mere human. Liu Nian thought to himself, I just use up all the charms and magical items that Fat Pig gave me to keep the pressure on. Finally, I managed to make the nine-headed insect freeze for half a second. Even though the Dragon Phoenix sword hasn't awakened yet, the power I still have should be enough. I need to finish this quickly. The nine-headed insect, enraged, shook off Liu Nian's attack. If I hadn't been suppressed for 1,000 years, even if you were the newly crowned emperor, you wouldn't have been able to harm me. Let me show you the gap between a mortal and a true mortal. Liu Nian wasn't intimidated. Then let me use this rusty sword to cut through that so-called gap. Liu Nian's health kept dropping by 5%, but his attack power and speed were increasing. The nine-headed insect realized something was wrong. He was burning through the essence of the human emperor. At the blink of an eye, Liu Nian sliced off one of the nine-headed insect's heads. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave, Shen Gongbao sensed it. The new emperor, you've finally shown up. Back to Liu Nian, the crowd cheered. We're saved. Liu Nian killed the legendary demon. The sea creatures laughed. You guys are celebrating too soon. The severed head of the nine-headed insect slowly started to regenerate. The new emperor, I underestimated you. But from now on, I won't give you any chance. Liu Nian thought to himself, this brat actually sacrificed one of his snake heads to regenerate the human head I chopped off. Looks like my attack wasn't enough after all. Damn, I'm completely out of energy now. Nine-headed insects attack. You're nothing but a mere mortal, no different from a tiny ant or a worm. Yet you managed to injure me. Even if I chop you into 1,000 pieces, it still won't erase the anger I feel. Liu Nian made no attempt to resist and simply closed his eyes, accepting it. Father, cousin, at this moment, a massive force comes rushing in to kill the nine-headed insect. Don't even think about harming my lord. The nine-headed insect yelled out, unwilling to accept its fate. System notification. Congratulations to the player for helping defeat the wild boss, nine-headed insect. You have obtained the nine-headed insect's essence pill, which has leveled up from 20 to 24. This high-grade essence pill, formed from the inner core of a great demon, can be used to activate and refine magical treasures. Liu Nian was curious. How could a single strike have killed the nine-headed insect so easily? Who exactly was this person? The one who just killed the nine-headed insect was Wen Zhang, who was once the grand tutor of the Yin Shang family. He died fighting for them, and his soul was later absorbed by the deification table. He was eventually promoted to the Nine Heavens Response Origin Thunder Clear Universal Transformation Celestial Venerable. Wen Zhang knelt down. I, Wenjiang, failed to arrive in time to protect the king. Please forgive me, your majesty. I never imagined I would have the chance to meet you again. At this point, the Sea tribe was completely wiped out, and two other figures quickly appeared. I am Zhang Duifan, the general of the Great Chang Qinglong Battalion. I humbly asked to see his majesty. Liu Nian was shocked. Wasn't this the famous Zhang Duifang, known for his incredible horsemanship? He single-handedly defeated dozens of the Western Zhou's best warriors, Nan Gongxi, Xin Jia, Huang Ming, and Zhu Ji. He was even ranked among the top 10 undefeated generals of the Western Zhou. In the end, he was defeated by his own soldiers, and his soul was forcibly sucked into the deification table, where he was later promoted to the Celestial General of the Sacred Gate. The other person was Zhang Ku, the great general of the Shang dynasty. He respectfully asked to meet the emperor. Liu Nian thought to himself, this is the same Zhang Ku who had once hunted down the Earth King. Both he and his wife had been loyal warriors who died for the Shang dynasty. It's hard to believe that after 1,000 years, the high-ranking officials of the Shang dynasty are still so loyal to the new emperor. In a way, it feels like I've been given another chance at life. Thank you all for your help. Please calm down now, Liu Nian said. At that moment, his cousin, weak and frail, called out, Cousin, help me. Liu Nian turned to Wenjiang and the others. Can you save my cousin? Gaifang immediately gave the cousin a medicinal pill. Don't worry, your majesty. After taking this restorative pill, he'll be fine in no time. The evil energy in his body will be gone, and he'll be fully restored to his former self, Gaifang assured. Soon after, the cousin fully recovered. Cousin, I'm better now, the cousin said happily. Liu Nian expressed his gratitude. Thank you, General Zhang. Guifang replied humbly, Your Majesty, please don't mention it. It's nothing, really. Wenjiang added, All of us have entered the deification table. Our souls are bound by the table's restrictions, so we can't act independently in the immortal realm. It's truly unfortunate. Zhang Ku spoke up, We, your humble servants, are trapped by the deification table. We hope that, Your Majesty, you will ascend to immortality soon, so you can help us break free from these chains. Liu Nian confidently said, Everyone, please stand up. From now on, I'll definitely work hard on my cultivation so I can reach the highest level as soon as possible. Oh, and I still want the generals to take me to the dungeons for a bit. After that, I'll just stand by the door and enjoy the crazy level-up treatment from the boss. That's when I'll really soar to new heights. Wenjiang replied seriously, Your Majesty can't think like that. The path of cultivation must be taken slowly, step by step. It's the only way to do it right. Liu Nian hesitated. All right, I was just saying that off the top of my head earlier. I'll make sure to focus on my training. Zhang Ku asked, Your Majesty, what should we do about the other survivors? I suggest we kill them all to prevent them from exposing your identity. The others gasped in fear. No, please don't. At this point, Kim Chao, back to normal, begged for his life. We didn't see anything. We don't know anything. Liu Nian thought for a moment. If we could erase their memories, there would be no need to kill them. Just wipe their memories and that should be enough. I'm limited by the game's system, so I really can't kill other players. If Wenjiang kills these commoners and the deification table detects it, it could bring disaster to them. Wenjiang, Guifang, and Zhang Kui looked at each other before kneeling down. Your Majesty, you are wise, Wenjiang said, activating his third eye. The group immediately fell into a deep sleep. I'm so sleepy, they murmured. The system announcement sounded, Players present have encountered Liu Nian at the Bichba Dam, and all their memories have been erased. Once Wenjiang and the others left, the situation here was resolved. To avoid being detected, we shouldn't stay for long. I wish the Emperor would quickly reach the peak of his training and ascend to immortality. Liu Nian also said goodbye to his cousin. Now that you've recovered, you can return to the beginner village and continue your training. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. His cousin happily replied, Thank you, cousin. I'll work hard to level up my cultivation. The scene shifted to the demon realm, where the order talisman had shattered. Who killed my consort? Who was it? Princess Wansheng, daughter of the Wansheng Dragon King from the Baibai Lake and wife of the nine-headed insect, had been thrown into the demon realm after being suppressed by Zhu Beiji and others for obstructing the journey to obtain the scriptures. Her soul was now trapped there forever, unable to turn back. Wansheng left, saying, I need to go out for a while. You all prepare yourselves. Once I uncover the truth, I will definitely avenge my consort. Whoever killed him must die. The scene shifted back to Liu Nian. He silently realized that he had forgotten to tell the others about Shen Gong Bao. Never mind, I'll tell them next time we meet. The danger this time made him realize something important. He needed to quickly increase his strength. With that, the Jade Seal activated, and he teleported away. Scene shifts to the porch of the tomb. My dear consorts, the king has returned. 3 women greeted him. Your servant humbly greets the great king. Liu Nian said, my consort, please stand. Where is Daji? Hugh XME replied, Your Majesty, my older sister said she needed to prepare the essence for warming the acupoints in the inner palace, so she couldn't come to greet you. Please forgive her. Liu Nian looked at Tian Tian. If that's the case, then I'll continue training my eyes as I didn't finish last time. With that, he pulled Tian Tian into the room. Tian Tian was extremely pleased. The great king is really amazing. System notification. The eye acupoint training has been completed. You've learned the basic skill of fire eyes and golden eyes. Liu Nian felt full of energy, as if his eyes could strike down anything in the world. This was really something. At that moment, Daji walked in. The great king has finally returned. Daji has been in the inner chambers for half the day. Liu Nian pulled Daji into his arms. You've worked so hard, consort, helping me with the training of the 9 acupoints. Tian Tian blushed. Your Majesty, I will take my leave now. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared at the door. Who was she? She stepped in. Your servant is Shuai Ning. I humbly greet the great king and wish him eternal health and peace. Liu Nian curiously asked, Daji, who is she? Daji replied, My lord, you don't know. She's a spirit from the eastern sea. The first drop of her blood is very special. It allows a person to hear all the subtle sounds in the world. It took me a long time to find her so she could serve you. Liu Nian had a nosebleed. I see. So how do we get it? My lord, Daji said, As you know, I have been working hard for this, but would you like to have some blood now? Daji took out a ceremonial vessel. My lord, the first drop of Shuining's blood is very precious. It cannot be contaminated. We must carefully collect it using the vessel and jade urn. Liu Nian pouted. Are you saying that means I'm dirty? Daji smiled. My lord, please don't be angry. Would you like to try collecting it yourself? Shuining quickly positioned herself on the bed. I was just a small spirit before. Being able to help you, my lord, is the greatest honor. Liu Nian smirked. A small scene. Liu Nian uses the vessel. Are we ready? Here I come. Shuining trembled. It hurts, my lord. It hurts so much. Liu Nian spoke gently. Relax, it will hurt more if you're tense. You'll feel more comfortable if you just let go. Daji saw Shuining trembling uncontrollably and hit her on the back. How can you not handle a little pain to serve the king? Liu Nian reassured her, My beloved, don't be upset. It's my technique, not you. Shuining hesitated. Thank you, my king. It's my fault. Let me try harder, she thought to herself. The king is so kind. Liu Nian continued, All right, this time I'll do it stronger. Try to endure a bit more. After a moment, Liu Nian successfully collected Shuai Ning's blood. It seemed to be her very first drop. Shuai Ning had endured a lot. I'll reward you generously in the future, he promised. Shuai Ning asked with hope, My king, does that mean there will be a real reward later? Liu Nian called Daji, who had already filled half the vial. My king, Daji said, You should rest your head on my lap so I can finish the final part of the process for you. She held the jade vial up to Liu Nian's ear. Are you ready, my king? I'm starting now. Liu Nian felt a cool liquid slowly flowing into his ear. The sensation was extraordinary, like he was in a fairyland. The sound of celestial music echoed in his ears, and all the noise of the world seemed to vanish. System notification. The ear refining technique has been completed. You have learned the basic skill of wind flow ear. Once everything was ready, Liu Nian asked, I've successfully completed the refining process. Now there are only 2 acupoints left, 1 at each nostril. Has my beloved consort prepared anything for this? Daji replied, I've already made the necessary preparations. Please, your majesty, follow me. Daji then went to where Hu Xime and Yu Gairen were. Sisters, have the linglong fruits been properly preserved? Hu Xime responded, Of course they have. We just need to fetch them. As soon as Liu Nian saw the linglong fruits, his eyes lit up. These are the linglong fruits used to refine the acupoints in the nostrils. I remember Daji mentioning something about increasing the skills I've learned to their highest level. I wonder just how much they can be improved. Hu Xime explained, The linglong fruit needs to be refined before it can be effective. Your Majesty, please focus on the acupoints in your nose. Liu Nian took a deep breath, inhaling the fragrance of the delicate fruit. It had a refreshing scent of seawater, and as he smelled it, he felt a sense of comfort and joy. Suddenly, golden spheres appeared around Liu Nian. A beam of light spread throughout the room. A system notification sounded, Congratulations, all 9 of your acupoints have been successfully refined. You have unlocked the royal key. This method can raise the skill cap by 6 levels. Liu Nian was overjoyed. This is perfect. I couldn't advance before because the skill cap was only 4, but now with 6 more levels, I can reach max level. Does that mean I'll be the strongest from now on? Not only will I be able to use all my skills, but I'll also have maxed out abilities. This is what it means to be a true expert. 3 demon girls bowed and congratulated the great king on successfully refining the 9 orifices meridian. They expressed their hopes that he would become truly unstoppable in the future. Liu Nian smiled and thanked his loyal companions, saying, "In the future, I will focus on cultivating my strength and do everything I can to free all of you from the Xian Yuan tomb." Just then, the system sent a notification. "You have an event update. Please check your system interface." Liu Nian tapped to open the display. A new message appeared regarding a Glory Continent event. A large-scale dungeon will reset in Wanming Valley at 9 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. The featured rewards include Ming Bing Stone and Han Yuan Guk Swan Yuan Steel. Hugh Xengmi pointed toward the list and noted, "These are crucial materials needed to forge the Long Phoenix Sword." Liu Nian nodded, replying, "Exactly. In that case, I'll head to Wanming Valley and do my best to secure those materials and forge the Long Phoenix Sword as soon as possible." Scene shifts to the Valley of 10,000 Echoes, where Princess 10,000 Saints is filled with a murderous rage. Hearing Shen Gong Bao's words, she learns that her husband, the prince consort, has been reincarnated by Zhou Wang along with Wen Zhong to carry out a brutal massacre. Although Wen Zhong is temporarily out of her reach, she is determined to capture Zhou Wang and tear him apart, skinning him alive. The scene shifts to a time before this where Princess 10,000 Saints, enraged, demands Shen Gong Bao, "Who killed my husband?" Shen Gong Bao sighs deeply. "Princess 10,000 Saints, please try to calm down. Your husband, the 9-headed insect, was stationed in the 3 Lagoons, a place that was supposed to be incredibly safe. But unexpectedly, among the group of players, there was someone with a reincarnation of Daik Sin. He burned the blood essence of the human emperor, which led Wen Zhong and his group to kill your husband. It's truly a tragic loss, and I am deeply pained by it. I originally thought Wen Zhong would wipe out the remaining mortals to protect the secret of Zhou Wang, and that we could use the power of the Divine Ward to control them. However, when I sent my subordinates to investigate, the surviving players had not yet died. Princess 10,000 Saints grows impatient. If that's the case, why didn't you capture all the players near the 3 Lagoons and force them to reveal Zhou Wang's whereabouts?" Shen Gong Bao sighs again. It's easier said than done. Wen Zhong used a spell that caused all the players at the scene to lose their memories, and Zhou Wang has already fled. 10,000 Saints said, "It seems that Zhou Wang is being very careful. They'll probably stay in the shadows for a while." Shen Gong Bao reminded him, "Don't rush. Tomorrow, the Valley of 10,000 Echoes dungeon opens. It's filled with rare materials, and I'm sure Zhou Wang will be interested. The blood of the human emperor is incredibly valuable. If you can help me uncover Zhou Wang's true identity, the Celestial Master will reward you generously. Eternal youth or immortality would be just a small part of the prize." 10,000 Saints smile. "The Valley of 10,000 Echoes dungeon, I understand." Shen Gong Bao thought to himself, before the Celestial Master shows up, it's better to be cautious. I might get a match for those old gods who owe me favors. I'll let her scout ahead, and I'll go talk with the 7 Saints of May Mountain. Then he stopped 10,000 Saints. "Princess, please wait." The scene shifted to near the Valley of 10,000 Echoes. 10,000 Saints Princess was thinking, "First, I'll pretend to be a regular player and listen to the thoughts of these mortals." Note, powerful beings like great demons or enlightened immortals can hear the thoughts of lower-level mortals. At that moment, Liu Nian also arrived at the Valley of 10,000 Echoes. The previous battle had almost revealed his identity, so he knew that with so many people involved in the dungeon activity, it was best to stay careful. He decided not to use the Dragon Phoenix Sword for now. He couldn't handle everything, so he focused on gathering some items first. Liu Nian called out, "Isn't that Master Liu Nian? What brings you here?" Liu Nian replied, "Little pig, I need to buy some items for the dungeon." Tian Gang agreed. "All right, there's a new batch of items. Master, take a look and see if any of them catch your eye." The screen displayed a list of props being sent. Liu Nian reviewed them. "We can't use the Dragon Phoenix Sword casually, so let's prioritize the battle talismans. You decide, but all right, let's go with 50 of these for now." Tian Gang happily replied, "You're so generous, Master. Give me a spot, and I'll send them over to you right away." The player, Liu Nian, had paid 10 million, and his delivery was on its way. Please accept it when it arrives, and don't forget to leave a 5-star rating. Tian Gang expressed his gratitude. "Thanks for your kindness. I'll add an extra item for you, a strength-boosting prop that can save your life at a critical moment." Liu Nian opened the chest. "All right, thanks in advance." Tian Gang continued, "Wait, don't hang up yet. I finished reading the Hu Yao 48 techniques you gave me last time. Is there anything else?" Liu Nian replied softly, "I'm kind of busy right now. I'll find something for you when I have time in a few days." Okay, thanks again, Master. At this point, Fang Qi gently approached from behind. Liu Nian, where have you been? You didn't even answer your phone. Liu Nian quickly hung up and stopped talking. Someone called. I'll call you back later. Liu Nian said to Fang Qi, I suddenly found out where my father went missing, so I rushed over right away. Fang Qi asked, oh, is the money I gave you not enough? Liu Nian replied, it's enough. Fang Qi, are you joining the dungeon activity too? Who are the two people behind you? The system displayed the characters. Xu Mei Qiao, warrior, level 22. He Xu, archer, level 21. Fang Tai introduced them. These are my close friends, Xu Mei Qiao and He Xu. We're still looking for teammates. Mei Qiao asked Fang Qi, do you know this kid? Fang Qi winked at Liu Nian. He's the live-in son-in-law at my place. He's really strong too. He's the one who defeated the rare ginseng monster. Maybe we should let him join the dungeon. He Xu and Mei Qiao were surprised. Huh? This is your husband. Fang Tai emphasized, he's just the live-in son-in-law. Liu Nian introduced himself. Hello, I'm Liu Nian, a freelancer. He thought to himself, the people with Fang Kai should be fine. He Xu disagreed. What? We're lacking a control mage. This kid is just a level 24 free player, and he hasn't even changed his class yet. His control skills are only level 4. He can't control small monsters. He'll only slow the team down. Mei Qiao was skeptical. I've seen plenty of glory players, but you want to be a free player. Do you have a skill like Heavenly Secrets Dispersed? You'll see how weak you are later. I don't get why Miss Fang even values you. Liu Nian felt uneasy. Why do these two people seem so hostile? Have they been hurt before? The system displayed favorability towards Liu Nian, 0. Wan Sheng appeared and said, if you're short on teammates, how about forming a team with me? Fang Qi was eager, saying a level 26 female mage. Her outfit doesn't look bad either. Ice Magic is a powerful control type, definitely one of the best applicants for the team. He Xu and Mei Qiao happily welcomed her, saying, our team is just missing a mage. Come join us, big sis. We're like family here, and when items drop, we'll split them evenly. Wan Sheng asked Liu Nian, handsome, would you like to come to the Three Lagoons? Liu Nian immediately activated his specialized skill, the Fire Eye Golden Star. He could see Wan Sheng's true identity. Wan Sheng was a level 26 princess, the daughter of the Wan Sheng Dragon King from the Three Lagoons at Chaos Stone Mountain. She was the wife of the nine-headed insect who had been suppressed by Zhu Beiji for hindering the journey to fetch the scriptures. Her soul had been cast into the demon realm, unable to escape forever. Liu Nian was confused, thinking to himself, Three Lagoons, where is that? He also thought, this girl is really beautiful, with a slim waist, a full chest, and a curvy figure. She's hot. Note, having seen through Wan Sheng's identity, Liu Nian knew that those with high cultivation could easily probe the thoughts of mere mortals, so he deliberately thought random things to confuse her. 10,000 Saints Kin Tang, Du Sel Bo Thoi Tha, Cut Ra. Liu Nian felt heartbroken. This girl is so strange. 10,000 Saints trembled. Today, I listened to the hearts of hundreds of men, and not a single one is decent. If it weren't for the fear of the heavenly soldiers and generals patrolling, I would have sucked all of you dry by now. Fang Qi questioned, how dare that ugly thing touch my men? Liu Nian stepped in to mediate. Sorry, let's go. We have a more important dungeon to tackle. 10,000 Saints quickly stopped them. Wait, aren't you short one wizard? Actually a wizard. I was just joking earlier. Please let me join your dungeon. In her heart, she seethed with resentment. How dare you call me ugly? You will all die. Once we're inside the dungeon, I'll kill every one of you. Cut to the entrance of the Valley of 10,000 Echoes, where Zhang Gleifang said, the major dungeon, Valley of 10,000 Echoes, has opened. Players can now enter. Everyone was excited. Look, that's the Tangmen Star Lord. How can someone this handsome be called the Tangmen Star Lord? Zhang Gleifang was heartbroken. This is too much. Once the great king transforms into a saint, I'll definitely set fire to the divine board. Otherwise, I'll forever bear the title of Tangmen Star Lord. To explain further, Zhang Gleifang had sacrificed himself for the country. His soul was absorbed by the divine board. After being taken in by Jiang Ziya, he was granted the title of Tangmen Star Lord upon using the divine board. The players began entering the Valley of 10,000 Echoes, where the resources that drop were limited. Everyone hurry up. I have to get those rare materials. We need to enhance the magic artifacts. Fang Qi urged. The first one in there gets it. We can't fall behind. Move fast. Zhang Gleifang noticed the female player, Wan Sheng. This player has an unusual aura. I need to check it out. Suddenly, Huang Tiankine appeared. You, 3-gate star, didn't pay attention. Where do you think you're going in the dungeon? Zhang Weifang was startled. Huang Tian-kan. Huang Tian-kan scolded. You have guts? 3-gate star. I'm from the Big Dipper, one of the leaders of the Tian gang, and you dare call me by name? He continued, let me add, I'm the star of the heavenly direction, Huang Tian-kan, general of the Western Chu army, one of the 4 sons of the Martial City's king, Huang Fiyu. I've killed major generals like Feng Lin and Dao Ying and subdued armies. Zhang Guifang was eventually captured and executed by the armies of the Shang dynasty. Zhang Weifang angrily responded, what's there to be afraid of? If it wasn't for all of you surrounding me back then, you alone would have been nothing. Huang Tian-kan laughed. You remnants of the Shang dynasty today, I'll show you the consequences of offending me. At that moment, Naja appeared. Enough! Making such a ruckus till you have any dignity left. It's been over 1,000 years and you're still dividing factions like this. Now, everyone is working together to maintain order for the heavenly court. Don't make the world laugh at us. Huang Tian-kan quickly lowered his head. You're right, 3rd Prince Navja. After Huang Tian-kan left, Zhang Guifang reported, 3rd Prince Navja. Just now I noticed that there seems to be a demon hiding among the players entering the dungeon. I was planning to investigate, but was stopped by the celestial guards. Navja immediately left. I've also heard that demons have infiltrated the smaller worlds recently. You stay here and keep watch. I'll go check it out. Scene transitions to the dungeon Valley of 10,000 Echoes. Fang Qi was skeptical. This is strange. There were so many players just now, so why are there only a few of us after entering the dungeon? Liu Nian explained, the system of the Valley of 10,000 Echoes dungeon is quite unique. It has an elimination mechanism that randomly assigns each small group to different areas. Only those who reach the final boss at the last floor can participate in the group battle. Before we came here, DevG gave me detailed information, clearly explaining the situation in the dungeon. This place is far from Princess Wansheng, so she probably can't sense my feelings. The only reason she's here is because Fang Qi called her strange and ugly. There are celestial soldiers and generals outside, so she's too afraid to act. I purposely stayed behind Zhang Guifang earlier, but Fang Qi pulled me into the dungeon. Do you think Zhang Guifang noticed? If I had known earlier, I would have directly used the life-saving Bagua. If I called out her name, Princess Wansheng, it would expose the fact that I have the Fire Eyes golden pupils, which can see through demons. Those demons would definitely target me and try to kill me. But I still have a backup plan. I'll first use the Fire Eyes golden pupils to check if there are any demons hidden among the NPC monsters in this dungeon. If they are just regular NPCs, I can let them kill me, and I can revive to avoid trouble. In this situation, with my strength unknown, it's best not to directly confront any major demons. Liu Nian activated the Fire Eyes golden pupils and saw all the monsters ahead. Good, they're all real NPCs. Mai Chao said, wait a bit, I'll lead the small monsters, and then you, the mage, freeze them all. Hexu agreed, right, and we need to use the blizzard attack on the small monsters to slow them down. Princess 10,000 Saints suggested, leave it to me. I'll do my best to fight alongside everyone. She thought to herself, once we go a little deeper, I'll take care of all of you and drain you dry. Fang Qi warned, the miasma is getting thicker. Everyone, be careful. The first wave of monsters is approaching. Up ahead, the Ghost King was preparing an ambush. Fang Qi took the initiative to attack. During this time, I did my best to join the fight, and my level increased quite a bit. Mai Chao and Hak Su were no slouches either. They were just dealing with spirits and ghosts. With a flurry of strikes, Princess 10,000 Saints used a blizzard storm, killing most of the Ghost King's forces. Fang Qi encouraged, our attacks are working. A little more effort, and we'll wipe out the entire Ghost King's army. Liu Nian smiled. The time has come. Just before we entered the dungeon, I bought some power-up items to test the area of magical poison water. The plan to wipe out the group began, but things didn't go as expected. This doesn't make any sense. Why are there more and more monsters? Explaining further, Liu Nian was holding a monster summoning potion. Its special scent attracted the small monsters to gather around them. Daji's small class began. In the previous session, the Demon King had successfully trained his eyes and could now see through the true identity of Princess 10,000 Saints who came from the demon realm. In the game, if players are killed by NPC monsters, they can respawn. However, if they are killed by a demon infiltrating the game, they can never come back. So, the Demon King wants to trigger the dungeon's wipeout method to avoid being killed by Princess 10,000 Saints. Mai Chao and Haksu were scared. Kid, are you blind? That's not a poison swamp. It's a monster-sucking trap. Your stupid teammate just wasted too much energy, and now they're definitely gonna die. The Princess of 10,000 Saints quickly used her ice magic to wipe out all the small monsters. Hexu admired her. Mage, you're amazing. You killed all those monsters in just 1 or 2 seconds. Mai Qiao agreed, acknowledging that she truly lived up to being a level 26 mage. The Princess of 10,000 Saints smiled. Don't be polite. It's just what I'm supposed to do. I'm excited, but I can't let you all get killed by these NPCs. Hankshu and Mai Qiao turned to scold Liu Nian. You're level 24 and you didn't even check the item description. You're useless. Go back and study again. You almost got us wiped out. I want you to go crash your head into a wall. Fang Ti quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Sorry. This kid's head's not working today. He's causing everyone trouble by using random items. She then reminded Liu Nian, next time, read the item descriptions carefully. Don't make mistakes like this again. You're part of my team, so don't mess things up and get me killed. Liu Nian nodded obediently. Got it. I'm really sorry, Miss Fang Ti. Mai Qiao and Hexu warned him, we'll let you go this time because of Miss Fang, but if you mess up again, you're out of here. The mage sister added, let's go. No need to argue with that idiot. Fang Ti led the group, saying the boss is getting closer. Powerful monsters could appear at any moment, so everyone stay alert. As soon as he finished speaking, the level 26 Lord of the Mountain appeared. Look what I found, fresh prey coming right to my door, it said, its voice booming. The Lord of the Mountain was huge, its body covered in thick, blood-stained threads. It immediately lunged forward, ready to devour anyone in its path to gain more power. The boss quickly grabbed the weapons of Fang Qi, Hexu, and Mai Qiao. My gun. Give me back my sword. My talisman. They shouted in frustration. Liu Nian acted quickly, following the rules, and cast a fire talisman. The Lord of the Mountain smirked. You think a few weak talismans can defeat me? You should just accept your fate and become my nourishment. It used its threads to bind Liu Nian and the 3 beautiful women. Mai Qiao fumed. Damn it, get away from me. Liu Nian, feeling helpless, responded, I don't want this either. Fang Ti urged Liu Nian, think of something fast like last time. If the Venerable Saint gets angry, we'll have to use a big move. The Lord of the Mountain dares to mess up my plans, it's dead. Bitch Beizai handed over his sword. With one strike from the Venerable Saint, the Lord of the Mountain was pierced through and died instantly. Everyone cheered, yes, we made it through. One hit and the boss is dead. This is amazing. The system announced, congratulations. Player has defeated the Lord of the Mountain, the boss of the dungeon. The event has begun. Fang Ti pointed and said, everyone look, that's the entrance to the boss level. Everyone was excited. They've finally reached the boss level. I've come here for the rare materials. Suddenly, Liu Nian signaled everyone, hurry up and go. The Princess of 10,000 Saints smiled. Sorry, none of you are going anywhere. Mai Qiao and Hankshu questioned her. Liu Nian, what are you doing? In front of my sister, a powerful mage. Stop this right now. Liu Nian responded, you two idiots, don't you understand yet? Do you really think a normal level 26 mage could defeat the boss in one strike? She's a demon from the demon realm who sneaked into the game. If she kills us, we'll actually die. That's why I wanted to wipe out the whole group and have everyone respawn in the dungeon. The Princess of 10,000 Saints was impressed. So you actually have the ability to recognize demons? I've really underestimated you. The system reminded them. You cannot use any teleportation items in the Dark Realm, nor can you leave by any other means. You can only eliminate the demons summoned from the Dark Realm in order to break the domain. Mai Qiao was worried. I knew from my family that this game allows players to cultivate into immortals, but I never heard of real demons. Are they just NPCs created by Jiang Ziya, harmless to players? Hegshu anxiously said, yesterday I also received a notice from my family. They told me that demons have infiltrated the game world. If you're killed by them, you won't be able to respawn. They warned me to be extra careful, and now I can't believe we're running into them here today. During Daoji's class, the Water God opened the Divine Board to recruit heroes to the Heavenly Court. They instructed their descendants to send elite members into the game to train with the goal of eventually earning a position in the Heavenly Court. Whenever major events occur, they would also remind the younger generation through dreams. My dear grandchild, the ancestor of the Ha family, the master has instructed me to notify you. Demons have sneaked into the game world. You must be very careful, because if you're killed by them, you will die for real. Remember this well. Fang Qi apologized. Liu Nian, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you earlier. Let's focus on dealing with this demon first. Once we get through this, I'll make it up to you. Mai Qiao regretted. Hexu and I are both sorry. As soon as we take her down, you can do whatever you want. Liu Nian asked eagerly, are you serious about that? Hexu blushed. Yes, we're serious. Hurry up and think of a way. Show us your true skills or we'll all die here. At this point, there was only one way left to survive. They hoped Fang Qi's earlier words about being very strong were true. The 10,000 Saint Princess immediately swatted away Liu Nian and his group. You're just a few ants. Do you still think you can defeat me? How delusional. Go die. Mai Chao, in a panic, asked, Is this the true power of demons? Liu Nian was also shocked. I can't believe such a simple wave of her hand has so much destructive power. The 10,000 Saint Princess smiled. You're just mortals, and you dare insult me. All of you go die. Liu Nian took out a magical artifact, a defensive mirror, modeled after Zhu Beiji's mirror. Little pig, so you're relying on your artifact. A demon like her can't be handled by a regular player. The three of them hurriedly said, We need to hide behind the shield. Don't act rashly. The 10,000 Saint Princess commanded, Break it for me. Liu Nian turned to Fang Qi. If we stay here, we're definitely dead. I have to go outside and try one last time. Maybe there's a slim chance of survival. Fang Qi disagreed. No, I'll fight with you. Liu Nian said, Fang Qi, forgive me for being blunt, but after that last move from the 10,000 Saint Princess, I can see that you can't fight her. If you go outside now, you'll just get in my way. Fang Qi started crying. Fang Qi swore, I was born for Liu Nian, and when I die, I will be a ghost of Liu Nian. From this moment on, I am officially your wife. Liu Nian stepped out of the barrier. I understand. Mai Chao and Hakshu trembled, holding each other tightly. He stepped out of the defensive circle. If we can't defeat them, we're going to die. The Myriad Saint Princess smiled. Don't worry, I'll push you forward. Soon, your souls will be offered as my sacrifice. The scene shifted to a high point nearby, where Najia was observing Liu Nian. Interesting. This mortal isn't scared at all of the demoness. I want to see how he'll fare against the Myriad Saint Princess. Liu Nian used the thief technique, the shadow battle cloak, to fight back, followed by the Taoist flag, the electric talisman, and the magician technique, the great fire dog. The Myriad Saint Princess's defense started to weaken, and finally, he used the ninja technique, the shadow clone, combined with the warrior technique, and the wild insect charge, delivering continuous fatal blows to the Myriad Saint Princess. Mai Chao was surprised. Is this how free people fight? It's so powerful. Haksu said, It's useless. Free people don't have a class. The highest skill level they can reach is level 4, so they won't be able to do any real damage to the Myriad Saint. Najee smiled. That's right. Free people can learn all kinds of skills, but the highest level they can reach is only level 4. The damage they deal to someone above level 20 is almost nothing. Could this kid really be that clueless? Immediately, Naojia's attitude changed. What? How is this possible? The clothes of the 10,000 Saints Princess were torn to shreds. Fang Qi was stunned. What's going on here? Is he really that powerful? Is my man really this strong? Mai Chao and Haksu were overjoyed. That's the great demon from mythology. Liu Nian was just an ordinary person, yet he was able to defeat such a great demon? That's incredible. Liu Nian, we were wrong. The 10,000 Saints Princess's body trembled. Damn it, that damn bug of a mortal actually dared to hurt me. You're just a free people with only a level 4 skill. How could you deal such high damage? Liu Nian proudly responded, Who said my skill level is only 4? I'm a free people unlike any other. After Liu Nian successfully trained his 9 orifice acupuncture point, he unlocked the Emperor's Key skill. This increased all combat skill levels by 6, meaning each skill was now at level 10, fully maxed out. System message. Congratulations on successfully training the 9 orifice acupuncture point. You have unlocked the Emperor's Key. This skill increases the upper limit of all your combat skills. Liu Nian happily said, I don't have 8 class change skills with a limit of 4, but with an additional 6 levels, they're all maxed out. From now on, I'm the strongest free people, aren't I? Not only can I use many more techniques, but they're all at max level. I'm a true, glorious expert. The Princess of 10,000 Saints was furious. I don't care what kind of free people you are, you're going to die here today. Hurry up and die for me. The sky turned dark. Najia felt uneasy. This is bad. Fang Qi, Mai Chao, and Haksu were all worried. Honey, be careful. Grandpa, be careful. Liu Nian thought to himself, this attack is really powerful. If I hide behind the defense, it could end up hurting them. Fang Tai threw out a magical artifact. Darling, take this. The system announced the activation of the Wind and Thunder Feather Strike artifact. The Princess of 10,000 Saints kept attacking. It's useless. As long as my death serpent locks onto you, there's no doubt you're going to die. She thought to herself, and as for those women over there, once this guy dies, I'll capture them and send them as gifts to my subordinates. Then I'll strip them of everything. That would be the only way to satisfy my anger. Mai Chao and Haksu were terrified. We're done for. We're definitely going to die. Fang Qi reassured them. We have to trust Liu Nian. He will definitely defeat the Princess of 10,000 Saints. Suddenly, from a distance, Liu Nian's weakness was struck. Oh no, my chrysanthemum. Fang Tai thought to herself, Liu Nian will be fine. He just wasn't careful. We can't just stand here doing nothing. We need to cheer him on. If there's a chance, we should use our magical artifacts to help Liu Nian win. The princess of the 10,000 Saints frantically chased after Liu Nian. Was this kid a mouse or something? How could he possibly escape? As they flew, Liu Nian coughed up blood, and everyone grew worried. What's happening? Why is Liu Nian spitting up blood? The princess of the 10,000 Saints smiled. Earlier, that kid was bitten by my heavenly serpent. My serpent's bite is venomous, so the poison must be spreading by now. Liu Nian quickly recovered. I'm fine. I still have my blood replenishing pill. I can't keep running. I need to find a way to fight back. Could it be that the Wind Thunder Warrior doesn't have any special abilities? In Liu Nian's mind, he remembered the warning from the princess of the 10,000 Saints. It's useless. If my heavenly serpent locks onto you, you're as good as dead. Liu Nian risked everything. This was his one chance. He activated his most powerful technique, the Heavenly Cataclysm, and used his Wind Thunder Warrior's abilities to unleash 3 consecutive strikes, triggering hidden effects that dramatically increased his speed. System notification. The Wind Thunder Warrior has been dispelled. Liu Nian smiled. As expected, the Wind Thunder Warrior had a special skill. Combined with the power of his Heavenly Cataclysm, Liu Nian quickly took control of the princess of the 10,000 Saints. He hid behind her to deceive the Heavenly Serpent. The princess's system notified the original target is out of sight. Target lost. New target acquired. She refused to believe it. Impossible. And just like that, she exploded into pieces. The system notification read, the effect of the dark domain has been lifted. Combat status canceled. The protective shield from the 8 Immortals defense simulation has been dispelled. Everyone was excited. We won, we won. Najee smiled. This little kid not only managed to master all the skills in Jiangzi Yezgain, using just basic spells, but also managed to trigger the properties of a magical item 3 times in a row. It seemed like he had a natural talent in his bloodline. With his current attack power, it would be very difficult to quickly defeat Princess Wansheng. Luckily, it was his idea to aim for the left and strike the right, which allowed him to land the attack. System notification. Congratulations, the player has defeated Wansheng and received a demon pill, as well as a Ming Ice Stone. Liu Nian thought to himself that the Ming Ice Stone was one of the old Dao items needed to activate the Long Phoenix Sword. Now, all that was left were the Chaos Origin Jade and the Swan Yuan Iron. Fang Ti and Haxu rushed over to hug Liu Nian. Sweetheart, Liu Nian is so handsome. How about you come live with my family? We could become a big immortal cultivation clan. Mai Chao admired him. You're so strong. Would you be my master? Then we could interact even more. Fang Qi scowled. Hey, have some decency. You have to be careful with friends. Watch out for thieves and friends alike. Liu Nian could only marry into the Fang family. She kissed Liu Nian on the lips. Thank you for saving me, but remember, I'm yours. Hekshu and Mai Qiao watched, fuming. Liu Nian said, now that the fighting is over, let's first use the healing items to recover, and then we can head to the final boss level. At that moment, Najida appeared. Not bad, a free-to-play player only level 20, and yet he managed to defeat a powerful, legendary demon. This kid really is a genius. Liu Nian became cautious. Who are you? Najida looked confused. I'm in this outfit. Don't you guys know who I am? Everyone was surprised. It's Najida, the third prince. Najida walked closer. After watching him fight, he felt the kid had some real potential. How about becoming my little brother? I'll take care of you from now on. Liu Nian was taken aback. Could this Najida, the third prince, be into men? Note, Long Yang Chi Hao is a term used for homosexuality. Najia was angry. Hey kid, what are you thinking? Has no one told you that you shouldn't think such things in front of immortals? The others were confused. What's going on here? Fang Qi knelt down. Your Highness, the third prince, Liu Nian, isn't from a cultivation family. He's just started playing the game and doesn't know the customs of this world. Please forgive his rudeness. Najia lifted Liu Nian's shirt. I'm not hurting him. It's just that the poison from the purple dragon inside him is acting up. If it's not treated, it'll die. Everyone was shocked. So he was poisoned by the dragon earlier. Fang Qi was worried. Your Highness, the third prince, Liu Nian is in danger. Do you have an antidote? Najida said, yes, it's possible, but this medicine of mine can only remove the poison that's entered the muscles. The poison on the outside still needs to be cleaned by you yourselves. Only then can it fully heal. Fang Qi pleaded, please, third prince, tell us how to clean the external poison. I'm willing to do anything, as long as it saves Liu Nian. Najide smiled. It's simple. 3 people need to work together to gather their inner energy and use their tongues to gently lick the wound. Your inner energy will gradually wear down the poison and eliminate it. Fang Qi, Mei Qiao, and Haixu blushed lick. Liu Nian had been bitten on the butt by the poison, and if they weren't careful, they might end up licking the wrong spot. Haixu reminded them, Liu Nian saved our lives. It's only right that we help him cleanse the poison. Fang Qi spoke sincerely, Mei Qiao, I know this is uncomfortable for you, but considering the bond we share as sisters and the fact that Liu Nian saved you earlier, I hope you can help. Naja quietly observed them. From the energy he sensed from the three of them, he could tell they each carried the aura of the legendary healers and warriors from the old myths, one from the line of the divine General Miao Gan, and the other two seemed to be descendants of Xian Gu, a Taoist immortal. These girls must be their descendants. General Fang Xiang, a famous general from the Yin Zhao Wang's palace and a merchant from the Western Banner, had fallen in battle during the Ten Greats. He was later appointed by the Divine Board as the god of opening the road. General Chu Maogong, another great general from the Tang dynasty, had been honored by Emperor Taizong for his contributions in pacifying the world and was granted the surname Lai. Xian Gu, one of the 8 Taoist immortals in folklore, was said to be able to use lotus flowers to cross the sea, bring rain, and eliminate epidemics. Mei Qiao hesitated and said, all right, as long as Fang Qi doesn't get jealous. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from licking that spot of his. Najera, frustrated, snapped, are you guys still trying to stave in or not? The kid is about to die. You can't expect me to go and lick him, right? At that moment, Liu Nian's blood pressure dropped significantly. Fang Qi said, it's too late now. First, let's remove his lower half armor so we can treat the poison. As soon as they took his pants off, a strange light radiated. Mei Qiao was surprised. It looks like the Rui Jingu Bang, a magical staff, but why would Liu Nian have it hidden in his pants? Nazai replied, that's not the Rui Jingu Bang. It's just Liu Nian's water outlet that's been polished and refined. But the fact that it's developed such a strange phenomenon means this kid has a rare dual cultivation talent. If we could dual cultivate with him, our spiritual energy would increase rapidly, our experience would double, and our souls could be tempered as well. This kid is a true dual cultivation genius. Mei Qiao and Haixu were excited. A true dual cultivation genius. Fang Qi, annoyed, urged, stop standing there like idiots. Hurry up and save him. Everyone began gathering their spiritual energy to the tips of their tongues as the system announced that it was purging the toxins. Mei Qiao smiled. With his strong, impressive physique and his thick veins, just like the third prince said, he really is a dual cultivation genius. Haixu reminded, hurry up and focus on cleansing the poison. Stop looking around. Suddenly, Haixu touched the wishing staff. I just touched it once, just once. What kind of ultimate dual cultivation immortal item is this? Fang Qi snapped. What are you two doing? If you don't focus on treating him, Liu Nian is going to die. I know what you're thinking. If Liu Nian comes back to life, I'll share him with you. Mei Qiao and Haixu eagerly asked, really? You better not regret it. He's a legally eligible bachelor who's just come of age. We can't wait any longer. Fang Qi promised on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays he's all mine. The rest of the time, you two can split him. Mei Qiao and Haixu protested, no way. We'll draw lots to decide. Fang Qi disagreed, don't be unreasonable. Liu Nian is my husband. The fact that I'm willing to share him at all shows my dedication. Haixu and Mei Qiao chimed in, we want to marry him too. This game world doesn't require monogamy. At that moment, Liu Nian started to recover. Why can't the 4 of us cultivate together? He asked. Immediately, the 3 of them, Fang Qi included, gave Liu Nian a good scolding. Fang Qi, worried, asked, are you okay? Don't tell me the poison is still there. Najra fed Liu Nian a pill. He's fine now. After he takes this pill, he'll be healed. System notification. The death poison has been completely eradicated. Najra said, consider yourself lucky to have met me. Since you're here, it's decided. You'll be one of my subordinates. Liu Nian hesitated, but Najra cut him off. No refusals. I need some face too. Take this. It's my basic technique. With so many rich women supporting you, you're probably not lacking gold. Now go. I've got other places to patrol. The system displayed that this was one of Najra's specialized magical treasures. This item had been temporarily created by Tai Yi Zhenren. Najra's brute's attack weapons could cause widespread damage, and this treasure made of golden threads was a financial asset. Nazal left his usual fur cloak shimmering with the colors of dusk, untouched by the moral world. He left a mark on Liu Nian's lower back. Kid, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just show them this lotus mark. Train hard. I'm waiting for you. Liu Nian groaned, great. How am I supposed to show a mark on my lower back? Meanwhile, Najia reflected on his patrol. It was a nice coincidence to run into the kid his mother had asked him to look after, and even better to see another little drama unfold. It was all quite amusing, but the kid's talent wasn't bad either. The scene shifts to the past, where Madame Anne assigns a task to Najda. A few days ago, Master Wen came to ask me to have you take care of a player named Liu Nian. Master Wen rarely asked anyone for help. Najda, can you help him out this time? Najda agrees. Okay, mother, you can leave this to me. Right now, Liu Nian has the lotus seal I've given him. If he encounters any danger, the lotus seal will help him hold out for a while, so I can consider the task you assigned to me as complete. The path to immortality is very dangerous, and I hope he makes it to the end. After that, I'll continue my patrol. I've heard that a group of demon rats from the demon world is sneaking into the game world, and they need to be dealt with. The scene shifts to Lanru Temple, the final boss level of the Valley of 10,000 Echoes. The Yuming Guild, ranked 168, appears. A member named Su Zai Wen, a level 23 swordsman, speaks up. I've heard that demons have been sneaking into the game world recently. The young master should be careful. Xiao Yan Mo, the president of the Yuming Guild, a level 24 soul summoner, responds calmly. It's fine. Aren't you all here? Besides, we are descendants of the great Emperor Feng Duo. With our bloodline and our innate abilities in the underworld, we can deal with these small fry. The Emperor of Fengdu is the leader of the underworld, the lord of the gods in hell. All demons and evil spirits in the world fall under his control. At this moment, there was a strong aura of killing intent ahead. The black and white twin assassins, members of the Underworld Guild and a level 23 mage, immediately set up defenses. Young master, be careful. A group of level 24 zombies charge forward, attacking. With the black and white twin assassins here, you won't be able to harm the young master. More and more zombies appeared. Su Zai Wen immediately drew the Mystic Ming sword, launching hundreds of swords in a single strike, wiping them all out. Hong Zhu, an elite member of the Spirit Guild, level 27, ranked 6th in the guild standings, appeared. He clapped his hands, clearly impressed. Daji's brief lecture led hundreds of guilds in the game's miniature world, with 6 major guilds at the top. Vermilion Bird, Dominance, Imperial Court, Peach Blossom Nest, Rampage, and Spirit. Hong Zhu's teammate reported, Little guild leader, I've investigated. They're a newly formed guild not even established for long. The guild only has 6 members and is ranked 168th. Hong Zhu smiled. Outside the top 100, and they only have 6 members. He glanced at the chests of the 2 black and white assassins. I am Hong Zhu, younger brother of Hong Jin, president of the Spirit Guild, one of the 6 major guilds. Everyone respects me and calls me Little Guild Leader. I have my eye on you too. I thought to myself, a newly established guild like this will definitely be eager to latch onto a big power, and when the time is right, I'll find a chance to deal with these 2 sisters. Hong Zhu wore a lewd expression. The young beauties in front of him pushed forward and leaned back. Just follow me, and you can have all the resources you want, said a proud member of the Spirit Guild. You're so lucky to be favored by our guild leader, Hong Zhu. We're one of the 6 largest guilds on the entire server. One of the 6 biggest guilds. Do you know what that means? It means our progress in the game is ahead of everyone else's by a step. We have access to intelligence, resources, and equipment. No one would dare to randomly PK you when you're out in the wilderness. How great is that? Plus, our guild leader used to freely wander the Sacred Kingdom University to study game strategies and is someone who can easily break through different dungeon levels. Soon, they'll be promoted to vice president. Xiao Yan Mo stared coldly. You looking for a death wish? The black and white twin assassins were radiating murderous intent. Get lost now. Hong Zhu trembled in fear. What do you want? I'm a citizen of the Free Nation, and my brother is the president of a super guild. The Spirit Guild member angrily shouted, You guys refuse a drink that's offered to you, but you're asking for a penalty drink? What's the meaning of this? You think you can mess with the younger brother of the president of the Hong Guild? Just wait until your guild's experts become the targets of our PKs. By then, don't even think about leveling up in the wild map anymore. I only regret not being a woman so I can serve the young guild leader better. Suddenly, a brick flew straight at Hong Zhu's head, and he panicked. Who's the coward who doesn't know martial ethics and attacks me from behind? Protect me now. The Spirit Guild member yelled angrily. Which trash dares to hurt a member of our Spirit Guild? Liu Nian smiled. It seemed the secret skill he had just learned wasn't quite mastered yet. The golden brick didn't hit the big brute, but instead struck the small shrimp. What a waste. The system displayed current gold deducted 500,000, skill basic golden brick acquired, a PvP skill in the game. Throwing it during a PA results in a 500,000 gold penalty. Hong Zhu fumed. Who are you? Your guild is just a tiny one ranked 168th. I suggest you mind your own business. Liu Nian took a stance. I've always loved stepping in when I see injustice, shouting when I see wrong, and acting when it's time to act. With that, He threw the brick directly at the 3 members of the Spirit Guild. System notification. Current gold deducted 500,000 x3. Liu Nian felt heartbroken. Every time that golden brick flew away, it cost her 500,000. Was this rank 168 even worth trusting? Just now, as a precaution, I used the Fire Eye Golden Crystal to check these 4 people. It showed that they were all from Fengdu City, but their professions had a special prefix hidden that masked their true roles from Fengdu. The system displayed one after another. Xiao Yanmo, summoner from Fengdu City. Su Zai Wen, swordsman from Fengdu City. Black and white twin swords, sorcerers from Fengdu City. According to the cultivation handbook given to me by Sister Qin from the Baohua Tower, it mentioned that some of the elites from Fengdu Circle could use spirit magic to summon divine beasts. Some could even resurrect and bring back heroes from history. The people entering the miniature game world were all the elite of their respective races, so they were bound to have such abilities. Their rising ranks were only a matter of time. Moreover, once they reached a high enough level, they could very well become immortals in the underworld. I could also ask them to help extend my parents' lifespans a little bit. I really need to hold on to these powerful allies. I can't let them slip away. A member of the Spirit Society groaned, holding his head. It hurts so much help. Hongzhu shouted angrily, "Don't panic. This skill costs a lot of money. Let's use our magic tools to kill him and see how much he can burn through." Fang Qi smiled and said, "Is that so? The Kuaishan Corporation of the Fang family?" Mai Chao added, "And my Daitang Food Corporation." Hexu joined in, not to mention the Hef family's martial arts academy. When these 3 came together, they formed Liu Nian's powerful business empire, and we would provide Liu Nian endless cash to use. The members of the Spirit Guild were shocked. The Fang family with the Kuaishan Corporation, Mei Qiao with the Tang Food, and the Ha family with the Martial Arts Academy. These 3 major families were top tier in Huaxia. How could this be? Liu Nian smiled and said, "Let's see which one I should take down next." The system originally subtracted 500,000. The basic golden brick skill and the PvP skills passed on to Liu Nian by Najda. When engaged in PvP, 500,000 in game currency would be deducted. Liu Nian looked at the member next to Hongzhu and said, "It's you." Hongzhu, furious, snapped, "You little brat, don't push it. Even though the 3 families are rich, this is a game world now. Big guilds for the real power, the warlords. Do warlords fear the rich?" Liu Nian immediately used the golden brick to take down all the members of the Spirit Guild. Really? The system kept sending notifications. HP 0 initially reduced by 500,000. The Spirit Guild members disappeared one by one and their equipment dropped. This was the power of money. The people around him trembled in fear. This kid took down the vice president of the Spirit Guild. He's dead for sure. Quickly informed the Spirit Guild. The old man sighed. Youth is full of energy. Sometimes stepping back can open up new possibilities. Liu Nian regretfully picked up the equipment, throwing out several million in one go. His heart hurt a little. Even though his beautiful and capable friends were all very rich, if this kept up, his stomach would get worse and worse. He could only eat soft rice. No, he had to rely on himself. Maybe he could recover some health by picking up this junk. Fang Qi said, "Honey, stop picking up trash. It's just a few million. Throw it away if you don't want it. I prefer giving you money to spend. The more you spend, the happier I am." Mai Cao smiled and said, "All you need to do, Liu Nian, is focus on perfecting your body and becoming a saint. No matter how much money our families will invest in you." Hexu hugged Liu Nian. "Liu Nian, you should come to my house and be my son-in-law. Don't worry about a few million, even a few 100 million. It's all yours." Fang Qi warned, "Don't try to take advantage of this. Liu Nian is mine." Liu Nian felt helpless. So this is what it feels like to be taken in by a wealthy woman, huh? The 2 sisters, Black and White, approached. "We are the Black and White duo. Thank you so much for your help." Liu Nian smiled. "No need to be polite. This is something I should do." Xiao Yanmo also expressed her gratitude. "Thanks again for earlier." Liu Nian introduced herself. "My name is Liu Nian, and these are my teammates from the harem." Xiao Yanmo observed, "Your free people level isn't high, but that move you just used was clearly Taoist magic. This person isn't simple, and their character seems pretty good. Definitely worth getting to know." Both Liu Nian and Xiao Yanmo had the same thought. Let's team up and take down the boss. Then the 2 shook hands. Su Zai Wen, Xiao Yanmo's subordinate, spoke up. "The boss of the mountain, the old demon of the La Ruoxi Temple, has thick health and high damage, but our current team lacks a defender who can take the damage. We're probably going to struggle against regular damage as well." Liu Nian smiled. "That's easy. The team for La Ruoxi Temple is limited to 10 people, so we can just invite a tank to take the damage." The system displayed in the World Channel recruiting for the team. Our team is missing 2 tanks. Equipment and materials will be distributed based on dice rolls. Fang Ke pulled out 2 golden cards. Tanks who want to join can find Liu Nian to get into the team. Each person will get a 1 million subsidy. The other's eyes lit up. Oh wow, no wonder she's so rich. I'm a tank, but my character's only got a blue quality. Bro, let me in, big boss. Let me in. I've got thick blood. Pick me. Hongzhu threatened, I'm watching to see who's dumb enough to join them. Anyone who joins that bastard's team is going against the Spirit Guild. If anyone dares to accept their invite, I'll make sure more than 10,000 members of our guild put their ID on a blacklist. If they see you, they'll kill you on sight. And don't forget, our guild has an assassin ranked #1 in the server. No one can escape his pursuit. The other side joking that messing with the Spirit Guild meant being hunted forever. It wasn't worth it. Money wasn't easy to come by, and offending a big guild made it hard to go anywhere. Fang Ke quickly tried to convince them. Anyone want to join? I'll pay right away. The others hesitated. Hongzhu smiled. It's useless. They all know that earning money this way is pointless if they don't live long enough to spend it. This is the real power of the Spirit Guild. Mai Chao and Haksu were furious. You dare threaten others to team up with us? If you're so tough, why not PK? I'll beat the teeth out of you. I'll remember you, that I won't let this slide so easily. Hongzhu said casually, I admit that your families are very wealthy, but in this world, it's not just about money. You also need power and influence. We have so many members like that, and just one of them spitting would be enough to drown all of you. Liu Nian replied, it's fine, we don't have a tanker. I've figured out a way to clear the level. In fact, we might even break the record for completing it. She thought to herself, I am the strongest free agent, plus I have the armor that boosts both physical and magical defense and a skill that lets me take damage above my level. I can even heal myself. Clearing this dungeon will definitely be no problem. Hearing this, Hongzhu and the others burst into laughter. Listen to this, Hongzhu said. She says she can break the record and get the special reward. This is what you call a ridiculous boast. Xiao Yan Mo said, Brother Liu, I believe in you. Let's give it a shot. Hongzhu interrupted, wait a second. Why don't we make a bet? If you manage to clear the level, I'll kneel down and bow to you. And from now on, I won't let anyone from the guild cause trouble for you. But if you lose, it's simple. Let these 2 tall ladies join my guild. Xiao Yan Mo warned, don't even think about it. Hongzhu grinned smugly. What's wrong? Didn't you say you trusted him? What now? You don't have faith in your own brother Liu. All I'm asking is for them to join my spiritual guild. I've got the best tanker. At this moment, Fan Wen Cheng, a level 28 warrior from the Spirit Guild, appeared. Everyone was in awe. Wow, he's fully equipped with Blood Bowl purple quality gear. This is amazing. The strongest tanker set under level 30. Hongzhu smiled and said, did you see that? After joining our guild just 1 week and he's already the strongest tanker among the newbies. Joining a big guild gives you a future. These 2 girls joining our guild, that's their fate. I won't treat them poorly. Liu Nian then threw a gold brick toward them, saying, all these little punks everywhere are the same. Nothing but trouble. The system notification, which had initially deducted 500,000, immediately knocked Wen Cheng out. Hongzhu couldn't believe it. How is that possible? You brat, you're done for. You've ruined my plans 1 too many times. I want to make sure you never leave the safe zone again. Xiao Yan Mo spoke up, Brother Liu, this is a matter for our guild. Don't make trouble with the Spirit Guild. They have the top-ranked assassin in their ranks. Liu Nian advised, don't agree to their bet. I just can't stand these little punks bullying others with their power. He then thought to himself, I wonder if pressing the lotus flower on my rear end has any real effect on ordinary people. Xiao Yan Mo said, black and white, I believe I can handle the dungeon, so I'm willing to accept this bet. The black and white twin assassins nodded in agreement, following the young master's instructions. Xiao Yan Mo continued, all right, I trust Liu and I'm confident we can clear this dungeon, so I'll take the bet. However, you must promise that once we clear the level, you won't use the power of your Spirit Guild to seek revenge on me. Hongzhu smiled. Of course. I swear to the heavens, if I break this promise, I'll be struck by divine fire and never be able to reincarnate. At that moment, thunder suddenly roared from the sky. The others were confused, wondering why there was lightning out of nowhere. The system prompted, do the players wish to challenge the final boss of Lan Rui's temple? Liu Nian smiled. If Xiao Yan Mo had accepted the bet, he might as well take the opportunity to break the record, boost his reputation, and set the stage for recruiting members to form a guild in the future. The participants quickly entered the teleportation circle. Hongzhu smiled. No tankers, yet they want to clear the level. Once these girls join my guild, I've got plenty of tricks to win them over. The scene shifted to the final boss level of the Valley of 10,000 Echoes. The system reminded players. An ancient black mountain demon is guarding the Lan Ruyu Temple. Defeating it will reward you with powerful items and boosts, strengthening the player's abilities. Xiao Yan Mo said, according to my research, the boss at Lan and Huozi will use a powerful move every 30 seconds. If there isn't a tank in the team, we'll be instantly wiped out. So, to ensure safety, it's best to have both a primary and a secondary tank in the team to alternate using their life-saving skills to block that big move. Liu Nian reassured him, don't worry. When the time comes, we'll focus our firepower, and I'll use my ultimate skill to absorb the damage. Don't forget, my class is free people. Xiao Yan Mo looked worried, but Liu, your skill is only level 4. You'll need someone to heal you. I have a very special bloodline talent that allows me to switch to a hidden class, either summoner or healer. If you know mine, I can help heal you. Liu Nian threw his arm around Xiao Yan Mo's shoulder. It's fine. Just focus on your skills. I can heal myself. We not only want to complete the dungeon, but we also want to break the time record. Xiao Yan Mo blushed a little. All right then, I'll follow your lead. He used his summoner skill to summon a hell imp. The imp grinned and said its usual lines when it appeared, Boss, can't you even defeat this one? System message, hell imp, a demonic creature that can unleash attacks like hellfire. Daji's brief lecture. There are a total of 10 professions in the game Glorious Battle for Supremacy. Warrior, swordsman, ninja, mage, priest, monk, Taoist, summoner, marksman, and rogue. Among these, the professions that can serve as tanks are the warrior and the monk. In other words, the main character, Liu Nian, just happens to have 2 life-saving skills, one from the warrior and one from the monk. The cooldown time for each skill is 60 seconds, and they can be used interchangeably. At this moment, a wave of dark power appeared. The black and white twin serpents were on high alert. Young master, be careful. Finally, a boss appeared. The system prompted, the boss ahead is the Black Mountain Old Demon. Would you like to watch the introductory video? Liu Nian selected yes, thinking to himself, it's probably better watch it. Maybe I can find more clues for the strategy from this video. I can also use my fire eyes to see if they are really demons. Ni Xiao Kan and Ning Kai Chen are lovers. They, along with the Black Mountain Old Demon, come from the story of Liu Zai. The Black Mountain Demon hugged Ni Xiao Kan from behind. Ni Xiao Kan, you don't want Ning Kai Chen to be eaten by me, do you? He slowly started to remove Ni Xiao Kan's outer robe. The Black Mountain Demon, not there. He bit into her neck, muttering, don't, but your body is being honest. Ni Xiao Kan resigned. Please no. As Liu Nian was watching, he sensed killing intent from 3 people, Fang Qi, Mei Cao, and Haxu. He decided to skip the introduction video as there didn't seem to be any useful clues. Liu Nian thought, forget it, it's time to prepare for the attack. Xiao Yan Mo, who was also watching, quickly turned away. Liu Nian thought to himself, that old man Jiang Ziye must have watched a lot of pig movies, because this game doesn't make any sense at all. At the same time, the Black Mountain Old Demon, level 28, appeared. This is the territory of my Demon King of the Underworld. I want your souls to stay here forever in the Lan Ru Temple. A bit more about the Black Mountain Old Demon. He was the Demon King of the Underworld. Originally, he was a black mountain in the underworld that had cultivated into a spirit. With profound power, he was both the Demon King among demons and the King of Ghosts. Liu Nian activated the Fire Eye Golden Crystal system to display the Black Mountain Demon, a level 28 NPC boss for the dungeon. Everyone was ready. This Black Mountain Old Demon was just an NPC in the game. I was part of my dad's Golden Gaming team, so I have a lot of experience with multiplayer games. Everyone follow my lead. Prepare to release the monsters. Hi-bye, Xiao Yan Mo, and Hachu. You'll stand at the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock positions, 30 steps away from the boss. The melee team will attack from behind the boss after 5 seconds. Liu Nian rushed forward, using a combination of the warrior's mocking charge and the priest's electric body spell to control the Black Mountain Demon. I've set up the aggro, so I'll take the boss. The higher the aggro, the more the boss will target me and ignore the other players. Next up were Hai-Bai's twin assassins. They combined their Ice Blast and Fireball spells, while Hexu attacked with Spirit Energy bullets. Fang Qi and Mai Qiao quickly moved in on the Black Mountain Demon, using their sword techniques, Mystic Ice Dragon Dance, which matched perfectly with my 4 directions, Heaven Shattering Slash. Next, Xu Zai Wen practiced the Infernal Fire Sword technique. Xiao Yan Mo asked anxiously, Brother Liu, are you sure you don't need any treatment? Liu Nian smiled and reassured him, I'm fine, just watch me. The system notification sounded. Revitalization Technique Level 10 restores 3% of maximum HP. Xu Zai Wen and Xiao Yan Mo were both shocked. How is revitalization technique at level 10 even possible? You can only learn it at level 10 after changing your class to priest. Liu Nian smiled again. That's not all though. There's also the sacred word healing technique. The system notification popped up again. Sacred word healing technique level 10 restores 20% HP to the player. My child imagined the scene, marveling at Liu Nian's constant, flawless movements. It was amazing. His precision almost took her breath away. Fang Qi cheered, "Brother Liu Nian is unstoppable. We should keep going and give it our all." Liu Nian warned, "Back off in close combat. The boss is about to use a big move." Black Mountain immediately pushed back Liu Nian's team and unleashed a powerful strike. Liu Nian quickly defended, the warrior skillfully blocking the attack while he steadily backed away. The mage knew he had to pull the monster out of the crowd, otherwise people would start losing health. A light injury could be healed with a potion, but anything worse would be a problem. Liu Nian took a hit from Black Mountain's attack, losing 50% of his HP. He quickly cast the Holy Word healing spell. The first big move from the old Black Mountain demon is over. Let's keep going, everyone follow my lead. After some time fighting, Liu Nian warned again. This is the sixth big move from the Black Mountain demon. We need to use the martial monk's life-saving skill this time. Black Mountain's killing intent was overwhelming. You mortals, feel my wrath. The surrounding people were immediately affected, their health dropping steadily. Liu Nian quickly activated his priest skill, the soul shield for all teammates. System notification. Level 10 soul shield for all envelops all teammates in a soul light sphere, reducing 30% of damage with a cooldown time of 60 seconds. That shield actually absorbed the damage from Black Mountain's big move. But our health is low, and even with the 30% damage reduction, the next big move could wipe us out. Xiao Yan Mo was amazed. The healing amount is insane. The system just notified that HP dropped by 50%. Holy Word healing spell activated with a 60-second cooldown. Liu Nian wiped off the bloodstains. Just now, he almost had to reduce the number of team members. This was likely the Black Mountain Old Demon entering Phase 2. Healing the team would take time to recharge, and next time would be even harder. But he had seen his dad play Warcraft, and his dad had killed the boss even after all his teammates were wiped out. In this game, he's the strongest free person, so there definitely won't be any problems. Xiao Yan Mo said, "Brother Liu, even though you've mastered all the basic beginner-level immortal skills, you're still just the strongest free person within the game's limits. But I'm a buff player and I can summon power beyond the game's scope. That's why I'm willing to take on this bet." Jiang Ziya had divided the basic beginner-level immortal skills and the top 10 career skills in the game. The main character, Liu Nian, had mastered the top 10 career skills. This meant he had also mastered all the basic beginner-level immortal skills. Xiao Yan Mo summoned the Imperial Hearing Spirit Beast. "In the name of the Demon Lord, with the power of the Spirit Realm, obey my call. Imperial Hearing Beast, appear now." The Imperial Hearing Beast, a spiritual creature hiding under the altar of Earth deity Xitigarbha, had the ability to sense everything in the world by listening to the hearts of people. It was especially skilled at hearing the unity of movements among a group of wild beasts, the calm and synchronized rhythm of their entire pack. The black and white duo were worried. Why would the young master summon it? If he can't summon such a powerful spirit beast, he'll suffer a backlash and his innate bloodline will be damaged. "Young master, stop!" Liu Nian said in panic. "What exactly is going on here?" The spirit beast let out a roar, releasing an overwhelming pressure that affected everyone present. "It was a little brat like you who summoned me?" Su Zaiwen quickly shielded Xiao Yan Mo. The DEITY was the divine beast mount of the great Tathagata Bodhisattva, and to think the young master was able to summon it. Xiao Yan Mo was bleeding. His energy was still lacking a bit, and he was experiencing some backlash. The black and white duo immediately knelt down. "Great DEITY, we humbly ask for your help." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the fight was still raging on. Haishin grinned confidently. "You're finished." Liu Nian stood firm, increasing his martial arts skill. The bell shielded the divine Lumo Gold, and the second phase ultimate move was almost ready. The second stage boss is still very strong, so it looks like breaking the record for clearing the level is still going to be tough. Everyone, keep going. The three elders immediately followed, agreeing. The scene shifts to Xiao Yan Mo. "I've prepared a gift for Lord DEITY." DEITY was still sitting, angry. "How bold of you, youngster. Do you think I can be bribed by you?" Xiao Yan Mo pulled out a chicken leg. "This is a gift I've prepared for you, Lord DEITY. Surely in the underworld, you don't have enough? If not, I still have more." DEITY was immediately swayed. "Fine, since you're the descendant of Emperor Fengdu, I'll reluctantly help you this time. But don't expect it again." "Oh damn, this is really good." The scene shifts to Liu Nian. He's been blasted away by the Black Mountain, his health significantly reduced. Dan, it hurts so much. His healing skill isn't available anymore. He takes a medicine, and then, just to give you a glimpse of what a Free People player can do, he casts a mage skill, Fireball. The scene shifts back to Xiao Yan Mo. I respectfully ask Lord DEITY to take action immediately. DEITY replied indifferently. Why the rush? Isn't it just a puppet created by Jiang Ziye using the soul of a demon? You mortals are so weak. He observed Liu Nian. This kid, with the Free People class, is a bit interesting. He's mastered all the basic beginner-level immortal techniques. Also, it seems I can smell the scent of a king. Daji's class and the career skills in the game were actually reworked by Jiang Ziya based on beginner-level immortal techniques to help players find their direction. Jiang Ziya deliberately set the career skills so that they could only be leveled up to level 4, hoping players would focus on studying their character's profession carefully. Additionally, the Emperor's hearing is very sensitive. It had previously helped distinguish between a real and fake beauty monkey king, so it could vaguely sense that Liu Nian was the true heir to the throne. The Emperor's hearing brought out a beast theory, the Earth Seal, and the Black Mountain detection, identifying a new enemy. The boss sensed a huge threat. The hate points that Liu Nian created earlier couldn't hold the boss back. The boss will automatically attack any enemy that poses a significant threat. The Black Mountain was quickly controlled by the beast control technique. Damn it, the Emperor's hearing is here. The boss puppet in this game is so realistic. There might still be a trace of consciousness in its spirit. I can't help you kill it. If the Immortals find out that I helped you defeat a monster, I get punished when I return. You can deal with the last 10% of its health. Liu Nian smiled. This is a great chance to finish it off. With only 10% health left, we can use the execution skill. Where the boss's health drops below 10%, players can use the highest damage execution skill to finish it. The black and white combined their attacks. It died. Fang Qi signaled, "Hurry up, we might break the record." Mai Chao and Hak Shu immediately sprang into action, and it was clear. With everyone working together perfectly, the Black Mountain was completely destroyed. Is it over? My eyes are filled with nothing but darkness. System message. Congratulations to the following 8 players for successfully defeating the Black Mountain Old Demon boss of the Dark Fog Valley. Liu Nian, Fang Qi, Xu Mei Qiao, Hake Su, Xiao Yan Mo, Su Zai Wen, Black and White Twin Serpents by Black and White Twin Serpents High. Time taken, 9 minutes and 6 seconds, breaking the dungeon record. A lottery draw is awarded. The angry couple, Baiji and Kim Chao, grumbled, "Liu Nian, how can he be so strong?" That one-eyed freak actually broke the record for clearing the dungeon. Cut to the dungeon entrance, where everyone was buzzing what's going on. No way. They cleared the dungeon? Wow. And they broke the time record too. Remember, this was the record set by the core team of the guild last month. The most important thing is, they only had 8 people, no healer, no tank. Hongzhu fumed. Damn it. Liu Nian. You care to mess up my plans, I won't let you get away with this. Call our people, we'll ambush them and steal their loot. The guild member hesitated, but, guild leader, didn't we make a bet with them? You even agreed to it. Hongzhu slapped him across the face. Did I tell you to talk so much? I told you to go call someone, so go do it now. I'm a bad person, all right. Can you really trust the words of a bad person? My staff was eager, almost starving for action. The black and white twins. I've got them covered. Inside the dungeon, everyone was celebrating. We did it! We've defeated the Black Mountain Old Demon. The system notification appeared. Congratulations, you've received the Black Mountain Sorcerer's Robe, 2 pieces. You've received the Hairpin Magic Charm from Meep Xiao Tian, 2 pieces. You've received the Black Mountain Sorcerer's Staff, 2 pieces. You've received Ning Kai Chen's Green Helmet, 1 piece. You've received 50 pieces of Swan Yin Stone, 50 pieces of Hun Yuan Jade, 10 pieces of Ming Ice Stone, and 88,888 pieces of Golden Ore. Liu Nian asked, "These rewards are amazing. What the heck is Ning Kai Chen's Green Helmet?" The system displayed Ning Kai Chen's Green Helmet significantly increases physical defense against enemies under level 50. Using it activates a special skill that grants 1 instance of damage immunity. The cooldown time for this skill is 24 hours. Liu Nian thought for a moment. This green helmet is pretty strong. It can save your life. It's just the color. It really bothers me. Xiao Yan Mo expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Lord DEITY, we really appreciate your help. DEITY reminded him, "Kid, don't act so recklessly next time. I can see you have potential. We might run into each other again in the underworld. Focus on your training here. I'm off." Xiao Lian Mo's brood bowed, respectfully seeing Lord DEITY off. Liu Nian watched them leave and said, "Well, they're gone. Now let's divide the loot. I need materials, and I also want that green helmet. I can pay for it if needed." Xiao Lian Mo replied, "I see that you, Liu, are really skilled at free people. Killing the boss is no problem for you. It was my sudden decision to summon Lord DEITY, so feel free to take what you need. As for the rest of the items, we'll handle them among ourselves. Any chance for a prize draw will let you have it. I don't think anyone will have an issue with that." The three wealthy ladies completely agree. For Liu Nian, we have no objections. Liu Nian said, "It's not that I'm greedy. It's just that I had to do this to save my old man." The system notified him. Receive 50 Xuanwen iron, 50 Hunyuan jade, 10 Mingbing stones, 1 record-breaking prize draw box. Liu Nian sighed. This time he owed them a favor. He had taken all the materials and he wasn't sure if they were enough to activate the Dragon Phoenix Sword. Recently, he hadn't dared to open any new player gifts from leveling up outside. When he got back to the CNU tomb, he planned to open all the new player gift boxes and prize draw boxes. Xiao Yanmo smiled. No need to be polite. Getting to know a player like you, Liu, is the best reward we could ask for this time. A while later, Fang Ti approached the dividing gate, signaling that the dungeon run was complete. "Which dungeon are we exiting from?" Liu Nian asked as he stepped out, and the group immediately started chatting. "Hey look, Liu Nian and the others are out. I wonder if they got any good loot. There's definitely going to be some drama to watch later. I heard the Spirit Guild has gone to call for reinforcements. Hongzhu blocked their path. You little brat, if you don't hand over the gear and rewards from the dungeon, you won't be leaving here today." He had just defeated the boss, and he was definitely feeling tired. "Everyone get ready. Drop the good gear, and if they get any, we'll split it fairly." Liu Nian pulled out a charm. "You think just because of you guys, you can take advantage of the situation." The three wealthy women were also prepared for a fight. There are 2 main people from the Spirit Guild. Me, Hexu, and Shu, my cow, will hold them off. "Liu Nian, you should run." Hongzhu laughed. "You think running is that easy? Surround them." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. The group of Hongzhu was thrown into confusion. "Why is there lightning?" they wondered. Xiao Yanmo thought to himself, "I cast the Sulfire Curse when you made that oath. Anyone who breaks the oath must die." Xiao Yanmo summoned an item that didn't belong to this game world. His body was severely affected by the Sulfire Curse, and he was in intense pain, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Hongzhu was struck by lightning and his body was burned to ashes. The members of the Spirit Guild were in a panic. How could the vice president have been burned alive? "Quick, use ice magic. Fire can't put it out." Hongzhu screamed, "It hurts so much. Hurry, save me." In the end, his body was charred black. Xiao Yanmo smiled. "The purity of the hellfire I summoned is still not high enough. If it were my mother's fire, she could burn him to the point where nothing would be left." In the special class, Zhang Ziya had initially set up a death limit to avoid players dying in the game. When a player was on the verge of death, they would immediately be transported to a resurrection altar. However, this protection would only work against damage caused by creatures or items introduced into the game system by Zhang Ziya. So if someone was killed by a demon sneaking in from the demon realm or by an item summoned outside the game system, they would die for real. Later on, because Zhang Ziya was sealed, the game couldn't continue developing. At this point, the spell Xiao Yanmo used to summon the Hellfire couldn't be integrated into the system, and that's why the vice president was burned to death. The members of the Spirit Guild were worried. The body of the vice guild leader had been completely burned. If he died, wouldn't his body disappear as well? Quick, check the game status of the vice guild leader. Has he respawned yet? Because the vice guild leader was killed by an item that didn't register in the system, the usual protection rules didn't apply, and his body remained exactly where it fell. The system shows Hongzhu, a level 27 swordsman, with no current HP, status, dead. His last online location was at the entrance of the dungeon Lanru Zi Yuming Valley, belonging to the Spirit Guild. The Spirit Guild members were stunned. The Vice Guild leader is really dead. Others started discussing, it must be the Demon Realm sneaking in. Only they can truly kill players. What is the Demon Realm? Has anyone heard of it? I don't know. Someone from our guild went into the secret swamp and disappeared. Our guild leader went to investigate and heard rumors that demons have infiltrated the game. I didn't believe it at first. Turns out it's true. Black and white remind us, those who break the oath will incur the wrath of the gods, and it's no surprise they were burned to death. Everyone and the members of the guild were terrified. Run quickly, they're demons. You dare to team up with demons? I'm reporting this to the game administrators. You're all as good as dead. Liu Nian sighed. Looks like we're in a bit of trouble now. Xiao Yanmo quickly apologized. It seems we caused trouble for you, Liu. We'll explain what happened here to the game's divine administrator. We'll take full responsibility for the consequences. Liu Nian replied, I don't think it'll be a big deal. If the administrator of this area is Zhang Difang or Najia, I can probably talk my way through this. Xiao Yanmo whispered, please don't mention the divine administrators by name. It's disrespectful. Liu Nian patted his shoulder. It's fine. I know them pretty well. But you all can't reveal this to anyone. Hixi reminded, you may have some skills, but you can't just talk like that. Hank Shu angrily retorted, your chest is just a little bigger than mine, so what? How dare you talk like that about Liu Nian? Hixi shot back, yeah, it's bigger than yours. Are you jealous? Mai Chao and Fang Kai joined in, so we're comparing chest sizes now. Fine, let's go. Our Liu Nian knows Najda, the third prince, by the way. Are you jealous? A new danger is approaching and a thrilling game is about to begin. Black Saito said bluntly, you're just an ordinary person. How could you possibly know someone as important as the third prince? Fang Qi smiled, is it because your young master doesn't know him? So, you're jealous? White Saito insisted, you're speaking nonsense. My young master is a descendant of the great emperor of Fengdu. How could he not know him? Fang Qi grinned, why are you quiet now? Losing confidence, huh? White Saito was furious. You're bullying me. Mai Chao immediately stepped in to block the attack. Leave the defense to me. Then the battle between the balls began. Xiao Yanmo shouted, all right, Black and White Saito, you two step back. Liu Nian scratched his head. Hey, I really do know Najia. System announcement. Attention players, in 3 seconds, the administrator will arrive at your current location. Su Zai Wen warned, the young master is a mighty celestial god under the command of the Sky King. He must be here to demand an explanation. The giant celestial god landed with tremendous power. I am the game administrator on a mission. Just now, I received reports from many players that someone among you has been colluding with demons. The guilty parties kneel and surrender. Xiao Yanmo took out the token from the Wind City Emperor, along with a red envelope filled with incense and merit. Great God of the Ancients, this matter has nothing to do with Liu Nian. I respectfully ask you to be lenient. The incense and merit have the power to replenish divine energy and extend one's lifespan. The red envelope with incense that I present here was given to me by the Wind City Emperor to help me build connections with gods and immortals across the realms in this miniature world. The great god of the ancients smiled, his face resembling a noble phoenix, his eyebrows graceful, not at all like someone from the demon or evil side. On the contrary, his expression looked shrewd. Based on my many years of experience in handling cases, the person who committed the murder is you. Liu Nian was confused. What do you mean? The great god of the ancients thought for a moment. The only person here without the aura of a celestial descendant is you. Therefore, you should be taken away for further questioning. Fang Qi disagreed. Great God of the Ancients, you can't judge a case like this. I refuse to accept it. Mai Chao whispered softly. Fang Qi calmed down a bit. It wasn't wise to argue with an immortal. Hakshu intervened. That's right, you must trust Liu Nian. He will definitely explain things clearly. Xiao Yanmo pleaded. Great God of the Ancients, they are all my friends. Please show mercy and let them go. I promise we will repay your kindness in the future. The Black Guard sighed. The young master treats Liu Nian so well. Looks like we're going to need more incense and merit. The White Guard whispered, Sister, when dealing with immortals, don't say too much. The ancient spirit glared. You are an arrogant junior. I have spared your life out of respect for the Wind Emperor, which is why I accepted your offering. And now, you think you can ask me to spare you just because of some incense and offerings? Everyone immediately felt the pressure. This was the overwhelming aura of a divine being. Liu Nian stepped forward and raised a hand to stop the situation. We are innocent. I have a way to prove it. The ancient spirit responded, then show me. Liu Nian whispered, it's not convenient to show it here. Let's go somewhere more private. You're a divine being. I'm sure you don't fear that I might set you upright. The ancient spirit scoffed, you and you're a junior. Do you think I fear you? He began walking ahead, thinking to himself, what trick is this now? Xiao Yanmo, uneasy, asked, don't tell me Liu Nian is planning to make a move against the ancient spirit. The black and white twins nodded. Stay on alert and watch from a distance. If anything happens, let us know. We'll recover from our injuries first, then come right away. The black and white twins acknowledged the order. Yes, young master, they thought to themselves, we're also curious to see what Liu Nian plans to do. The scene shifts to a desolate place. Come on, show me what you have, the ancient spirit urged. Liu Nian pulled out something from his clothing. Here, look. This is the proof. The ancient spirit was taken aback. This is the lotus seal of Prince Najda, the third prince. The black and white twin assassins were watching nearby. The white assassin said, "Sister, Liu Nian wouldn't actually be foolish enough to do something dirty with the giant spirit god, would she?" This is basically asking for trouble. This is the perspective of the black and white twin assassins. What were they up to? The black assassin grumbled, "This person really isn't any good. She went on and on about knowing Prince Navja, and after all that, turns out she's just a kept woman." The white assassin blushed. "This person will stop at nothing to achieve her goals. We need to remind the young master to keep a distance from her." The giant spirit god admitted, "It's not fake. It's really the lotus seal of Navja, the third prince. If she's truly from Navja's side, then she's one of ours. I'm the vanguard of the giant spirit god under the command of the heavenly king, who is Navja's father." To add some context, the giant spirit god was a vanguard under the command of the heavenly king, Navja's father. He had been accused after an unsuccessful campaign against the Flower Fruit Mountain, but Navja, the third prince, spoke up for him, and he was later cleared of the charges. The white assassin quickly shoved the black assassin aside. "Sister, stop looking already. If I watch too much of this, my mind won't stay clear." A while later, Liu Nian and the giant spirit god returned. Xiao Yanmo was worried. "Is Liu okay?" The giant spirit god smiled. "It was all just a misunderstanding. I'll report to the game administrators that Hongzhu's death was due to a game accident, not because of any demon chaos." Liu Nian, embarrassed, said, "Fine, it's fine, as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up." The giant spirit god said goodbye. "I still need to patrol this area. Farewell." At that moment, Fang Qi finally regained consciousness. "Where is the great spirit god?" she asked, still disoriented. Liu Nian replied calmly, "I persuaded him to leave." Haxu rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Liu Nian, you're amazing. I admire you so much. I will give you a hug of gratitude." Ma Chao smiled faintly. It must have been the divine seal given to Liu Nian by Prince Navja that made it possible. "Our clan is weak. I have to work my way up to become the main wife. I'm sorry. Thank you, ya." The black and white twins glanced at each other skeptically. Was it really just persuasion, or was there something else going on? Some people sure talk a big game, claiming to know this god and that deity. But in the end, they just rely on charm to survive. Xiao Yanmo bowed respectfully. "Once again, thank you, Liu Nian. We have urgent matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. I hope our paths cross again soon." He added silently to himself, "Even the great spirit god seemed taken in by Liu Nian's presence. Remarkable." Liu Nian waved. "Farewell. Let's tackle a dungeon together next time." Xiao Yanmo smiled. "Looking forward to it." Scene shift. Elsewhere, Mei Qiao lounged on a bed with a playful expression. "Liu Nian, tonight. I'd like us to cultivate together. Let's see if you can help me reach a new level of refinement." Scene shift. In another location, Shen Gongbao sat relaxed while a woman beside him gently fed him grapes. Suddenly, a servant burst in with grave news. "Master Shen, something terrible has happened. Princess Wan Sheng, she's been killed." Shen Gongbao remained composed. "No need to panic. She was merely a decoy. The one responsible is Zhang Nuofang." His subordinate said, "No, Huang Tiankang and Zhang Yufang suddenly clashed in front of the dungeon. Princess Wan Sheng took the opportunity to sneak into the dungeon, but unexpectedly, halfway through, a Najia appeared." Shen Gongbao responded, "So it was Naja's doing. The 7 heroes of Mai Mountain are on the divine board, so it's not convenient for them to interfere with mortals. Tell them to continue exploring the game. Dealing with mortals still requires the intervention of demons. Right now, the portal connecting to the demon realm is unstable, so only a few powerful demons can pass through. By the way, demons are divided into different ranks: demon generals, great demons, demon kings, demon emperors, and demon lords." Shen Gongbao thought to himself, "Those old gods still hope for the new emperor's reincarnation. They think it's possible to turn their bodies into saints. It's pure nonsense. We have to find the reincarnated emperor. After handing over his soul essence to the leader of the celestial sect for the ritual, we can open the gateway to the demon realm and release the Lahao. Only then can we take advantage of the chaos to destroy the board and regain our freedom." Now, why don't most gods want to stay on the divine board? First, they live in captivity, constantly being ordered to do tasks. Second, they cannot advance in their cultivation. Third, their souls are controlled by the divine board. They may be called gods, but in reality, they are just high-ranking servants. Shen Gongbao took off his pants and thought to himself, "I need to go out again. Before I leave, I should relieve some stress first." A woman was already sitting in front of him. The scene shifts to Liu Nian, where Mei Qiao is speaking warmly to him. "Brother Liu Nian, I'm really eager to start cultivating. There's a cave over there. I heard that cultivating in the wild is really exciting." Haixu pouts and says, "Hey, pick me. I'm an evil Lolita, and I'll give you a very special dual cultivation experience. My Chow and Hak Shu immediately clash. You should pick me. That old woman can't even shake properly. You belong to me. You old woman with 2 extra lumps of fat, Liu Nian replies helplessly. Women are really scary. Fang Qi, angry, says, I'm his wife. You guys are bullying me. I wasted all this time thinking you were my friends. Honey, come back to me. Tonight, I'll help you relax like never before. All 3 of these rich ladies are waiting, and I want to help you relax too, Liu Nian. Liu Nian quickly rejects. Sorry, I've got something urgent to do. I need to check in on my father's news. Once I finish, I'll go to Fang Qi's apartment. If there's anything, just contact us. The 3 rich women immediately look disappointed. Liu Nian heads to a dizzying place. The materials are all ready. He goes to Daji's place to open the beginner's gift pack and see how much power he can boost. The Jade Seal teleports him. The scene shifts to the tomb of Xian Yuan. Ladies, I'm back. Can you check if the materials are all ready? Tian Tian and Yu Garen are both sweating. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Everything is ready. Liu Nian asks, puzzled, what's that thing behind you? Yu Garen poured some water and offered it to Liu Nian. Your Majesty, this is the batch of ding we made specifically for forging swords. The Long Phoenix sword is a weapon of both ultimate yin and ultimate yang, and if the balance isn't right, the furnace could explode. We still need to prepare more. Please, Your Majesty, rest for now. Allow me to offer you some water. Liu Nian said, you've worked hard. My level 20 rookie perk hasn't been unlocked yet. This seems like the perfect time to try it out. I'll activate it now. System notification. Congratulations. The player has obtained the rare artifact, Tower of Distilled Essence. This item can absorb demons and demon essences, resurrect them, and imprison them in the Tower of Distilled Essence. 2 demon essences appeared. These were the demon essences dropped when Liu Nian had defeated the 9-headed serpent and Princess Wan Sheng. The system had announced it twice. Congratulations. You'd helped defeat the 9-headed serpent at the edge of the wilderness and have received the 9-headed serpent demon essence. And again, congratulations. You helped defeat Princess Wan Sheng, receiving the Princess Wan Sheng demon essence and a clear ice stone. Cutting back to the present, the system displayed a new hint. The player may now attempt to tame the demons trapped inside the Tower of Distilled Essence. Once the taming reaches 50%, the player can use one of their first-class skills. When it reaches 100%, they can summon the demon to fight alongside them. Since the Tower of Distilled Essence was created using the Imperial Spirit of the Immortal Phoenix, you can slay everything inside without fear. The demons will be unable to cause any harm to you. Once you reach level 40, you can unlock it again. Liu Nian was excited. I can use the skills of the demons inside. Their skills probably won't be limited by the game's rules, right? After all, I'm a player with skill buffs myself. The Tower of Distilled Essence was built under the command of the Northern Duke and the Market. According to legend, it is dazzlingly bright, incredibly similar to the palace where the immortals reside. In the Investiture of the Gods, it is described as the Tower of Distilled Essence stands at a height of 4 jang and 9 feet, with magnificent halls, jade towers, and pearl-filled palaces. Its railings are made of polished agate, and the family's decorations feature bright pearls. At night, it shines and radiates brilliant glows. The Tower of Distilled Essence now stood before Liu Nian, and he was excitedly looking around. This was indeed the Tower of Distilled Essence. Looking at the exquisite castle, the Grand Palace, it truly lived up to its legendary reputation. At this moment, Liu Nian noticed a group of demons bound to poles, one of whom was Princess Wan Sheng. Liu Nian walked closer, seeing that both Princess Wan Sheng and the 9-headed serpent were here. After all, the Tower of Distilled Essence was his magic artifact, and they couldn't hurt him. Just then, the system notified him. Congratulations, player. You have successfully unlocked the Soul Whip of the Tower of Distilled Essence. This item can only be used within the Tower of Distilled Essence. Demons you kill or assist in killing may drop demon pills, which can be used to revive and imprison them in the Tower of Distilled Essence. As long as they surrender 50%, you can choose to use one of their abilities. Once they reach 100%, you can use all of their abilities. Liu Nian was excited. His body was too weak, but if he could get the life-saving skill of the 9-headed insect, that would be so awesome. The 9-headed insect and the Princess of 10,000 Saints quickly recognized Liu Nian, Emperor Xin. Liu Nian said seriously, 9-headed insect, you should be happy that my little brother is okay. If not, no matter how useful you are to me, I would still kill you. The Princess of 10,000 Saints shouted, where are we? What the hell are you doing? Let us go. The 9-headed insect angrily said, if it were for that old man Wen Zhong, you would have died a long time ago. If you want to kill me, then go ahead. Liu Nian's gaze was cold. No, I can't bring myself to kill you. You're really useful to me. With that, Liu Nian kept lashing the nine-headed insect with a whip. This lash is for my little brother. This lash is for the humans you've killed. The whip marks were clearly visible on the nine-headed insect. This was the soul-devouring whip, and each strike devoured a bit of the soul, just like slow torture. You're so cruel. Liu Nian said indifferently, the system gave you the item, what can I do? The Princess of 10,000 Saints was furious and used her special skill. Poisonous dragon spreads, you bastards, stop it. Liu Nian simply snapped his fingers. Annihilate. The Princess of 10,000 Saints was shocked. My special skill, poisonous dragon spreads, is actually ineffective. Liu Nian smiled. Save your energy in my tower of distilled essence. You can't hurt me. Here's the translation of the text you provided. Quickly kneel and become my slave. If you submit obediently, you may suffer only a little pain. The nine-headed serpent resisted. We have cultivated for 1,000 years. How can we be subdued by a mere mortal like you? Even if it means death, I will never submit. Princess Wansheng also agreed. You're dreaming in broad daylight. Just kill us already. Liu Nian brought out the soul whip. Want to die? It's not that simple. Now continue to feel the soul-sucking effect of this whip bit by bit. The nine-headed serpent screamed, come on then. Liu Nian smiled, then turned to strike Princess Wansheng. Who said I wanted to strike you? I want to strike her. Princess Wansheng moaned in pain. This whip, it feels like small knives cutting into my flesh. Marcus, it hurts so much. The nine-headed serpent panicked. Emperor Xin, if you must target someone, do it to me. Liu Nian had an idea. Although this nine-headed serpent is vile, it's actually not that bad when it comes to Princess Wansheng. I have a plan. All right, continue torturing them. You two demons have slaughtered so many innocent lives. How can you not endure a little whipping now? After a moment, Princess Wansheng's body trembled, and her clothes were torn apart by the whip. I can't take it anymore. Liu Nian pulled her out of the chains and held her close. Nine-headed serpent, are you the one who enjoys letting your subordinates trample on humans? You like using women, don't you? Princess Wansheng, Fang Qiu, had told her one thing. You want to hand her over to the little demon to humiliate her, don't you? Today, I will replace the players you've harmed and teach you a lesson, showing you a little rabbit that bites. With that, Liu Nian poked two fingers at her sensitive spot. The nine-headed worm panicked and said, stop! Let the Princess of 10,000 Saints go, Emperor Tian. I will fight you to the death. Liu Nian threw her to the ground, grabbed her foot, and was about to take a big bite. I've eaten chicken feet, fox feet, but eating dragon feet is a first for me. The nine-headed worm helplessly said, Emperor Tian, you really are a monster. Liu Nian smiled, wiped his mouth, and said, you're finally angry. The foreplay is almost over, so let's get to the main event. Liu Nian then revealed his treasure. Both the nine-headed worm and the Princess of 10,000 Saints froze. Why was his treasure so dazzling? This was the pinnacle of dual cultivation, and by cultivating together with him, they could continuously break through and grow stronger. In the past, Emperor Tian's dual cultivation abilities were extremely powerful. After his death, he was honored as the Heavenly Joy Star Lord in charge of marriages. Dual cultivation was also his primary practice. Now, although he had reincarnated after being tempered by Daji and other demons, his treasure had become even more unusually powerful. The nine-headed worm and the Princess of 10,000 Saints exchanged a look. This time, we've completely failed. The best thing we can do is temporarily hide in space, cultivate well, and wait for a chance to escape. The nine-headed worm stopped Liu Nian, saying, wait, we are willing to submit. Please, your majesty, do not harm the Princess of 10,000 Saints. I will take full responsibility for the mistakes I've made. Liu Nian smirked. Everything was going according to plan. Once the chains were removed, the nine-headed worm and the Princess of 10,000 Saints immediately kneeled down and thanked the king for his mercy. Liu Nian opened the system to check their level of submission. The system displayed an urgent reminder. The magical tool detected that the nine-headed worm's body had self-destructed, but the system did not stop because it posed no threat to life. It was the minor magical tool of the king which judged that the nine-headed worm was more suited to follow the king. The nine-headed worm has transformed into Xiao Juzi. I am willing to become a female demon forever to serve the great king. If the great king cannot accept me, please appoint me as the grand overseer of the respectful chamber. Let me help the great king turn all the male demons in the Tower of Distilled Essence into Eunice. Only one man can exist here, and that is the great king. Liu Nian was stunned. Oh my god, I just wanted to teach you how to protect yourself. When the nine-headed worm first awakened its intelligence, it didn't distinguish between male and female. Depending on future cultivation, it can decide whether to become male or female. Now, the nine-headed worm has transformed from its original form into a female to atone. Xiao Ju smiled playfully next to Liu Nian. Great king, would you like to try it out? I'm really a woman now. Liu Nian was terrified. No, don't come near me. Xiao Ju struck a pose. I'm ready, my female body is still untouched. Liu Nian, feeling helpless, walked away. You really don't need to worry. Just do your job well as the Grand Overseer. He opened the system and quickly checked the loyalty levels of both of them. Once he received the skill, he planned to run as fast as he could. The system displayed a report. The loyalty of the nine-headed worm is 44% and the loyalty of the 10,000 Saints Princess is 39%. Liu Nian was confused after reading it. What is this? Didn't they already show their loyalty? I don't understand. The system displayed that nine-headed worm and the 10,000 Saints Princess are exchanging thoughts. Would you like to eavesdrop? Liu Nian immediately chose to eavesdrop. Xiao Ju and the 10,000 Saints Princess whispered to each other. The Emperor's new reincarnation is the ultimate dual cultivation. As long as we find a way to control him, then we can break through here and even become a demon king or demon emperor. That way, we might be able to leave this place. The 10,000 Saints Princess asked, then can my husband turn back into a man? Will we be happy together in the future? Xiao Ju replied, I'm already a woman. Why should we even talk about being husband and wife? Right now, the most important thing is for us to cultivate and escape this place. You need to figure out how to dual cultivate with the Emperor to increase your strength. The 10,000 Saints Princess was surprised. You want me to dual cultivate with a mortal? Xiao Ju reminded him, you're being foolish. Right now, the most important goal is to survive. If not, that soul-scorching whip will hit you, and sooner or later, your soul will scatter into nothing. Once we're stronger, we'll deal with him. Liu Nian was furious when he heard this. So these two were putting on an act. No wonder their obedience was so low. He immediately grabbed a whip and started lashing at them. They begged, Master, please spare us. Don't use the soul-scorching whip on us anymore. We'll wear a different kind of whip and satisfy your pleasure. Liu Nian wasn't interested in the least. Get lost. I'm not into that kind of thing. He walked over deep in thought. What should he do now? His father was under the control of a demon, and he had to find him quickly. But his body was too weak. Without the life-preserving skill of the nine-headed worm, it would be hard to move even a step. Suddenly, the wooden horse in the corner started playing music. That's it. He grabbed the clothes near the wooden horse and brought them over to the two. I command you to put these on. Princess Wanxin complained, the clothes are too small. It's so embarrassing. Liu Nian took out a whip and threatened, hurry up and put it on. Later, I'll let you have some fun. After the two of them put on their clothes, Liu Nian used his ninja chain technique to drag them to the wooden horse, forcing them to sit down. Sit down quickly. They're not happy. Don't resist. Since they were sitting on the sharp part of the wooden horse, both of them winced in pain. Liu Nian tightly restrained them and then lashed their backsides with the whip. This is what happens when you're dishonest, when you're just pretending. Now, give me your skills. The wooden horse rocked violently, and a strange fluid started dripping down. Xiao Juzi's submission level quickly shot up. She was on the verge of breaking. The sensitive part of her body was being rubbed against the back of the horse, and she finally reached her limit. The system announced that the submission level of the nine-headed serpent, trapped and living in the Tower of Distilled Essence, had reached 50%. The player could now choose one of her skills to use. Liu Nian didn't hesitate at all. It had to be a skill to save his life. The system displayed the information. The nine-headed serpent's unique defensive skill, Nine Dragons Chain Spell. This was a passive skill that automatically decapitated and protected the user up to 9 times when they were in danger. The cooldown time was 24 hours. Liu Nian was quite pleased. This was the unique skill of the nine-headed serpent. He had finally obtained the life-saving ability. Moreover, it could save him 9 times a day. The system notification confirmed that the defensive skill had been selected and the Nine Dragons continuous spell was now loading. At that moment, several snakes slithered up from the front. Hello, Master. Liu Nian was confused. Weren't you supposed to be behind me? Why are there now 9 more little heads? Xiao Ju explained, these life-saving creatures need strong yang energy to calm them down. In your past life, Master, you were the celestial joy star. For 1,000 years, you followed the path of harmonizing yin and yang for cultivation. As a result, after refining, your treasures have become the ultimate source of yang, merging into the 9 heads to form and nurture their growth. Liu Nian didn't complain further. All right then, people who accomplish great things don't sweat the small stuff. You, vile princess of 10,000 saints, I'm not only a reincarnated emperor, but also the heir of the Great Wu. If you don't submit to me, I'll bring down divine retribution. The princess of 10,000 saints groaned, please don't, I submit. System notification. The loyalty of the princess of 10,000 saints has reached 50%. The player can now choose one of her skills to use. Liu Nian tapped to confirm. Success! That's the one. Decision made. The system notification popped up. Congratulations, player has obtained the exclusive skill of Princess Van Then Demonic Art, Violet Flood Dragon Dance. This skill will summon the Violet Flood Dragon, automatically lock onto enemies, and apply a slowing effect to their actions. Liu Nian smiled. The skill is in hand. I suppose it doesn't count as a banned combat buff within the game framework. If anyone dares provoke me again, I won't be so forgiving. Van Then reached out, gently stroking the head of the coiled serpent. How unexpected. After learning the nine-headed technique, DEITY's fusion capabilities have grown this strong. With that, she began an energy transference ritual, channeling it through her point of contact with the serpent's head. Liu Nian was startled. What's happening? Why am I feeling such a strong reaction just from her interacting with the spirit beast? Xiao Zhu explained. The nine-headed serpent is a part of its master's body. Naturally, it shares a sympathetic nervous connection, like an extension of the master's own spiritual self. The serpent continued to coil tightly around Van Then, generating a special energy resonance that clearly impacted Liu Nian's emotional state. After the ritual ended, Liu Nian withdrew the skill. All right, this king must return to Hong Lang. You two stay here at the Star Pavilion and guard the Institute. If I discover even the slightest hint of disloyalty, punishment will be dealt according to the guild's law. Both Van Then and Xiao Zhu immediately dropped to their knees. We wouldn't dare. Our loyalty is absolute. Liu Nian retracted his spiritual energy and decided it was time to go back and check on the progress of the Long Feng sword. He wanted to see if Daji and the others were ready. Van Then and Xiao Zhu bowed respectfully and said, "We bid you farewell, your majesty." The system announcement echoed. You have left the Tower of Distilled Essence. The scene shifted to the Xian Yuan tomb. Liu Nian looked around and asked, Tian, where's Yu Garen? Tian responded, Your Majesty, the Chun Yang Ding has been successfully crafted. The sisters asked me to help you change clothes and escort you inside. Liu Nian immediately pushed open the door and entered. Inside, Daji, Hu Ximei, and Yu Garen were focused on refining their spiritual energy. The other maidens had already finished preparing everything. They were just waiting for the arrival of the king. Liu Nian's eyes lit up. Hey, why are you all naked while forging the sword? Daji explained, Perhaps you don't know, your majesty, but forging a sword is not easy. The one crafting the sword must be in a pure state, free from any distractions or impurities, both inside and out, in order to succeed. Yu Garen urged, Please don't hesitate, your majesty. Place the Dragon Phoenix sword and the materials into the furnace now. Liu Nian followed right away. All the materials needed to forge the sword are ready. I hope this time it works. Hu Ximei added, Now please, your majesty, and all of us here, sit around the furnace, focus your energy, and channel your essence into it. Liu Nian did as she said. Now he had to concentrate fully to release the vital energy from his body. Suddenly he felt light, his breathing grew calm and steady, as if in sync with Daji and the others. Liu Nian immediately released his essence. Daji signaled, His Majesty has begun. Let's join forces, sisters. The room's temperature began to rise. The bodies of Daji, Hu Ximei, and Yu Garen burned with heat. The Dragon Phoenix sword and the materials started to merge. Suddenly, the furnace exploded. Daji rushed over to shield Liu Nian. Your Majesty, watch out. The Dragon Phoenix sword appeared glowing before their eyes. Liu Nian was amazed. This was the true form of the legendary sword. Daji, Yu Garen, and Hu Ximei dropped to their knees. Congratulations, your majesty, on successfully forging the sword. May you be victorious in every battle from now on. Liu Nian gripped the sword. Let me test the power of this blade. He said that and casually swung his sword across. Everything it touched was destroyed, including Tian's outfit. The others were amazed. The sword's aura is so strong. The blade is magnificent and deadly, truly worthy of the Dragon Phoenix sword of the great king. Liu Nian smiled, thinking to himself, So this is the true power of the Dragon Phoenix sword? If I face any monsters or demons in the future, taking them down will be a piece of cake. The scene shifted. In a short time, Liu Nian had already eliminated quite a few demons. Daji had disguised her Dragon Phoenix sword as a game prop. Now it's a Kangjiang Motus sword. This is usable in the game, and it looks so cool. At the same time, a flying yacht from the Western Guild, Wingho, ranked 25th, passed overhead, hosting a new member welcome ceremony inside. Lu Guan, the president of the Western Ying Ho Guild, was giving a speech. The Western Ying Ho Guild welcomes all the elites of the game. You all work hard, and the resources you've earned through your efforts will be shared with the higher level players of the guild. Are you satisfied with that? Everyone responded in unison. No. Lu Guan stepped down and said, We all come from humble beginnings, but being from humble origins isn't our fault. He then approached a girl dressed as a nurse. Do you want to keep working yourself to the bone like a beast of burden for the rich members of the big guild? After a moment of hesitation, she agreed with the others. No, we don't. Lu Guan smiled. Welcome to the Western Guild. Our guild is fair and just. Once you join, you're family. We look out for each other. Dear brothers and sisters will be landing soon at the guild's base. It's a place filled with spiritual energy, surrounded by spirit stones and spirit springs. If you soak for 5 minutes, your experience doubles for the next 8 hours. Everyone cheered. If soaking in the spirit spring for 5 minutes gives us double experience for 8 hours, then we're about to level up fast. I'll soon surpass players at the same level. When that happens, I'll make sure to wipe the floor with them. Lu Quan said, we can't let others know about the spirit stones and spirit springs, especially the larger guilds. So, before we go in, we need to turn off the game interface and our communication tools. I hope everyone understands. Everyone agreed. A person dressed in black collected the communication tools. Lu Guan added, turning off the game interface and collecting the communication tools will prevent the admins from tracking us. One by one, everyone put their phones in a box. The person in black and Lu Guan exchanged smiles. They had everything. Soon after the yacht landed, everyone moved toward the guild base. Passing through this cave is where our guild's headquarters is located. This is where our dream begins. Following guild leader Lu, he soaked to the spirit spring for 5 minutes, doubling our experience for 8 hours. The spirit stones are free to use. Someone voiced their doubt. Something feels off. I have this sense of dread. Everyone reassured them. You're probably just seasick. Hang in there, we're almost there. Once they had herded the group to the planned location, Lu Guan revealed his true colors. Welcome to the Western Human Livestock Farm. People panicked. A human livestock farm? You're all in on this together. The guy with the headband smiled. No more pretending. I'm the Western broker. Just sit tight and wait for your death. The crowd grew chaotic. President, didn't you say you were taking us to soak in the spirit spring? What's really going on here? Look, something's wrong behind the president. Gates began to appear. Gu Otian, a subordinate of Lady Whitebone, stepped out along with a host of demons. President Liu has kindly brought us a fresh batch of manpower. Lady Whitebone will definitely reward him handsomely. Lu Guan bowed his head. I hope Lord Gu Otian will put in a good word for me with Lady Whitebone, so we can start learning her bone demonic arts for eternal life as soon as possible. Gu Otian smiled, of course. Lu Guan gestured to restrain a girl dressed as a nurse. I still have a request. Since these people are going to become nourishment for Lady Whitebone anyway, I'd like to keep their assets, and those female players too. Gu Otian didn't object. Just hurry up. We need to get out of here quickly. Lu Guan grinned perversely. My stick has been craving for too long. It's hard to hold back. Brothers, go ahead and unload the goods. He used the water to restrain the girl tightly. Hong Yan, a spy from the Great Merchant Guild, was quickly surrounded by Lu Guan's men. President Jiang, please hurry and save me. At the same time, on the other side, Jiang Xu from the Great Merchant Guild was following closely behind when she suddenly lost contact with Hong Yan from the Western Guild. Luckily, she found the marks Hong Yan had left along the way. Western Guild, what are you really up to? Switching scenes to Liu Nian, who had just finished farming monsters and was resting. When he looked up at the sky, he saw 4 or 5 rare flowers. Liu Nian immediately ran after them. Where are these people rushing off to? Did the boss on this map reset? Yu Aotian scared the group, freezing them in place. Help! I can't move. President, hurry, save me. The guy with the beard is up to some twisted stuff. Miss, satisfy me. Hong Yan immediately kicked his A. Get lost. Lu Guan whined, I haven't even taken my pants off yet. What's happening over there? You're asking for trouble, and now you're being suppressed by Gu Otian's pressure, still not being honest. Hong Yan gritted her teeth, feeling frustrated. Just then, Jiang Xu appeared at the perfect moment and stopped. Hong Yan immediately burst into tears. President, Lu Guan said, the heavens have a path, but you refuse to take it. The underworld has no gates, yet you charge right in. Lord Gu Otian, please help us capture them. Gu Otian looked down on them with disdain, thinking they were all useless. He quickly unleashed his dark magic, using the white bone furnace technique to blast away Jiang Xu's group. However, her gaze only grew more determined. Lu Guan smirked. There are still people standing. Brothers, let's go. Jiang Xu has accused you of colluding with demons to harm our fellow members. Lu Guan laughed. As long as the reward is big enough, I'd even sell my own parents. Slash of the flowing stream. Jiang Xu coldly formed a seal. Frozen hell. Lu Guan was instantly frozen in place, his arm locked in ice. Jiang Xu used her sword to knock him away. What is this? I didn't expect someone like you to have such skills. Jiang Xu held her sword to Lu Guan's neck. I've already reported the Western Guild's situation to the management staff. Release all the players immediately. Gu Otian, standing to the side, was excited. To think a mere mortal has this kind of power. It's worth my time to intervene. He drew his weapon, slowly advancing toward Jiang Su. Lu Guan immediately grabbed onto his leg. Lord Gu Otian, hurry and kill that woman. Gu Otian cursed Lu Guan for being useless and ruthlessly cut off his head. The people following Lu Guan immediately scattered. The guild leader is dead. These monsters don't keep their word. Run. Gu Otian had no intention of letting anyone escape. He quickly killed them all. Useless. Now that your identities as human traitors have been exposed, you are of no value to me. The battlefield was littered with bones, and the enemy was incredibly strong. The guild leader had to be extremely careful. Without saying a word, Jiang Su stepped forward and launched her attack. With her ice-slash-sword technique, she cut Gu Otian into pieces, but he quickly regenerated and returned to his original form. A mere human will always be a mere human. Be good and become nourishment for Lady Whitebone. Jiang Su managed to block most of Gu Otian's attacks, but she was quickly running out of strength. He's too strong. I have to save them. As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of light streaked through the air and sliced Gu Otian in half. He screamed in pain. Ah, Liu Nian smiled. The main character always shows up last. Jiang Su asked, "Who are you?" Liu Nian proudly introduced himself. In the world of Fengshen, where demons and monsters are forbidden, I'm Liu Nian, the strongest free player. Jiang Su replied, worried, "This isn't the time for you to be showing off. These are real demons. If they kill you, you'll really die. This guy really doesn't know how dangerous this is." Liu Nian activated his fiery golden eyes and immediately saw through Gu Otian's background. Level 40 demon general, definitely a real demon, but he's just a small-time demon general, and I have 12 lives right now. I can give it a try, but wait. Why does this beautiful girl have demonic energy too? Without hesitation, Gu Otian charged at Liu Nian. If you've entered my territory, then you're all going to be food for the Whitebone Mao. Liu Nian signaled, "You all get the injured people out of here quickly. Don't mess with my sword draw speed." He thought to himself that once they left, he could freely use the demon skills from the Tower of Distilled Essence like the swordsman's Blade Slash. Gu Otian laughed. "Not bad. That's some power. But as long as my mana holds out, my body can regenerate endlessly. I can come back forever." Jiang Su was worried. "I told you earlier, they're real monsters. You won't be able to handle them." Liu Nian smiled. "Endless reincarnation, huh? Well, I'm curious to see whether my strike speed is faster or your reincarnation speed is faster." The warrior's skill connected with the thief's skills. Liu Nian unleashed 26 consecutive hits, leaving everyone stunned. Then came 36 hits. Is this infinite combo? This is crazy. And then 59 hits. Gu Otian proudly said, "Do you hear that? I can reincarnate infinitely." But suddenly he noticed something odd. "Kid, why are you upside down?" "Wait, no, it's me who's upside down. How could this happen?" Liu Nian burst into laughter. "Your head is even funnier than my youngest brother's. Looks like your infinite reincarnation glitched a bit after that last combo. Let's keep going." Gu Otian panicked. "I've reincarnated too many times in a short period. My magic power is almost drained. I need to slow down." "Big brother, how about you take it slow? I'll have the White Bone Lady teach you the immortal skeleton cultivation technique." Liu Nian declined. "Sorry, no need to trouble her." Gu Otian pleaded. "The opportunity like this only comes once in 1,000 years, and Liu Nian didn't hesitate for a second. Coldly, he kicked him down, and the system announced, "Mana points have been completely depleted. The demon general, Gu Otian, has been eliminated." Jiang Su was slightly shaken by the sight. Liu Nian, I remember now. Liu Nian is the player who broke the speed record for clearing the levels in Wanming Valley. I didn't expect him to be so strong when facing demons too. If we could recruit him to the guild. After Gu Otian was defeated, the others cheered, "He's dead. We're saved." The woman in nurse's clothes, clearly excited, said, "So handsome. If Liu Nian were my boyfriend, that'd be amazing." Hong Yan ran over to Jiang Su, beaming with joy. "Thank you, guild leader. We're saved." Liu Nian suddenly remembered and almost forgot. Something about her sense seemed off. He took a deep breath. Sure enough, it was demon energy. But why couldn't his fire eye gold pupil see through her? Let's see how she reacts. Jiang Su stepped in to protect Hong Yan. "What do you think you're doing? Are you crazy? Why are you attacking someone from our guild?" Hong Yan burst into tears. "Guild leader, help me. I thought I had escaped from the tiger's den, but now I've run into a lustful wolf. Guild leader, this man is clearly not a good person. Before, he tried to take advantage of me, thinking his strength would let him do whatever he wanted. When I refused and escaped, now he's so embarrassed that he's turned his shame into anger and wants to kill me. The people in the guild were outraged. Vice President Hong Yan had already said so, and that was enough to confirm it. He claimed he came to rescue us, but in reality, he was just after our bodies. He's just another man with no good intentions. It seems like there's no decent man in the world. Jiang Su suspected he really was a pervert. She and Hong Yan were close, like sisters, and she knew Hong Yan wouldn't lie. Still, something about the whole situation felt off. Protect Vice President Hong Yan. Liu Nian smiled. So, you're calling me a pervert? One day, I'll make you understand what real lust is. Jiang Su was firm. I'll investigate this matter. Considering how you helped earlier, I'm asking you to leave now, Mr. Liu. However, the others in the guild disagreed. They couldn't just let him get away with this, and someone pulled out a magical artifact to teach him a lesson. Yes, let's help Vice President Hong Yan get some justice. Upon seeing this scene, Hong Yan smiled triumphantly. Jiang Su urged, Mr. Liu, aren't you leaving yet? Xiao Q, a 26th level swordsman, spoke up. Stop right there. He insulted my goddess Hong Yan. We can't just let him go. He's so full of himself earlier. He let that Liu kid show off, and now that the demon's dead, it's my turn to shine. Who knows, maybe a beautiful woman will fall into my arms. Hong Yan replied, this is just his fantasy about me. Thank you, Xiao, for taking care of that evil Liu Nian for me. I don't have much to offer, but I can repay you with my body. Hong Yan then smiled in satisfaction. It's nothing. Standing up for what's right is just what men do. In her imagination, Hong Yan wore an expression of pure contentment. Xiao Q was so powerful, with a grip that could lock anyone down. But Jiang Su immediately interrupted Xiao Q's train of thought. I said he can go, so he's free to go. Now hurry up and get going. Liu Nian could only sigh. Truly, no good deed goes unpunished. After Liu Nian left, Jiang Su became doubtful. Did we accuse him wrongly? Hong Yan, are you sure he's the one who teased you before? Could there have been some misunderstanding? Hong Yan laughed. You're not Hong Yan. Who are you? The other person revealed their shark claws. You brat, take a good look and see who I am. Footnote, the white bone spirit was originally the skeleton of a female corpse from the White Tiger Ridge. It accidentally absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, transforming into a humanoid skeleton. It became skilled in disguise and luring people into its lair to absorb their essence. The bone spirit, satisfied with herself, sneered the troublemaker is finally out of the way. Once I finish things here, I'll go deal with him next. Suddenly, a system message echoed through the air. Warning, players inside the bone realm cannot contact the outside world, nor can they exit the domain by conventional means. Panic quickly spread. Everyone realized they were truly trapped, unable to escape. Help! Someone help me! President, please save me! Jiang Su shouted, her voice full of fear and desperation. Why isn't this bone spirit's defense breaking down? The bone spirit chuckled. You're tough, but what can an ordinary mortal do against ancient sorcery? In moments, Jiang Su found herself paralyzed, caught in a web of spiritual restraints. You think I didn't know Hong Yan was a spy? The bone spirit said coldly. I took her form to lure all of you here, quietly and effectively. Jiang Su trembled. I can't fall here. I haven't even met the one from my dreams yet. The bone spirit raised her hand, gathering energy. Then your essence will serve another purpose. Jiang Su cried out in pain as the spell surged toward her. In that instant, Liu Nian appeared once more, his arrival sudden and dramatic. Calling for me, he said, stepping forward confidently. You really thought you could still trick people with these old bone spirit illusions? How many times do I have to remind you? This isn't your ancient playground anymore. People have this kind of hobby, you control it? The player dressed as a nurse was moved by Liu Nian. As expected, Liu Nian is truly the chosen one. Today, he saved me twice in a row. I was really stupid earlier for not helping him. I must make it up to him in the future. Others were suspicious. So Liu Nian didn't run away. The White Bone Lady is a powerful demon. Can Liu Nian defeat her? Maybe they're just putting on a show together. Liu Nian, frustrated, threw a golden brick at Xiao Q. Stop talking nonsense. If you're so tough, come and fight instead of running your mouth. The player dressed as a nurse cheered for Liu Nian. Go for it. Defeat her. The White Bone Demon grinned, amused. How ridiculous. You think just because he defeated my subordinates, he can defeat me? If he could, I'd be his servant for eternity, fulfilling his every whim. You said it yourself. Now come over and die. I'm waiting to take your demon core. The White Bone Demon then summoned a vengeful spirit. You little brat, don't know your place. Today, I'll send you off to reincarnate. Even immortal wouldn't survive the attack of my White Bone vengeful spirit. You're as good as dead. Note on the hierarchy of immortals, mystical immortal, true immortal, supreme immortal, grand Lu golden immortal saint. Liu Nian didn't hesitate for a second. You think the battle earlier was my full strength? Up, down, left, right, 3 levels as the rules state. Up, down, left, right. This is the code block from the Soul Arena game. Players who use this code gain 30 lives. Here, Liu Nian felt like he was using a cheat code, thanks to the life-saving skill granted by the 9 little worms. The system displayed that the 9 dragon spell had activated, which protected him against 2 fatal blows. Liu Nian leaped up and met his opponent at the Tower of Distilled Essence. The Bone Spirit was surprised. Kid, you're willing to trade lives for lives. Without hesitation, Liu Nian swung his weapon at the Bone Spirit. This was the true power of the Dragon Phoenix Sword, the special skill Dragon Phoenix Slash from the Dark Sword of the General. The system announced, "Congratulations, player, you have killed the Bone Spirit Lady, receiving the Demon Pill and the green chestplate of Ning Tai Shen. It increases physical defense against enemies below level 50 and grants immunity to fatal damage once. Cooldown, 24 hours. Liu Nian smiled and said, "The White Bone Demon's elixir. You're seriously considering what the White Bone Spirit said earlier. If we can get her to obey, then we could use her shape-shifting abilities." After all, she asked for it herself. Suddenly, a player dressed as a nurse knelt down. "Liu Nian, please accept me as your servant to warm your bed." Other women quickly agreed, "A life-saving grace you've given us, Liu Nian, can only be repaid by working ourselves to the bone. If it weren't for you, Liu Nian, the White Bone Madam would have dragged us into her cave and eaten us. We'd also love to warm your bed. He was so powerful now. Surely he'd ascend to immortality. We absolutely need to stick close to him." Jiang Su quietly stood behind, watching Liu Nian, and asked, "Is this how the great demons in the journey to the west were killed by a mere mortal?" Liu Nian turned around. "You're all exaggerating. Aside from the demon-slaying mission, which is a man's duty, the expressions of these women are a bit unusual. Why are all of you staring down there?" The 9-headed snake cried out in sorrow. "Big brother, 8th brother, 9th brother is dead. Big brother, we need to cultivate together to revive 8th and 9th brothers." Liu Nian quickly stopped them, saying, "Oh my gosh, I clearly collected the skill earlier. Why didn't they run off on their own asking to be revived?" He then absorbed the demon core of the White Bone Lady into the Tower of Distilled Essence and teleported instantly. Xiao Q seized the opportunity. He was indeed colluding with demons. Earlier, the White Bone Lady wasn't dead after all. He was just putting on an act. How could someone with my 180 IQ be fooled by such a cheap trick? Jiang Su immediately became cautious. "Are you human or a demon?" Xiao Q smirked maliciously. With the White Bone field gone and already contacted the enforcers, the immortals will be here soon. He was as good as dead. Jiang Su said, "You can go. I believe you're a good person, but you've been practicing demonic arts." At that moment, the giant spirit appeared. Xiao Q couldn't escape. The others were quickly overwhelmed by the pressure. The force was so intense that I couldn't even lift my head. As I waited for the giant spirit to crush him, I knew I'd be the one to stand up and expose his collusion with demons. "Right, let's do it. Use your big hammer to turn him into mincemeat." Jiang Su couldn't move. "This person has a part in killing the White Bone Lady. Please, giant spirit, eliminate him." The woman in the nurse's outfit pleaded, "Let Liu Nian go. I'm willing to die in his place." The giant spirit immediately covered her mouth. "So it's you again, little brat." Xiao Q smiled triumphantly. This kid must be a familiar criminal, and now, once again, I'm about to make a great achievement. Giant Spirit God happily pulled Liu Nian into a tight hug and said, "Kid, you're something else. You use a mortal body to kill a great demon. You really are the younger brother of Najda, the 3rd prince. I'm starting to like you more and more." The system's notification sounded and the oppressive force was lifted. Everyone could move again. "What's going on here?" someone asked, noticing Liu Nian's connection to Najda, the 3rd prince. "Lord Giant Spirit God, this person has 7 treasures. He must be an accomplice of the demons. Please kill him to calm the people's hearts." Giant Spirit God started rummaging through his robes. 7 treasures, huh? Last time, when you showed me your backside, I noticed your treasure wasn't ordinary. Today, I'll check it out myself. "Check. What are you planning to do?" Liu Nian asked. Everyone stood there stunned. What was going on? A treasure that's not ordinary? Jiang Su thought to himself, Liu Nian is close to Giant Spirit God and Najia, and their relationship seems deeper than I thought. Xiao Q was furious. "This is too much. Giant Spirit God, you're protecting the bad guys. I'm going to report you." Giant Spirit God immediately shot him a glare. "You want to die?" Xiao Q's health dropped to 1 in an instant. Just then, a voice called out, "Stop!" Liu Nian blinked in surprise. "Yang Jian?" Here is the translation of the text. "I am the 2nd Lang God, Yang Jian." Everyone immediately knelt down to pay their respects to the 2nd Lang God. Yang Jian exuded a powerful aura, but Liu Nian remained standing. Seeing this, Yang Jian glared. Why aren't you kneeling when you see me? Liu Nian stood firm, because there will come a day when my status will surpass yours. The others were shocked. Surpass you? This kid is crazy. Jiang Su, confused, wondered to herself, why does it feel so normal when this man says something like that? Xiao Q smugly commented, very good, keep being arrogant. At that moment, the heavenly hound Fu Fu rushed in. The giant spirit god and Jiang Su quickly stepped in to stop him. Wait, this brother has done great work in killing the demons. Please, second land god, show mercy. The heavenly hound Fu Fu knocked Liu Nian down, and the others were immediately freed from the pressure. Seeing Liu Nian pinned to the ground, Xiao Q was thrilled. Yes, eat him. However, Liu Nian just laughed. It tickles, I didn't expect such a cute heavenly hound. Not fierce at all, unlike the myths. The heavenly hound Fu Fu proudly declared, I am the second generation heavenly hound Fu Fu. Jiang Su gently picked up the heavenly hound Fu Fu in her arms. This dog is so cute. These mortals deserve to die for humiliating me, but it really feels quite comfortable. Yang Jian asked, How Tian Hound, does this person carry any demonic aura? The How Tian Hound, Fu Fu, immediately responded, Master, there is no demonic aura on him. Liu Nian was surprised. So it turns out that the How Tian Hound was probing for the aura earlier. As for Liu Nian, he hadn't learned any demonic cultivation techniques. Instead, for the Tower of Distilled Essence, he used the demonic techniques trapped inside it. The Tower of Distilled Essence acts like a filter, removing the demonic energy and selecting special defensive skills. The Nine-Dragon demonic art, which uses his own yang body to nurture the nine heads, meant that the How Tian Hound couldn't detect any demonic aura. The Divine Wolf then reported, I once heard the third prince, Najava, say that this person has a rare natural talent for dual cultivation. After entering this small world and absorbing the spiritual energy of its surroundings, it makes perfect sense that he condensed 9 treasures. Yang Jian nodded, I see. Divine Wolf, you are an immortal. Go and accept your punishment. Yang Jian turned to CLQ. I heard everything you said earlier. You slandered Liu Nian, accusing him of colluding with demons, and then you spread rumors about the Divine Wolf having an affair with a mortal. As punishment, I will strip you of your spiritual energy, so you'll have to start your cultivation all over again from scratch. CLQ was demoted by 1 rank. All those months of hard work were wasted. Yang Jian ordered the heavenly dog to turn back. Mortal humans, focus on your cultivation, and I hope everyone here will follow the rules of heaven and earth. If I find out that anyone is colluding with demons, you will be executed. Yang Jian silently transmitted a message to Liu Nian. I will be waiting for you at the higher ground. Everyone was stunned, their mouths wide open. The second brother god said he will wait for him at the higher ground. Liu Nian smiled. All right. Suddenly, he felt a chill. Why do I feel like someone wants to eat me? Didn't I already deal with the white bone demon? A group of beautiful women surrounded Liu Nian. Benefactor, you saved my life. I want to learn your 18 martial arts techniques. Master, tonight, let's have a deeper exchange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even with 2 more hands, I can only satisfy 5. A woman dressed as a nurse reached out her hand, then despairingly said, What should I do? The Great Spirit could only watch helplessly. It seems I revealed a huge secret. Liu Nian is about to face disaster. The scene shifted to a location somewhere within the small world of the game. After 2 hours, they finally defeated the Black Bear Demon. It seemed like using the right equipment was the key. I just wanted to find a peaceful place to play the game, but who knew that the second brother god would chase me all the way here? Well, don't blame me for sending you to the Western Paradise. Amenaba. The scene shifts to a woman in a nurse's uniform. No matter how many treasures Liu Nian has, she will be satisfied with everything. She takes the initiative. Liu Nian, my younger sister Bao Mei, I also want to wash your face for you. Liu Nian, feeling exhausted, sighs. Here we go again. He had just finished showering and is already out of breath. Who could possibly understand this pain? In Bao Mei's heart, she envisions herself lovingly by Liu Nian's side. Would you like to practice with your younger sister, big brother? Other women also line up, eager to practice with Liu Nian, wanting to cultivate alongside him. The mighty divine spirit smiles. Hey bro, don't let them drain you dry. How could the god with the face of heaven and the second Lang, the god of the celestial realm, enter this little game world? My bottom is about to be crushed already. With that, she leaves. Jiang Su speaks up. Although the Heavenly Court doesn't forbid the study of dual cultivation techniques, this technique is mostly theoretical and cannot be brought into practice. Liu Nian disagrees, thinking that this statement is wrong, but as the old saying goes, food is the source of desire. A psychologist once said that desire is the origin of humanity. Furthermore, the Eastern Buddha even named this technique the dual parents method. Everyone was amazed after hearing this. Liu Nian is incredible. Who knew he also understands psychology? He's so knowledgeable. It turns out interest is actually such a powerful thing. The dual cultivation method is actually the dual parents method passed down by Buddhism, and it exists in Taoism as well. If we wait a little longer, we'll understand it better. Liu Nian asked Jiang Su, "Do you still have objections to what I said?" Jiang Su's heart raced. It turns out dual cultivation isn't something shameful. Just now, she had completely broken free from the chains of traditional beliefs. This was freedom. Before, Jiang Su had been too embarrassed to even consider it. No matter what, she would never practice such a disgraceful method of cultivation, let alone with him. Liu Nian, slightly confused, said, "I never said I wanted to do dual cultivation with you." Jiang Su dreamed on, thinking that the only man she would ever have in her dreams was the human emperor. Jiang Su and her companions left the immortal cave. Man Whitebone and her subordinates had already been executed. We still need to rescue the teammates they captured. If fate allows, we will meet again, Nian. The others started crying. What should we do now? Big brother, we don't even have a place to go. Liu Nian thought for a moment. These people had fallen into the trap of the Western Guild because they weren't accepted by his own guild. If he were to form a new guild now, why not have them meet Fang Qiu first? She could help select those who were truly useful. He then announced to everyone, "First, you can go to the Taifi Mountain VIP Villa area to find Fang Qiu. She will make arrangements for everyone, except for those at level 1 with the Xiao surname." Xiao Q, annoyed, said, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't look down on a poor young man." The others, upon hearing Liu Nian's words, were overjoyed. All right, we're saved. A villa area, so it really is a big shot. Could Fang Qiu be the young miss of the Kuashan group? Bao Nai, feeling a bit down, replied, "Fang Qiu is the eldest daughter of the Kuashan group and extremely wealthy. She must be Liu Nian's main wife. I can't keep feeling so hopeless. Fang's young miss always has a few days every month when she's unavailable, so during that time, I can take care of Liu Nian." Everyone quickly gathered together and teleported away. Liu Nian, feeling smug, thought, "Finally, I've completed the task and found a safe place. I can't wait to enter the Tower of Distilled Essence and conquer the Whitebone Madam." Just then, Liu Nian's phone buzzed with a notification. It was a call from Li Hua Lu Qiu Ya. "Liu Nian, I've got news about your father. Come to Po Lu and we'll discuss it." "News about my dad? Now that I have life-saving skills, maybe I should try to save him after all." Scene shifts to Bao Hua Lu. "Qiu Ji, where is my father?" Qiu Ye stepped out, revealing a bit of skin. "Your sister just finished her bath. Don't rush, little brother. You should also know that the information about Bao Hua Lu isn't free. Then just give me a price, Qiu Ji." Qiu Ye smiled and pushed Liu Nian down. "I don't lack money. I just want you to help me with my cultivation." Scene shifts to the 5th realm of the lesser world. Yang Jian was furious. That damn monkey, even after becoming a Buddha, he still doesn't stop. So many people have begged but couldn't get anything. The Buddha tells him to give it up, and he just refuses. In Yang Jian's memory, the Jade Emperor had ordered the rebellious Sun Wukong to disappear from the Western sect and commanded the second son, Yang Jian, to capture him and bring him to trial. The heavenly dog, Fu Fu, walked beside him. "Master, I can smell the monkey scent on that monkey. He's ahead in the area in front of us." Yang Jian's eyes were filled with determination. "Sun Wukong, I've finally found you." Fu Fu eagerly ran ahead. "Master, let me fight first. You stay back. Remember, you can't even last one move against it. Don't waste your life." With that, Yang Jian quickly headed towards Sun Wukong. Monkey King questioned, "I'm the one who holds the scriptures, and I'm the one who defeats demons. I'm the one who conquered vast territories for the Buddhas. Damn. Now, all I want to do is lie down and play some games. So what's the deal with that?" Yang Jian replied, "You'll only understand your true worth through your work. If you keep this up, you'll become a useless monkey. Being a Buddha isn't something you can just do whenever you feel like it. Come with me to heaven and face your punishment, or I'll smash your phone, your 5 pounds, and your Switch." The Monkey King grew furious. "I'm so mad I could explode. Take one of my hits and then leave me alone. What's the Jade Emperor even supposed to be? Wasn't it you who threw me out of heaven all those years ago?" Yang Jian remained unfazed. Speaking nonsense about the Jade Emperor and not following the laws of heaven adds one crime on top of another. The two rushed at each other and then quickly pulled back. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye and a beam of light shot out, sweeping across the ground. The Monkey King leaped onto his staff and attacked from above. If I'm sending a Buddha off, it's straight to the Western Paradise. Time for you to see the real power of my fighting Buddha. One swing of Wukong's staff instantly caused the ground to explode. The scene shifts to the Balboa Tower, where Hu Ye is wrapping herself around Liu Nian. You just need to lie flat, little brother. Let me do the moving, she said, her tone excited. The news I just received is definitely true. These are your 7 treasures, huh? They're so thick and plump. Truly the ultimate in dual cultivation. Liu Nian's expression was relaxed and calm. Sis, your information network is really something. As soon as I even hinted at it, you already knew. He thought to himself, actually there are 9 in total. 2 of them died in the battle and haven't been revived yet. Hu Ye is surrounded by 7 heads, and our elite clan excels at dual cultivation techniques. You 7 go ahead and charge in. Well, thanks for the hospitality, won't be polite. One by one, the 7 serpent heads slithered in. Is this a fairy's mansion? Looks like we're evolving too. Once fully inside, the heads of the serpents transformed into Liu Nian, completing the evolution process. I feel like this new form makes movement easier. With this, we could fight for another 300 rounds. 2 more Liu Nians are entering now. Hey, big brothers, we're coming in for a massage too. I didn't expect this little mansion to be able to hold all 4 of us. Wait a minute, it seems like 3 more brothers are coming in from the back. Liu Nian slowly began to feel an intense emotion. It was as if a huge power was bursting out from within her body. Yao's body had reached its limit. This was incredible. Her breakthrough was almost at hand. The system notification appeared. After Liu Nian and Chu Ye practiced together, they broke through from the mid-stage Zhuangxian to the late-stage Zhuangxian. Chu Ye trembled. Is this really a breakthrough? This tiny realm has kept me stuck for 400 years. 400 years? No, I can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I don't drain you dry today, then I'm not a fox. She began getting even more excited. 8 and 9 have been revived. Welcome to the battlefield. The chubby pig outside was eavesdropping. Master, please be gentle. You're hurting Sister Qin. A long time passed, and Chu Yao was completely satisfied. She had practiced more than 50 times, and it seemed like she could only stop at the peak of Zhuangtian. The system displayed the levels of the mortals as Transcendent Immortal, True Immortal, Tai Immortal, Great Lu, Golden Immortal, Sage. Each realm was divided into 4 stages. Early stage, middle stage, late stage, and great perfection. Liu Nian, barely able to speak, gasped, Sister Q, you should tell me where my father is now, right? Here's the translation. If your husband is so angry, then I'll tell you this. According to the detective's report, your father has gotten stuck in the Spider Queen's web cave. The chubby pig outside, hearing this, was surprised. Oh, the web cave? Isn't that the lair of my mother? My grandfather was the grandson of the heavenly marshal, but the ancestors of the chubby pig family had no sons, so they adopted my grandfather as their heir. He inherited the title of heavenly marshal and continued to manage the galaxy. Since my ancestor's wife was from the Spider Clan, the Chus had to marry into the Spider Clan for generations. My mother was also from the Spider Clan, and my father died in battle while fighting in the demon realm. My mother lived alone for 100 years, never remarrying. Don't even think about making Liu Nian's father my stepfather. If Liu Nian's father is my stepfather, then Liu Nian would become my brother, wouldn't he? At that moment, Liu Nian stepped forward. Little chubby pig, what are you doing here? The chubby pig cried as it hugged Liu Nian's leg. You're my real brother. Liu Nian, cautious, responded. How did I become your brother? You dumb pig, you dare challenge me. Let's fight. The chubby pig, upset, said. It's wrong for a younger brother to hit his older brother. That's against the rules. Liu Nian said seriously, stop messing around, I need to talk to you. I have to go somewhere urgent. You have any new stuff to show me? The fat pig immediately got angry and retorted, you want to buy gear to go kill our mother, huh? Suddenly someone shouted, there's a demon. Quick, go check it out, kill it if you can. The fat pig said, did the spy really say you killed Madam Whitebone? Are you addicted to hunting demons now? Hearing about the demon, Liu Nian eagerly ran over, shouting, a demon, I'm coming. The fat pig quickly chased after him. Wait for me, don't act rashly. The scene shifted to a street corner where Tu Ye was holding the tiger person tightly. Tu Ye shouted, scream all you want. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Come here, behave. He ripped apart some cloth. Don't. Tu Ye gave a sinister smile. I'm bored of playing with people. Time to try something new today. Just as he lunged at the person, Liu Nian appeared to intervene, stopping him, casually picking his teeth with a toothpick. Tu Ye fumed. A mere mortal and a pig dare to insult me and ruin my plans. I won't let you two get away with this. The chubby pig pulled Liu Nian aside and whispered, little brother, I know you have a heart for ridding the world of evil, but there are some things you don't know. Before you can deal with demons and monsters, you need to know the secret signals. Liu Nian was confused. A heart for ridding the world of evil? I just want to get a few demon pills to expand the tower of distilled essence. The chubby pig took out an item and said, "Do you recognize this trident your grandfather used to carry?" Tuvier remained calm. "I thought I recognized you. Turns out you're a descendant of the chubby pigs. My father is the great hero of the earth element who helped destroy the Chu dynasty." The chubby pig whispered to Liu Nian, "Did you see that? The signal is right. He's one of us. We can go report to Wenzhong first." Note, after Wenzhong died in battle due to a severe injury, his soul was absorbed by the Divine Lord and elevated to the position of the Nine Heavens Thunderlord. Tuviet was worried. "Wenzhong is my father's mortal enemy. If he finds out I'm bullying a female player with the demon tribe in this little game world, I'll be done for." A little background. The Earth Element Lord was originally a third-generation disciple of the School of Celestial Light. He had a temperamental personality, was prone to betrayal, and had a weakness for women. Though he worked to the Heavenly Court, the relationship between Wenzhong and the Earth Element Lord was like oil and water, completely incompatible. The Earth Element Lord said, "We're all descendants of immortals. We're family." Then he flipped and said, "Dare to report me? I'll kill you first and then deal with this mortal." Liu Nian immediately used his magic technique, the soul-binding needle, and said, "What? How can a mere mortal do this?" Tugia slowly began to vanish, muttering, "Father, take your revenge." The system announced, "Tuya has been defeated by the soul-binding needle, a beginner-level divine artifact that binds the enemy. This artifact is explained in the Fengshen Yanyi, and it belongs to the Earth Deity sect. When used, it automatically binds the enemy." Liu Nian, filled with killing intent, said, "You little fat pit, you follow the rules, but they might not. Unless your backers are incredibly powerful. If you offend them, you're better off killing them now than later." The fat pig, frightened, took a step back and said, "He must have illegally entered the minor world. Since he didn't join the system, that's why you could kill him. This time, I almost lost my life. The rumors are true after all. Although Liu Nian was immortal, his combat power was on par with that of a true immortal." The system noted, "A person not registered in the game system can indeed kill both players and NPCs. Similarly, NPCs and players can kill those who are not part of the system." Liu Nian asked the little fat pig, "I've seen many immortals send their descendants to this minor world to act as NPCs. Do you have an area you manage?" The fat pig replied, "Only true gods have territories to manage. I'm just a divine servant, like a worker in your world. The divine realm has strict promotion rules. If we perform well in the minor world, we can participate in the divine recruitment competition organized by the divine realm. Only those who pass the competition will truly become gods." Liu Nian noticed the tiger, so that's how it is. The little tiger girl fainted. "What should we do now?" The chubby pig happily said, "How about we take her to my house? I'll treat her there." At that moment, a woman appeared. Turns out the little chubby pig had been learning bad things from you. You guys even went as far as paying up corpses in front of the guard house. She was Zhu Shi Niang, and you guys have quite a lot of nerve. Liu Nian and the chubby pig were embarrassed. "Auntie, it's not what you think. We just want to help her. This is Liu Nian, the one who killed the white bum madam. How could we do anything bad?" Zhu Shi Niang was furious, and with a quick motion, she took the table away to where Shen Gong Bao had stationed it. "I was planning on going home to take care of my child. If I don't get back soon, he'll turn out to be a troublemaker." She shot a glare at Liu Nian. Liu Nian killed the white bone spirit. He's the Liu Nian, who's the ultimate body cultivation and dual cultivation genius. I've heard that cultivating with him just once can help someone break through to the next level. If you eat his tadpoles, you can even extend your life. Just earlier, the flirtatious fox Xu Ya was bragging about making a breakthrough in her friend group. Could it be related to him? An hour ago, Hugh the It posted, "Ladies, I've broken through to the great perfection in the mysterious immortal realm." Liu Nian felt anxious. Since Shen Gong Bao had taken control of the spider cave, it was certain that her father would be in grave danger. She couldn't just sit back and do nothing. She had to go to the spider cave no matter what. Zhu Shi Niang smiled gently. "No, you can't. I'm determined to have him." The chubby little pig was a bit confused. Liu Nian's father wasn't caught by my mother, but I still have a strange feeling. Something's not right. Zhu Shi Niang turned around. "You take the little tiger to get treated first. I need to discuss something with Liu Nian." The chubby little pig felt uneasy. "No, I want to stay with you both." Zhu Shi Niang frowned. "You're not listening to me anymore, huh? There's still plenty I need to settle with you." The chubby pig quickly became scared and said, "I'll take her for treatment right away." With that, the chubby pig hurriedly picked up the little tiger and ran off. Now Zhu Shi Niang turned to Liu Nian. "Let's go somewhere quiet. I have something important to discuss with you." Liu Nian nodded. "Is it about the little pig? I was actually about to ask you about the situation at the spider cave." With that, Zhu Shi Niang retracted the spider legs behind her and led Liu Nian away. Along the way, they caught the attention of many people. Liu Nian couldn't help but ask, "Why do I feel like I have so much fur on me? And why are all these women staring at me as we pass by?" Zhu Xinang took out her phone. "It's because your dual cultivation status has become a hot topic in the demon world. Naturally, many people are thinking about the possibility of cultivating with you." Liu Nian was reading the comments on his phone, feeling a wave of panic inside. If things kept going like this, he would be killed sooner or later. It seemed like he needed to spend some time in the Tower of Distilled Essence to tame the great demon. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Fang Qiuye calling. Fang Qiuye asked, "Liu Nian, where have you been these past few days? Why haven't you come to the apartment to see me?" Liu Nian gave a small, apologetic smile and said, "Sorry, I've had a lead on my father. I was planning to figure out how to rescue him." Suddenly, my cow interrupted on the phone. "Liu Nian, I miss you so much. Do you think my yoga pose is perfect?" Fang Qiuye pushed her aside. "There are also a lot of people looking for you, saying they want to form a guild. It said you told them to come." Hearing this, Liu Nian remembered what he had said earlier and told Fang Qiuye, "Sorry, I forgot to tell you. After the whole Spirit Guild incident, I feel we should have our own guild. These players are all people I saved from Madame Whitebones. You can sort through them and keep the ones with potential to join." As he was speaking, Hexu suddenly interrupted, asking with concern, "Liu Nian, I heard you defeated the Whitebone demon. That's amazing. Are you hurt? Come back soon and I'll give you a dragon essence massage." Fang Qiuye pushed her away and continued, "You all get out of the way. Liu Nian, remember, you're my husband. We had a proper wedding and I agreed to everything. But if you're messing around and I find out, I'll ruin you." After saying this, she hung up, leaving Liu Nian completely stunned. Zhu Xiniang's eyes were filled with fury. "You got 3 other girlfriends hidden at home, and that little piggy who's obsessed with women, he's been ruined by you." Liu Nian, scared, quickly tried to explain, "Aunt, you've really misunderstood me. The whole thing with the little piggy has nothing to do with me." She gave him a cold look, thinking to herself, if his girlfriend had called just a little later, it would have been even more exciting. Then Zhu Xinang took Liu Nian to a hotel. When they arrived, Liu Nian read the signs on the board and felt something was off. Romantic watered room, super sensation vibrating room, special cosplay theme room with discounts today, cinematic style passion room, Big Brother bear protection room, pedal bathroom. After reading it, he was scared. Can we go somewhere else to talk? This place." Before he could finish, Zhu Xinang interrupted, "We're staying here. Don't think too much. I just want to find a quiet place to talk to you." Saying that, Zhu Xinang immediately grabbed Liu Nian's hand and pulled it into a room with a romantic waterbed. The staff member smiled and replied, "Sure, your room number is 520. Here is your key card." After taking the key, she quickly led Liu Nian to find the room. The 2 staff members watched them leave, whispering to each other. "That young man is quite impressive. He must have worked hard for at least 30 years to reach this level." The other staff member responded, "Who said he's not good in that area? Admiring him is useless. I heard there's someone named Kim Chen, a famous practitioner from Mew Mountain. If you cultivate with him just once, you can achieve immortality." The first staff member replied, "That's just a rumor. There's no way it's that exaggerated. We still don't know if it's true or not." Although they were speaking softly, Liu Nian, with his sharp hearing, overheard them. He thought to himself, "Looks like I'll need to return to the Tower of Distilled Essence soon to learn the shape-shifting technique." At that moment, Zhu Xinang swiped the key card, waited for Liu Nian to enter, and then locked the door behind him. He looked around at the room's layout and suddenly felt uneasy. Zhu Xinang looked at him and said, "You've spoiled our little chubby pig. What do you think should be done about it?" Liu Nian froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. This isn't my fault. I just remembered something. I still have some things to take care of. I'll leave now." But Zhu Xinang stopped him. "Leaving? It wouldn't be that simple." She removed her outer cloak, and from her navel shot out a thread of spiritual silk, tightly binding Liu Nian. "You're even getting a nosebleed. Auntie isn't forcing anything, you know." Zhu Xinang stepped closer, her eyes deep and filled with hidden meaning. "Are you really going to fight me? Could you be that heartless? I don't intend to harm you. But look at you. That embarrassed face of yours already betrayed your thoughts." Liu Nian blushed. "No, I'm not. I did mean. It's just a normal reaction." She chuckled softly, pulling down her hem slightly in a deliberately teasing manner to intensify the awkward tension. "Still trying to act tough? What a pity your girlfriend called too early. Otherwise, we could have had a bit of excitement." She licked her lips lightly, her eyes gleaming. "Tonight, you're not getting away." With that, she suddenly pushed Liu Nian onto the bed, wrapping her arms around him tightly. Her boldness threw him into a flustered panic. Seeing his disoriented expression, Zhu Xinang sighed gently. It's truly been tens of thousands of years since I've encountered a pure yang sacred body like yours, clearly a heaven-sent constitution for dual cultivation. Liu Nian stammered, Auntie, the air conditioner's really cold. Maybe I should put my clothes back on first. She laughed and then sat beside him, her foot lightly nudging him playfully. Young and full of spiritual fire, your energy is like a blazing furnace tonight. Let me help you balance that out. As she continued with her teasing, Liu Nian finally grew serious. This isn't right. Little fat pig is the best friend I've made in this small world. If I cross the line with his mother, I'd never forgive myself. Zhu Xinayang's smile, half playful, half sincere, which is exactly why you should cultivate with me. If I break through to the true immortal realm, I'll gain 1,000 more years of life. Isn't that ultimately helping little fat pig too? Yet Liu Nian remained firm, shaking his head. No, auntie. Please don't come any closer. Seeing that he kept refusing, Zhu Xinayang pretended to be pitiful and said, You don't want your good friend, the little chubby pig, to grow up without a mother, do you? Liu Nian hesitated. At that moment, Zhu Xinayang quickly used a spider silk to raise a flag on another thread and said, How about this? Let's play a game of tug of war. Right now, there's a flag in the middle of the spider silk connecting the two of us. The flag will move towards the winner depending on whose pull is stronger. If I lose, I'll immediately let you leave. What do you think? Liu Nian felt confident and thought to himself, I've never felt this sure of myself. Daji and the others have already helped me improve my water chi skills. There's no way I'll lose. He agreed immediately, all right, but if I win, you have to let me go. Zhu Xinayang nodded confidently, of course. Liu Nian's excitement grew, then let's start. 1, 2, 3, go. Liu Nian gave it his all, and sure enough, he gained the upper hand. However, as the saying goes, experience trumps youth. Zhu Xinayang pretended to be weaker to make Liu Nian think he was winning. When the distance between the black hole and the rocket was only 20 centimeters, she suddenly lunged at Liu Nian. You can tricked. I'm coming for you. Liu Nian was confused. I thought we were playing tug of war. Why? Zhu Xinayang hit the target perfectly, leaving Liu Nian no time to react. She laughed with satisfaction and began her cultivation. Liu Nian was totally stunned by the move. He thought to himself, damn, the pull's so strong, there's no way to escape now. He helplessly looked at Zhu Xinayang on top of him and said, Why did you have to trick me like this? Zhu Xinayang replied in a sweet, teasing voice, Well, now you've seen everything. The deal's done. From now on, you're mine. Suddenly, at that moment, Zhang Mingfang, the Tangmen's celestial general, kicked open the door and rushed in. Room inspection. A report came in that a mortal is smuggling divine positions. But when he saw Liu Nian and Zhu Xinayang tangled up, he quickly backed out. Sorry for the interruption, wrong room. He dashed out into the hallway, breathing a sigh of relief. After all these years, the king still can't resist women. That woman looks like a widow, changing things up a bit. Huh. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and then started reflecting on life. This isn't good. The king is getting worse. I need to report this to Prime Minister Wen. Maybe he can talk some sense into the king. Meanwhile, back in the room, both were still in shock and couldn't move. Zhu Xinayang, clearly annoyed by the interruption, stood up. I'm not in the mood today. We'll continue training another time. Liu Nian silently cried in relief, finally escaping this disaster. The scene shifts to a quiet hut, where my thoughts keep circling around the events that just happened. Did something really occur between me and Zhu Xinayang? Probably not, right? Whatever happened earlier, surely it couldn't be considered that. Suddenly, from hundreds of miles away across desolate land that was once lush and green, a strange melody floats in the air. A massive dark aura centipede soars across the sky. There's not a soul in sight, except for a small child standing alone. The child walks toward Liu Nian and says calmly, I am the master of the celestial way. Wait, let me show you something. I possess the legendary 4 celestial swords and the celestial formation. Are you interested in learning more? No, these are the most powerful techniques and artifacts tied to the master of the celestial way. Liu Nian activates his fiery insight eyes to scan the figure, and a status window appears. Taoist, level 43. Liu Nian furrows his brow. People are pretending to be the master of the celestial way now. Must be another scammer. Better to ignore and move on. What he doesn't realize is the child truly is the master of the celestial way, simply using a high-level concealment technique. Seeing Liu Nian brush him off, the child hurries after him. Wait, don't leave. I'm serious. For just 100 million spirit coins, the 4 celestial swords in celestial formation can be yours. Liu Nian turns around and deadpans. Sure, and I suppose that makes me the Jade Emperor himself. The celestial teacher snorted, if my disciples hadn't helped the heavenly court, what is the Jade Emperor to me? Don't leave yet. Note, the heavenly court is filled with many divine positions, most of which are held by disciples of the teachings of the Tao. Among them, the majority of the heavenly generals, after the death of 80,000 followers of the Tao, are often referred to as the 80,000 4,000 demon-slaying soldiers. He snapped his fingers and thought, that's right, this person is indeed the new emperor. My calculations are never wrong. According to the teachings of my school, we are meant to help the people of the world cover up the mysteries of the universe. Regardless of whether one's origin is humble or noble, anyone can join our faith. Since the great divine calamity, I've been schemed against by the primordial Enlini. They colluded with the Western Saint to break my Chu Tian formation. They wiped out my school, killing those disciples who had no value left and taking those with value to the West. I was also imprisoned by my master, Hong Jun, in the Palace of Eternal Silence, eventually being turned into a demon and escaping into the demon realm. Before entering the demon realm, my original soul finally broke free from my demonized body. Though I escaped, my body had shrunk and my cultivation had fallen to the lowest stage of the immortal realm. Even though my body had shrunk, my Tao heart remained. Sooner or later, I will reclaim my body. The celestial teacher will forever only have one. The heavenly master formed a seal and thought to himself, Daixin, the destruction of the Tao was caused by you, but it was also revived because of you. Let me lend you a little strength to hide your fate. Even a saint would have trouble tracing your origins. He then performed a seal and released a golden light that entered Liu Nian's body. Liu Nian only felt a slight itch on his back, as if something had passed by. Was it an illusion? Never mind, he continued on his way. A little while later, a system notification appeared. You have entered the spider-wet realm. Liu Nian immediately used his fire eye gold essence to observe. The mountain over there had a faint trace of demonic energy, most likely the spiderweb cave. Even though he now had more than 10 lives, if he encountered an opponent whose strength was vastly different from his, getting killed repeatedly would still be very dangerous. It would be better to first catch a small demon outside and send it in to scout the situation. Liu Nian climbed a tree and waited for about 15 minutes. After a while, a small demon came along, singing as it walked. The great king sent me to patrol the mountains. If I find a little beauty, I'll bring her back to the cave for the great king. Liu Nian looked at it and thought to himself, what an awful song. I'll make sure to shut you up later. At that moment, he suddenly remembered. That's right, he had killed Tubia, the illegitimate son of the Earth Monarch, and received the primary celestial binding vine. To explain, the primary celestial binding vine works on targets up to the level of a true immortal and a greater demon. The lower the target's health, the higher the chance of success. He immediately used the Kantin Dang to trap the little demon again. Who is it? Xiao Quan shouted angrily. I am General Xiao Quan, the trusted aide of the Hundred-Eyes Demon King here. Liu Nian jumped down and replied, Isn't the Hundred-Eyes Demon King just a giant centipede demon? Xiao Quan shouted in anger, How dare you? If the Demon King hears you, he will definitely peel your skin off. Liu Nian, with a sinister look, pulled out his trusted knife and said, Then he must have already helped him harm quite a few people. You say you've hurt so many people. What do you think is the best way for me to punish you? Xiao Quan, frightened by these words, quickly begged for mercy. Please, great hero, spare me. I was just following orders. I truly never intended to harm anyone. Liu Nian moved the knife closer. Fine, if you answer my questions honestly, I'll consider letting you go. Tell me, what is the power of the centipede demon, and what are his preferences? Xiao Quan immediately replied, The Demon King is at the peak of a great demon, level 45. He specializes in poison. There are hundreds of eyes on his chest that can shoot golden light to kill. He likes women specifically, women who love other women. Liu Nian was surprised and asked, Wait, what? He likes women, as in women loving women? Xiao Quan hurriedly corrected himself. No, what I mean is, our Demon King is a female, but she likes other females. Liu Nian imagined a few interesting scenes and thought to himself, so the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord is a woman. In that case, I definitely have to capture her for the Tower of Distilled Essence. He then exclaimed, Let me ask you one more thing. Where are the people you've captured? The man replied honestly. The women were left in the cave to entertain the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord and the men. Liu Nian pressed the blade closer, threatening, Where are the men? Xiao Quan was so scared he almost wet himself. He quickly said they were taken away by a powerful figure. Liu Nian growled, Who took them? The man crying answered, Apart from the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, no one knows who that powerful figure is. Without hesitation, Liu Nian swiftly decapitated Xiao Quan, thinking to himself, Next time, remember to be a good little demon. Liu Nian thought about the terrifying eyes on the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord's chest. There were so many of them. He feared that even if he had countless lives, he wouldn't survive her killing spree. The low-level immortal curse wouldn't work on such a powerful demon. What should he do? Should he report it to the game administrators, just in case someone from Shen Gong Bao's group had infiltrated? After pacing back and forth for a while, he suddenly had an idea. Got it! The 100-eyed demon lord is incredibly strong, so I'll capture the white bone spirit and learn her shape-shifting skill. Then I'll find a way to sneak into the web cave. Inside, Xiao Ju and the Princess of 10,000 Saints rushed to welcome the great king. Where is the white bone madam, who was captured a few days ago? Xiao Ju pointed and said, Great king, she's hanging on that pole. When Liu Nian arrived, the white bone madam looked at him with a sneering expression. System announcement. The third great demon has been captured in the star-picking tower, unlocking a new item. Skyhill Lake. Note, Skyhill Lake is a spiritual treasure formed from thousands of earthworms. These earthworms will burrow into any open wound, torturing the victim relentlessly. Having understood the situation, Liu Nian said, Begin. Immediately, a tank filled with gold appeared beneath the white bone madam. Liu Nian warned, As long as you surrender sincerely, I can save you from this pain. But the white bone madam remained proud. I was tricked by a despicable person like you. I can't believe you used lives for lives, breaking through my defenses to defeat me. But to make me submit to a mere mortal, I'd rather die. Liu Nian showed no mercy. Then go die. Liu Nian cut the rope, letting the white bone madam fall into the Skyhill Lake. Smiling smugly, he stroked his nose. If you change your mind, you can call me and I'll pull you out. To his surprise, she didn't feel pain. Instead, she felt pleasure. Don't stop, keep going. Liu Nian was stunned, confused about life. He angrily kicked the wall, but ended up hurting his foot. Xiao Ju and the Princess of 10,000 Saints quickly ran over. Great king, why did you reward her like that? Liu Nian, feeling frustrated, thought to himself, Shit, what should I do now? Meanwhile, the Bone Lady was still happily enjoying herself. She had cultivated for 1,000 years and had never experienced anything like this before. Hey, handsome, why would you join in? After all, we have plenty of time, she said. Liu Nian's mind briefly shifted, and he moved her out of Skyhill Lake and onto the head of that person. He used a different item, the Frenzied Throne, which tightened around the Bone Lady, thinking to himself, What now? I accidentally unlocked a new attribute of the Bone Spirit. Now, not only is she no longer afraid of absorbing spiritual energy, but she actually enjoys it. The Princess of 10,000 Saints stepped forward and said, Great King, you've been working hard lately. Let your slave massage you. Xiao Ju patted her thigh and said, Great King, here's a thigh pillow. Rest your head on it and let your slave massage your head. The Bone Lady laughed and said, She's just a mortal. You want me to surrender to your illusions. Liu Nian thought to himself, Damn, forget her for now. He went over, lay down, and rested his head on Xiao Ju's thigh. She softly said, Great King, we're all women in your star-picking tower. But will you show us some favor? Looking at the two peaches hanging in front of him, Liu Nian felt a little amused. He would talk about the favor later, but your method is really effective. At that moment, Princess Wanqing also came over and sat down. Your Majesty, let me help you massage the other side as well, she said. Then she used her soft, white feet to gently rub Liu Nian's younger brother. How are the slave's feet? Liu Nian happily said, Yes, that feels really good. The system then reminded him, You have comprehended the exclusive technique of star-picking tower, the primary small and large massage technique. Your defense strength has temporarily increased to mid-level defense of a great demon, which will last for 24 hours. Note, this technique belongs specifically to star-picking tower's massage method. You are a demon master with a comparable level within the star-picking tower. If one person is a great demon and another is a demon king, the technique will be twice as effective. Among the ones massaging, the defense value is calculated based on the highest level individual. For example, if the highest level person is at the late stage of a great demon, the player's defense will rise to that of a late stage great demon. Liu Nian couldn't help but feel astonished. This is really overpowered. Wait a minute, Chu, yeah, and I broke through to 2 minor realms after completing our training. If I help them reach the peak of Great Demon, wouldn't my defense increase a lot too? At that point, Princess Wanqing asked, Does your Majesty find this satisfactory? Liu Nian suddenly sat up and asked her, What realm are you at right now? She replied, Your Majesty, I am at the early stage of a great demon. Liu Nian thought to himself, The Princess of 10,000 Saints is only at the early great demon level, so my defense must have improved to the mid-stage of the great demon realm. It must be Xiao Ju's doing, but I still can't overcome the mental barrier I have towards Xiao Ju. If tomorrow, during the battle with the demons, my defense reaches the late-stage great demon realm, or even the peak, then it will basically be unbelievable. With that thought, he looked at the Princess of 10,000 Saints and said firmly, I want to help you strengthen yourself. I truly just want to help you improve, and I have no other intentions. The Princess of 10,000 Saints was a bit surprised. Could it be that His Majesty's dual cultivation technique will help me train? She immediately lay down and said, Your Majesty, I've been waiting for this day for so long. Please come here quickly. But Liu Nian, feeling a bit shy, said, Should we go somewhere more secluded to practice? Xiao Ju replied, This star-picking tower is the king's private chamber. We are all his women. The king favors his consorts, so there's no need to avoid it. Besides, those of us who have reached enlightenment have extraordinary vision and hearing. No matter where the king cultivates, it will be the same. Hearing this, Liu Nian didn't hold back. Then I'll stay here. The Princess of 10,000 Saints immediately acted all delicate and feminine, saying, The king is too rough. Please be a little gentler. Liu Nian thought to himself, I never imagined that the Princess of 10,000 Saints from the Dragon Clan would become such a graceful young woman. After more than 30 minutes of intense battle, the Princess of 10,000 Saints successfully broke through to the next realm. From the early Great Demon level, she advanced to the mid-stage of the Great Demon realm. She was sweating and out of breath. Is this the dual cultivation technique of the new emperor? She asked. Liu Nian said, Let's warm up a bit first and we'll continue. Today, I must break through to the peak. Wan Sheng replied shyly, All right, I'll follow whatever the great king says. Xiao Ju, standing to the side, watched in awe. Is this what a breakthrough looks like? She stepped closer. Great king, I want to break through too, but he made an excuse, saying, Xiao Ju, my skills are still too weak. If you two rush in together, I won't be able to help you both level up. Let's wait until next time. But Xiao Ju kept insisting, which made him feel guilty. He wondered should he really help Xiao Ju increase her strength. Even though she was completely his woman, he still couldn't overcome the mental barrier. At that moment, he noticed water suddenly appear on the ground and looked back in confusion. He saw waves of water rushing toward them like a tsunami. At the same time, the magic tool's warning system activated, alerting him that after the white bone spirit discovered the possibility of dual cultivation between him and Princess Wan Sheng, she had gone mad and triggered a physiological tsunami. Because her intention wasn't to attack him, the magic tool couldn't control the tsunami. If they couldn't stop it, the star-picking tower would be destroyed by the waves and all the demons inside would die. Seeing the white bone mistress losing control, he heard her shout, Give it to me. I want it too. Drown me already. Liu Nian immediately ordered, This can't go on. Xiao Ju, Wan Sheng, you two need to use your magic to suppress the physiological tsunami. Only then will I be able to get close to the white bone mound. The two listened obediently and followed the king's orders. Xiao Ju and Wan Sheng began channeling their powers to suppress the white bone mound, while Liu Nian wrapped himself in spiritual energy and slowly approached. Xiao Ju struggled to keep up and said, My lord, you need to find a way to stop the white bone madam from going berserk. Liu Nian looked at the white bone madam and said, I once met someone who claimed to be the leader of the radical sect, the heavenly teacher. If the radical sect hasn't been destroyed, then you still have a chance to ascend. Note, the heavenly teacher of the radical sect believes that all beings, regardless of race or gender, are equal. The goal of the radical sect is to ensure that all beings, including all the different races, have a chance at ascension. Liu Nian embraced the white bone madam and said, I know that someone with desires as strong as yours would have no way to resist the powerful dual cultivation abilities I possess, but if you are willing to submit to me, I swear I will fight to the death to help you seize your chance to ascend. So, can you calm down for me? As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Nian kissed the white bone madam. The kiss made her calm down. The white bone madam seemed a little shy and said, Just one kiss, and you think I'll submit to you? Liu Nian laughed brightly, so what exactly would it take for you to willingly submit to me? White Bone pressed her two huge air sacs against Liu Nian's body. Will I get any benefits if I surrender to you? Maybe something like him? White Bone spoke while grabbing Liu Nian's younger brother, making him moan with pleasure. Sorry, big brother, I couldn't hold back anymore, so I just came out on my own. She then gave him a kiss. After the nine-headed insect surrenders to you, you can use this star-picking tower artifact to copy his skill of transforming into a snake and use your own Yang Qi to condense this treasure. Her skills were so amazing that Liu Nian shuddered, feeling like she had already seen through him. White Bone stood up and continued. So you came to submit to me because you've hit a tough spot, right? You don't want my skill of transforming into the 8 changes of White Bone, do you? Liu Nian broke into a sweat, secretly thinking, so this woman's transformation skill is called the 8 changes of White Bone. White Bone smiled lightly and said, Judging by your expression, looks like I guessed right. She looked around and remarked, This star-picking tower is truly an amazing artifact on par with a celestial spiritual treasure. Suddenly, Xiao Ju got angry and rushed in to interrupt. How dare you? Don't disrespect the great king. Your Highness, The 10,000 saints, hurry up and shut her mouth. Princess Wan Sheng, with a cold expression, slowly walked over, but Liu Nian stopped her, saying, "You two step back. I'll handle this." The two reluctantly obeyed his order. Liu Nian then turned to Whitebone and said, "You already know everything. Then just state your terms." Whitebone Funan smiled lightly and said, "It's very simple. First, help me promote to the Demon King, and then for a week, we'll practice together 100 times. Liu Nian's face changed in fear. 100 times? Are you trying to kill me? Xiao Ju couldn't help but speak up. 100 times? Don't even dream about it. Liu Nian had no choice but to negotiate. 100 times is too much. How about 10 times? No more. But Whitebone Funan wouldn't agree. "I don't care. I want 100 times. Liu Nian had to settle on a compromise. "Fine. I have another way. Just now, I gained a new skill. It will improve my defense. Right now, I can reach the defense level of a mid-tier Great Demon, which is more than enough to fight against the 100-Eyes Demon Army." The system also sent a notification. The player's defense has reached the mid-tier Great Demon level. Hearing this, Whitebone Funan couldn't help but be surprised, and her inner desire grew even stronger. How did he manage to get defense on par with a mid-tier Great Demon? Liu Nian continued, "You only have the 8 transformations of Whitebone, and the Heavenly Kang 36 transformations, and Earthly Kill 72 transformations. Aren't all of those stronger than you? You're a smart woman. With the power I've accumulated from my past life, these cultivation techniques are nothing. If you don't know how to be sensible today, you might want to serve me in the future, but I won't even spare a glance at you." With that, Liu Nian walked away. Whitebone Funan quickly called out, "All right, 10 times it is, but I still have one more request. I want to be in charge of your harem." Xiao Ju and the Princess of 10,000 Saints got angry when they heard that. "We're the first to come here. We're the ones who should be the leaders of the harem." Liu Nian replied, "Being the leader of the harem is impossible, but becoming a noble consort is possible." After thinking for a moment, she sighed, "Forget it. What can someone like me do? My fate is so difficult. Can the king start today's training session now?" Liu Nian asked doubtfully, "Can the star-picking tower block the sight and hearing of the Princess of 10,000 Saints and Xiao Ju?" The system answered, "Yes, but in order for the king to fully enjoy this in the future, more functions of the star-picking tower need to be unlocked. After the king captures the 5th demon, the main gate of the star-picking tower will open. Once this demon is consecrated, it will have its own private room. The higher the rank of the demon, the faster its training room will be, and will also be completely protected from being spied on by other demons." Xiao Ju cried out, "I want one too. I want a room with a high rank." Liu Nian pretended to be the gentleman and said, "Am I indulging myself? I'm serious. What I'm doing here is real cultivation." The system chuckled lightly, "I understand." Immediately, a birdcage appeared, trapping the Princess of 10,000 Saints and Xiao Ju. Liu Nian thought to himself, "Earlier, the White-Bone Lady figured out my ability to cultivate with others, causing some hormonal turmoil. This time, I can safely go all the way into the training without worry." Then the White-Bone Lady called out, "King, hurry up and help me with my cultivation." Liu Nian immediately pulled out his enormous 17-meter-long younger brother and entered the deep black hole. The White-Bone Lady, with a look of excitement, said, "I'm about to break through. My king, please inject the power of the great wilderness into my body. But be careful, don't release too much. Some of it might spill over." The White-Bone Lady then gathered it carefully, ensuring none of the great wilderness power was wasted. Each drop contained the principles of the universe. She swallowed it all, and at the same time, the system announced that the White-Bone Lady had broken through to the Demon Queen level, and her loyalty to Liu Nian had reached 50%. System notification, "Congratulations." She licked her lips and said, "You truly are the born dual cultivation saint, my king. Practicing with you once is like practicing for 100 years, and it even helps improve comprehension." Liu Nian felt satisfied. "Well, now it's time to give you that shape-shifting skill, right?" System notification, "Congratulations, host. You have learned the White-Bone Lady's skill, White-Bone 8 transformations. You can now transform into several different human forms. These include a fly, a rat, a dung beetle, a bedbug, a mosquito, and a corpse beetle. In total, there are 8 forms." Liu Nian was at a loss for words when he heard this. "Why do I feel like I've just been tricked?" Looking at the White-Bone Lady, who was completely content and already deep in sleep after the battle, Liu Nian decided not to disturb her. He used teleportation to leave. "100-Eyes Demon Army, I'm coming." The scene shifts to the Spider Cave, the territory of the 100-Eyes Demon Army. A bit of background. The 100-Eyes Demon Army is also known as the Centipede Demon. Normally, he enjoys collecting herbs to make pills. It's rumored that the Centipede Demon has a heavenly eye that shoots golden light to kill his enemies. She was scrolling through social media feeling a bit bored when her eyes caught the live stream of Liu Nian's grandfather. The essence of my grandson, Liu Nian, a rare talent, can extend his lifespan by drinking 1 potion and break through major levels with 10 potions. The Hundred Eyes Demon Army, curious, thought, lately everyone's been talking about this man named Liu Nian, but as for cultivating together, I have no interest in that. She put her phone away and called for her subordinates to bring someone to her. Following her orders, Hexu was brought in. When the Hundred Eyes Demon Army saw Hexu, his expression softened. She walked up to Hexu and teased her. This girl's quite pretty. Hexu, frightened, hesitated and said, "What do you want?" Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the spider cave. It turned out Liu Nian had used the White Bone 8 transformation to sneak in and investigate. Seeing Hexu captured, he was shocked and thought to himself, "Hexu, I was planning to investigate the spider cave more thoroughly, but didn't expect to find her here. I can't let this happen. I have to save her." The Hundred Eyes Demon Army at that moment was forcibly holding Hexu and said, "Become my woman and I will teach you demon arts. You'll progress in cultivation even faster than Jiang Ziya." Realizing the situation was getting worse, Liu Nian grew angry and thought, "Tan, it's too late." He flew around the Hundred Eyes Demon Army and noticed that the inside of her thigh wasn't covered by any clothing. Immediately, Liu Nian, in the form of a mosquito, took advantage of the moment. He saw her weak spot, attacked, and set her on fire. The itching sensation spread instantly, making the Hundred Eyes Demon Army uncomfortable. She pushed Hexu away and hugged the affected area. "It itches so much. Why is it itching like this?" Hexu thought to himself, "This Hundred Eyes Demon Army can't be sick, can she? Liu Nian, hurry up and save me." The itching in that sensitive area grew worse, making the Hundred Eyes Demon Army start to suspect something wasn't right. "It itches so much. Could it be that I'm actually sick?" Frightened, she ordered the soldiers below, "Quick, go summon my little sister, Xiao Zhu." Hearing this, Liu Nian smugly stepped forward and made his way to Xiao Zhu. Cut to Xiao Zhu, where a member of the Silk Spider sect had been sent to request her presence. "Your Majesty, the Queen suddenly started feeling itchy, and we humbly ask Lady Xiao Zhu to come and diagnose her." Xiao Zhu, helpless, grabbed her medical kit and walked, muttering, "My cousin is perfect in every way, except for her wandering habits. If you keep wandering at night, you'll eventually run into a ghost. Just look at her now. She's caught some illness." Liu Nian waited eagerly. As soon as he saw the two pass by, he used his keen eyes to observe them closely. Xiao Zhu is an early grade demon, level 38, and the other one is a mountain patrol demon at level 20. Without hesitation, Liu Nian attacked with his demon tower, launching a fiery assault. The mountain patrol demon was immediately reduced to nothing, and Xiao Zhu lost more than half of her strength. She angrily turned around and questioned, "Who are you?" Without saying much, Liu Nian quickly rushed down to confront Xiao Zhu. "The one who ended you," he thought. Feeling the power of the newly obtained demon core surge through him. "I'm here now." The system announced that an item had dropped, and Liu Nian obtained the Ning Kai Chen 6-colored belt. It could prevent one fatal blow for characters below level 50, with a 24-hour cooldown. Liu Nian read the item description, his body stiffened. "Where's the demon core? Why wasn't it listed?" Just as he was about to panic, the system notified him. Due to the Emperor's luck trait, when a female demon of great demon rank or higher is defeated by a player or an assisting player, the demon core is guaranteed to drop. You obtained Xiao Zhu's demon core. Seeing the message, Liu Nian finally relaxed. "You've almost scared me to death. A high-level demon like her not dropping a core would have been such a waste." He turned his attention to the rest of the loot and quietly thought that the Ning Kai Chen set wasn't bad. In battles against other players, he couldn't expose his 9-headed insect technique, so the gear would serve as a perfect excuse, explaining how he survived thanks to its power. Not long after, Liu Nian activated the bone transformation technique and took on the form of Xiao Zhu. As he examined the transformed appearance, he felt something was off, nearly perfect, but lacking certain distinguishing features. He made slight adjustments to match Xiao Zhu's original appearance more accurately. Once done, he nodded in satisfaction and headed straight to the silk-weaving cave. As soon as he arrived, a servant greeted him. "Xiao Zhu, you knew. Please follow me." Seeing the imprisoned girls still bound and shackled, Liu Nian couldn't hide his displeasure. "The Hundred Eyes Demon Army," he muttered coldly. "Once I step into the star-picking tower, I'll make sure to settle the score." On the other side, the Hundred Eyes Demon Army saw Xiao Zhu and immediately ran over to hug her, saying, "Little sister, you finally arrived." To their surprise, as the two embraced, the Hundred Eyes Demon Army's chest kept brushing against Liu Nian's. The soft, bouncy sensation was quite stimulating. Liu Nian urged for her wings to spread and fly up, but felt something hard and uncomfortable under her. The Hundred-Eyes Demon Army innocently asked, "Little sister, what are you hiding down there?" Liu Nian screamed in fear inside her head. "Just be a little honest, please." She quickly hid her brother and covered up, saying, "Ah, you caught me. I was hiding a Chuti on Sholi down there, a prop used for dark magic cultivation. Want to see it?" The Hundred-Eyes Demon Army, with eyes shining, replied, "We'll take a look next time." The real reason she had brought her little sister here was to discuss something uncomfortable. She turned back and gave an order. "You all can leave now. I need to have a private talk with my little sister." Liu Nian smiled at Xiao Zhu and said, "Big sis, what do you need me to help with?" But in her mind, she was already planning, "I'll help you with your illness first, then make you drink the potion to put you to sleep." However, just a moment later, Liu Nian was wide-eyed in surprise and fear. She never expected the Hundred-Eyes Demon Army to be so bold. She actually took off her pants, her face filled with a spring-like flush. "Quick, help me with my addiction. Cousin, come treat me." Liu Nian stood there stunned, helpless, and asked, "Can't we just eat it raw?" The Hundred-Eyes Demon Army looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's wrong with you today? Haven't we always eaten it raw like this?" Her eyes flickered with suspicion. "Could it be that you're my cousin?" Liu Nian quickly explained, "Of course I am. It's just that my sister has been having some stomach issues lately." The Hundred-Eyes Demon Army, feeling urgent, didn't think much of it and pulled Liu Nian inside. "All right then, cousin, come with me to the bath." Liu Nian was looking for the right moment to take action, but with her in front of him, he couldn't allow himself to think of anything inappropriate. A little while later, in the bath, the Hundred-Eyes Demon Army stood naked in front of Liu Nian and softly asked, "Cousin, do I look like a bath ball?" Liu Nian's face turned as red as a tomato. He almost had a nosebleed, thinking to himself, "I can't hold back much longer." The Hundred-Eyes Demon Army suddenly lunged forward and embraced Liu Nian. "So my little sister does like me after all. You never used to react like this." Liu Nian had originally planned to turn his head and regain composure, but now the fire inside him was beyond control. His body was on high alert, ready to fight at a moment's notice. At that moment, the Hundred-Eyes Demon Army reached down, sensing something unusual. "Cousin, can your Chutian thunder strike grow bigger?" Liu Nian, panicking, quickly made up an excuse. Maybe it's because of the water contact. Hearing this, the Hundred-Eyes Demon Army grew concerned. "Isn't that dangerous? Let me help you hold it back." But Liu Nian quickly dove into the water, justifying herself. "It's fine. The safety pin on the detonator hasn't been removed yet. It's still very safe inside." The Hundred-Eyes Demon Army, hearing this, felt a mix of anger and indulgence. "Little sister, you really know how to play." Without warning, she jumped in as well, surprising Liu Nian. "Little sister, do you know how much I've missed you?" At these words from the Hundred-Eyes Demon Army, Liu Nian couldn't hold back any longer and readied the Thunderbolt detonator. The small spheres also began to move. The fleet surged forward, heading straight for the purple orb in the distance. With a loud boom, the Hundred-Eyes Demon Army immediately felt something strike beneath her, like an electric shock. At the same time, the alert system went off, and the Hundred-Eyes Demon Army's cultivation dropped from peak Great Demon to early Great Demon. She stared at the disappearing mark on her wrist and frowned. "My protective seal is gone. Little sister, you're a man." Caught, Liu Nian panicked, not knowing what to do, and could only hold himself tight. Meanwhile, the Hundred-Eyes Demon Army was radiating an overwhelming killing intent. "No, you're not my little sister. You ruined my Backstew Jade Maiden skill and made my cultivation drop. I'll turn you into a puppet, making you suffer more than death." At this point, Liu Nian reverted to his true form, but despite the fiery figure of the Hundred-Eyes Demon Army, he still had a nosebleed. He quickly explained, "I didn't want this. It was you who came on to me." The Hundred-Eyes Demon Army lunged at him. "You? I want your life." Liu Nian scoffed coldly and drew his sword. "You harm humans and bring upon your own destruction. Today, I'll end you." She laughed mockingly. "Ridiculous. Even though my cultivation dropped to early Great Demon, killing a mere mortal like you is as easy as squashing an insect." Then, both of them threw themselves into the fight, shaking the very earth. The water in the lake surged like a tsunami with their movements. The Hundred-Eyes Demon Army attacked using the Hundred Legs Fist, while Liu Nian countered with the Nine Dragons' Continuous Curse to block the blows. Suddenly, the system announced, "Player has not encountered a fatal attack. The Nine Dragons' Continuous Curse has failed to activate." Liu Nian read the notification and suddenly remembered, realizing she had forgotten that her defense had already reached the mid-stage of a Great Demon. The Hundred-Eyes Demon Army, on the other hand, was still at the early Great Demon stage, so naturally, they couldn't harm her. It seemed like she had unknowingly gotten a huge advantage. At this moment, the system gave Liu Nian a suggestion. "You have comprehended the Star Picking Tower's specialized technique, the primary level small and large massage technique. Player Liu Nian's defense has temporarily increased to the mid-stage of a great demon for the next 24 hours. The Hundred Eyes Demon Army was stunned and said, "How is this possible? A mere mortal should have died from receiving 4 of my punches." Liu Nian looked at her fiery form, nose bleeding repeatedly, and thought, "Just with you? You think you can kill me?" Her words angered the Hundred Eyes Demon Army. Enraged, she gathered all of her strength and said, "A mere mortal has forced me to use my ultimate move. Prepare to die." At that moment, she leaped into the air and hundreds of eyes appeared all over her body. This was her signature move, the Hundred Eyes Red Light. It released countless beams of light, attacking Liu Nian. He quickly activated the 100 Bones 8 transformations technique, shrinking his form and transforming into a mosquito to escape. At the same time, he issued a command to his followers. "You guys, help me hold off their attack." His followers responded in unison. "Yes, big brother." One by one, his clones charged forward, acting as distractions. They dissipated upon impact, vanishing into wisps of smoke. At that moment, the Hundred Eyes Demon Army stepped forward to investigate and asked with a puzzled tone, "Where are the remains?" Liu Nian saw the hesitation as a chance and launched a surprise counterattack from above. The Hundred Eyes Demon Army was caught off guard. "Impossible," she exclaimed. In one swift motion, Liu Nian's sword struck, delivering a powerful blow. He felt confident. After all, he had studied Journey to the West countless times and knew the battle styles of its characters like the back of his hand. He thought, if he could land a critical strike, this formidable opponent would be defeated. But just as he prepared for the final move, a commanding voice rang out. "Stop!" A glowing portal appeared, and from it stepped a mysterious figure. This guardian stands at the gate of Bodhisattva Sailam Ba. Out of respect, could you allow me to bring her back safely? Liu Nian frowned. "I'm sorry, but those who oppose me must face the consequences." Without hesitation, he brought his sword down, ending the confrontation. The mysterious figure stepped forward, revealing her identity. Lai Niangzi, daughter of Lai Zhenzi and a mid-level guardian of the celestial realm. With a chilling expression, she summoned crackling bolts of lightning. Seems like you've watched Journey to the West without fully grasping its deeper lessons. The system notification confirmed the arrival of the Demon Core, and Liu Nian, without hesitation, addressed his opponent directly. He raised his voice, saying, "What kind of ridiculous rule is this? Just because she's a slave to some immortal, does that mean she can do whatever she wants?" When Lai Niangzi saw her authority being challenged by a mere mortal, a flash of murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Her gaze sharpened as she responded, "Anyone under the Taoist immortal's protection will be dealt with by the Taoist immortal. Even the great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, has to show some respect to the Taoist immortal." In her subconscious, she truly believed that what she said was correct. Every time Sun Wukong was about to kill a demon, some deity would always appear to take the demon away as a mount. "Great sage, wait, this is my foolish mount," they'd say, before taking the demon away. Furious, Lai Niangzi released her full pressure. "How dare a lowly mortal like you interfere with the Taoist immortal's business?" Thunder immediately crackled around them, striking Liu Nian several times. He was injured, a gash appearing on his face, but he didn't seem to care. At this point, Liu Nian's defenses were on par with those of a mid-level great demon. The strikes barely even affected him like a passing breeze. He chuckled lightly and said, "I only know that society should be just and everyone should be equal." Lai Niangzi, unable to hold back any longer, shifted into a fighting stance and more lightning surged around her. "All right, you're Liu Nian, the younger brother of the third prince Najda, right? Looks like the third prince has given you quite a few magical treasures. No wonder a lowly mortal like you can kill a great demon." Liu Nian smirked proudly and said, "It's good that you know. We're all from the same family." Lai Niangzi heard this and gave a mocking smile. "You think you could be part of my family? You're nothing but an insignificant insect. If I kill you, I'll go apologize to the third prince." She lunged forward with her thunder spear, but Liu Nian immediately activated her defensive technique, creating a shield that blocked Lai Niangzi's attack without a hitch. Liu Nian sneered, "Is that all? A low-level spell like that? Die already." But despite her confidence, the tip of Lai Niangzi's spear couldn't even make a dent in Liu Nian's shield, which shocked her. "What?" she exclaimed, increasing her attack. "How is your defense so strong? How could you block my thunder strike?" Liu Nian replied sarcastically, "What's with the fancy name? The treasures my older brother Najda gave me are no joke." She thought to herself it must be the effects of the special massage technique. "My defense now is at the level of a mid-tier great demon, but I can't let anyone else know about this. From now on, if anyone asks, I'll just say it's a gift from Big Brother Najda." Lai Niangzi quickly ramped up her power. "It seems like Third Prince Najda really likes you. but as a mere mortal, you dare to defy the Taoist immortal. Today you will die. However, before she could make another move, Liu Nian kicked her hard in the lower body. You pushed me into this. It was a bit of a low blow, but it was 100% effective. The kick caused Liu Nian some pain, though it wasn't anything too severe. It was more of a strange, indescribable feeling, like a beautiful flower being crushed. Liu Nian, enraged, hissed, "You're dead." She was absolutely furious and immediately used her heavenly thunder gourd. In an instant, a gourd filled with her lightning appeared. The system quickly sent a notification. Heavenly Thunder Gourd, a powerful artifact. This gourd contains a very high concentration of heavenly thunder. Its greatest achievement is killing a low-level demon king. Liu Nian read this and his face changed. He thought to himself, "My brother just died and Ning Kai Chen's outfit is useless against immortals." Liu Nian glared at Liu Nian with a murderous expression and hissed, "You can die now." As soon as she finished speaking, the heavenly thunder gourd in her hand rapidly expanded. But just as it was about to release the lightning attack, a clear voice rang out, "Stop." At the same time, a lotus phantom appeared around Liu Nian, dissolving the lightning attack. The person who arrived was Haitian Gu. Her cultivation level unconfirmed, but she was a beginner in a Tei immortal realm. Liu Nian was slightly surprised. "Is that Haitian Gu?" Haitian Gu stood protectively in front of Liu Nian, looked at Liu Nian and said, "Could you give the 8 immortals a little respect and spare this fellow Taoist?" Liu Nian suppressed her anger and, with both hands clasped in a formal gesture, responded, "Of course, I respect the 8 immortals, but I believe this person has rebellious tendencies and will definitely become an enemy of the heavenly court. I hope Haitian Gu will think carefully." With that, she used a teleportation portal and left. Before she vanished, she sent one last message to Liu Nian. "Liu Nian, I won't forget you." Once she was gone, Liu Nian's eyes sparkled with a cunning light. He put on a weak, pitiful expression, sobbing as he clung to Haitian Gu's leg. "Thank you so much, Haitian Gu, for saving my life. I admire you as much as the endless sky filled with blue clouds." As Liu Nian flattered her, he discreetly sniffed the scent of her body. Haitian Gu, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Quick, get up." She immediately took out a cloth and gently wiped the blood off Liu Nian's mouth. Some descendants of the Taoist immortals had never come to the mortal world, so they didn't understand the suffering of the world or human nature. Lai Zhenzai had been named the official god right after birth, so she was full of pride. Liu Nian scratched his head, enjoying Haitian Jiao's care. "It's okay, I'll become an immortal and a saint in the future." As he said this, he was full of pride. "By then, I'll change the atmosphere of the immoral world. I'm determined to teach Lai Zhenzi a lesson. She'll have to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy." Thinking of this, Liu Nian imagined stripping Lai Zhenzi naked and making her kneel. He wouldn't let her go until she submitted. At that moment, Hakshu also woke up. As soon as she saw Haitian Jiao, she ran over and hugged her, crying, "Grandmaster, I almost didn't get to see you again." Haitian Jiao gently patted her head. "Poor child, I didn't expect this Fengshen game to turn into a calamity for the gods." Hakshu, feeling wronged, began to recount. "Earlier, I defeated the little demon and learned that brother Liu Nian risked his life and rushed into the spider cave to kill 100 Eyes demon army to save me." Haitian Jiao smiled warmly at Hakshu's worried and aggrieved look. "He truly did save you," she thought to herself. "This child isn't afraid of power, respects his elders, and has limitless potential. He would be a worthy husband for Hakshu." Haitian Cuddle then turned to Liu Nian and asked, "Liu Nian, the fact that you risked your life to break into the spider's lair to save Hakshu clearly shows that you have genuine love for her." Liu Nian thought to himself, it's true that he wanted to save Hakshu, but there wasn't really any danger, and it all happened by chance. Could it be that they misunderstood something? Well, whatever. It's just a misunderstanding. Besides, it's not bad to have another powerful ally on your side. To his surprise, just a moment later, Haitian Ko spoke up again. "If that's the case, I'll make the decision. Starting today, you will be the son-in-law of the Ha family. You'll have full access to all the resources of the Ha family. Do you have any objections?" This came completely out of nowhere. Liu Nian was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. Just then, from the door, Sai Mai Jiao entered with an old man. As soon as he stepped in, he shouted, "I oppose this marriage. This person is the star of the right general Chu Mao Gong. His rank is unclear, but he's still in the early stages of the Supreme Immortal." He turned to Haitian Cuddle and said, "Haitian Ko, I heard from Junior Mai Chao that Hakshu was captured by an evil demon, so I rushed over here. Why is she fine now?" Haitian Ko gave a slight nod of gratitude and replied, "Thank you for your concern, my lord. Hakshu is fine." However, 18 Ko, a bit confused, asked again, but master, why are you opposed to the marriage in our family? Xu Maogong chuckled and stopped stroking his beard. Isn't it true that Mei Qiao from my house likes this young man? Besides, I've heard their relationship is quite close. When Heiting Qiu heard this, her eyes sharpened as she turned to look at Liu Nian. In her mind, she thought, I never would have guessed you were such a flirt. Seeing her gaze, Liu Nian's face instantly turned pale. I'm not, he protested. Hearing this, even Xu Maogong got angry. Both he and Heiting Qiu glared at Liu Nian, their frustration clear. So, who do you choose then? Haxu or Mei Qiao? They demanded. Under their intense stares, Liu Nian was stuck, unsure how to answer. The pressure from the two ancient immortals was overwhelming. Just as the situation was about to get more uncomfortable, Haxu rushed forward to intervene. Elder, I'm willing to serve alongside Mei Qiao and help Liu Nian. Please don't force him anymore. Mei Qiao also said, I'm ready to assist Liu Nian along with Ha. His ability to cultivate in dual paths is exceptional, and I'm afraid I might not be able to manage on my own. Seeing the attitude of this girl, both Heiting Gu and Xu Maogong were surprised. Immediately, both of them turned away in anger. Heiting Gu spoke first. Forget it, you don't want to interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Xu Maogong added, 2 women, 1 man, your child is truly fortunate. But Liu Nian wasn't happy. He looked at Mei Qiao and Haxu, thinking to himself, it's not just 2. At this point, Heiting Gu suddenly remembered something and turned back. I've heard a little about how you were born with the dual cultivation holy body, but you need to be cautious in everything, especially when it comes to interacting with demons. They can easily draw you in and drain your energy. Liu Nian bowed and replied, I will heed your advice. Xu Maogong also spoke kindly. Liu Nian, you remind me of someone, Tian Xing Jun, Emperor Dixin. As soon as that name was mentioned, Liu Nian's face turned pale. Wasn't Emperor Dixin the ruthless king who was known for his violent temper? Xu Maogong responded, the records do say that, but there's a deeper meaning hidden in those accounts. It's a long story, and I'll tell you more about it later. After he died, he was listed on the divine board and given the title Tian Xing Jun, the deity in charge of marriage and weddings. He was also one of my few close friends. In Xu Maogong's mind, he immediately recalled the time when the heavenly happiness star god was still in the heavenly court. Every day they would bathe in hot springs surrounded by beautiful women. The more he thought about it, the more excited Xu Maogong became. Heiting Gu couldn't stand it anymore. Her face darkened as she reminded him, hey, what's with your attitude in front of Junior? Seriously. Xu Maogong regretfully continued, if the new emperor hadn't violated the heavenly rules, I'd really want to introduce him to you. I'll see if he left behind any skills. When I find something, I'll give it to you. Upon hearing this, Liu Nian bowed and thanked the esteemed general. In his mind, Liu Nian imagined himself as the reincarnation of the new emperor. If he could learn the emperor's skills, would his dual cultivation abilities reach a higher level? Maybe this could not only solve the benefits of dual cultivation, but also bring a whole new form to the new emperor's body. He recalled his previous dual cultivation experience with Miss Fang. The system notification popped up, success in tempering. Congratulations, you have cultivated the secret technique of the death pool of flesh and blood. Intermediate level. Your cultivation speed has increased from 2 times to 4 times. Within 72 hours, the effects of the death pool of flesh and blood have been enhanced. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled Liu Nian felt. He was sure that to level up, he'd have to cultivate in the form of a king. No wonder he had received a reminder during his session with Miss Fang. Xu Maogong kindly responded to the thanks, saying, it's nothing. We're all part of the same family. We still need to patrol, so you should leave here quickly. At that moment, Heiting Gu suddenly remembered, wait, you all should take the spaceship back. With that, she pulled out a spaceship and explained, this magical tool is called the Jade Flying Chariot. It can protect you from attacks by great monsters. As soon as Liu Nian saw it, he was immediately impressed. No wonder it's Heiting Gu, just a simple gesture, and you have a defensive spaceship. The system then notified that the flying tool, the Jade Flying Chariot, had been received. Liu Nian didn't head back right away. He said, I can't go back just yet. I still need to find my father. Hearing this, the prince asked, so your father is also training in this game? With that, he walked over and pulled a hair from Liu Nian's head. He cast a spell, and instantly, the image of Liu Nian's father appeared in his mind. Liu Nian knew what he was doing and anxiously asked, Your Excellency, the General Star, how is my father? Xu Maogong paused for a moment, then replied, I've figured it out. Your father has escaped to the 3rd floor. For now, he's not in any immediate danger, and there are no signs of any monsters around. Liu Nian let out a relieved sigh. As long as he's not in danger of losing his life, that's a relief. I can't go up to the third floor right now, so I hope the two of you can help me find my father. Xu Mao Gong smiled and said, of course, that's our job. We'll go look for him right now and let you know as soon as we have any news. Immediately, Su Maiqiao and Haxu stepped forward and embraced Liu Nian. They both reassured him at the same time, saying, Liu Nian, don't worry. With the two of us looking for your father, he'll be fine. The two elders then used a teleportation spell and disappeared. Xiu Mao Gong chuckled and said, now it's the kid's turn. We should get going. Once the elders left, Su Maiqiao and Haxu's expressions sharpened, and their demeanor became more graceful. They both said in unison, Liu Nian is about to start the guild battle, and we need to strengthen our power and make the most of our training time. Saying that, the three of them boarded the yacht that Tian had given them. As soon as they stepped on, Maiqiao and Haxu rushed over. Liu Nian, frightened, shouted, don't come any closer. Maiqiao stepped forward, making a heart shape with her hands and offering it to Liu Nian, her voice sweet. Come, have some grapes. Down below, Haxu, with a provocative look, grabbed his younger brother and said, Brother Liu Nian, this time, you can't escape. With the two of them teaming up, Liu Nian immediately felt his energy surge. Confidently, he declared, there's enough tired cow in the field. I'm ready for a big battle now. Hearing that, my cow chuckled lightly. Once your training is complete, Brother Liu Nian, you'll definitely be able to sleep well. The system's useless, worry about legal separation. The three of them dove in. Liu Nian's younger brother became like a professional billiard player, making every shot land perfectly. Haxu felt like electricity was coursing through her and she jolted in surprise. Brother Liu, I feel like my stats are rising, she said. The system notification appeared. Haxu, defense plus 1%, attack plus 1%, gains a buff of 4 times experience for 72 hours. Maiqiao also said, Liu Nian helped me increase my attributes. Seeing her captivating appearance, Liu Nian's younger brother immediately felt full of energy again. Xu Maiqiao's entire body was quickly filled with spiritual energy, and the system notified her that her attributes have leveled up. Her defensive power increased by 1%, her attack power went up by 1%, and she received a 4 times experience buff for 72 hours. Watching the spiritual energy flow away in the air, Haxu licked her lips, like it cleaned up the training items. With that, she bent down and took the item that was strengthening her power, making it even more intense. Not again. Meanwhile, in the palace, Shen Gongbao was racking his brain. Damn it, Liu Nian has killed another powerful monster I was after. It looks like Na Jia gave him another magical artifact to deal with demons. My name is also on the divine board, so I can't attack ordinary people. But soon he came up with a plan. A wicked smile spread across his face and his eyes grew cold. He realized that the only option was to meet with the guild president and ask him to take action against Liu Nian. I'm sure he'll be very pleased. However, when he went to find him, Shen Gongbao was stunned to receive the status report of Hong Zhu, the swordsman, showing a death notification. President, did he actually die? The scene shifts to an undefined void. At this moment, someone is chained and a voice suddenly echoes. Ziya, my disciple, you've endured much hardship. It turns out this person is Jiang Ziya, the renowned figure. Hearing the voice, Jiang Ziya opens his eyes and responds. Primordial Heavenly Venerable, my master. Note, Jiang Ziya's master is the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, a powerful sage. The voice echoes again. As your master has foreseen, the demon realm is invading and disaster is approaching the 3 realms. I order you to organize the Fengshan Tribulation. The first purpose is to gather heavenly soldiers to defend against the demon realm's invasion, and the second is to lure the traitors of the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziya is startled and asks in disbelief, isn't the traitor Shen Gongbao? Why doesn't my master suppress him? The Primordial Heavenly Venerable explains, Shen Gongbao is just bait I released. The true traitor is at a much higher level within the celestial realm. Jiang Ziya is shocked, unable to believe his ears. There's a traitor at a higher level in the celestial realm? The Primordial Heavenly Venerable responds, yes, as your master couldn't divine his identity, it shows that his strength is at least at the quasi-saint level. I feigned seclusion in the hopes that the traitor would reveal himself during the Fengshan Tribulation. Explanation. In the Fengshan Tribulation, the celestial realm divides each realm into early, middle, and late stages, and then into the Great Perfection stage. The realms range from low to high, Suangshan Chanjin, Teixian, Delu Jinxian, and finally, quasi-saints and sages. The demon realm follows a similar structure. Demon General, Great Demon, Demon King, Demon Emperor, and Demon Sovereign. Note that the game's levels and the celestial realm's hierarchy do not correspond directly to the realms of demons or immortals. The primordial heavenly lord continued, Zaya, first stay inside Shen Gongbao's Kang Kun bag and watch his every move. As long as the divine board remains, Shen Gongbao can't harm you. If you find yourself in danger, bite for the magical treasure in your mouth to summon as your master will protect you completely. Jiang Ziye furrowed his brow and replied, I respectfully obey, master, but there is one more matter I wish to report. The great demon, with Shen Gongbao's help, crossed the border, only to be killed by a mortal named Liu Nian. Upon hearing this, the primordial heavenly lord gasped in surprise. A mortal killed a great demon. This person has talent. I will send someone to investigate his past lives. If his background is clean, he might be able to join the Chan sect for training. Meanwhile, outside the Kangkun bag, Shen Gongbao remained with his eyes closed, deep in concentration, completely unaware that Jiang Ziye was conversing with a primordial heavenly lord within the bag. Switching scenes to the president's office of the spiritual guild, a woman named Liu Nian, the president's wife and a level 42 mage, was stepping on someone to vent her frustration. She shouted, You useless fool! What kind of cultivation technique did you practice that turned you into a eunuch? The person beneath her feet was Hong Kim, president of the spiritual guild, a level 49 mage who was cultivating the ghost flower divine technique. Liu Nian looked down at her husband with irritation and said, I really have bad luck. Following you is like being widowed. Hong Kim looked at her, his eyes filled with malice, and said, Wait until I reach level 100 and pass the trials. Then I'll ascend to the level of a primary mystic immortal. Of course, I can restore your masculine identity. When that happens, madam, you can have as many times as you'd like. He recalled what a serpent immortal once said. Once a player's level reaches 100 and they pass the trial to become immortal, they can then level up to become a junior Xian immortal. But as soon as Liu Nian heard this, she furiously kicked him in the head. Every time they mentioned when that time comes, she couldn't help but wonder, when exactly would that be? Suddenly, a voice interrupted, 1 week is enough. Both of them looked up, surprised, and saw Shen Gongbao approaching. He introduced himself, Wu Liangtian, and I am Shen Gongbao. Liu Nian's eyes brightened at the sound of that. It was Master Shen, the vice CEO of the game. Liu Nian immediately stepped forward and gave a graceful bow. Liu Nian pays her respects to Master Shen. Hong Kim, on the other hand, turned pale. He thought to himself, could it be that Master Shen has taken an interest in my wife? Shen Gongbao, surprisingly, overheard Hong Kim's thoughts. He frowned. Don't worry, President. I have no interest in women. Hong Kim felt a wave of relief. Master, you're truly noble. Your level of cultivation is something people like us could never compare to. With that, he waved his hand, signaling for Liu Nian to leave. Although unwilling, Liu Nian still obeyed and started to step back. But to their surprise, Shen Gongbao called out to them. Madam, please stop. Hong Kim's face changed color, thinking to himself, he just said he wasn't interested in women, but now, isn't this exactly? Liu Nian secretly felt pleased, thinking to herself that the charm of this young lady truly knows no bounds. Even a legendary figure like Shen Gongbao would kneel at her feet. She couldn't stop imagining all kinds of scenarios that would make anyone blush and feel hot. And all of these thoughts were clearly being heard by Shen Gongbao. Fuming with anger, he silently thought to himself, once I finish my official duties, I'll send them to the great demon as sacrifices. Shen Gongbao then said to Hong Kim, President, kneel down for a moment. I have something I need your help with. Hong Kim immediately kneeled, but inside, he was still dissatisfied, thinking a celestial asking a mere mortal for help, it still makes them kneel. Meanwhile, Liu Nian was taking things even further. She was putting on a seductive pose as Hong Kim heard Shen Gongbao stretch out his arms in welcome. Hearing this, Hong Kim thought to himself, this matter is settled for today. Who knows? Maybe they want to do it right in front of me. You sure know how to play the game. The more he listened, the angrier Shen Gongbao became, and he unleashed a burst of energy that made both of them tremble in fear. Enough! Shen Gongbao's eyes turned dark and venomous. I need the two of you to help me deal with one person. Hong Kim, confused, asked, Who? Shen Gongbao calmly spoke a name, Liu Nian. The moment Hong Kim heard that name, he immediately became furious. He asked again, does Liu Nian have the innate dual cultivation holy body? Shen Gongbao smiled faintly. Yes, you're right, it's him. Hong Kim gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard Liu Nian, along with that demon, killed my younger brother. I've been looking for a chance to get revenge for a long time, but in this PK game, we can't kill other players. Liu Nian also spoke up. and he even killed great demons. We're not even sure we could take him on. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Gong Bao said, "Don't rush. I have a magical item that can suppress this person." He then took something out and explained its use. Madame Sun, carrying this set of teeth as a magical tool, then thought of a way to seize Liu Nian's dual cultivation instrument. This person will surely die. Hearing this, Hong Qin was shocked. "Does that mean you're taking my wife?" But Shen Gong Bao didn't care and said, "To achieve anything, you must pay the corresponding price. Liu Nian's dual cultivation body has an inherently lustful nature, and this is the only way to kill him." As he spoke, he activated a teleportation spell and started to leave. Before he disappeared, he glanced back at Hong Kim and his wife. "If you complete this task, I can guarantee that you'll reach the Xuanxi level in 1 week. In my mind, a week from now, I'll send you both off to be reincarnated." Hong Kim looked at the teeth, angrily kicked the chair, and thought, "Fine, it's just words after all." He then went to Liu Nian, handed her the set of teeth, and irritably instructed, "Madam, you must kill him and avenge my brother. Remember, only use your mouth." Liu Nian took the teeth, nodded, and said, "Understood. We're about to become immortals." The scene shifts to the luxurious Tai Fi mountain villa. Liu Nian is returning on the jade boat. As soon as he steps off, Fang Qi is already waiting at the door. Liu Nian is about to rush over for a hug, but Fang Qi angrily holds out his phone. On the screen is a photo of Chu Ye posted on her circle of friends, and the person sleeping in the photo is none other than Liu Nian. Fang Qi glares at Liu Nian sharply. "Why are you sneaking around with someone else? After today, you better delete all your connections and stop going out." Liu Nian's face changes instantly when he hears this. "Oh shit, it's exposed." "Chu Ye's eyes are teary as she says, "I know you're a naturally gifted cultivator, so I understand I can't keep you to myself. But this, it's really hard for me to accept." Liu Nian can't bear to see her tears, so he pulls her into an embrace. "I'm really sorry." Chu Ye quietly pleads, "Don't say sorry. I just hope that when you're with others, you only use them as tools for your cultivation. Just use their bodies, not their hearts." As she says this, Chu Ye pulls herself out of Liu Nian's arms and snaps, "Do you understand?" Liu Nian is taken aback and quickly replies, "I understand." Then Liu Nian gently leads Chu Ye into the room and carefully places her on the bed. "Has it been so long that you've forgotten about me?" Liu Nian immediately responded, "I miss you every hour, every minute." With that, he gently kissed her. "Stop, it's too dirty," she protested. But Liu Nian didn't stop. He used his special technique, the deadly spiral kiss, spinning 360 degrees in the blink of an eye. The sensation sent a shock through Fang Qi's body, making her tremble with pleasure. At this point, Liu Nian got down to business. He pulled out his rocket and brought it close to Chu Ye. The current state of it was the Heavenly Gate. Looking at it, she said, "Is this your magical treasure for cultivating immortality? I feel like I'm about to reach the immortal realm." No sooner had she finished speaking than a system notification appeared. Chu Ye's attributes increased, with her defense rising by 1%, attack by 1%, as she received a 72-hour buff that quadrupled her experience gain. After the intense battle, Chu Ye was so exhausted that she fell asleep. Liu Nian stood in the bathroom, reflecting on the situation. Water had splashed everywhere, and tomorrow, he still had prepared to start forming a guild. System notification. After cultivating, all of Liu Nian's younger brothers revived. At the same time, in some dark corner, Xiao Gu Tang continued to slander Liu Nian on the forum. Liu Nian has teamed up with demons and acquired 9 magical treasures. Liu Nian learned the demon art to drain the essence of female players and gained the ability to slay great demons. Liu Nian has colluded with the game administrators to sell chrysanthemums. He read his own fabricated words, grinning smugly. "Liu Nian, you're done for. All those women belong to me." He used an AI tool to edit an image of Nazrat and Liu Nian, making them look intimate with each other. "You're dead, Liu Nian. I'm going to rally the online community in the game to attack you, and then I'll let public opinion crush you." The next day, Fang Qi woke up and went to find Liu Nian to discuss serious matters. "I've informed them that anyone who wants to join the guild should come to the Villa Square at 9 a.m. and sign up. Have you thought of a name for your guild yet?" Liu Nian didn't know what to name it, so he said, "Just pick something. But remember, guild registration form requires at least 6 people to sign up in the game hall." She thought for a moment and then said, "How about Mortals Cultivate Immortals?" Hearing the name, Liu Nian nodded in approval. We're all ordinary people born into this world, dedicated to cultivating the way, never stopping for a moment. It's perfect. But when they went outside to wait, there were only 3 people, Xu Meiqiao and the others. Liu Nian asked, confused, "Why are there only 3 people?" Chuvia opened the messages and was startled to see that 104 people had left the group. Why did everyone who said they wanted to join leave the group? The girl with pink hair looked at the phone in her hand, panic on her face. Master, something's wrong. Someone's spreading a rumor online that the Master is using dark magic to drain the vitality of female players in order to gain the power to destroy the Great Demon. Liu Nian quickly grabbed his phone to check the post, and what he saw was full of malicious and slanderous remarks. The post claimed that Liu Nian had learned a forbidden magic to absorb energy from women, gave the ability to defeat powerful demons, and even included a blurry AI-edited photo of him supposedly training with another woman. Seeing those false and offensive statements on the screen, he was furious, thinking to himself, it must be that Xiao kid who did this. Just then, a voice spoke up, it's him. It was Bai Ji. She had brought a crowd of players with her and said, Liu Nian, a man with a human face but a heart full of deceit. He promised to help me rid the world of demons, but in the end, this vile person did something unforgivable. She spun a completely fabricated story, but told it with such seriousness. In her version, Liu Nian was a thug, bullying an innocent girl. She described how he forced her onto a bed, saying humiliating things. Miss, your body is filthy. Take off your clothes and let me cleanse you. Then she pretended to be distressed, wrapping herself in a blanket, and said, Master Liu, how do you plan to cleanse me? With a twisted smile, he replied, of course, with my divine energy. The memory ended, and she acted deeply wronged as she collapsed into young Master Jin's arms, crying. This person even recorded himself threatening my girlfriend. We've had a respectful relationship for 3 years. Every month, it was my girlfriend who helped cover his expenses. On the day I celebrated the 3rd anniversary of knowing Bai Ji, this man assaulted her in my car. He recalled the scene in front of him, trembling as he tightly gripped the fruit box in his hands inside the car. Liu Nian forced himself on Bai Ji from behind, causing her pain mixed with fear. She quickly said, my boyfriend Kim Zhou is outside. She thought Liu Nian would be scared, but to her surprise, he became even more reckless. Keep going. This is called daily weight loss stimulation, he said, mocking them. The players around them were furious, pointing their sharp words at him. No one expected Liu Nian to be such an animal. I find it strange that Liu Nian is so strong. Turns out he's been deceiving women for a long time. Miss Fang, Miss Xu, you've been tricked. You should leave Liu Nian. If not, you'll be in danger. The female players were also angry, pulling up evidence from the internet. Liu Nian practices dark magic to absorb the essence of female players, and there are dozens of likes. Can this be fake? Another female player nervously said, good thing I didn't join their guild. Otherwise, Liu Nian would have drained me dry. Fang Qi couldn't listen to this any longer and stepped in to defend him. Liu Nian is definitely not like that. Everything online is just lies. Upon hearing this, someone stirred the crowd even more, shouting, big chest, small brain. They've been tricked by Liu Nian until they're idiots. What a pity for the jasmine flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. The crowd erupted in chants, Liu Nian, get out of Tai Feet Mountain. He furrowed his brows, his eyes sharp as he looked at the couple. Bai Ji, Kim Zhou, if I don't give you two an Oscar, it would really be a shame. Two people, fearless and full of swagger, were boasting proudly. Liu Nian, this is the safe zone. Do you still want to make a move? Kim Zhou chuckled and said, like I tell you, there's no place for you here anymore. If you're not happy, and you don't have at least 6 people, you won't be able to form a gang. Sooner or later, the big club will take you over. But unexpectedly, the ruthless and commanding Liu Ruyan stepped forward. She was wearing a large hat and spoke up. Who said they have fewer than 6 people? I'm the 6th one. Chudiet frowned and asked, Liu Nian, who is she? He shook his head. I don't know her. Liu Ruyan spoke in a playful tone. That's right, we don't know each other. Liu Nian surely wouldn't hide something like marriage, and I'm not his wife. Chu Ya's eyes blazed with anger, while Liu Nian stood there, confused and unsure of what was going on. Liu Ruyan continued, acting all sweet and innocent. I'm just a fan of his. Suddenly, she bent over and pretended to gag, then quickly added, it's not that I'm pregnant. It has nothing to do with Liu Nian. Everyone was stunned, staring in disbelief, and even Liu Nian couldn't explain himself fast enough. The latest gossip spread like wildfire, and Xiao Gu immediately took the chance to stir up the crowd. Hot news, hot news. It turns out Liu Nian, the dual cultivation saint, is actually the modern-day beauty of the world. Everyone take screenshots. The others turned their attention sharply toward Liu Nian. He disgusts me. He threw away his wife and kids just to chase after a rich woman. Liu Nian, you're not even human, you're trash. Liu Nian, get out. Fang Qi, absolutely furious, shouted, is she really your wife? Liu Nian quickly waved his hand. I told you already, I don't know her. Inside, he cursed. Today, the movie star and actress were both here at his place. At that moment, Su Meikiao spoke up, "Mr. Liu Nian, we believe you. We know you're not the kind of person they say you are." Shuvia also drew her sword and pointed it at Liu Ruyan. "I believe Liu Nian too. Who exactly are you?" Only then did Liu Ruyan slowly remove her hood and gently say, "I am Liu Ruyan, here to pay my respects to Mr. Fang. I don't know Liu Nian. What you saw earlier was just an act for everyone to watch." Everyone looked around, even if they'd witnessed it firsthand. That didn't mean it was the truth. And those ridiculous rumors online. Had they forgotten how many of them owed their lives to Liu Nian? They didn't join his guild, yet they were believing such lies. One girl immediately spoke out. "That video has hundreds of thousands of likes and tens of thousands of comments, all cursing him. Are you saying that's fake?" Liu Ruyan smiled and said, "Is it really that difficult to boost a trending topic? Many people online tend to react emotionally. Just a bit of controversy and they rush to judge. But how many actually take a moment to look into the full truth behind things?" She looked at Baiji coldly and said, "How could someone like Liu Nian, someone with a rare dual cultivation constitution, ever be interested in those who once looked down on him? If Liu Nian is willing, I'd gladly stand by his side, no matter the title." At this, Kim Chao and Baiji lost their composure and continued criticizing him. After Liu Nian joined the game Feng Shen, it was revealed that he possessed a rare innate dual cultivation body. This revelation made people reconsider his past, where he had once been labeled a fraud. Baiji added, "That's right, he hurt emotionally for 3 years." Hearing that, Liu Ruyan's expression turned serious. "Is that so?" she asked, and then played a video for everyone to see. On screen, surveillance footage showed Kim Chao and Baiji speaking outside the entrance of the Treasure Blossom Pavilion. Kim Chao said, "This guy thinks he can enter Treasure Blossom Pavilion. He really needs to take a good look at himself." Baiji continued, "Good thing I'm with you, Chao. Otherwise, who knows where I'd be now." Liu Ruyan calmly stated, "This is footage from the pavilion's entrance. It's clear you were mocking Liu Nian for not being wealthy enough, and it was you who ended the relationship. So why are you now claiming he deceived you?" There were many witnesses that day. As the video ended, the couple stood frozen at a complete loss for words. At this point, some people in the crowd spoke up. "I remember now. It was definitely Baiji and young Master Kim who were mocking Liu Nian as a poor guy outside the Treasure Blossom Pavilion." One person shyly added, "I remember too. That Baiji actually called Liu Nian her ex-boyfriend, and young Master Kim, before he even started his live stream, already stepped in it. Caught in the act, the couple had no way to defend themselves and could only run away. But before they left, they still tried to say, 'Anyway, Liu Nian is no good. They're all the same. Liu Nian, just wait. I'm not done with you yet.' Once everything was cleared up, the crowd began to disperse. It turned out to be fake news after all. Let's go, everyone. Were we wrong?" At that moment, someone spoke up. "Hold on a second. There's still the issue of Liu Nian practicing dark magic to drain the essence from female players. I haven't mentioned that yet." Liu Nian immediately recognized the voice. "So it's you, Xiao Gu." The guy was walking around Liu Nian, acting all smug, almost as if daring him to fight back. "Yep, it's me. You threatened me, so I'm exposing you. You can't kill me." He was so confident because in most player versus player PvP situations, death wasn't permanent. But just then, Zhu Lady 10 arrived with an army. Liu Nian was affiliated with the third prince, Najia. The third prince had already proven that Liu Nian's water-based powers were unlike any other. Cultivating with him was beneficial. Are you questioning the third prince, Najia? As soon as Xiao Gu saw Zhu Lady 10, he was immediately terrified. Zhu Lady 10 calmly said, "I heard there's a group here causing trouble and spreading false rumors. I've been ordered to investigate." Xiao Gu and his friends tried to run, but in the blink of an eye, Zhu Lady 10 shot out countless spider webs wrapping around him. As he tried to escape, 10 spider legs grew from her back, threatening him. "You're the one who reported me and ruined my plans. You think I can't trace the person behind this? Stay right here and I'll make you regret coming." Xiao Gu, nearly wetting his pants from fear of the spider legs, cried out, "Oh my god, there's a monster." After dealing with Xiao Gu, Zhu Lady 10 turned to Liu Nian. "Fellow Taoist, the drain pipe at my house is broken. When can you come to fix it?" Liu Nian's face changed when he heard this. Was the drain pipe at her place up to code? Chuya, overhearing their conversation, asked curiously, "Liu Nian, I didn't know you knew how to fix drain pipes." He scratched his head and gave a nervous laugh, just a little. "Didn't I help you unclog yours yesterday?" Chuya walked over to Zhu Lady 10 and bowed. "Thank you so much for coming to our rescue, Zhu." Zhu Lady 10 politely replied, "It's just part of my to-be. I have other matters to attend to, so I can't stay long." With that, she pulled Xiao Gu away, but her gaze lingered on Qiu Ya, thinking to herself, "This silly girl, I kind of feel bad for her." Qiu Ya then turned to Liu Ruyan, and "Thank you too, Liu." Liu Ruyan smiled. "No need to thank me, it's what I should do." Without missing a beat, she ran over and hugged Liu Nian, saying, "You killed a great demon with just your human body. I've admired you for a long time. I hope we can be together." With that, she kissed Liu Nian. Shuya and the others were stunned. "What?" Hexu couldn't hold back her anger and shouted, "Even though you helped us earlier and we're really grateful for that, how can you just casually get close to someone else's man without permission?" She pointed at Xu Mai Chao and said, "That's right. I'm second. She's third." Xu Mai Chao didn't think much about it and admitted, "That's true. I am third." Suddenly, Xu Mai Chao felt something was off and scratched her head. "I'm third." By the time she realized, she was angry and grabbed Hexu. "Hey, who's third?" Chu Ye was the first to get to know Liu Nian. She's the oldest sister, and I'm okay with that. But we both got to know Liu Nian at the same time. Why should I be third? Hakshu wasn't backing down and quickly suggested a competition. Of course, it would be based on skill, and the loser would be third. Xu Mai Xiao immediately accepted the challenge and pulled out a big axe. "Let's do this. If you lose, when Liu Nian and I are training, you'll have to quietly stay by our side." Hakshu immediately pictured it in her head. After Xu Mai Xiao and Liu Nian trained, she'd be arrogantly ordering her around. "Third, get me a tissue. I need to wipe my hands." Just thinking about it, Hakshu got so angry that he pulled out his six-shooter and started firing. "I absolutely cannot lose. If I win, you'll do all the cleaning after the training is over." With that, the two of them charged at each other. Liu Nian shouted loudly, "Stop fighting because of me." Both of them heard him and paused to look at him, but it didn't take long for Liu Nian to be pulled into an embrace by Liu Ruyan. "Don't worry about them. Let's keep going." Xu Ye finally couldn't hold back her anger. "You've gone too far." At the same time, she said the challenge to Liu Ruyan, but Liu Ruyan was extremely eager to set the terms. "If I win, I'll be the boss." After that, the two of them jumped right into the fight. Liu Nian helplessly looked at all four of them and shouted loudly, "Enough. Stop it right now." Fang Qi and the others seemed to have been waiting for this moment. They immediately stopped fighting and lined up neatly. Qiu Ye eagerly said, "Liu Nian, you go ahead and organize things. We'll follow your lead." Liu Nian was at a loss for words. Tears rolled down his face as he sighed quietly to himself. "This is so hard." He quickly pulled out a piece of paper and said seriously, "Let's take care of the important stuff first. We have 6 people now, so all of you need to sign this registration form. I'll submit it at the main hall of the guild later." Without any hesitation, Liu Ruyan said, "I also want to start training with the president right away." Liu Nian turned around and left, saying, "Right now, demons are rampaging everywhere. We need to quickly improve our strength. Once we have a guild, we can participate in guild battles, gain more resources, and acquire more magical treasures. As for matters of the heart, we'll deal with that later." However, Liu Nian felt a bit suspicious. Although Liu Ruyan wasn't a demon, something about her just didn't feel quite right. The scene shifted to the main hall of the guild. Inside the women's restroom, Lai Niangzi was taking care of her business and casually threw something into the trash that everyone knew what it was. In her mind, she was still upset about the previous encounter. "Liu Nian, you bastard. Even though the 8 immortals protect you, I'm going to make sure you suffer." At that moment, Liu Nian arrived at the guild, but suddenly he felt some discomfort in his lower back. He thought to himself, "Why does it feel like my rear end is sore? Could I have hemorrhoids? Maybe I should check in the restroom." Just as he walked in, Lai Niangzi noticed him. Her eyes immediately filled with rage. Liu Nian, of all places, really was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Without hesitation, Lai Niangzi boldly entered the men's restroom. When Liu Nian saw her, his jaw dropped in fear. Lai Niangzi pulled out a spike mace and slowly walked toward him, saying, "Naja, the third prince, and my father are both from the same sect. Even if I kill you, Naja won't cause trouble for my father over a mere mortal like you. Sure, I've been scolded a few times, but the 8 immortals are a different story. They protect you. And if I kill you, they'll turn against my father. They might even use the laws of heaven to punish him. Oh, well, I can't kill you, I can still punish you. Just a little." Liu Nian quickly waved his hands, threatening, "I'm in a hurry right now, so if you keep coming any closer, I'll just pee on you." Hearing Lai Niangzi laugh mockingly, she turned around to show me the legendary tool of the Heavenly Twin Cultivation Saint Body. After saying that, she used her magic to slap Liu Nian's younger brother, making him cry out in pain, "You thug." Liu Nian, using a bolt of lightning, threatened Liu Nian's younger brother. Give up resisting and maybe it'll ease some of your pain. She looked down with disdain, clearly seeing him as nothing more than a disgusting tool. Suddenly, a shockwave struck, causing Liu Nian to lose her balance and fall. Unfortunately, she landed right in front of Liu Nian's precious treasure. At the same time, Lady Zhu Ten, who had been drinking water, was startled by a massive tremor. "What's going on with this shaking?" she exclaimed. Cutting to the 5th level of the miniature world, the battle between the two semi-saints was still ongoing. The great saint spoke up, "Big brother, thank you for showing mercy all those years ago, leaving behind thousands of monkeys and the Monkey King at Flower Fruit Mountain. If anyone else had attacked, there wouldn't even be a single monkey left." Erlang Shen chuckled and replied, "You noisy monkey have actually made some progress." He immediately summoned the magic item, the axe, which was incredibly powerful. The small demon, seeing this, immediately fled. The 5th floor was about to collapse, and this game world was nearing its end. Meanwhile, in the small world, the two culprits, Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, showed no signs of stopping. Sun Wukong, holding his magical staff, said, "Big brother, if you keep attacking like this, you'll destroy this Feng Shen world. Aren't you worried about everyone you're dying?" Yang Jian didn't care. If the sky falls, someone will patch it up. If everyone dies, then at least they'll make it to the rankings. For mortals, isn't it a good thing if their memories can remain immortal? Hearing this, Sun Wukong turned his head, his eyes flashing with a mix of anger and disdain. He said, "You're just a bunch of insignificant monkeys in the grand scheme of eternity. Without a physical body, your path to immortality and sainthood ends right here. You'll forever be slaves to the Taoist immortal. What good is this so-called immortal memory?" Yang Jing furrowed his brows and replied, "Not everyone can become immortal or achieve sainthood like you. For them, this is already good enough. The divine realm in the universe isn't just ours. With these divine servants, we can focus on cultivating and dealing with the threats from other realms." The great sage Sun Wukong raised his hand and shot straight up to the 9th floor. If everything was so perfect, then why use the divine board to bind their souls? The thing he had just shot had pierced through the 9th floor, revealing a ritual altar. In the center of the altar was the divine board scroll. Sun Wukong, furious, said, "Burn this board, return their bodies, and let the immortals on the board continue their cultivation to deal with the threats from other divine realms." Is Wenzhong's talent really inferior to ours? To explain these individuals, San Qiao Niang Yang refers to Yum Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Chang Xiao, all of whom were once cultivators from the Chan sect. They eliminated the 3 flowers from the summit, the 5 weapons in their chest, and the 1,000 years of Taoist cultivation of the Jade Void's 12 golden immortals. Wukong's words made perfect sense, leaving Yang Jian speechless, his face stiff with embarrassment. He was so humiliated that he became enraged and attacked. "You stubborn monkey, take this axe of mine." With that, he swung his large axe down on Sun Wukong, but the great sage didn't even flinch. He laughed and said, "Who's the stubborn one now?" In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong transformed into a bird and flew away. "Big brother, your mother Yun Hoa and your sister Yang Chan are suffering in the demon realm. Don't you want to save them?" Yang Jian yelled, unwilling to let it go. "My business is none of your concern. Stay put and accept your defeat." With that, Erlang Shen used his 9 hells technique to transform into a giant eagle and chased after him. They chased each other, and then 2 beams of golden light flew into the lost tunnel. The tunnel began to shrink and eventually vanished into thin air. Elsewhere, a path opened up after 2 great beings had their intense battle. At this moment, a beautiful, curvy woman was struggling to squeeze through. The hole's getting smaller. "Let me out." Unfortunately, her large chest got stuck. After struggling for a while without success, the stone gate slammed down. In frustration, she screamed, "Let me out." Her clothes were burned away by the gate, and she quickly discarded them, revealing her fiery, stunning figure. At that very moment, a middle-stage octopus demon spotted her and drooled with desire. "Hey girl, come have some fun with King Batrio." To his surprise, she barely moved a finger and struck right through him. She was none other than the renowned Demon Queen, a mid-stage demon king. She shot the octopus demon a scornful look. "You eat the Demon Queen and you don't kneel?" The small demons immediately knelt, bowing their heads in reverence to the Demon Queen. Meanwhile, in the restroom of the main hall, Liu Nian's eye seemed to have been injured. Liu Nian hurriedly fastened his pants and anxiously said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to. It was really just an accident." Liu Nianzi slapped his shoulder, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. "Lately, you've been eating too many sweets. You need to watch your blood sugar." Liu Nian was sweating heavily, quickly replying, "Okay, I'll be more careful." But to his surprise, Liu Nianzi gritted her teeth and said, "Yeah, maybe in your next life you should pay attention." Before Liu Nian could react, she slammed his head down. then locked her legs around him, using her deadly technique to trap his head between her thighs. As she did this, Liu Nian gritted out, "Die for me." Fortunately, the system intervened just in time to save Liu Nian. A notification appeared, activating the 9-Dragon Protective Charm to block the fatal damage. Thanks to that, Liu Nian managed to escape with his life. Liu Nian, seeing this, asked in confusion, "Why are you dead?" Liu Nian thought to himself that without the high-level defense from the Great Demon, he could only rely on his underlings to keep him alive. Liu Nian's stood up and looked at Liu Nian. "All right, you can't die yet. Go check my blood sugar and see if it's too high." In a give-and-take manner, she then pulled down her pants. Liu Nian couldn't believe what he was seeing. His eyes were about to pop out of his head, and he nearly had a nosebleed as he screamed like a drop of water. Seeing Liu Nian frozen in shock, Liu Nian sat down and pulled his head closer. But at that moment, another girl suddenly kicked open the door and barged in. She was Deng Chanyu, a perfect immortal in every way. Let me introduce her briefly. Deng Chanyu is the daughter of Deng Zhugong, the leader of the Three Mountains Guard under the Shang dynasty. After being captured by the Western Zhao, she was forced to marry a local lord, but before they could even be intimate, she died in battle. After her death, she was granted divine status and became a 6th Harmony Star by the Divine Board. She saw the two of them together and screamed, "Liu Nian, I can't believe you're having an affair with a mortal." The accusation left Liu Nian frozen for a few seconds. The charge of having an affair with a mortal, especially with Liu Nian, was one she absolutely did not want to accept. Liu Nian immediately pulled her hand away from Liu Nian's head and firmly denied, "Am I really going to have an affair with this ugly, shameless, disgusting mortal?" Her words pierced straight into Liu Nian's heart. Soon after, Liu Nian was handcuffed and dragged to the main hall of Deng Chanyu's office. As soon as he arrived, he started loudly defending himself. "I'm not having an affair with an immortal. She just accidentally drank from my cup." The more he explained, the more misunderstandings he caused, and Liu Nian angrily shouted, "Shut up!" Liu Nian looked hurt, insisting that it was all just a misunderstanding. Deng Chanyu then used a binding spell to temporarily silence him. Then she turned to question Liu Nian, "Are you really doing something so unreasonable? You're not like Huya, a temporary worker. You're a real deity, and being involved with a mortal like this is a serious crime." Liu Nian sneered and replied, "Ridiculous. You think I would be involved with someone so vile and lowly?" Her sharp gaze turned to Deng Chanyu. "Besides, you're just a minor god on the Divine Board. Do you really think you have any right to interfere in my affairs? To me, gods like you on the Divine Board are no different from lowly mortals." With that, she stepped closer and provocatively touched Deng Chanyu's shoulder. "You're all just dogs of the Taoist immortals." Deng Chanyu, angry, shoved her away. "Liu Nian, do you even realize what you're saying?" Liu Nian responded with disdain, "Did I say anything wrong? You've been cultivating for over 1,000 years, yet you're still stuck at the Earth Immortal level. Meanwhile, I've reached the Earth Immortal stage in just over a decade. Surely you know the reason deep down." A note on the reason: the difficulty for Deng Chanyu to advance in cultivation is due to the Divine Board sealing the souls of those who make it onto it. While cultivating, most of the spiritual energy is absorbed by the Divine Board, making it extremely hard for them to improve their strength. Liu Nian leaned in again, her words dripping with provocation. "The gods on the Divine Board like you are no better than those lowly mortals. At least they still have hope of becoming immortals or saints. But you're sealed by the Divine Board for life. You'll forever be nothing more than dogs to the Taoist immortals." Deng Chanyu couldn't hold back any longer and summoned 2 fiery daggers. She yelled, "You're asking for death." Liu Nian also pulled out her magic weapon, the Divine Whip number 53. As soon as Deng Chanyu saw it, she immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. Liu Nian raised the whip high and said, "This whip and the Divine Board are complementary magical artifacts. Don't think that just because you're a minor deity with the same level of cultivation you stand a chance. Even someone like Wen Zhong would have to kneel before me." Under the pressure, Deng Chanyu gritted her teeth in anger. "Liu Nian, don't get cocky. I will expose you for sure." Liu Nian didn't bother to argue. She sheathed her sword and turned to leave. "Do what you want." After Liu Nian left, Deng Chanyu punched the ground in fury. "I will definitely find proof that you've been having secret dealings with mortals." Her eyes glowed the blood-red light as she glared at Liu Nian, making him tremble in fear. The scene shifts to the prison. Deng Chanyu lifts the speech ban on Liu Nian, then strips off his shirt and ties him up. Liu Nian shouts, "Let me go. I'm Nazo's younger brother. I can prove it to you." Deng Chanyu waves her hand and says, "You're talking about that locust mark on your butt, right? This is the internet age. Everyone already knows about you. Hearing that, Liu Nian silently cries to himself, Big bro Naja, your locust mark is getting more useless by the day. No one respects it anymore except maybe the great spirit god. Deng Chen Yu continues, I'm just here to collect evidence. If you cooperate, I'll let you go. I wasn't planning to make a big deal out of this, but that wretched Lai Niangzi dared to humiliate me, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Then she bends down and gives a direct order. Stick out your tongue. Liu Nian stares at her in shock. What are you trying to do? Deng Chen Yu doesn't answer. Instead, she knees him hard in the side. Too slow. Then she grabs his jaw and forces his mouth open. Liu Nian, helpless, tries to comfort himself. A real man doesn't fuss over temporary losses. Then Deng Chen Yu touches his tongue with her finger. Liu Nian panics and blurts out, What are you doing? Deng Chen Yu calmly replies, If I touch your tongue and tell who you've kissed lately, and even where you kissed them, I'll find everything I need. But when she saw everything clearly, she frowned slightly. You little brat, you're disgusting. You even kissed there. Strange. Why is Lang Niang Zi nowhere to be found? Liu Nian couldn't take it anymore and quickly spoke up. Let me tell you, this is personal and private. But Deng Chen Yu didn't care. She cut the ropes binding him and said, In front of Immortal, there's no such thing as privacy. If you don't want to be tortured, then press your index fingers against your middle fingers on both hands. She then reached out to touch Liu Nian's hands, but the moment she did, her expression darkened. She thought to herself, Why is there still no trace of Lai Niangzi? Could it be? This kid didn't even get through foreplay. Deng Chen Yu's eyes drifted downward to a certain private area. Was that the only way left to check? With that thought, she tied Liu Nian up again. Liu Nian saw her intent right away and quickly tried to stop her. Absolutely not there. But Deng Chen Yu ignored him. She knelt down right in front of him, not wasting any more words. I'm just looking for proof. If there's nothing, I'll let you go immediately. With that, she yanked Liu Nian's pants down. In that instant, a surge of intense male energy burst forth like a dragon, making her jump back in shock. What the? Deng Chen Yu blushed a little as she took in the incredible sight before her, thinking to herself, so the rumors are true. This kid really does have what it takes to help someone like Q Ya, who's just average, break through. Then she recalled something Lai Niang Zai had said earlier. You've been cultivating for 10,000 years and you're still stuck at the Celestial Foundation level. But I reached it in just over 10 years. Don't you know why that is? Thinking back on those words, she couldn't help but feel irritated. With my talent, if the Divine Board hadn't sealed my divine soul, draining away the spiritual energy I need to cultivate, I would have advanced long ago. How could someone as insignificant as Lai Niangzi even be in the same realm as me? And on top of that, the Celestial Realm pushes us to do all the hard work and barely gives us any cultivation resources. It's so unfair, so infuriating. Deng Chen Yu glanced again at Liu Nian's rui staff and thought, this kid in front of me, he's basically a living, breathing cultivation treasure, isn't he? That thought brought a small smile to her face. Liu Nian suddenly felt a sense of unease. He looked at her and thought, this woman, she doesn't seem like someone with good intentions. Deng Chen Yu's expression shifted. She lowered her gaze and let out a cold, mocking laugh. The so-called Divine Board is nothing but a joke. I've lived for 1,000 years and I'm still at the Celestial Foundation level. No matter how hard I train, most of the spiritual energy I gather just gets absorbed by that thing. Thinking about everything she had gone through, she said bitterly, I have way more talent than Lai Niangzi, but somehow she's still ranked higher than me, and all she did was just recently reach enlightenment. When she got to this part, Deng Chen Yu seemed to lose her mind. The ironic thing is, I was forced by the immortals of doctrine must be elucidated and expanded to marry someone as ugly as Tu Xing's son, but somehow the world praises our story as a tale of leaving darkness behind to find the light. At that moment, her energy surged like a storm. How can the heavens be so unfair? Liu Nian broke into a cold sweat as he watched. Are you okay? He asked. Deng Chen Yu stepped closer, placed her hand on Liu Nian's chest, and asked, Do you like celestial goddesses? Liu Nian replied instinctively, Yeah, I do. Hearing that, Deng Chen Yu's eyes lit up with joy. So, have you ever been with a goddess before? Right then, Liu Nian caught on to what she meant. He quickly said, Please calm down. But it was too late. Deng Chen Yu looked at Liu Nian like a starving predator. She pulled her pants down, unable to stay composed. Today, I have to break through to the Tai Yi level. The truth is, Tu Xing's son and I died in battle before we ever had our wedding night. Even after we were deified, we've lived separately. So now, this first chance is going to be with you. As she spoke, her hand moved down and began rubbing Liu Nian's pearls, making it hard for him to control himself. Liu Nian struggled to stay composed. I mean, I'm not exactly a saint. Isn't this going a little fast? Maybe we could start with dinner, catch a movie, get to know each other first. Deng Chanyu frowned slightly. She couldn't believe someone would think things were moving too fast when everything was being handed to them. She pulled out her phone and played a video of Liu Nian killing Tu Ya. Tu Ya's voice rang out from the recording. What? How could a mere mortal do this? Watching the video, Liu Nian's face went pale. In the video, Liu Nian looked at him with a cruel glint in his eye and said coldly, "Fat pig, you're following the rules." But they might not. Deng Chanyu turned off her phone and sneered. That's right. Tu Xing's son's illegitimate son just snuck into the minigame world. I followed his trail and found out you guys killed him. Liu Nian frowned and asked suspiciously, "Why did you only take secret photos? Why did you help Tu Ya?" Deng Chanyu smiled and replied, "Because I wanted to record evidence of you using magic. And Tu Ye illegally breaking in. Why should I save him? If I report this, what do you think the game admins will do to you?" Hearing that, Liu Nian broke into a cold sweat. Panic welled up inside him. He might be punished immediately because of her, but she hadn't reported it yet, so she must want something. "Go ahead," he said. "What's your condition?" Deng Chanyu gave a soft smile. "I enjoy talking to smart people. I saw you at the gaming lounge today. I actually came to chat with you, but I didn't expect to catch you and Liu Nian's eye putting on quite the show in the bathroom." She chuckled and took off her bra. "So tell me, am I prettier or is Liu Nian's eye?" Liu Nian couldn't help but nosebleed at the sight of her curvy chest. "You're prettier." At that moment, his body tensed up, ready to pounce. But just as things were heating up, a game system alert flashed across the screen. Spatial cracks had appeared on the 5th floor. All game managers at or above the true immortal level were to head to Tianjian Mountain immediately. Deng Chanyu stomped her feet angrily. This game was full of bugs. Was Zhang Ziye messing around by leaving these glitches in? She quickly cut the ropes that were tying Liu Nian up. "You go on ahead. Once I'm done here, I'll come find you." Liu Nian was at a loss for words. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I'm being a fish," he replied. After Liu Nian returned to the villa, Fang Tai ran up and hugged him tightly. "The earthquake just now scared me to death. If you hadn't come back, I was going to go looking for you." Liu Nian gently replied, "Sorry, I ran into a little trouble, but it's all taken care of now." Fang Qi pouted slightly and said, "All right, but from now on you have to tell me if something happens." Liu Nian was a bit startled, but answered, "Okay." Fang Tai turned to the young nurse nearby and said, "Take Liu Nian to get cleaned up and wash his clothes for him." The girl gave a small bow and replied, "Yes, miss." Liu Nian quickly went to take a shower. Lying in the tub, he thought to himself, "I'm still just a regular person. If I didn't have the treasure from the star-picking tower that lets me use demon abilities, I'd probably be dead a dozen times by now. Those high-level demons still need to be captured. But I've got to level up to 100 soon and pass the trials to become a true cultivator. If I can make it to the celestial mystic level, I'll be able to learn even more spells from the immortals. The skills in this game aren't enough anymore, not against real demons or even some of the gods. Tonight, once everyone's asleep, I'll head over to Daji's place to get some buffs. It'll help me level up faster." Outside the bathroom, the young nurse took Liu Nian's clothes to do the laundry. She brought them close and took a quick sniff. A faint smile crossed her face. This was his scent. It had such a masculine aroma, and just that smell alone was enough to make her feel captivated. "I really am shameless," she thought. After a few moments of indulging in his scent and getting a little too excited, she finally put the clothes into the washing machine. But the floor, well, that was a bit hard to explain. Her cheeks turned red. If Liu Nian ever found out what I was like, he'd definitely hate me. That night, once everyone had fallen asleep, Liu Nian quietly slipped away to return to the tomb in search of Daji. He sat down in a chair and muttered to himself, "It's been a while since I came to see Daji to top up my buffs. Lately, I've been relying too much on magic weapons in battle, but my own strength still isn't enough. If I run into a demon that can launch a continuous attack, no number of lives would be enough to beat them. I can't afford to ignore leveling up to 100 and passing the celestial trial." Just then, a graceful and alluring figure approached. But it wasn't Daji, it was Tian Tian. She spoke softly, "My king, you're here." Tian Tian hugged him so tightly that Liu Nian almost passed out from lack of air. Fortunately, he managed to push her away just in time. Gasping for breath, Liu Nian caught his wind and asked, "Where's Daji? I need to level up and refresh my buffs." Tian Tian heard that and blushed slightly. She spoke softly, "Your Majesty, if it's to enhance your strength, I can help too." Liu Nian hesitated, thinking to herself, "It's been a long time since I visited. If I don't go to see Daji, will she be upset?" But when faced with Tian Tian's gentle gaze and sweet, tender voice, she slowly nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you, Tian Tian." Tian Tian smiled, raised her hand slightly and began channeling a spell. A faint glow spread from her palm. Your Majesty, let me transfer more energy to you. As the support spell entered his body, Liu Nian's figure emitted a brilliant light. A surge of energy burst forth, causing his armor to rattle. A strap suddenly snapped and flew outward, lightly striking Tian on the cheek, making her jump. Ah, what was that? She exclaimed while holding her cheek. That startled me. At that moment, Liu Nian's body radiated blinding light. Behind his back appeared the spectral image of 9 golden dragon heads spiraling in midair. Each one roared. We'd have been awakened. Tian stood frozen, looking up, murmuring as she counted 1, 2, 3, all the way to 9 dragon heads. Stunned, she stepped back and whispered, Is this the 9 dragon sacred form? I'm not sure if I should keep supporting him. It might be beyond what I can handle. Just then, DEITY burst through the door, her face serious. Tian stepped back. His Majesty is undergoing transformation. You won't be able to control it. Leave it to me. Liu Nian looked puzzled and asked, DEITY, how did it change from 9 serpent to 9 dragon? Suddenly, a tremor ran through Liu Nian's body. His entire form shone with golden light, even his eyes blazing with radiance. He furrowed his brows and said, I feel so hot, like my body is about to explode. DEITY broke out in a cold sweat and explained, This is the dark magic of the 9-headed serpent, combined with your Majesty's dual cultivation physique. In human form, it's not a problem. But in the Emperor form, the serpent absorbed the essence of the human Emperor and started to change. If I can't subdue the serpent, your Majesty will? DEITY paused for a moment. Tian quickly asked, What will happen? DEITY replied calmly, Your Majesty will explode. Hearing that, Tian's face darkened and her eyes filled with tears. Seeing this, DEITY shouted, Don't just stand there. Go call Yu Garen and Hu Xemi right away. Tian immediately ran off. I'll get the others. DEITY turned back to Liu Nian and let out a sigh. Your Majesty, how did the 9-headed serpent's magic get into you? The 9 serpents evolving into 9 dragons should have been a good thing. But your Majesty hasn't reached the mystical immortal stage yet. It's like strapping a massive cannon onto a tiny boat. It could flip at any moment. She pictured dozens of cannons mounted on a small boat and sighed again. It's just too heavy. With that thought, DEITY made up her mind. Your Majesty, I have to draw out the human emperor's essence from your 9 dragons. As soon as she finished speaking, DEITY took off all her clothes and charged forward to face the 9 dragons. In an instant, they wrapped themselves around her, one around her arms, another around her legs, others curling around her back. Before long, she was completely bound, but she held firm, her face calm and steady. She grabbed one of the dragon heads and said, If I can help your Majesty tame the 9 dragons this time, your dual cultivation ability will improve significantly. Anyone of the opposite sex without strong enough spiritual power won't even be able to look at your Majesty's 9 dragons without being overwhelmed by their power. DEITY had originally planned to resolve the issue with a simple energy channeling technique, but upon seeing Liu Nian on the verge of collapse, writhing in pain, she knew there was no time left. I can't let Liu Nian suffer like this, she thought. There's no other way. I must simultaneously use all 3 energy meridians to absorb the essence of the human emperor. Without hesitation, she raised her foot, performing an ancient incantation, provoking the golden 9 dragons. Come forth, 9 dragons, she called out. Feeling its pride provoked, the golden 9 dragons charged fiercely at her. Despite being a powerful 9-tailed fox spirit, DEITY was instantly overwhelmed by their surging spiritual energy. At that moment, Liu Nian regained consciousness. Seeing the scene before him, he panicked. DEITY, what are you doing? Let me go. Panting heavily, DEITY responded. I would gladly give my life for your Majesty. With that, she unleashed a forbidden technique, locking her legs tightly around Liu Nian's body to stabilize his energy flow. Liu Nian broke out in a cold sweat, eyes wide in alarm. DEITY, let go. I can't hold it back any longer. But DEITY held firm. Your Majesty, don't worry about me. If you don't fully unleash the power of the primordial era now, you'll perish instantly. Moments later, Liu Nian could no longer contain it. Like a volcano erupting, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy exploded from within him, channeling straight into DEITY. Though hit by an immense wave of raw power, DEITY gritted her teeth and held her grip, trying to redirect the energy into her core. Her body trembled under the intense force as the shockwaves reverberated across her meridians. Just then, Yu Garen rushed in. Your Majesty, Sister DEITY. Panicked, she shouted. Sister, let me help you. As soon as they saw her, the 2 dragons lunged forward. Yu Garen couldn't react in time and was quickly wrapped up by them. Unable to move, they were too strong. A moment later, Hugh and me came running up. "Sister, I'm here." But the same thing happened. Before she could do anything, one of the dragon heads struck her down. Nearby, Tian saw what happened and backed away in fear. Are these the 9 dragons of the king? Just then, one of the dragon heads noticed her. Its cold, piercing eyes locked onto Tian, and with a burst of fiery energy, it breathed flames directly at her, burning away her clothes. Tian cried out in pain. "It's too hot. I feel like I'm melting." Liu Nian saw this and grew worried. "What should we do? I didn't want it to turn out like this." At that moment, he lost control again. Seeing this, Dajie became tense. The king is about to lose it. "Sisters, hurry. Set up the 9 yin formation." As she finished speaking, she began to gather her demonic energy. Huxma and Yu Garen also started casting spells to help. Dajie quickly gave instructions. "I'll be the formation's core and handle 3 of the dragons. Each of you take 2. That makes 3 people for 6 heads." Huxma responded right away. "Got it, sister." Then Dajie took on 3 dragon heads. Yu Garen jumped into action too. "Come on, baby." The 2 dragon heads charged at her, furious. "You lowly thing, so arrogant." The scene shifts inside. Dragon number 5 is being massaged by patterns that feel like juicy grape clusters. Overcome with joy, it cries out, "Brother 4, there are so many grapes here. The grapes are plump and full, perfect for a facial mask." Brother 4, soaking in a grape-filled tub, scoffs and says, shallow thinking. "Grapes this good should be juiced, fermented into wine, and used for a full-body soak. That's true bliss." They're enjoying themselves when a massive flood suddenly crashes in. Dragon number 4 quickly warns, "Little brother 5, this is bad. Start spraying now to hold back the flood." The 2 of them then unleash a stream of lava-like spray to push back the floodwaters, causing a powerful reaction outside that shocks Yu Garen. Seeing this, Huxma thinks to herself, "I can't let the older girls outdo me." She spreads her legs wide and declares, "Evil dragon, come here. Let me show you what I'm made of." Soon after, Tian breaks through to the mid-stage of Grand Demon. Overwhelmed with pleasure, she exclaims, "Big sis Dajie, I can't hold on any longer. Waves of heat are crashing straight into my core." At the same time, Dajie reaches the peak of the Grand Demon stage. She cheers Tian on, saying, "Hold on just a bit longer. We must suppress these so-called Emperor Dragons." Over on Huxma's side, the 4 dragon heads keep spewing fire with intense force. She breaks through to the late stage of Grand Demon, and so does Yu Garen. Meanwhile, Liu Nian is still in a state of complete loss of control. Seeing this, Dajie thinks to herself, "As long as I help the king push through this challenge, with these 9 precious treasures, the king's dual cultivation power will soar." With that thought, she makes up her mind. "I'm going to drain every last drop from all of you." Then the 4 sisters launched a counterattack all at once. Water surged like a massive flood, pouring out with such force that the 9 dragon heads couldn't withstand it and became dizzy. Not long after, Liu Nian slowly regained consciousness. Holding his head, he asked, "What just happened? Why did I lose control?" Just then, he noticed Dajie and the others lying naked and sprawled out across the ground. At the same time, the system notification popped up. "You received the intermediate special Flesh Forest Decree. Training speed will increase 4 times over the next 72 hours. The player has successfully upgraded the Great Dual Cultivation Artifact into the Human Emperor Dragon Seed. You've unlocked the special skills Fiery Eyes of Insight and Eyes of Desire, which allow you to see through the desires and weaknesses of the opposite sex. The player has successfully subdued and taken control of the Human Emperor Dragon, unlocking the special skill the Hand of Desire, which amplifies the desires of the opposite sex without limit, effective within a 500-meter range. Additionally, the player's charm toward the opposite sex has increased. Through certain special physical activities, the player can rapidly gain affection from others." Liu Nian read through the notifications with a completely puzzled expression. These 2 new skills didn't seem to have any combat power at all. And what the hell is charm value supposed to mean? As soon as he finished speaking, Fiery Eyes of Insight and Eyes of Desire suddenly activated. He immediately spotted 3 weak points on Tian's body and could clearly see her current state of desire. The system also displayed a detailed panel. Tian's preferences, attack zones, insults, vulgarities, weaknesses, and pressure points. Liu Nian was speechless at this new skill. Frustrated, he held his head and sighed. What's the point of this skill? It's completely useless. But then he paused and thought again. Wait, maybe this skill will be useful for subduing demons in the star-picking tower. Let's give the Hand of Desire a try. He pointed his finger into the air and instantly, Dajie's body arched. Then, like a sudden flood, a wave of energy erupted and splashed all over Liu Nian. He stared blankly at his hand, thinking, so this is how the Hand of Desire works. Next time I run into Liu Nian, I could surprise her with it and mess with her a bit. Make her lose face in front of everyone, knock her pride down a notch. Just imagining it gave him a thrill, but that was it. He sighed again. Still, it doesn't seem like it's all that useful. At that moment, Daji ran over and hugged Liu Nian, pouting sweetly. My king, you're so bad. I'm already this exhausted, and you still want to torment me. Liu Nian was touched. He gently stroked Daji's cheek and kissed her forehead. Thank you, my love. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead for sure. Daji looked at him with a satisfied gaze. This is just what I should do. Besides, I've absorbed quite a bit of essence from the human emperor. Once I refine it, I'll be able to raise my cultivation quickly. Then she hugged Liu Nian tightly and said, My king, this time, a blessing came from disaster. 9 snakes has advanced to 9 dragons, and our dual cultivation technique has reached a new level. Liu Nian gently patted her head and replied, It's a pity, it hasn't increased my attack power or defense. Hearing that, Daji playfully said, My king, if you want to use dual cultivation to strengthen your physical defense, I actually remember someone who might help. Liu Nian perked up with interest. Who is it? Daji softly said the name, Lady Shiji. Liu Nian was surprised when he heard it. So it's her. Daji continued, Actually, Lady Shiji was originally a leftover piece of the sky-mending stone used by Manhwa. Over time, she cultivated into a spirit. Later, she joined the radical sect, but was eventually killed by her master, Zha, the perfected one Tai Yi. After that, her soul merged with the Divine Ward, and she was honored as the Moon Wandering Star. If you can find her and cultivate with her, your physical defense will grow stronger. Even ordinary Delu Golden Immortals won't be able to break through your defense without using magical weapons. Liu Nian, hearing that, grew excited. Even Delu Golden Immortals can't break through it? That's incredible. Daji, overjoyed beside him, even had her tails perk up. She's a piece of the sky-mending stone from Lady Nuwa herself. If you absorb her spiritual energy, your body will naturally grow stronger. But Liu Nian was a little suspicious. He grabbed Daji's wagging tail and said Lady Shiji went after Zha to get revenge for her disciple's death, but ended up getting killed by Zha's master instead. I've heard a bit about this. It's a bit of a problem now. Everyone already knows I'm Zha's younger brother, and I've even got the lotus seal on my backside. The more Liu Nian thought about it, the more his head hurt, but he quickly shook it off. He enjoyed running his fingers through Daji's fluffy tail and decided to stop thinking about it for now. He figured he'd deal with it when he met Lady Shiji again. Right now, he still had the star-picking tower. That would boost his defense for the time being. If things got worse, he could always go back to the tower a few more times. He remembered the system notification. The system had reminded him that he'd unlocked the exclusive cultivation technique of the star-picking tower, the beginner-level demon sealing technique. His defense had now been upgraded to the mid-level of a high-level demon, and would last for 24 hours. Thinking about all this, Liu Nian let out a sigh. Only the White Bone Lady had advanced to Demon King rank. He'd still need to either train more or take down another Demon King to get stronger. As he thought about it, he kept stroking Daji's tail, which made her excited again. She quickly said, My king, are you teasing me? The system that announced your female demon slave, the White Bone Lady, is longing for you passionately, connecting to the scene now. As soon as the message ended, the White Bone Lady appeared in the star-picking tower, dancing around a pole. Her eyes were full of affection as she looked at Liu Nian and called out, My king? Come watch me dance. Why hasn't Lord Liu Nian come to cultivate with me yet? The system also announced the end of the broadcast. After watching, Liu Nian thought to himself, That Wugong Jing I caught last time still isn't fully under control. This time is perfect to test out the new skill from the Eye of Desire, the Hand of Desire. He recalled the angry expression on the white-eyed demon lord's face and gave a sly and wicked grin. If I combine my Hand of Desire with Wugong Jing's 100-limbed Death Fist, I wonder how powerful it would be. Liu Nian imagined using the 100 arms of Lust to toy with Liu Nian and let out a lewd laugh. Liu Nian, let me show you my new skill. At that moment, on the first level of Tai Fi Mountain, while walking along the road, a fire hydrant suddenly burst open. From it emerged a beautiful girl with white hair. She was the brave lady of Earth, a high-level demon of peep power, a golden-nosed, white-furred rat spirit, a character from the classic novel Journey to the West. Because she once stole and ate the floral fragrance treasure of the Tathagata on Spirit Mountain, she was renamed Half-Lotus Guanyin and sent down to the mortal realm to live as a demon queen, now known as the Brave Lady of Earth. She smiled and said, I heard that most of the immortals above the level of true immortal have already left. What a perfect time for me to sneak out and steal something. Just then, a drunk young man walked by. It was Yin Tao, a level 30 warrior. Seeing her, he grinned and teasingly said, "Hey, sweetheart, how about having some fun with me?" Brave Lady of Earth gave a gentle smile and stepped forward, placing her hand on his shoulder. "All right, handsome, let's go into that alley and talk in detail about the software hardening process." Hearing that, Yin Tao was overjoyed. "Great, let's go." The two of them walked into the narrow alley together. Rubbing his hands eagerly, Yin Tao's face took on a sleazy expression. "Beautiful lady, you look stunning. I really want to be with you." Brave Lady of Earth looked at him with sultry eyes. Her blood-red nails grew longer as she moved closer and spoke sweetly. "You're very attractive, too handsome." On the other side, Yin Tao, completely unaware, leaned in closer. "Sweetheart, I really want to be with you too." As he spoke, Brave Lady of Earth's eyes suddenly changed. A savage smile spread across her face. And what happened next? Well, everyone can imagine. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the alley. Yin Tao didn't even need to think. He knew the ending was brutal. He ended up as a delicious meal. Brave Lady of Earth walked away, licking her lips hungrily. She thought to herself, "I've heard that someone with a natural dual cultivation holy body is hiding in Tai Flame Mountain. He must be incredibly tempting." Meanwhile, Liu Nian was in the star-picking tower, sharing porridge and some flirtation with Lady Whitebone, calculating in his mind, the star-picking tower has already captured 5 demons. We finally unlocked the chamber. From now on, we won't need to train out in the square anymore. Suddenly, the door opened and Xiao Zhu spoke up. "Master, please come this way." In the corridor, only Xiao Zhu and the white-eyed demon lord were being held captive. The moment the 100-eyed demon lord saw Liu Nian, he flew into a rage and shouted, You disgusting man, you ruined my divine power? I swear I'll skin you alive and tear you to pieces." The parasite raised its head and slapped the 100-eyed demon lord across the face. "How dare you insult my master? Do you have a death wish?" The 100-eyed demon lord wasn't about to back down. She spat at her attacker. "You call yourself a great demon, yet you serve these pathetic humans. You're nothing but a traitorous beast." Just then, Liu Nian stepped into the hallway. As soon as he entered, he activated his golden flame eyes, specifically the Eye of Desire on the 100-eyed demon lord. Instantly, he saw her deepest preferences. She liked to be kissed, loved being complimented on her looks, and her weakness was having the power of primordial chaos poured into her core. Liu Nian smirked slyly, thinking to himself, "The Eye of Desire is more useful than I thought. I've really underestimated it." He walked up and grabbed the 100-eyed demon lord by the chin. She scowled, furious. "What do you think you're doing?" Without answering, Liu Nian leaned in and kissed her forcefully. Xiao Zhu, who was standing nearby, closed her eyes tightly. She could only hear the suggestive sounds echoing around her. The 100-eyed demon lord was so overwhelmed by the kiss that her head spun, her face turned crimson, and she even had a nosebleed. Struggling to stay conscious, she thought, "I can't breathe. I'm going to pass out." A system alert appeared. Her obedience level had jumped from 5% to 20%. Then she fainted. Seeing this, Liu Nian lit up with excitement. "Xiao Zhu, take her to my room. I'm going to use her to cultivate tonight." He thought to himself, "So you're afraid of having primordial energy poured into your core? Well, tonight I'm going to fill it to the brim." Lady Whitebone and Princess 10,000 Saints saw what happened and exclaimed in unison, "My king, we want that technique too." Even the parasite drooled with envy. "I want it so badly," he cried. Liu Nian cracked his knuckles and put on a righteous air. "I'm handling official business here. This Wu Gongjing has harmed others. Today, I'm making sure she gets what she deserves." He immediately walked over and grabbed the 100-eyed demon lord by the hair. When she tormented humans, she should have known this day would come, but she still refused to admit it. Humans are a pathetic species. You've lost the ability to cultivate on your own and become the lowest of all creatures. Liu Nian instantly lifted the binding spell with a cold snort and ordered her to be taken to my bedroom. Hearing this, Xiao Zhu obeyed without question and carried the 100-eyed demon lord off, giving her a warning. "Just behave yourself." But the 100-eyed demon lord struggled furiously, still filled with rage. To the demon world, she was a disgrace. Xiao Zhu spoke up. "Have you heard of the ancient human emperor?" The 100-eyed demon lord stopped struggling and asked in return. The ancient human emperor, someone as powerful as a sage? Seeing that she knew of the human emperor, Xiao Zhu continued. "The person you just spoke with is the incarnation of the human emperor. The human race is about to rise again. Pledging loyalty to the king is fate. I serve the human emperor." The 100-eyed demon lord couldn't believe what she was hearing. What? But she still didn't believe it. With a look of disdain, she spat on the ground and sneered. "He's the human emperor. And you think the human race can rise again? Ever since Emperor Tan died, humanity's destiny has been completely lost. The so-called Son of Heaven is nothing more than heaven's lapdog now. The human race was abandoned long ago. Back then, Emperor Tan wrote love poems in Nua's palace. Nua herself didn't even dare lay a hand on him. But once the humans lost their destiny, what's the difference between them and animals? For over 1,000 years, you can count on one hand the number of people who've managed to cultivate on their own. Even a fox has a better chance of reaching enlightenment than a human does. In the hundred-eyed demon lord's mind, an image appeared of a weasel standing on 2 legs, asking, "Do I look more like a human or an immortal?" Xiao Ju pulled the hundred-eyed demon lord up and replied, "That's all in the past. Just focus on serving the king. There's already a precedent of a human emperor marrying someone from the demon clan and making her empress. This is the best path forward for our kind." On the other side, Liu Nian had also heard what the hundred-eyed demon lord said, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Wu Gongjing wasn't wrong before the Battle of Deification. Our great Shang had countless outstanding talents like Grand Tutor Wen, Zhang Guifang, Zhang Kui, Gao Lanning, Huang Fihu, Deng Xiaoyu, and many others who practiced cultivation. Even the ancestors of Fang Qi. General Fang was only a gate guardian of the palace, yet he still managed to cultivate and become immortal. Quick note, a palace gate guardian is similar to the head of security at the emperor's office. In Liu Nian's heart, a question arose. Why is it that after the Battle of Deification, the number of people who could cultivate and ascend became so rare? All of this must be connected to the fate and spiritual energy of the human race. Suddenly, Lady Whitebone knelt at his feet, interrupting his thoughts. "My king, there's no need to worry. You are the reincarnation of the human emperor. As long as you ascend and become immortal, a portion of humanity's spiritual destiny can be restored. You'll also be protected by the ancient human emperors." Liu Nian nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is. Then I'll hurry and reach level 100 so I can enter the immortal trials." Lady Whitebone gently held Liu Nian's shoulders and said, "But it's not that simple. This game only lets people in. It doesn't let them out. It's full of bugs and loopholes, and all kinds of demons have slipped in. That shows the immortals never had good intentions from the start." Hearing that, Liu Nian asked with suspicion, could it be because Shen Gongbao left the game? Lady Whitebone sat on top of Liu Nian and kissed his neck, then said, "How could Shen Gongbao possibly have that kind of power? He's just a scapegoat. Those immortals don't want to get their hands dirty or be involved in bloodshed and grudges like that." Liu Nian suddenly understood. It all made sense now. She leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "The real issue is that anyone who enters the small world of Fengshen ends up dead. Only a few descendants of powerful immortals with deep backgrounds can actually succeed in cultivating. Most people die and are turned into heavenly soldiers, used as cannon fodder in Heaven's crusade. I also heard Shen Gongbao mention that in the final trial, a Delu Golden Immortal will use a magical mirror to reveal each participant's past lives and bloodline. If they find out you're the reincarnation of the human emperor, they'll execute you on the spot." Hearing that, Liu Nian turned pale with fear, like his soul had flown out of his body. Grabbing Lady Whitebone by the shoulders, he asked, "Then, my love, can you tell me what I should do next?" Lady Whitebone smiled and said, "My king, you have an incredibly rare gift for cultivation. If you can build a relationship with 2 female immortals from prominent backgrounds and take a special path to immortality, then maybe." Liu Nian was speechless. His face twitched as he said, "Immortality? Are you trying to use me as bait?" Lady Whitebone gave a calm smile and poked him lightly in the chest with her finger. "Great king, those who achieve great things don't worry about the little stuff. The fate of humanity is in your hands now." Liu Nian pushed her aside. "All right, I get it." Then he turned and walked away, but in his heart, he couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. So frustrating. Is seducing immortal women really the only way I can survive? But if Lady Whitebone is right, then what about my father and younger brother? What will happen to them? After a while, Liu Nian stepped into his cultivation chamber. There, the hundred-eyed demon lord had already been sealed by Xiao Ju using an array formation and celestial binding ropes. Upon seeing Liu Nian, she let out a furious roar. "Liu Nian, you shattered my core cultivation technique, caused my spiritual power to plummet into the abyss. From this day forth, we are mortal enemies." Liu Nian said nothing. He merely walked forward slowly. Behind him, 9 golden dragon heads emerged, spiraling around him like sentient spirits. They hissed and roared with overwhelming force, releasing terrifying mental pressure that surged toward the hundred-eyed demon lord. "Say it, master." One of the dragon heads growled, "Say, great king." Still defiant, the hundred-eyed demon lord gritted her teeth. "Get lost. Despicable human scum. I love your kind." Liu Nian stopped in his tracks and let out a cold smirk. "I apologize for weakening your cultivation, but today I've come not to torment you, but to make amends." As he spoke, he extended a hand, lightly pressing on her dantian, the spiritual core sealed within her. From his fingertips, radiant energy bloomed, forming a primordial seal, which slowly seeped into the barrier, suppressing her powers. I shall transfer to you the remaining soul force of the dragon spirit to reawaken your cultivation meridians. At once, the 9 dragons soared upward, each unleashing a torrent of divine power, merging into the seal formation. The 100-eyed demon lord trembled under the immense force being infused into her body. Her face turned pale as she cried out, "Stop! I can't endure this." Liu Nian's voice was calm, but firm. "This is your only chance to ascend to the next realm. Endure it." Golden light erupted in a blinding burst. Her body, locked within the formation's spiritual matrix, absorbed surge after surge of pure energy into her dantian, shaking the entire room to its core. Tears of helplessness streamed down her face. The once proud demon lord no longer wore the mask of arrogance. In that moment, she was nothing more than a fragile being, standing before the immense transformation of the great Tao. Seeing the 100-eyed demon lord sobbing in despair, Liu Nian spoke with interest. "When humanity was falling apart, you monsters tortured and killed us. Did you ever show us any mercy?" "Liu Nian, I'm not a deaf mother. I won't kill you. I just want you to help me cultivate." As he finished speaking, he kissed her lips. Below them, the 9 dragons pierced through the sky. At that moment, at the launch site, an alert signaled that congestion levels had risen to 70%. The commander quickly gave the order. The original life forms were ready. Innocently, the original life forms chatted with one another. "Where are we going? Are we going to crash into a wall again?" The commander's voice came through. "Countdown initiated. Launch. 3, 2, 1. Success! I've discovered a new life planet. Compatibility levels are rising steadily." The 100-eyed demon lord closed her eyes and moaned proudly. "It's so hot." Liu Nian, with a blank expression, said, "You think this is the end? That would be far too kind for what you did to those people." Then he activated the Human Wrath Manifesto. "Today, I'll write 10 justice strokes just to explain the character for justice has 5 strokes. 10 characters mean 50 strokes. What those strokes represent, well, we know." Liu Nian untied the 100-eyed demon lord, letting her fall onto the bed, then walked over and grabbed her head, making her furious. "You damned human." But Liu Nian gave her another brutal lesson, leaving the 100-eyed demon lord helpless and in tears. Again and again, her submission level kept going up. The system announced that the 100-eyed demon lord's submission had reached 90%. Liu Nian looked at the result with pride. He hadn't expected his dual cultivation abilities to be enhanced to such an epic level. No matter how many times they did it, he can feel tired at all. Still, he felt like he was running low on ammo. Next time, he'd have to make every shot count. The 100-eyed demon lord, tormented and trembling, widened her eyes in fear. "I won't dare harm humans ever again," she said. Liu Nian looked at her with a hint of regret. After all those cultivation sessions with him, her cultivation level hadn't gone up at all. Maybe it had something to do with her technique. Maybe it was flawed. He figured he should ask Madame Whitebone if she could help him switch her to a different cultivation method. As he spoke, he tapped the option for 100 strikes instant kill and instantly entered a meditative state, thinking about combining it with his hand of desire to see if they could be fused. A system message popped up. "Skill fusion successful. Please name your new skill." Liu Nian smirked with satisfaction. It worked. "All right, I'll call you Illusory Golden Touch. It means a phantom-like golden finger." He glanced at the 100-eyed demon lord, then looked at his hand. He thought to himself, "Can't use it on her anymore. If I do, I'll end up killing her. Better try it on a different demon." Just then, outside in the hallway, Xiao Ju was already waiting. When she saw Liu Nian walk out, she gently said, "Please allow Xiao Ju to assist your majesty with your bath." Liu Nian thought to himself, she's been so devoted ever since she entered the Star Tower. Using her to test the new skill, I kind of feel bad about it. Liu Nian asked, "Chief Steward, where is Xiao Chao Nian?" Xiao Ju pouted and replied, "Still in the main hall." Hearing that, Liu Nian quickly left to find Xiao Chao Niang and said, "Your sister is now mine. I've conquered her. She's my woman now." Xiao Chao Niang didn't believe it. "That's impossible. My sister has never liked men." Liu Nian scratched his head and said, "That's because she practiced the pure Jade Maiden technique, and now she's drained of all her energy. But don't worry, I've already mastered a new move." Worried, Xiao Chao Niang asked, "What are you planning to do?" Liu Nian stepped closer and asked, "Do you know Tuk Kwaian Sek?" As soon as she heard it, Xiao Chao Niang realized, "That's my sister's ultimate technique, isn't it?" Just then, Liu Nian's eyes glowed red as he slowly approached. He unleashed the phantom golden palm and stripped off all her clothes. Scene shift to a bar. A trembling hand gripped a glass of alcohol tightly. A voice filled with anger muttered, "Disgusting." The source of his rage, he was reading news about Liu Nian on his phone. Every day people praised Liu, not admiring lovers or immortals, but Liu himself. This man was Zhang Delai, a priest of the Spirit Guild and former lackey of the late Vice Guild leader, King Zhou. Reading the news, he slammed his glass down on the table and shouted, "Disgusting. Ever since the Vice Guild leader died, I've been completely sidelined. I can't get my hands on a single resource now." He remembered the insults from the other guild members, how they blamed him for the deputy leader's death, yet he still had the nerve to ask for resources. "That's right. If it were me, I'd have left the guild a long time ago." Zhang Delay was so angry he was grinding his teeth. He had worked like a dog for the squad leader just to climb the ranks, and in the end, he lost everything. Suddenly, Brave Lady of Earth walked over. "Hey there, are you feeling lonely?" Zhang Delay couldn't help but have a nosebleed at the sight of her curvy figure. She leaned in closer and said seductively, "I'm feeling a little tipsy. Would you stay with me tonight?" Zhang Delay smirked. "Of course." Then Brave Lady of Earth slowly traced her finger along her thigh, making Zhang Delay's body react as if a tree had sprung up after a rainstorm. "Let's go somewhere else," she whispered. Hearing that, Zhang Delay followed her without a second thought. Scene cuts to the next morning at the Tai Phi Mountain Patrol office. Zhang Delay's image was quickly added to the list of recent missing persons. Liu Nian was also summoned by Miss Thap for a meeting. "Liu Nian, on behalf of the Tai Phi Mountain Patrol Unit, I'm officially inviting you to assist us in solving this case." Liu Nian was stunned. Solve a case? He silently cried inside. He had just left the star-picking tower when Miss Thap dragged him into the office. He thought she was going to flirt with him, but she was actually looking for help with the case. Lady Ten sat at her desk, slowly sliding her damaged foot up Liu Nian's thigh. She spoke calmly. "That's right. Recently, 13 people have died in the Tai Phi Mountain City. We suspect demons are behind it." Liu Nian glanced at the approaching foot and responded helplessly. "Isn't that the job of immortals like you? I'm just a rebel." Without hesitation, Lady Ten slipped her foot under Liu Nian's robe. Most of the true immortals had already gone to the 5th level to repair the cracks. "We're sure on people right now," Liu Nian said uncomfortably. "Then why are you coming to me?" By now, Lady Ten had caught hold of Liu Nian's lower half with her foot. She answered, still toying with him, "Because I heard you have the ability to detect demonic magic. All of our top immortals could do that have already gone to the 5th level." As her foot gripped him, Liu Nian trembled slightly, but still asked, "Why should I help you? If I get involved, I could get hurt." While continuing to tease him, Lady Ten kept her tone calm and steady. "Because of me, of course, and once you find the demon, I'll summon the managers who stay behind to form a killing formation. Even though our cultivation levels aren't that high, our battle formations are still incredibly powerful." As she spoke, her foot moved rhythmically, making Liu Nian moan with reluctant pleasure. Liu Nian said with difficulty, "I can't hold it much longer." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful surge of energy burst forth. Lady Ten stepped closer and asked, "You wouldn't want me to be punished for this, or worse, banished to the mortal realm, would you?" Liu Nian hesitated at her question, "But I really don't fully understand the power of the demon clans if I act rashly." Before he could finish, Lady Ten placed a gentle kiss on his lips, cutting him off. "I already paid the deposit, remember? Are you planning to go back on your word?" The kiss left Liu Nian flustered. "Deposit? When did you pay a deposit?" She raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet, then whispered, "Just help me this one time. If you refuse, I'll tell Little Pig that you already became his stepdad last time." Liu Nian was startled. Last time was just a misunderstanding, not something worth making a fuss about. But Lady Ten was firm. Even a fleeting moment still counted. "Why not just make it official now?" she added with a teasing smile. Hearing that, Liu Nian quickly stepped back. "Your safety comes first. Let's head to the scene and take a look." Lady Ten chuckled softly to herself. Got him. Before long, they arrived at the site where Zhang Deli had met his end, a sensory chamber labeled Room 520. Liu Nian and Lady Ten pushed open the door and walked in. Inside, Zhang Deli's body had withered, showing clear signs of being drained of all vitality. Liu Nian noticed a small hole in one of the pillars and asked, "Why is there a hole here?" Lady Ten imagined Zhang Deli hugging the pillar while under some illusion and replied, "He must have been caught in a spell and thought the pillar was a beautiful woman." Liu Nian looked at the column momentarily speechless. He quickly activated his spiritual senses and began scanning the area. A strong, sharp smell hit his nose, making him frown. Lady Ten, slightly embarrassed, said, "I took a shower this morning, you know." Liu Nian followed the scent with such speed that Lady Ten was surprised that fast. She remarked as he pushed open the bathroom door and stepped inside. He picked up a strand of hair. Sniffing it carefully, Liu Nian declared, "There's demon energy on this hair." Lady Ten rushed in for a look and asked doubtfully, "Isn't this just animal fur?" Liu Nian guessed it likely fell off where the demon was bathing. The energy imprint is still fresh. Upon hearing that, Lady Ten's expression grew serious. Even those powerful immortals skilled in divine deduction had only reached the 5th level. Finding a single strand of fur might not be enough for now, but Liu Nian was full of confidence. "You're underestimating me. I may not use divine deduction, but if I activate all 9 sensory channels, I'll track it for sure." With that, he began chanting and opened all 9 of his sensory channels. Immediately, the demon's energy trail became visible. He followed it down the hallway and toward the stairwell. The trail finally stopped at a sewer grate. Liu Nian said firmly, "Found it." Upon closer inspection, he concluded the demon had escaped through the back exit. Liu Nian grew excited and took off in pursuit. Judging by the fur, the demon was likely a female trying to flee after sneaking into this place. Seeing Liu Nian's strength, Ten Lady was a little surprised. She thought to herself, this kid actually managed to open the 9 orifices, but why has he suddenly become so motivated? Whatever, I'll just follow him for now. The two of them quickly made their way to the inn's drainage system. As soon as they arrived, Liu Nian frowned and said, "This place really stinks." To explain, Liu Nian's sense of smell had become unusually sensitive after opening the olfactory meridian, so the stench he picked up was dozens of times stronger than what most people would notice. He quickly spotted the demon aura spreading further inward. Ten Lady also pieced things together. Based on the white hair they found, the path the demon took to escape, and the method it used to kill, she guessed that the monster might be none other than the former boss, the Brave Lady of Earth. Ten Lady pulled out her phone and opened the Brave Lady of Earth's profile. Rat Spirit Matron, white whispers on her nose, peak level Grand Demon. Skill, Ancient Earth Arts, can burrow 100 meters underground in 3 seconds. Cooldown time 30 minutes. Earth Claw, a single target attack that deals 300% of her own power in damage. When it hits, she can recover her vitality. After reading her info, Liu Nian was a bit skeptical. A regular attack from a peak level Grand Demon definitely shouldn't be able to seriously hurt me right away. Even though the Earth Claw is powerful, it's a single target move that takes time to charge. If Ten Lady can just buy me a bit of time with her spider silk, I can trade my life for hers and take her down. Liu Nian had already made a plan in his mind. He was going to use the 9 Dragons Linked Demon technique to risk his life, so he felt at ease. After all, he had the death immunity skill to keep himself alive. But his words caught Ten Lady off guard. She thought to herself, what is this fool talking about? That's a peak level great demon, has he lost his mind? But she quickly dismissed that thought. No, that's not right. He's defeated great demons before. If he says this, he must be confident. Maybe it's because of a treasure from Zajda, the 3rd prince. With that in mind, Ten Lady agreed to help. If my little brother says so, then as the game's manager, there's no way I can back down. Let's go together. Liu Nian agreed. He thought to himself, Brave Lady of Earth has the ancient Earth technique. But if Ten Lady casts her web, it might delay her digging. Looks like Star Picking Tower is about to get another demiss. A moment later, the two of them quickly opened the sewer cover. Liu Nian was still dizzy from the smell below. Holding back his nausea, he activated his fiery golden eyes and immediately saw a massive castle behind the barrier, with 5 large characters carved into it. Waterfall Tower of King Lai of Heaven. Liu Nian asked, that demon is definitely inside the temple. Do you have a way to stop Brave Lady of Earth from using her ancient Earth technique? Ten Lady replied, I have a spider silk treasure. I can hold her off for a while. Hearing that, Liu Nian grinned. Then we're good. You stay outside and set up the trap. Wait for me. Still, Ten Lady looked a bit worried. She asked, but are you really going to be okay? That's a peak level great demon. Maybe we should turn back. Liu Nian simply waved his hand and walked away. Watching his calm and confident figure disappear into the distance, Ten Lady couldn't help but feel moved. He's really strong. Maybe the little pig needs a father after all. Just as she said that, the little pig sneezed loudly on the other side. Who's talking behind my back? When Liu Nian reached the temple gate, he used the bone morph technique to transform into an animal. He was confident that the area was quiet, but since the sound of wings flapping was too loud, he figured it would be safer to turn into a flea. At that moment, a shadow loomed over him, covering his tiny body. He looked up and immediately got a nosebleed. It's the Brave Lady of Earth, but Liu Nian was so small that she didn't notice him and walked right past. Because of that, he saw everything, every secret detail with crystal clarity. He couldn't help but blurt out, a giant flower. Right then, the Brave Lady of Earth sensed something and looked down. There seemed to be something on the ground. Yes, there really is someone down there, but it's just Liu Nian in flea form. He hid in a spot just outside the sightlines of the temple's sacred statues. Don't see me. Please don't see me. After scanning the area and finding no one, the brave Lady of Earth quickly left. Was I just imagining things? Liu Nian quickly hid between her legs, quietly following the footsteps of the brave Lady of Earth. He let out a relieved sigh. Thankfully, he hadn't been discovered. Just then, drops of sacred water landed on his head. He shook his body to fling the water off and muttered, "So salty. It's even saltier than Fang Qi." Right after, he hurried to catch up with the brave Lady of Earth. After bathing, she lay down on the bed to relax. Liu Nian jumped up deep in thought. The brave Lady of Earth was at the peak of her demonic power. If he fought her head-on, he might not stand a chance. The system also issued a warning. Mid-stage demon defense will last for another 10 hours. Seeing that, he made up his mind. Looks like the only option was to wear her down. First, don't let her rest too comfortably. After tossing and turning for a while, probably because of earlier exhaustion, she finally fell into a deep sleep. Liu Nian felt full of confidence and even sang a little tune to himself. No one knows the power of fleas better than I do. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the brave Lady of Earth. As he moved forward, Liu Nian couldn't help but be stunned by the landscape before him. Towering, layered peaks. From a distance, it looked like a ridgeline, but up close, the elevation changed with every step. This was the first time he'd seen it from this angle. But faced with such a view, Liu Nian had to put it aside and get to work. The brave Lady of Earth immediately felt something. It was a little itchy. She reached out to scratch, but Liu Nian quickly dodged and silently gloated. Now this is agility. He leaped into a thick patch of grass and clung tightly to a blade, thinking to himself, "You think you can catch me? I'll show you what a true ninja can do." Then, with all of his strength, he charged forward like a lawnmower, tearing through the grass in a straight line as he chewed and pulled. Brave Lady of Earth were irritated, quickly scratching the spot everyone knows too well. It was unbearably itchy. She thought, did I not clean myself properly when I showered? Seizing the moment, Liu Nian braced himself and thought now's the perfect time to claim the high ground. He sprang up with everything he had and landed on the hilltop. Reaching the peak filled him with immense pride. Still feeling itchy, brave Lady of Earth began to suspect, could it be the bed? Maybe there are fleas, but I already purified everything with spiritual energy. Forget it. I'll just wash up again. She went to take another shower. Liu Nian, struggling just as much, was nearly swept away by the water, but managed to hang on tightly to a patch of grass. Once again, brave Lady of Earth used her spiritual energy to cleanse herself thoroughly. Fresh and fragrant, she took a deep breath, enjoying the scent on her skin. She thought, I smell amazing. I should finally be able to get a good night's sleep. Hearing that, Liu Nian's eyes turned cold. He thought, a peaceful night's sleep? Dream on. There's no way I'm letting you rest easy tonight. After brave Lady of Earth fell into a deep sleep, Liu Nian jumped onto her thigh and stabbed into it, making her scream in pain. Now furious, brave Lady of Earth started the whole routine again, another bath, another round of cleansing. And just like that, it kept repeating, bathing, sleeping, an endless loop. By the 13th bath, the brave Lady of Earth couldn't hold back her confusion any longer. I already shaved my skin clean, she muttered. Why can't I seem to get clean no matter how much I bathe? Hearing that, Liu Nian smirked slyly. The moment was getting close. He just needed her to fall deeply asleep one more time, then he'd make his move. Outside the temple of Lai Heavenly King, Ten Lady anxiously waited for Liu Nian. He still hadn't come out, and a wave of unease rose in her chest. Could something have happened to that kid? She whispered to herself, then stood up, clenching her fist in frustration. It's all my fault for trusting his words. If I hadn't been so eager to take all the credit for defeating the brave Lady of Earth and rush to report to headquarters, he wouldn't have had to take this risk. Inside the temple, Liu Nian crouched on a beam, watching the brave Lady of Earth sleeping soundly below. Looking at her beautiful face and stunning figure, he couldn't help but sigh. A seductress this gorgeous must have led countless people to ruin. I have to take her back to the star-picking tower and teach her a lesson, make her serve the good of mankind. He summoned his dragon phoenix sword, transformed back into human form, and charged forward, aiming directly at the brave Lady of Earth. But just as he got close, a celestial barrier flared up around her, blinding him with its radiant light. What the? How's that possible? Liu Nian quickly scanned the room and spotted the sacred idol of Lai Heavenly King standing upright at the altar. It was releasing divine energy, blocking him from getting any closer. Seeing this, he grew furious. Well, Li Ji, how dare you shelter a demon right here in the middle of the official road? No wonder that Rat Demon felt so safe lounging around here without a care in the world. The loud noise woke up the brave Lady of Earth. Who's there? When she saw Liu Nian standing in front of her, looking around, a smug smile spread across her face. All this time, I've been searching for you without success, and now here you are, walking right into my hands. She quickly got out of bed and walked toward him. I heard you were born with a dual cultivation holy body before you died. Mind letting me enjoy it for a bit? Most of the people I've killed didn't get that kind of treatment. Realizing how bad the situation was, Liu Nian turned to run, but the brave lady of Earth wasn't about to let him go that easily. With a wave of her hand, she sneered, "Food delivered straight to the door wants to run? Do you even know where you are?" In an instant, a divine barrier formed, sealing off the door. Liu Nian threw himself against it with all his strength. I'm done for, he thought. The plan was if the assassination failed, I'd lure her outside the temple and join forces with Madame Chu to take her down. I calculated everything, except that Li Ji would dare to use divine power to unseal a demon. He clenched his teeth. Looks like I really haven't read Journey to the West enough. Outside, Madame Chu noticed Liu Nian was taking too long and called for backup. But just then, a sudden surge of power hit, stunning her so hard she dropped her phone. The person on the other end of the line overheard part of the conversation and couldn't hide their surprise. What? How could that happen? The seal at the Temple of the Lai Heavenly King has already been activated. Even with all the supervisors we've sent, we still can't break the seal to save Liu Nian. Lady Ten collapsed angrily onto the ground. This is infuriating. The Lai Heavenly Tower actually dared to use divine power to unseal demons. I'm going straight to the Patriarch and the Purification Altar Envoy to make him pay for this. Just a note, the Purification Altar Envoy here refers to Zhu Baji. Inside the temple, the brave Lady of Earth slowly approached. With a flick of her hand, she said, "Let's fight somewhere else. Don't destroy my godfather's temple." Immediately, a bottomless pit opened beneath Liu Nian's feet. A huge hole appeared under him, and he was sucked into it. When he landed, Liu Nian couldn't help but be surprised. The brave Lady of Earth walked up to him and smiled. "Welcome to my underground lair." Startled, Liu Nian turned to look at her, thinking to himself, "There's no escape this time. Dan you Lei Ji. If I make it out of here alive, I swear I'll destroy your precious tower and let Navjda teach you a lesson." Quick-witted, he tried to play the familiarity card. "Don't kill me, we're practically family." But to his surprise, the brave Lady of Earth had already seen through him. She responded coldly, "You being the little brother of my godbrother Navjda, just a house servant." Then she gave a mocking smile. "Besides, you really think ordinary mortals like you can enter the investiture of the gods game and make it out of this cultivation world alive?" Hearing that, Liu Nian's face darkened. He was shocked deep down. So this demon mouse does know something about what's really going on, just as the white bone lady had guessed. But things weren't that simple. This game only lets you enter. There's no way out. It's full of glitches and buffs, and all kinds of demons have snuck in. That alone proves the immortals never had good intentions from the start. Realizing this, Liu Nian felt a rising sense of danger. The words of the white bone lady still echoed in his mind. This small cultivation world was never meant to let mortals like us leave alive. I suspect most people who enter this sealed world of deification will die. Only a few with strong immortal bloodlines might succeed in their cultivation. The rest will perish, becoming heavenly soldiers, disposable pawns for the celestial court's future conquest. He immediately drew his sword, eyes alert as he faced the brave Lady of Earth. If you won't even show respect for my big brother Navjda, then there's nothing left to say. Let's fight. The brave Lady of Earth laughed loudly, raising her claws. "Killing you. My adopted brother won't care. You're just a mortal doomed to die." With that, they charged at each other, locked in battle with no clear winner. The brave Lady of Earth looked surprised. She grinned and said, "A mortal, and yet you can block my attacks?" On Liu Nian's side, he was a little worried and thought to himself, barely holding on. The strength of a peak stage great demon really is overwhelming. Then the system notified him, mid-stage great demon's defense time remaining 4 hours. Brave Lady of Earth quickly returned to a battle-ready stance. Just now, she had only used 50% of her power, but now her eyes burned with killing intent. She had held back because she still wanted to dual cultivate with him, but now she had changed her mind. Without another word, she lashed out with her claws at Liu Nian. The system triggered, blocking a critical hit, and his substitute was instantly destroyed. Seeing this, Liu Nian shouted, "Wait, if you kill me now, the meat won't taste as good anymore. Besides, you're already a peak-level great demon. If you dual cultivate with me, I guarantee you'll be able to break through and become a demon king." Those words clearly moved brave Lady of Earth. Liu Nian quietly calculated, "I've really been tricked badly by Li Ji this time. These so-called immortals let their demons run wild, completely ignoring the lives of humans. If I fight her head-on, no matter how many lives I have, I'll never be her match. I have to outsmart her." At that moment, brave Lady of Earth suddenly realized, "You're still alive. Could it be that you have some kind of life-saving treasure? A wave of emotion rose in her heart. It seems my foster brother, Naja, really did give him something valuable. Earlier, she wanted to kill him because he showed some strength and she didn't want to take any chances. But if the third prince, Naja, truly values him, that if she kills him recklessly, will the prince let her go? Brave Lady of Earth fell deep into thought. But that guy has always looked down on us demons. If it weren't for our foster father protecting me, I would have been wiped out by the third prince, Naja, a long time ago. So, should I kill him or not? Liu Nian walked up to the Brave Lady of Earth and asked, "What do you think? It would really be a shame to kill me. How about we call a truce? If I help you break through and become a demon queen, you let it go just this once." The Brave Lady of Earth quickly shot back, "That all sounds nice, but what if I lose focus during our dual cultivation and you suddenly attack me?" Liu Nian got annoyed and defended himself. "How could I possibly do something like that? Do you really think I'm that low?" Deep down, he was cursing. This old rat spirit is actually pretty clever. The Brave Lady of Earth responded with disdain. "I've seen plenty of your kind online. Sleazy guys using dirty tricks, like taking a girl's umbrella while she's all excited. You really think I'm that easy to fool?" Liu Nian had no choice but to offer up his storage ring as a condition. "I'll give you my storage ring, and I'll even let you tie up my hands. That way you can feel safe, right? But you have to swear on your cultivation heart that you won't hurt me during the process." Hearing that, the Brave Lady of Earth started calculating. Tying up both hands is actually a smart idea. Once I become a demon queen, I'll eat him, then find a quiet place to hide away. The thought of this made her happy, and she quickly replied, "Hands and feet, both tied to the bed." Liu Nian agreed without hesitation. "Okay, deal," the Brave Lady of Earth said as she made the vow. She clasped her hands together and declared, "I, Brave Lady of Earth, swear upon my heart and the heavens that I will not harm Liu Nian in any way during our dual cultivation." From behind, Liu Nian activated his flaming eye of the golden star, triggering the desire eye to observe the opponent's true strength. The system immediately displayed information. Brave Lady of Earth, accumulation shallow in 9 places, deep in 1, weakness, instability at the Danshan. Liu Nian pondered silently, noticing that her meridians were somewhat chaotic, a sign vulnerable to exploitation. Soon after, he was restrained on the bed by her spiritual energy. Despite being bound, Liu Nian calmly calculated in his mind. "She has sworn by her Tao heart. She likely won't kill me in the short term. Moreover, she doesn't know I can shrink my form. If things go awry, I still have an escape route." A Brave Lady of Earth approached, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She spoke with firm resolve. "If I cannot break through to become a demon king this time, you will pay the price with the purest spiritual energy in your body. I will absorb it bit by bit, step by step, until I achieve my goal." With that, she slowly placed her hand on Liu Nian's Danshan, transmitting a special kind of magic power. A faint mystical aura spread throughout the room. "Prepare yourself, mortal. I want to see how long you can withstand this." Liu Nian immediately summoned the Dragon Soul. 9 golden dragon heads appeared, circling him like living entities. Each exhaled a powerful divine force that flowed into his body, creating a protective barrier that pushed back against the Brave Lady of Earth's magic. She hesitated, her face flushing slightly as she felt the overwhelming pressure from the Dragon Soul. "I never expected him to possess a twin cultivation saint body. This vital energy, shaking me to my core." Seeing her expression clearly, Liu Nian sensed his opportunity had come. Though his spiritual energy was significantly drained, he smiled triumphantly. A counterattack imbued with pure dragon essence instantly triggered the internal formation within her. The Brave Lady of Earth's entire body trembled, her eyes wide with shock, her thoughts in turmoil. "Impossible! His demonic power is stronger than I imagined. If this continues, my cultivation realm might change. If I hadn't evolved into the 9 dragons form and gained the lustful eye skill, which let me see her weakness, I probably would have died right here." Liu Nian looked at the Brave Lady of Earth, her body overwhelmed by desire, and thought to himself, her weak spot is the Danshan. Hit it directly. Without hesitation, he commanded 2 dragons to activate the Human Emperor Dragon technique. The twin dragons struck straight at her Danshan. In an instant, the Brave Lady of Earth felt a powerful shock run through her body, leaving her completely limp. Seeing this, Liu Nian made up his mind. He had to drain the spiritual energy from her brain completely. Then he maneuvered one of the 9 dragons to sneak around and wrap tightly around the Brave Lady of Earth's neck. Liu Nian smiled inwardly, thinking it worked. He pulled her away with all of his strength. The Brave Lady of Earth let out a pained groan, her eyes burning with tears. Liu Nian didn't let his guard down. He kept up the attack from below and sent the remaining 4 dragons to unleash flames into her body, forcing her into total submission. The system immediately announced, "Target's HP has dropped to 0. At that moment, the restraints vanished. Liu Nian let out a sigh of relief. Finally, Brave Lady of Earth is dead. The system updated again, announcing that the restraints had been removed. Liu Nian had slain the high-level demon boss, the golden-nosed, white-furred rat spirit, and leveled up to 40. He could now unlock the Hewn Emperor's Jade Seal reward and had received rare materials, 10 golden hairs from the rat spirit, and a demon core artifact called Fragrant Bamboo Blossom. The Fragrant Bamboo Blossom is a ceremonial candle used when the Buddha chants sutras. It enhances one's chances of enlightenment when cultivating techniques. Liu Nian gratefully accepted the demon core, quickly got dressed again, and smiled at his good haul. The Brave Lady of Earth had been a top-tier demon. If he helped her break through to the Demon King level, she and Lady Whitebone could use massage techniques to help him gain early-stage Demon King level defense. Liu Nian quickly put his spatial ring back on and left. The scene shifts to a border somewhere in the southern region of the Heavenly Realm. This area is guarded by the pagoda-wielding Heavenly King Lai, an early-stage Daolu Golden Immortal. Something had just happened to the Brave Lady of Earth. Immediately, he felt a deep worry in his heart. A ripple of divine power left behind in the sealed realm of the Fengshan Game had stirred. He took out her life record, and as he feared, something was indeed wrong. He gripped the Brave Lady of Earth's life record tightly, thinking to himself, I told her not to go into the small world of the Fengshan Game. Which immortal dared to strike her down? Let's pause to explain something. Not all immortals are skilled in divination, and even those who are can be thrown off by interference. Previously, Xiao Tong Tia had helped Liu Li conceal the heavenly secrets. Because of that, King Lai had no way of knowing what had happened. Just then, a celestial soldier rushed in to reporting to the pagoda-wielding Heavenly King Lai. Troops from the southern Bamboo Immortal Domain are gathering at the border. It looks like they're about to invade. Upon hearing this, King Lai was furious. How dare these lowly ones act so rashly? At once, the war drums sounded and celestial soldiers and generals gathered. He gave the command, anyone who crosses into the divine territory of Daxia, kill him. The army behind him roared in unison, anyone who crosses into the divine territory of Daxia, kill. The generals shouted, kill. The force of their voices was so overwhelming that the Southern Bamboo troops were caught off guard. General Jianel of Southern Bamboo, an early-stage Daolu Golden Immortal and the Thunder King, watched instead with admiration. No wonder the divine territory of Daxia has such a powerful reputation. Its background runs deep, and the number of Daolu Golden Immortals is astonishing. In each of our other 4 great divine territories, there's only one sage watching over things. But Daxia, they've got at least 6 or more. Can the spiritual energy of this primeval world handle the birth of a new sage? Thunder King Jian'es spoke up, recounting the latest events. He said that the 2 sages, Zeus and Odin, had already sent out expedition teams to search for new territory. Originally, they planned to do the same. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look disheartened, recalling the scene of their battleship exploding. The ship had been made from the best parts imported from the divine realms. So how did it not become the strongest warship, but instead end up in ruins? With deep respect, Thunder King Jian'es said, King Lai, don't misunderstand. We didn't come here to start a war with the Grand Xia divine realm. King Lai frowned and asked, then why are you here? Jian'es immediately pointed upward, putting King Lai on alert. With a smug smile, he said, because of her. As soon as he spoke, a stunning woman dressed in the style of the Southern Territory appeared. She was the saintess of Southern Bamboo, full of elegance and power. She had barely danced a few traditional Southern Bamboo steps, yet all the soldiers nearby were already captivated, as if under a spell. Seeing this, Lai Ji shouted angrily, wicked woman, how dare you? Then she launched an attack. Jian'ao quickly pulled out a magical treasure, Manhwa, to block the strike. This artifact could withstand a blow from a mid-stage Great Golden Immortal, and its cooldown time hadn't even reached an hour. Jian'ao quickly explained, please, Heavenly King Lai, don't be angry. This woman is the reincarnation of the Southern Bamboo Saintess. She's just a mortal. I believe that, as a Great Golden Immortal, you should make things difficult for an ordinary woman. When Lai Ji heard this, she grew cautious. She had assumed this woman was hiding her cultivation level. She never expected a mere mortal could charm the heavenly balance. Jian'ao didn't waste time and got straight to the point. I heard your divine realm is opening a small cultivation game world for mortals. Honestly, we're quite envious. Our Southern Bamboo divine realm would love to have something like that too. But maintaining a small secret realm like that takes a saint in seclusion, constantly channeling spiritual power to keep it running. We only have one saint-level immortal. If he were to go into seclusion, our entire realm would be at risk. Li Ji raised an eyebrow. So what? Jia now replied respectfully, so I humbly ask that you pass a request to the Jade Emperor. Please allow the reincarnated saintess of the Southern Bamboo Divine Realm to enter your Great Sia's secret realm to study and learn. Lai Ji snorted coldly. Great Sia may be full of talented people, and we're not afraid of outsiders, but we're not in the business of training talent for others either. Hearing that, Jianet gritted her teeth. Great Sia is vast and blessed with both natural and spiritual resources. A nation of 10,000 immortals, yet you turn away someone from beyond your borders so easily, I'm afraid that might damage the reputation of such a grand realm. Lai Ji was furious when he heard those words. He raised his voice. Enough talking. The resources of the Great Sia Divine Realm are for the people of Great Sia only. Jiano wasn't backing down. He shot back. So the Great Sia Divine Realm refuses to let outsiders in. Is there some secret you're hiding? Don't forget the sacred pact of no expansion. Has Great Sia secretly started experimenting with mass ascension to sainthood? Here's a bit of context. To maintain the current power balance and prevent the spiritual energy of the Wildlands continent from being depleted too quickly, the major divine realms signed a pact to limit the cultivation of new saints. Li Ji reacted like he'd been struck on a nerve. Gripping his spear tightly, he snapped. Great Sia has always kept its promises, but you divine realms are the ones who constantly break your word. In the morning, you sign non-aggression pacts with the smaller realms, but by evening, you send troops to take them over. Then you try to cover it up by claiming you're part of some demonization experiment. Jivanat, just as enraged, gritted his teeth and shouted, King Li, stop slandering us. Just because Great Sia has many saints doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. If all the major divine realms join forces to attack Great Sia, not even your army of saints could be everywhere at once. The 5 major divine realms include the Great Sia Divine Realm, the Odin Divine Realm, the Greek Divine Realm, the Southern Bamboo Divine Realm, and the Saintic Divine Realm. Jianna challenged them, saying, besides, the entrance to the Demon Realm is being suppressed beneath the Great Sad Divine Region. If we reconnect with the Demon Realm, Li Ji snapped, his voice sharp. Don't you dare. Just then, a flash of light shot over from behind. It was none other than the third prince, Naja. Without a word, he charged past Lai Ji and drove his spear straight into Jianna, who immediately coughed up blood and collapsed from the blow. Even Lai Ji was caught off guard. He scolded silently to himself. This rebellious brat has gotten even stronger. As for their father-son relationship, in a word, terrible. Naja was always causing trouble, and at one point, Lai Ji was so fed up that he destroyed Naja's temple after it was built. That was the start of their feud. After dealing with Jianna, Naja scoffed arrogantly, why waste words on you? One spear and it's over, right? Jianna crashed to the ground, struggling to get back up. The Great Sad Divine Region bullies people too much, he grumbled. Seeing this, Naja immediately summoned his universe ring to finish him off. Still not dead. Just as Naja was about to strike, a voice rang out, Third Prince, stop. The visitor was none other than Teibai Jinxing, a great golden immortal at the peak of the Dalu level. He gently advised, Third Prince, show some mercy. You were the one who tricked Sun Wukong into going to heaven and becoming a stable master. But it was already too late. Jianna had gone off to sell salt. Teibai sighed in frustration. I'm still a step behind. Just look at what they've done to someone else's child. Lei Ji immediately stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Teibai Jinxing. It was my failure as a teacher that led to this. Before Lai Ji could finish, Zevajia turned to look at him. Teibai walked over to where Jianna was. The two kids had just been playing, but as adults, we have to take responsibility. With that, he revived Jianna. With good intentions, Teibai offered a warning. Remember, trouble often starts with careless words. You won't be this lucky next time. Jianna was deeply grateful. Thank you, Teibai Jinxing, for saving me. I spoke recklessly just now. Teibai replied, it's all right. As for the Jade Emperor's decree, mortals with extraordinary talents, especially chosen women, may enter the secret realm of the Fengshan game. The rest must wait. So be it. Everyone responded in unison. We accept the decree. Zhao, thinking about Liu Nian surrounded by beautiful women, laughed. Looks like the Jade Emperor has finished grooming his 18 spies. Is he planning to make Liu Nian their cultivation partner? Just as Liu Nian finished speaking, he sneezed. Who's talking about me right now? He muttered. Inside, Lai Heavenly King was full of doubt. Why would the Jade Emperor give such an order? Wouldn't that reveal the secret about the forbidden zone in our game? He stared straight ahead, lost in thought, not realizing that Zhandi was standing right in front of him. Naja couldn't help but misunderstand. Seeing the dreamy look on his father's face, he found it amusing. Looks like he doesn't know about Liu Nian, yet he thought while making his own calculations. The Jade Emperor and the Grand White Golden Star were indeed sharp. They must have already discovered Liu Nian's innate dual cultivation sacred body in the mini world. Those proud beauties, who in the eyes of mortals seemed untouchable, turned into helpless victims the moment they entered the game. Thinking about this, Naja couldn't help but smile. Brother Liu Nian, I hope you'll wholeheartedly pass on the values of the great Xia divine realm to them and turn them into true women of our realm. The scene shifted to the mini world in front of the Lai Heavenly King Temple. Liu Nian had just come outside. As soon as she saw him, Lady Ten quickly ran over and asked, "Are you okay? Where's the brave Lady of Earth?" Liu Nian gave a wry smile. "I forced her to death." Lady Ten was stunned. Liu Nian killed the brave Lady of Earth. She was a top-level demon, and she could even channel the divine power of the Lai Heavenly King's pagoda. Suddenly, Ten Lady noticed Liu Nian's leg and spoke with concern. "Liu Nian, why is your leg so swollen?" Liu Nian looked confused and asked, "Swollen? Which leg is swollen?" When he looked down, he was shocked. His leg was badly swollen and had turned a purplish blue, like it had been strangled. Oh no, he was really swollen. It must have been from earlier, during the fight with the brave Lady of Earth. The primal energy hadn't fully been released. Hearing this, Ten Lady quickly sat down and said, "Don't worry. Let me help draw out the primal energy for you. You'll be fine." Liu Nian felt awkward. That's really embarrassing. But Ten Lady calmly got to work. As she did, Liu Nian felt a wave of relief wash over him, sending chills through his body. When she finished, Ten Lady looked satisfied. She had drawn out all the primal energy and the poison. Liu Nian was startled. Poison? There was poison too. Ten Lady guessed, looks like the fight with the brave Lady of Earth wasn't just a normal match. She leaned in closer to Liu Nian. She must have applied poison to her body. If I hadn't drawn it out just now, in another hour it would have spread through your system, destroyed your immune system, and caused your entire body to break down. Hearing this, Liu Nian realized the truth. So that's it. The brave Lady of Earth swore she wouldn't lay a hand on me, but instead, she poisoned herself. Ten Lady smiled and said, "This poison is actually a great tonic for me. I'm going to channel my energy to absorb the power of the primal force and the poison I just swallowed. You guard me while I do that." Liu Nian agreed, all right. With that, Ten Lady quickly sat down to cultivate. She absorbed all the primal force energy within her body. Once she finished, she immediately broke through to the next stage. Even she was a bit surprised by this. At that moment, Ten Lady had already reached the peak of the mystic immortal stage and stepped into the early stage of the true immortal realm. But Liu Nian had another question. Why is it that Fang Qi and the others absorbed my primal force energy but couldn't level up right away? Ten Lady explained, because they haven't become mystic immortals yet. Their meridians are still closed, so they can't fully absorb the laws within the primal force energy. She paused for a moment, then continued, right now they can only level up by fighting monsters and absorbing spiritual energy to gradually refine their meridians. Once they become mystic immortals, the meridians will open on their own. But you, how were you able to open your meridians and even gain a special ability? Ten Lady couldn't hide her curiosity. At the mortal stage, opening the meridians usually requires someone who has reached the Tao to spend 1,000 years worth of cultivation to forcibly help you forge them. Who helped you? A normal person couldn't possibly do that. Liu Nian scratched his head shyly and replied, "Of course it was Big Brother Navjada who helped me." Ten Lady looked a bit surprised. "Zha, the third prince, is helping you with your training?" A strange image popped into Liu Nian's mind. Worried that Ten Lady might misunderstand, he quickly explained, No, it's not like that. He asked the Great Spirit God to help me with the training." Then he silently added in his heart, "Great Spirit God, I'm sorry. I have to trouble you for a bit." Ten Lady nodded and said, "Seems like Navjada, the third prince, really values you and sees you as someone worth mentoring. Hold on, I'll craft a treasure for you." She took off her robe, revealing her belly button. From it, strands like spider silk shot out. In just a short moment, she had created a magical protective item. A sock-like treasure. While it looked like a sock, well, we can guess which foot it's meant for. She handed it to Liu Nian and instructed, "Next time you face a demoness in battle, make sure to wear this sock. It can adjust its size and thickness however you want without affecting how it feels. More importantly, it protects against poison and even cleans itself automatically." Liu Nian was grateful and thanked her. He quickly stored it in his storage ring. Seeing this, Ten Lady frowned and asked, "Why are you putting it away already? Aren't you going to try it on to see if it fits?" Liu Nian looked confused. "Try it on? How?" Without waiting for an answer, Ten Lady took his hand and led him to a tree. She leaned back against the trunk, looked at him with a teasing smile, and said, obviously, like this, "Oh, I've been a little constipated lately. Can you use your spirit flag dragon transformation skill to help me check things out?" Liu Nian blushed. "All right, Ten Lady said, "First, put the socks I knitted on Lin Long." Liu Nian looked confused. "How am I supposed to do that?" He quickly put the socks on. Instantly, Lin Long transformed into a lively little Santa Claus. It leaped onto its reindeer and charged ahead, full of energy. Ten Lady trembled all over. This was the first time she had ever seen this. As Liu Nian carried on, he thought to himself, as expected, this really is helping Ten Lady heal, and it's isolating the contamination too. From now on, you won't have to worry about whether this female demon's core is toxic or not. This magic item is amazing. The two of them stirred things up so much that the entire forest shook, startling even the birds. Scene shift. At the Tai-Fi mountain villa, Liu Nian was scrolling on her phone when she got a message from her husband. "Have you taken care of your wife's issue yet? Master Shen is pushing again. These days, he's not holding back his words." Liu Nian replied, "Got it." She sat up thinking of herself. Why are so many girls into Liu Nian? Is it because he's got all those powerful cultivation tools? As she thought about it, Liu Nian pulled out the artifact Shen Gongbao had given her. A sly smile appeared on her face. "Once I take away your cultivation tools, let's see how you plan to build your little harem then." A quick note. The reason Ducknut can't log into the game system is because if Liu Nian's cultivation tools are damaged by this artifact, he won't be able to reincarnate either. The scene shifts to Liu Nian. As he walks, he hears people all around him sighing and complaining. More and more people are dying. Just how many demons have snuck in? Someone nearby cries out in frustration, "I don't want to die yet." Just then, a loud voice calls out, "Hurry to the square! An immortal has arrived!" Hearing this, Liu Nian thinks to himself, which immortal could it be? Could it be Erlang Shen Yang Jian? I should go take a look too. He quickly squeezes through the crowd, trying to move forward. A man in front snaps to stop pushing. Then someone in the crowd recognizes the figure approaching and shouts, "Look, that's the Water Pavilion Immortal Division. Look, it's Gao Li Gai." Gao Li Gai stands with deep respect, waiting for the woman behind him. That woman is none other than Mei Lady. Instantly, everyone drops to their knees in reverence. Someone whispers in disbelief, "I finally got to see Mei Lady. Just for this moment, my life is worth it." Liu Nian smiles. Turns out Mei Lady has quite a devoted following. Her influence in the moral world might even surpass Yang Jian's. At that moment, Mei Lady speaks gently, "Everyone, please stand. I came today because there's something I need to tell you." The crowd eagerly responds, "Whatever Mei Lady wants to say, we're all ears." A man nearby agrees. "That's right. Everyone quiet down so we can hear Mei Lady clearly." Mei Lady continues without delay. "By now, I believe you all understand. This isn't some game. This is a hidden realm for cultivating immortality. Ever since this fragment of the Wildlands appeared, the spiritual energy in this world has grown thinner and thinner. All three divine realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, have already begun to shut themselves off. Our immortals have gradually left the human world, and ever since, the mortal realm has entered an era of decline, known as the Age of the End of Dharma. Even though the divine realm has been sealed off, the spiritual energy will eventually run out. We need to find a way to explore beyond this world." At this point, she paused for a moment, then continued, "However, over the past thousands of years, fewer and fewer people have been able to cultivate and become immortals. On top of that, many demon cultivators have turned into devils. We're stuck in a difficult situation. We simply don't have enough people. That's why Tainbai Jinxing and Yuanqi Tianzin proposed the creation of a small world, a sealed immortal cultivation realm, to test and select humans for the path of ascension." Hearing this, the crowd burst into excited cheers. So this isn't just a game, it's actually an immortal cultivation realm. Some people hugged each other in joy, shouting, "We're going to become immortals. We'll live forever." But Liu Nian didn't see it that way. He looked at the cheering crowd and thought to himself, "After reading Immortal's Journey to Immortality, I feel like cultivation is even more dangerous. How many of them will still be smiling in the end?" Just then, Gao Li Gai shouted, "Quiet, let Lady finish speaking." The crowd immediately fell silent in fear. Ma Lady said, "Even though you have a chance to become immortals, the odds are only 1 in 10,000 or maybe even less." Hearing that, the group grew nervous. Only 1 in 10,000? Still, some people held on to hope. Even if the chances were slim, there was still a chance. Ma Lady went on, "That's not all. Although the entrance to the demon realm, which our divine territory of Great Sia has sealed, hasn't opened yet, they've still found a way to sneak into the minigame world through some unknown methods. Since we're about to begin the Avatar Technique project to explore divine realms with higher spiritual energy, you'll be facing certain dangers. If you want to back out, please go to the game management hall and register within the next 3 days. We'll erase all your game data and escort you out after registration. This is your only chance to leave, but I still hope you'll stay and continue your training." After hearing that, everyone felt conflicted. A young woman asked, "What should we do? Should we leave?" The bald man next to her replied, "Didn't you hear what she said? My lady wants us to stay." Others chimed in, "Yes, if my lady wants us to stay, then staying must be the right choice. This is a rare chance to become immortals, after all." My lady took out a glowing pearl and said, "The Jade Emperor has granted me the soul-settling ore. Only those who continue their cultivation in this secret realm can reach level 50. Even if someone dies here, their soul will be absorbed by the orb and transferred to the Divine Board, where they'll be granted the title of Heavenly Soldier." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Becoming a Heavenly Soldier doesn't sound bad at all. I've already reached level 30. It really did sound like a good deal. After all, everyone there was already close to level 50. No matter what happened, at the very least, they'd end up as Heavenly Soldiers. With that comforting thought, they all shouted in unison, "We won't leave. My lady, we're willing to stay and continue cultivating. I want to become immortal. I want to be one of the celestial beings too." As soon as those words were spoken, Liu Nian heard the sound of clapping behind him. He turned around and saw a familiar face. The man smiled and said, "No wonder the Jade Emperor sent my lady, the most respected person in the realm, to calm everyone down. But she did mention the terror of what it's like to be taken to the Divine Board." Seeing him, Liu Nian froze and thought to himself, "Xiao Tong Tian." He called out Emperor just now, but quickly corrected himself. "Liu Nian, congratulations on slaying another great demon," Xiao Tong Tian said. Liu Nian was stunned. "How did you hear about that so fast?" Without answering, Xiao Tong Tian grabbed his arm. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere more private." After pulling Liu Nian into a quiet alley, Xiao Tong Tian said, "I could sense the aura of a great demon vanish from the temple of Lai Tianwang. After thinking it through, I figured out it was you." Liu Nian, full of doubt, asked, "Are you really the Grandmaster of Tongshan sect?" Xiao Tong Tian nodded proudly. "Of course I'm the Grandmaster of Tongshan sect." Liu Nian snorted, clearly unconvinced. "Then summon Lady Shiki to dual cultivate with me, and I'll believe you." Just to clarify, Lady Shiki is the disciple of the Grandmaster of Tongshan sect. Hearing this, Xiao Tong Tian got angry and smacked Liu Nian on the head. "You empty-headed fool, all you ever think about is dual cultivation." But once he calmed down, he admitted to himself that Liu Nian had a point. Still, it wasn't really his fault. After all, he had learned this cultivation method from the Xuanyuan 3 demons and had been refined by them into a sacred body for dual cultivation, so it made sense he'd be obsessed with it. Liu Nian was a bit surprised and asked, "You even know about Daji?" Xiao Tong Tian replied confidently, "Of course. I used to be a saint." "Do you know what a saint is?" "It means being all-knowing and all-powerful across all the realms. Even if the universe is destroyed, a true saint will still remain eternal." Liu Nian still couldn't believe what was happening. He stood up and asked, "Are you really the Tongshan cult master? If so, then go ahead and talk." Right then, Liu Nian remembered something Shen Gong Bao had once said to Daji. "Daji, I remember Emperor Xin said before he died that he would be reincarnated after 1,000 years. Do you have any clues? The essence of a human emperor is incredibly valuable. If someone were to absorb it, the Tongshan cult master's power would rise significantly. No matter how much you're in love, you still have to know what's more important." Thinking about this made Liu Nian instantly wary. "So, old man, did you come here to steal my essence?" Xiao Tong Tian replied with scorn, "What would I want that for? I'm not the corrupted Tongshan cult master from the demon realm. I'm the original soul of the real cult master. I took the form of Xiao Tong Tian to help you hide your fate and block the saints from discovering your true identity." Liu Nian felt a bit embarrassed hearing that. "As long as you're not here to kill me, it's fine. You really know how to hide someone's fate. No wonder my Fire Eye's golden gaze couldn't see through you." Right now, Liu Nian's Fire Eye's golden gaze was only at the beginner level. He remembered something Xiao Tong Tian had just said. "Earlier you mentioned the Jade Emperor hiding how terrifying the Divine Ward is from my lady. What did you mean by that?" Xiao Tong Tian quickly shared his theory. The Jade Emperor knew that my lady had a deep emotional connection with the hearts of mortals, so he thought the best thing to do was let her comfort the players who were feeling anxious inside the game world. Liu Nian thought back to the expressions on those mortals' faces just moments ago, and he suddenly felt it made sense. That's right, when I first walked through the streets, the city was shrouded in a heavy, deathly aura. But now, people have returned to their usual lively selves. In fact, their eyes even seem more resolute than before. Xiao Tong Tian continued, "The reason the Mei Lady is admired across the world is because of her compassion for humanity. If she ever found out that the Fengshan platform was built to suppress the fate of mankind, and that the Divine Ward is actually a tool used to drain all spiritual energy from humans to offer up to the heavenly court at this minor immortal cultivation realm, if she realized it was all just a game allowing ordinary people to play alongside the descendants of ancient immortals, a ritual where everyone must be killed to replenish the ranks of the heavenly soldiers, and that this army is part of a much larger hidden conspiracy, she wouldn't be able to calmly say the things she said. Xiao Tongtian recalled the look on the milady's face and concluded, judging from her expression, I'd say she truly doesn't know. When Liu Nian heard this, he thought to himself, so the Fashion Platform and the Divine Board actually serve a purpose like that. He quickly asked, what happens after someone becomes a heavenly soldier? Xiao Tongtian replied right away, it's even more tragic than what happened to Wen Zhang and his people. They would become emotionless puppets without their own thoughts, knowing only how to kill for the heavenly court. Xiao Tongtian's eyes were filled with rage as he said, the 84,000 evil star warriors are my 84,000 disciples. After they were killed, the Divine Board turned them into puppets, what you all now call heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Once they die in battle, they can't enter reincarnation anymore. They either vanish into the abyss of darkness or disappear completely. Xiao Tongtian stepped closer to Liu Nian and continued, this grand sea plan caused a huge shortage of heavenly soldiers in the heavenly court. So the purpose of this game is to select people with strong spiritual power to join and make up for that loss. Those without enough spiritual power won't feel anything when they put on the game helmet and won't be transported into the game's miniature world. After hearing this, Liu Nian fell deep into thought. He told himself, my father, my cousin, and I must survive. We can't become heavenly soldiers, and Fang Qi, and the others too. I have to protect them. Xiao Tongtian noticed that he seemed deep in thought and lightly nudged him, teasing, you're not a ruthless person, but you're still thinking about getting your fellow players out of this fiery pit. Maybe only Hexu could break through successfully. Liu Nian unexpectedly responded, Hexianzi could help Hexu become an immortal successfully. Xiao Tongtian kindly reminded him that immortals with certain status would do everything they can to protect their younger generations. Of course, their chances of success would be much higher compared to ordinary people who don't have resources or magical tools. Even if someone tried to log out of the game world earlier, they would die in an accident, either becoming immortals or perishing. That was the rule of the game. Only saints and high-ranking beings knew about this. To put it simply, if a player who had reached immortality was allowed to return, they would disrupt the balance of the world and become a mutant, also known as a superhuman. Therefore, those who entered the game world must either ascend or die. Liu Nian didn't believe it. Doesn't the Jade Emperor have any intention of letting us players out? If hundreds of thousands of players have died, isn't he worried about karma or the laws of heaven and earth? Xiao Tongtian snorted. Karma? No. No. He explained, do you know why they incited civil war among humanity during the Tang and Zhou dynasties? It was to avoid karma, and you are no different. You were killed by Shen Gongbao and the demons. How does that involve the Jade Emperor? If a deity's servant is killed for neglecting their duties, then this would have happened long ago. Liu Nian's face darkened. He thought to himself, damn, I can't possibly fight the Jade Emperor if I want to lead everyone to survive. Maybe I should follow Lady Whitebone's suggestion and pursue the special path of immortality. If one celestial being protects someone, how many people would I need to protect just to test it out? He kept thinking deeply, unaware that Xiao Tongtian was trying to get his attention. Suddenly, the sound of a horn snapped Liu Nian back to reality. He quickly realized that the horn signaled the fleet of the Ma Goddess was setting off. Meanwhile, the Ma Goddess addressed the crowd. We are about to embark on an expedition to explore a new realm. When we find a divine realm filled with spiritual energy, the humans of the great Seiya will all become like dragons. Everyone responded in unison, wishing her success. Ma Goddess will triumph. Ma Goddess will triumph. Xiao Tongtian watched the ship sail away and thought, if they really find it, it might take thousands of years before humanity gets a turn. The Jade Emperor is still stuck at the semi-divine level because the spiritual energy here is too thin. In this world, what God doesn't want to become a saint to attain eternal righteousness. Humanity is just a shield for others. Liu Nian sighed after hearing this. Are these immortals using us as cannon fodder for their eternal righteous path? Xiao Tongtian thought of the image of his old father, crying out while holding his son's grave, and it filled him with sorrow. There's a saying among humans, a general's victory is built on the bones of countless soldiers. The world praises generals, but who remembers the soldiers whose bones have turned to dust? Xiao Tongtian fired up his power and said, I'll help you sever this karmic connection. Even if you kill immortals or descendants of the immortal clans, you won't have to fear others predicting your future. With that, he flicked his finger and the karmic thread between Liu Nian disappeared. It was time for Xiao Tongtian to leave. Before he went, he added, "If you ever kill another descendant of the Tang family, you can find me at the internet cafe for 1,000 people, and I'll help you hide the heavenly secrets. It'll be a small goal to achieve." Liu Nian heard this and tears started to flow. "Hey, Xiao Tom Tian, even if you help me hide things this time, it's useless. I've already been photographed by Deng Chan Yu." Liu Nian quickly returned to the Tai Feed Mountain. He locked the door behind him, but couldn't stop thinking about everything. Xiao Tom Tian shouldn't be an enemy, at least not for now. So far, he's always shown kindness and sincerity. Perhaps we share the same goal, which is to rescue Wen Zhong and the others. From his words, it's clear he feels deep affection and regret for his disciples. A little explanation here for everyone to understand. Everyone in the radical sect values loyalty and emotions. San Jiao fought to the death for revenge for Zhao Gongming. The Supreme Heavenly Master has always been restrained and followed the rules, but in the end, when the primordial Heavenly Lord tried to harm the younger disciples of the radical sect San Jiao, the Supreme Master set up the Chu Tian formation to seek justice for his disciples. As soon as the door opened, Liu Yan was already waiting inside. Shi Wai and Master has returned. "Just in time, I was hoping to learn about your techniques and skills." Liu Nian stared at her stunning figure in confusion, quickly asking, "Where's Fang Qi?" Liu Yan stepped closer and ran her hand over his firm chest. "The First Lady had to leave for a family matter, so tonight, just the two of us should enjoy ourselves. It's also so you can experience the deep techniques of mine." She then struck a seductive pose and tugged at the hem of his shirt. The door quickly shut behind them. Liu Nian followed her inside, but what he didn't expect was that she had hidden her phone by the tree, ready to connect to Hong Kim and record everything. Scene shifts to the headquarters of the Spirit Guild. Hong Kim, looking at the two of them through the phone screen, grinned with satisfaction. "I need to see that bastard die with my own eyes. Only then will my hatred be satisfied." He gritted his teeth, full of murderous intent. He had just received a report from the sixth assassin. That perverted Liu Nian had killed a high-level demon, and not just any demon, but a top-tier one. He couldn't let him grow any stronger. Tonight, the wife has to deal with him. I hope she can finish him off in one shot. Don't let this brat get another second to gain anything. But through the screen, seeing Liu Yan kiss Liu Nian so passionately, Hong Kim's blood was boiling. He was furious, but could do nothing about it. "Oh my beloved lady, biting his tongue won't kill him. Hurry up and get to the main point. Confiscate his dual cultivation tools." On the other side, Liu Yan's kiss startled Liu Nian. He quickly pushed her away. "Liu Yan, don't do that. We haven't even built up any feelings yet. If we do this now, the dual cultivation won't work well." Liu Yan pressed her full soft body against Liu Nian. Didn't you hear the saying? Feelings grow over time. She thought to herself, although dual cultivation should be driven by lust, first she needed to lower Liu Nian's guard and make him less suspicious, then she could strike and take his life. Looking at her smooth body, Liu Nian blushed and thought, just as Xiao Tong Tian had said, since he had been forged into a dual cultivation holy body by Ji, it became hard for him to refuse things like this. Maybe this was the weakness of the dual cultivation holy body. Liu Yan knelt in front of Liu Nian and spoke. "Just lie still. Leave everything to Liu Yan." She secretly smiled. The fun is about to begin. Meanwhile, Hong Kim was also nervously watching. Whether he would become an immortal or not depended on this moment. "This time, I've really spent everything." Liu Yan quickly freed Liu Nian's younger brother from the cramped cage. Looking at Liu Nian's strong physique, she was a bit surprised. The little golden man is so lively. At that moment, an emergency alarm went off inside the dam. All the staff immediately started evacuating. "The flood peak is coming. It's too late. The flood peak is here." With a loud crash, all the staff there were swept away. Liu Yan, outside the area, was also caught in a trance. She quickly pushed Liu Nian down and excitedly said, "Big brother, my automatic cultivation mode is about to start." However, Liu Nian still felt a bit suspicious. Previously, he had sensed something dangerous about her, so for his safety, he activated a protective charm. The system displayed a notification. The protective charm Okamoto has been fully equipped. Then the two of them entered a state of bliss. The intense battle almost knocked the chair over. Everything was witnessed by Hong Kim. He trembled, unable to believe it. What is going on here? Hearing the noise, someone rushed in. "President, what happened?" But when they saw Hong Kim, they froze wide-eyed in disbelief. "President, below you." On the other side, Hong Kim was overjoyed. He caressed his lower body and said, I've become a man again." He was so happy that tears filled his eyes. After practicing the Kwai Ho divine skill, I was no longer truly a man. But today, after seeing them practice, I was surprised to find myself healed. At that moment, Shen Gongbao walked over, picked up the phone from the ground, and looked at it. After examining it, Shen Gongbao was furious. He crushed the phone in his hand, thinking to himself, these useless fools. It seems the plan to seduce her with the charm of an ordinary man didn't work. I'll have to try with her instead. With that thought, he forced a smile and said, President Hong, I'm sorry to hear that. Now that you've regained your manhood, you should hurry and bring your wife back home. Upon hearing this, Hong Kim's face turned cold. He sneered and replied, that's right. I took that broken shoe back, but I haven't had the chance to enjoy it yet. This time, when I capture her, I'll make sure to torment her to my heart's content. Meanwhile, over at Liu Nian, each of his steps was like the ringing of a bell, making her entire body go numb, as if electricity were flowing through her veins. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, and Liu Nian, filled with joy, thought to herself, each time the bell rings, my soul feels elevated. I feel like I've entered a fairyland and my entire body is being cleansed. It's as if I can spontaneously write poetry. At midnight, I hear the bell ringing clearly in the deep of night, the early winds blowing, the pale moon swaying gracefully in the sky. The first sound is sharp and urgent, the second soft and distant. It can be heard but not seen. It's like searching for something that's invisible. Faith is there, but it feels like an emptied vessel, indifferent to life and death. Liu Nian remembered her childhood, the days when she was still a little girl. One unfortunate day, her family was in an accident, and she was the only one left. Liu Nian sat alone in front of the operating room, crying uncontrollably, her parents gone. Later on, Liu Nian was lucky enough to be adopted by a new family. But years later, when she turned 18, something terrible happened. While taking a shower, her adoptive father, Mo Ren, committed an immoral act. He looked at the girl he'd raised for years with a disgusting longing and thought, she's really grown up. Hearing a noise, Liu Nian became alert and called out, who's there? The old man, Mo Ren, pulled back the curtain and walked in, grinning lecherously. Of course, it's your daddy who loves you the most. She was startled and quickly tried to cover herself, saying, get away from me, or I'll scream. He lunged at her, but Liu Nian managed to run. Mo Ren was twisted enough to pick up the towel that had fallen on the floor and sniff it, his face showing a vile expression. You can't escape. I've locked the door tight. Liu Nian, terrified, grabbed a knife. She quickly ran to the door to escape, but it was useless. The door was locked. Then the voice of Mac Cucknan echoed, Nian, let me hold you just like when you were little. I used to hold you all the time. Liu Nian, trembling, shouted, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call for help. But the man wasn't scared. Instead, he grinned with a smug look. Go ahead, scream. We're in a private apartment and the soundproofing here is top-notch. He looked at her with a greedy smile. If you don't behave, I won't love you anymore. From now on, you'll have to sleep on the streets. At these words, the painful memories from Liu Nian's childhood hit her like a shot. She dropped the knife. Seeing this, Mac Cucknan grew even bolder. Now you're being good. After this, I'll give you lots of money. Just then, Liu Nian kneed him in the groin and kicked him hard. I'd rather die than let you touch me. He collapsed in pain, foaming at the mouth. But Liu Nian didn't stop there. She went further. The incident was quickly investigated by the police. Liu Nian was brought to court. After the investigation, it was concluded that after being kicked and falling to the ground, the victim was further harmed by the defendant. Therefore, there was no basis to claim this was an act of self-defense. Liu Nian was convicted of intentional bodily harm and sentenced to 8 years in prison. She was escorted away, but her face showed no fear or hesitation at all. Her foster mother, standing beside her, kept shouting insults. Liu Nian, you're a white-eyed wolf. Your uncle was just joking when he was drunk. How could you make me? Everyone at the trial turned their attention to her. This girl is so malicious, she even dared to cut that part off her uncle. Just look at her, she doesn't seem trustworthy at all. Maybe she seduced her uncle. After that, Liu Nian was thrown into a prison. Here, her nightmare continued. She ran into a group of gang members, and soon there was a new one. They immediately pinned her down and shoved the cloth into her mouth to stop her from screaming. The leader of the gang, Shen So-han, walked over. Everyone who arrives here has to go through a physical check. The main test is for HPD. Without warning, a girl stabbed 2 fingers into Liu Nian's body, causing her intense pain. The painful memories made Liu Nian unable to hold back her tears. Seeing this, Liu Nian was a little surprised. He quickly supported her and asked, Liu Nian, what's wrong? Is it really that painful? Should we stop practicing? But Liu Nian just hugged him tightly and said, no, let's continue. In her heart, she felt deeply moved by his warmth. This guy actually cares about the pain of others. If you look closely, he didn't seem sleazy at all, almost like a perfect gentleman. Thinking this, Liu Nian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. But Liu Nian was completely confused. What's wrong with her? She was just crying, and now she's smiling. Has she gone crazy from her training or something? Then, every little movement from Liu Nian made Liu Nian shiver all over. She grabbed the seat next to her tightly. I'm about to melt, she thought, feeling like a mermaid in cold water, being held by her master with a warm, magic staff. Liu Nian clutched the staff tightly. Thank you, master. This winter, I won't have to fear the cold anymore. Liu Nian, I can't stand it any longer. Please, use the primal force quickly. Liu Nian's seductive expression made Liu Nian pause for a moment, then he released the primal force. Once everything was done, Liu Nian, exhausted, fell asleep. Liu Nian lay in his arms, thinking to herself, after this kid finishes his training, he just falls asleep. He smells so good. I never imagined training with him would feel this comfortable. She gazed at Liu Nian's handsome face, her heart full of emotions. Although nothing romantic has developed between us, I've already fallen for him physically. This feeling of fullness in my heart is something I've longed for my whole life. Liu Nian lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, thinking to herself. At this point, there was nothing more she could do. The memories kept coming back. She remembered the dark days she spent in prison. Liu Nian had been gagged and bound, her hands and feet tied up, and then thrown into a pool of water. Tears filled her eyes as fear overwhelmed her. Just then, Shen So-han walked over. Liu Nian, as long as you're my woman, no one will dare hurt you, he said. With that, Shen So-han forced her head under the water. A sense of triumph washed over him. Think it through and stretch your toes as far as you can. Liu Nian gradually lost consciousness, but all she could think about was one thing. She wanted to live, she didn't want to die. Liu Nian quickly obeyed Shen So-han's command and curled her toes. Seeing this, Shen So-han smiled smugly. If you're my woman, you should know what to do next. Then, two girls pulled Liu Nian out of the water. Shen So-han yanked her pants down and looked at her, kneeling at his feet. Liu Nian quickly understood what he meant. Though she didn't want to, she had no choice but to do whatever it took to satisfy Shen So-han. Having achieved what she hoped for, Shen So-han was overjoyed. This is amazing. 8 years later, when her sentence finally ended, Liu Nian walked out of prison with a deep sense of resentment. Those who wronged me, I will make them pay twice over. Back in the present, those memories made Liu Nian reflect with a sigh. To get my revenge, I turned to Hong Kim, a local influential figure who owned the club, and became close to him. But since he had harmed himself by using drugs and engaging in strange practices, I was really just his companion in name. Liu Nian continued to reflect on her life. I often went to romantic places because to fit in, I pretended to be a charming woman. But after pretending for so long, I couldn't tell if I was acting or if it had become real. She gently tried to win Hong Kim's favor. Hong, someone is bothering me. You have to help me. I used Hong Kim to teach a lesson to those who mock me in court. I caused them serious harm and an accident that left my aunt permanently affected. But I still hadn't found Shen So-han. As I planned to secretly leave Hong Kim, one day he told me to help me become stronger and that he himself could change. He pushed me into this challenge. I thought if I trained hard enough, I could escape Hong Kim and find a happy life with someone real. But I didn't expect his power to grow quickly with the help of his ancestor, and he ended up controlling me even more tightly. Here's the translation. Let me introduce briefly. Hong Jin was a member of the radical sect. Initially, he belonged to the Tang faction, but after their defeat, he surrendered to the Zhou family. He later died in battle alongside his wife, Princess Long Ji, when they charged into the 10,000 Immortals formation. After his death, the Divine Board honored him as the Long Gestar. Liu Nian once again lay on Liu Nian's chest. This time, Shen Gong Bao sent me to assassinate you, but as soon as I saw the artifact you had crafted, I knew I had fallen. Even though my mind told me I shouldn't like you, I couldn't do anything about it because my body had already chosen you. Suddenly, at that moment, the Great Spirit burst through the door. Congratulations, Liu Nian. Both Liu Nian and Liu Nian were startled and quickly covered their sensitive areas. Seeing this, the Great Spirit mocked them. Are you two cultivating together? Ding Guang Xian Changer doesn't even practice as diligently as you. Let me explain. Ding Guang Xian Changer betrayed the radical sect during the 10,000 Immortals formation and joined the Western religion. He was introduced by the Taoist Immortal and appointed as the Ding Guang Stai Wan Buddha. Cultivating the Huangxi method is also a type of dual cultivation. Liu Nian responded sharply. Do immortals like to kick down doors? Is there any privacy here? Is there any respect for the heavenly law? The Great Spirit coldly said, You, a mere mortal, dare to speak privately with an immortal? With just a flick of my finger, I can know what you're thinking, and with a simple rub of my eyes, I can see what you're looking at. Do you understand that there are divine beings above your head? She quickly got to the point. All right, I won't waste time. I'm here to deliver the decree of the Jade Emperor. You all should go bathe and change your clothes. Upon hearing this, Liu Nian turned pale, thinking to himself, the Jade Emperor issued a royal command for a mere mortal like me. Judging by the Great Spirit's expression, it doesn't seem like it's anything bad. A moment later, the royal edict was quickly read aloud by the Great Spirit. Liu Nian, a mortal who has slain great demons and helped countless souls escape suffering in the secret world of the game, is hereby promoted to Holy Maiden, Lone Wolf's companion, with the Heavenly Court's External Affairs Department. He should kneel and thank the heavens. After receiving the decree, Liu Nian, still confused, leaned in and whispered to the Great Spirit, how big of a position is Holy Maiden, Lone Wolf's companion? Is it like being the prince's classmate in our world? The Great Spirit awkwardly smiled and replied, he's pretty much like that. All things considered, it's quite a big deal. She kindly reminded Liu Nian, remember, don't mention the specific rank to anyone from the mortal realm. If they ask you, just tell them it's a big position. Challenge their enthusiasm first, then trick them into working hard. Thinking to herself, haven't you heard of the External Affairs Department? It's like being a classmate of the prince. You just swap the terms special for mortal and Holy Maiden, which is a rank with no grade or title, similar to being a servant to the gods. Liu Nian was absolutely thrilled when he heard the news. Now he was also an official in the Heavenly Court. He thought to himself, those saintesses probably had some divine background. If he could win over a few of them, his father, everyone else would be protected. But then, a pang of sorrow filled Liu Nian's heart. After all, he was a decent person. Conquering 18 saintesses and helping his father and everyone else was already a huge challenge for him. Hearing this, the Great Spirit was stunned. She was left helpless in front of Liu Nian. It was time for her to leave. So she spoke up, I'll go back and fulfill my orders. Don't worry, both I and the third prince will protect you. With that, the Great Spirit winked. The Grand White Celestial Star Lord took a moment to remind Liu Nian, if you become close with the Lone Wolf, it might lead to a nice salary increase for you in the future. Liu Nian nodded. All right, I understand. Thanks a lot. After that, the Great Spirit quickly left. She couldn't help but glance back, secretly thinking to herself that she also wanted to cultivate alongside Liu Nian after seeing those mortals break through. Unfortunately, he was just a mortal, and for someone of her celestial rank, there wasn't much she could do for him. Moreover, if a celestial deity was found to be involved romantically with a mortal, it would result in heavenly punishment. That was definitely not a good thing. Below, Liu Ruyan kissed Liu Nian on the cheek and said, congratulations, Liu Nian, on receiving the heavenly position. Liu Nian smiled widely. It seems like my act of killing the great demon has already been noticed by the Jade Emperor and the Grand Marshal, but I can't help but be suspicious. The Jade Emperor sending me, someone with dual cultivation, to accompany the Saintess. Isn't that like sending Sun Wukong into the Peach Garden? Later that night, Liu Nian and Liu Ruyan each returned to their rooms. He took out the spoils of the day to meditate and cultivate. Although it had been risky, he had successfully convinced Liu Ruyan. If he continued to help her with a few more problems, she would eventually be entirely his. First, he decided to check on Daji and the others. If they could leave the Heian Yuan tomb, it would definitely increase his power. Without delay, he used the Jade Seal to teleport to the Heian Yuan tomb. Upon arrival, Liu Nian was immediately surrounded by Daji and the others. Daji, holding a grape in her mouth, fed it to Liu Nian. He accepted it with a smile, even spitting the seed onto a plate beside them. Daji pouted playfully. This time, we were lucky to have the great king, or we would never have been promoted in rank. Liu Nian heard this and asked curiously, so, does that mean you can leave the heavenly tomb now? Daji rubbed her chin and said, not yet. All three of us need to reach the mid-stage of the Demon King level before we can. Yu Garen, who was standing next to her, spoke up. My sister is already a Demon King, so practicing with the Great King wouldn't help. The Great King should practice with us more. Daji frowned and kicked her. You're shameless. Do you really think my sister doesn't know what's going through your mind? She quickly turned to Liu Nian, pouting, Great King, I want to. Hugh SMA also wrapped her arms around Liu Nian from behind. Great King, I want to too. Liu Nian smugly spread his arms wide. If all my dear consorts are so eager to train, then go ahead, I'll join you. All three of them walked up to Liu Nian and playfully punched him. Great King, you're so bad. But soon, all three took their positions and the training began. Liu Nian looked at them, hesitating. Who should I train the first? Hugh XMA spoke up, I'm the weakest. Could you start by training with me, Great King? But Yu Garen disagreed and said, I can give way on many things, but not when it comes to training with the Great King. Daji also said, I'm the eldest sister, so I'll go first. Hugh XMA was happy. Just then, Liu Nian's younger brother suddenly appeared in front of XMA's younger sister. Hugh XME felt like an electric shock ran through her body, and Liu Nian was in a good mood. It would be best to improve Hugh XMA's strength first. She blushed and turned to look at the king, asking, Why did you suddenly do that? Yu Garen couldn't help but feel jealous, thinking, if only I had known earlier, I wouldn't have rushed through my training like this. Hearing this, Liu Nian said, Both of you should try my new technique, the illusionary golden hand. Then, a series of movements took place, transporting the two girls into a fairyland. Tian looked at the scene in front of her, surprised, thinking, the king is so powerful, and the three older sisters are actually 1,000-year-old monsters. Meanwhile, Hugh XME was forced to kneel. She complained, My lord, my stomach is about to break. This yoga pose is so embarrassing. Liu Nian slapped her on the bottom and scolded, Who told you not to train regularly? Out of the three sisters, you have the lowest level of cultivation. Hugh XME looked at Liu Nian with a slightly pitiful gaze and said, I'm naturally simple-minded. I hope the king will train with me. Liu Nian felt happy upon hearing this. He recalled past memories, especially the last time when the three sisters, Daji, had controlled his weapons, and now he could fight them for 3,000 rounds. Daji and Yu Garen couldn't hold back the intense heat within themselves either, and they quietly pleaded, Great King, we want it too. Liu Nian, feeling proud of himself, summoned the 9 dragons. Listen carefully to what I say. You must train seriously. Once you leave the Xian Yuan tomb, I will guide you to become saints. As for the things that Lady Nuwa promised you but didn't deliver, let me explain those matters. Lady Nuwa had instructed Daji and brought the disciples of the radical sect into the fold to help suppress the fate of humanity. Once the task was complete, she helped Daji reach enlightenment and become immortal. However, after the fall of the Tang dynasty, the saints refused to acknowledge this. Thus, Daji was killed and turned into an ordinary person, with her soul imprisoned forever in the Xian Yuan tomb. After thousands of years of cultivation, Daji rebuilt her body and swore to remain loyal only to the new emperor, vowing to help him restore the ancient glory of the human throne. Immediately, a surge of primal energy rushed into the bodies of the group. Liu Nian bound Daji's arms and legs with the 3 dragons of water, and then the 9 dragons were ready for action. A lone battle arrow shot straight into the body. Watching this, Tian felt a strange sensation rise within her. She thought to herself, watching the elder sisters practice makes my whole body feel so warm. Suddenly, the heat intensified even more, and Tian couldn't help but say, It's so hot. Seeing this, Liu Nian immediately said, Tian, come and train with us. Upon hearing this, Tian couldn't help but feel excited and moved closer, saying, Thank you, my lord. But halfway through, Daji stopped her. She looked at Liu Nian and said, Please, my lord, don't be distracted. Keep helping us train and leave Tian to me. With that, she got close to Tian and the two kissed each other. Liu Nian, even though he was watching, couldn't help but blush. He helplessly said, Daji, you're stealing my business again. Daji immediately defended herself, saying Tian is free to come and go from the Xian Yuan tomb, but we really need the Lord's help to improve our strength and break through the restrictions. However, the Lord has been coming to the Xian Yuan tomb less and less, and the power of the Hongwang is also gradually decreasing for us. Liu Nian felt guilty hearing this. The reason is that I've been so busy leveling up, but you all probably understand how leveling works, right? Watching the intense scene between the two and in front of him, Liu Nian couldn't help but think to himself, watching them kiss is really making me excited. He immediately felt full of energy. Today, if I don't help you two break through to a small level of cultivation, I won't stop. Daji, also unable to contain her excitement, was the same as the other 2 women. They all received the power of Manhwa. The scene shifts to a bedroom in an apartment somewhere. A gentle voice calls out, Sister Jiang Su. The girl being called wakes up with a start, surprised. Huang Fei, this person is Jiang Su. Jiang the Empress, reincarnated. As the magic item in Huang Fei's hand gradually fades away, she sighs and says, a spiritual treasure really works. My sister finally remembers me. A quick introduction to this person. Huang Fei, also known as Your Highness Wang, is a concubine of the new Tang Emperor. Because the radical sect immortals wanted to force a rebellion against the Wu Kingdom, Huang Fei, a tiger in disguise, planned an assassination. After her death, she was honored as the Earth Goddess Star. Huang Fei leans close to Jiang Su and whispers, Did you purposely destroy the Queen's glass chalice to be exiled to the mortal world to search for that heartless person? Jiang Su, feeling sympathy, tries to defend. Sister, don't speak ill of the great king like that. We've fallen into the plot of the immortals. The great king couldn't bear to see our new people suffer, so he offended the gods, which led to the disaster. Huang Fi, hearing this, is displeased. The ancient gods aren't no better. To avoid being killed, to enter the path of eternal righteousness, they would steal the spiritual energy and luck of humans. Here, we need to clarify further. There are two main reasons that led to the battle of the gods. First, the 12 golden immortals of the doctrine of must be elucidated and expanded had committed mortal sins. When they died, their souls needed to go through a trial. Second, because the heavenly emperor of the celestial court had no true gods, but the elite disciples of the doctrine of must be elucidated and expanded did not want to join the divine ranks. Therefore, they used the method of testing lives. Most of the 12 golden immortals had recruited many disciples before the great trial began. The Guo Chengzi of the Jiao and the Chai Hong of the Hong were afraid and had to send their grandson to take their place on the divine board. Jiangsu sighed, the urgent matter now is to find the great king. Huang Fi immediately shared some news with her. In the small world of the game, there is a rare talent who practices dual cultivation. That careless person. Oh, I mean, the great king was also someone who practiced dual cultivation before. Upon hearing this, Jiangsu immediately realized it was Liu Nian. Huang Fi then asked, do you know Liu Nian, big sister? Jiangsu blushed at the question and replied, we met once by chance. I almost got harmed by a white-boned spirit, but he saved me. Seeing her expression, Huang Fi couldn't help but tease, why are you so shy? Do you like that Liu Nian kid? Jiangsu, caught off guard, blushed even more and lightly hit Huang Fi, saying, you talk nonsense, Huang Fi here, take this. Huang Fi smiled mischievously, big sister, please spare me. Jiangsu, still embarrassed, clarified in my heart, there's only one person, the new great king. I definitely don't love anyone else. Huang Fi, hearing this, hugged her from behind and sighed, no wonder you're so devoted. If the great king wasn't in such a hurry to restore the ancient emperor's body, and if it weren't for the scheming of the radical sect and the long-sighted self-centered traitors, if he'd never learned that cultivation technique and become more lustful, he wouldn't have teased Nuwa, your highness, nor would he have met Dao Ji. It's clear that, in the past, the great king treated you like royalty. Jiangsu heard this and said, even if the king doesn't fall for the plan, the ancient immortals will not forgive him. She remembered how Da Jinga had once been imprisoned and clarified. The 12 golden immortals had to rely on the luck of the human race to save themselves, and they used the radical sect as a shield to take the fall for them. If this plan fails, there will still be other ways. After Daji was executed, her soul was trapped forever. The world will no longer have an emperor of humanity, and with that, the radical sect will also be destroyed. Your Highness, Nuwa has to face the consequences of her actions and will be in closed-door meditation forever. At this point, Jiangsu's tears streamed down her face. How tragic for the king. Not only did he fail to restore the glory of the ancient human emperor, but after his death, he will be scorned by future generations. All of this started with the ancient immortals' conflict. To explain briefly, the 6 major crimes of Zhao Wang. First, he didn't use proper imperial relatives and instead trusted slaves. Second, he showed disrespect to the gods and ignored important sacrifices. Third, he favored petty people. Fourth, he was excessively warlike. Fifth, he listened to the advice of women. Sixth, he was obsessed with drinking. Huang Fi couldn't help but sigh. Our fate is really hard. Why do the immortals fight like this, and we're the ones who have to suffer? Jiangsu immediately walked over. Sister, you still have your divine position. Is there any way to investigate Liu Nian's past life? Huang Fi nodded. Yes, if you borrow the yin-yang mirror, you'll be able to see his past life. Upon hearing this, Jiangsu quickly said, then hurry up and borrow it. We need to investigate whether Liu Nian was a great king in his past life. Huang Fi teased, look at how eager you are, yet you still say you don't like Liu Nian. Jiangsu, a little embarrassed, threw a pillow at Huang Fi. Are you still going to keep talking? Huang Fi mischievously ran off, saying no more, but then added, I'll go borrow it now. With that, she used teleportation. Jiangsu hoped that she would be able to sense the presence of a great king from Liu Nian, hoping he was the one she had been searching for. Meanwhile, on the 5th level of the small world, a spatial gate appeared. From within it, the mighty bull demon king, the great saint of heaven, rode in on his fierce blue water dragon, followed by tens of thousands of demon beasts. The bull demon king, filled with rage, roared, the heavenly court is lawless. They took my son, killed my wife, suppressed me, and exiled me to the demon realm. Today, I'll take the lead and invite the heavenly court to its doom. Explanation. In this scene, the Bull Demon King's son, Hong Haier, was taken by a bodhisattva of the Western sect. His second wife, the beloved seven-tailed fox, was killed by Zhu Babji. The Heavenly Army also mobilized tens of thousands of divine soldiers and generals to restore order. Leading the army was Wen Zhong, a master of the highest Dao, followed by Deng Chanyu. "You're eager and your appearance shows you're ready to volunteer," Wen Zhong said, granting his approval. Immediately she shouted, "Raise the battle spirit." Deng Chanyu, a general of the Three Mountain Pass, had been ordered by the Grand Master to fight against the enemy. To explain further, Deng Chanyu had served as the general of the Three Mountain Pass before her death. The divine soldiers behind her shouted, "Kill." Then she mounted her warhorse and charged forward. On the side of the Bull Demon King, the Yaksha King, and the top-tier demons, they quickly readied themselves for battle. "Let me, the Yaksha King, experience your move." The two sides rushed into combat. Deng Chanyu swung her spear toward the Yaksha King. With a single strike, she cleanly decapitated him. She pulled the reins of her horse and shouted loudly, "The enemy general, the Yaksha King, has been slain." Immediately, the army's morale was lifted as the soldiers cried out together, "The enemy general, the Yaksha King, has been slain." The demons, hearing this, were filled with fear. At that moment, the Tiger Vanguard Demon King rushed forward, a formidable opponent who dared challenge even the celestial immortals. He charged straight at Deng Chanyu. Luckily, she dodged just in time, but the poor horse was torn in two. It seemed like the horse had some sense of what was coming. It looked at Deng Chanyu with tear-filled eyes, but in the end, its fate was sealed by the vicious tiger demon. At that moment, Zhang Kui, a seasoned warrior in the early stages of Taoist mastery, stepped forward. "Lord Tai Shi, should we call Deng Chanyu back to let General Tsu join the battle?" he asked. Wen Zhong shook his head. "No need for that. However, you can go with Gao Lan to support Deng Chanyu in case anything unexpected happens." Zhang Kui acknowledged the order. Wen Zhong kept his eyes on the fight, thinking to himself, "Deng Chanyu is a naturally gifted general of the Great Tang. I believe she has the strength to fight through any hardship, but it's such a shame that she fell victim to a plot by those who wanted to ruin her, pushing her onto the divine board." At that moment, Zhang Kui beat the drum, and on the other side, Deng Chanyu rose to her feet, spear in hand. She unleashed all her strength, and the surrounding monsters were intimidated by her power, but the tiger demon remained unfazed. With a fierce roar, he shouted, "That's nothing. Take this, my hammer." Deng Chanyu quickly drew his twin swords and slashed at the lead tiger. His mace was immediately shattered. The pioneer tiger swiftly created a barrier, and the strike passed through, sweeping away the group of demons. The scene shifted to the Bull Demon King, where a subordinate rushed in, out of breath, and reported, "The 3rd Legion of Xiao Quan Feng has been completely wiped out in the first battle." Furious, the Bull Demon King shouted, "The human race, after going through the great war of the gods, really has some power. Even though they're suppressed by the divine board, they still have the strength to fight above their level." The Bull Demon King unleashed his full power, and the entire army surged forward. Immediately, the generals and soldiers charged together. On the other side, Deng Chanyu smiled and sheathed his sword, then summoned the 5-colored stone as his magical artifact. With a single strike, everything in its path was completely wiped out, not leaving a trace behind. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Zhong waved a red flag and shouted loudly, "10th Ultimate Formation." Zhang Kui immediately took the flag and commanded Earth Blocking Formation. The Earth Blocking Formation was one of the 10 ultimate formations. The celestial soldiers quickly took their positions, and Zhang Kui chanted the incantation. At once, the entire army was empowered. The soldiers roared in unison, "Kill." Seeing the overwhelming power of the formation, even the lead tiger was taken aback. He thought to himself, "This is the 10th ultimate formation. Didn't people say this formation was weak?" Looking at the fire-breathing dragon with its tail in the air, the tiger quickly scampered off in fear. "Hey, Bull Demon King, hurry up and use your magic weapon to save me." But when he looked back, the Bull Demon King had already left the battlefield. He had opened a teleportation portal and disappeared. The tiger could only sigh, "My poor behind." Scene shifts to the diplomatic office, where Liu Nian was trying to ease his worries. Lai Niangzi wasn't there, and he couldn't have been happier. The reason was simple. There was a gap on the 5th floor, so Liu Nian assumed Lai Niangzi had gone up there and hadn't returned yet. However, unexpectedly, just as he was feeling content with his actions, a cold glare shot at him from behind. Suddenly, Lai Niangzi approached and gave him a tight hug. "Look at you! You made a mess. Let me help." Her embrace sent a chill down Liu Nian's spine. Then, Lai Niangzi immediately grabbed his little bird. She seemed confused and asked, "Why is the faucet turned off?" Liu Nian was furious at this point. Lai Niangzi, how am I supposed to finish this now? But Lai Niangzi just smiled softly. It looks like we need to find a private room for your transformation. She then dragged Liu Nian into a nearby restroom and locked the door. Liu Nian's hands were bound tightly as he sat on the toilet. He was about to protest, but Lai Niangzi silenced him with a spell. She smiled wickedly and said, "Don't worry, you're a friend of the Lone Wolf, personally appointed by the Jade Emperor. I won't hurt you. I came all the way down from the 5th floor today just to congratulate you." She then took out a large cup. "Look at this." Liu Nian's face went pale as he stared at it. What was she trying to do? Then something unbelievable happened. Lai Niangzi began to lower her pants and, laughing, said, "I'm going to pour you some hot beer now." She poured a stream of golden liquid into the cup. She looked pleased with herself. "See, this is the hot stuff. Sorry, I've been a little tired lately, so my protein levels are a bit high." Just then, the sound of a door slamming from outside startled Lai Niangzi. Outside, Huang Tian Kang and the fully ascended immortal were angrily kicking over a water basin. Damn it, the battle was over in the blink of an eye, and all the credit for this mission went to Deng Chanyu. He remembered that when he was just 8 years old, he could kill cultivators like Fang Lin with his human body. If it weren't for the Divine Board holding him back, he would at least be a true immortal by now. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. That's right, if he could pursue Lai Niangzi and marry her, maybe through her connection to her father, Lai Zhenzi, he could find a way to get off the rankings. But then he quickly grew disgusted with his own thoughts. Huang Tian Kang was handsome and refined. If it wasn't to get out of the rankings, why would he have to pursue that ugly purple-skinned woman? At that moment, someone walked in and, "Hello, General Huang." Inside the bathroom, after hearing the words Huang Tian Kang said to her, Lai Niangzi felt a surge of anger and thought to herself, "Huang Tian Kang, you dare call me an ugly purple-skinned woman? It's because of this neglect that Liu Nian managed to slip away like a fly." By the time Lai Niangzi realized what had happened, Liu Nian had transformed back, wrapped his arms around her, and kissed her. Lai Niangzi was left dazed by Liu Nian's kiss. Had this kid really managed to escape his restraints? Huang Tian Kang was just outside. If he found out and it spread, her affair with a mortal would be ruined. While she was distracted, Liu Nian quietly took the freshly brewed warm beer from Lai Niangzi and stored it in his spatial ring. He continued holding her and thought to himself, Lai Niangzi must be concerned about the water issue. I'll take this beer to the little healer Chuandang for an examination. Maybe she'll have a solution. That way, I can build up some goodwill. But for now, I'm going to teach Lai Niangzi a lesson. With that thought, he immediately used his illusionary golden palm technique to lightly touch around Lai Niangzi's body, unable to hold back a soft moan. Outside, Huang Tian Kang immediately heard the sound, and the person with him quickly shouted, "Who's making all that noise inside?" Huang Tian Kang's heart skipped a beat. Could someone have been eavesdropping just now? Inside, Liu Nian pointed to his mouth, where he had been silenced, signaling for the restriction to be lifted. Though unwilling, Lai Niangzi had no choice but to grit her teeth and lift the restriction, especially with the loud knocking at the door. "Hey, is anyone there?" With no other option, Lai Niangzi reluctantly released the silence barrier. Only then did Liu Nian sigh in relief. The man pretended to flush the toilet and said, "Sorry, I was squatting earlier and my leg cramped up a bit." Then he awkwardly opened the door. "I'm a solitary friend here for a report. Sorry about the loud noise earlier." Huang Tian Kang finally relaxed. He looked at Liu Nian with a look of contempt. As a mortal, Lai Niangzi probably wouldn't even pay attention to someone like you. Since they were standing so close, Liu Nian was afraid that Huang Tian Kang might sense his thoughts, so he couldn't dare to think too much. Right now, Liu Nian just wanted to take advantage of Huang Tian Kang being at the door to leave quickly, to avoid getting beaten to death by Lai Niangzi. After a quick check, Huang Tian Kang gave a sharp order, "Go report now." Once everyone left, Lai Niangzi stayed inside. She was furious, her teeth clenched tight. "Liu Nian, the humiliation I suffered today, I will return 100-fold. The scene shifted to an office. Liu Nian followed the directions and called out, "Is anyone here?" No one responded. Just as Liu Nian was about to push the door open, a woman appeared behind him. "This is the External Affairs Department of the game. May I help you?" Liu Nian nervously scratched his head and answered, "I'm the solitary friend appointed by the Jade Emperor Liu Nian." Hearing this, the girl immediately recognized him. She exclaimed, "Oh, so you're the mortal who cultivates both body and spirit, Liu Nian." She immediately walked around sniffing Liu Nian, then commented, "It doesn't seem like there's anything special about him." Liu Nian's face turned bright red. He hesitated and asked, Hello, may I ask who you are? The girl introduced herself. Hello, I'm Xiao, and from the External Affairs Department of the game. A bit about this girl. Xiao and is a beginner immortal of the Fox Fairy tribe. She is the daughter of the Bull Demon King and the Jade-Visaged Vixen. After the Jade-Visaged Vixen was killed by Zhu Baji, Princess Iron Fan adopted Xiao En. When Princess Iron Fan ascended to the Heavenly Court, she arranged for Xiao En to be her attendant. Seeing Xiao En's fair skin and hearing her sweet voice, Liu Nian couldn't help himself. He had to forcefully restrain his strength. No, the weaknesses of my dual cultivation holy body are becoming more obvious. I must control myself. Thinking for a moment, he asked, Sister Xiao En, where is my workplace? Xiao En was surprised. Your workplace? Follow me. Following Xiao En, Liu Nian was taken to a corner of the office, which felt a bit deserted and sparse. There was a dog lying there, the celestial hound in charge. Beside it was a sign that read, Lone Wolf Liu Nian. He couldn't believe it and pointed ahead, saying, That's my position. After getting a nod from Xiao En, Liu Nian was so furious, he threw the sign and yelled, I can't do this job. It's too humiliating. They said my position was high, but now I have to work with these little dogs. The celestial hound insulted barked angrily, You're the little dog. Your whole family is a bunch of little dogs. Just to clarify, the celestial hound is a small breed of dog from China, now facing the risk of extinction. Liu Nian was still preparing to run when Xiao En coldly reminded him, The Jade Emperor has given an order. If Liu Nian dares leave this mission, he'll be torn apart by 6 horses. Liu Nian's face turned pale as he imagined the scene. 6 horses? Isn't it supposed to be 5? Xiao En walked over, giving him a pointed look. This is a special favor from the Heavenly Court to the dual cultivating holy body. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, Anyone who is torn apart by 6 horses will be reborn as a eunuch for the rest of their lives. Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow. The Jade Emperor was cruel. Liu Nian had no choice but to accept working with the dogs. Everyone who passed by couldn't help but sneer. Look at him, he looks like a dog. Liu Nian, feeling insulted, snapped, What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll make you pregnant. If you're not going to behave, it'll blame me for being unfair. I originally just wanted to escape this game with my father and the others, but now I've decided to go big. I'll turn all the gods into my lovers. Even the celestial hound was disgusted, thinking to himself, Finally, I've found someone even more shameless than me. But unexpectedly, someone was hiding behind a wall, watching Liu Nian. It was Ao Yi, the son of the EC Dragon King. He took a puff of his cigarette and thought, This dog-like creature is Naja's favorite. Naja has quite the taste. This misunderstanding stemmed from an AI video of Liu Nian with Naja, the third prince, created by Xiao Q. Ao Yi shot a cold, hateful glance at Liu Nian. But, in the end, it didn't matter. He would use this kid to trap Naja and get revenge for his younger brother's death. With that thought, he flicked away the cigarette and left. Liu Nian shivered, wondering if he was about to catch a cold. At that moment, Xiao En came over and handed Liu Nian a leash. From now on, you need to go to the Ministry of External Affairs every day. Clock in for an hour, then take the Celestial Hound out for a walk. After that, you can go train and level up. Liu Nian wasn't happy about it. He snorted and said, Is there really no benefit to this job? You're just wasting my time for training. Is this how the Heavenly Realm treats us, the workers? Hearing this, Xiao En smiled and tried to reassure him. Of course there are benefits. Once you become immortal, I'll make sure to promote you. But Liu Nian wasn't naive enough to fall for that anymore. He immediately refused. Stop right there. No more empty promises. I've heard that too many times. Though he wasn't thrilled, he reluctantly agreed. Fine, I'll take this little dog with me. Taking it out is better than staying here and being laughed at by others. The Celestial Hound immediately gave Liu Nian a look that wasn't very friendly. Though it wasn't happy about it, Liu Nian still had to take it for a walk. As soon as they stepped outside, they ran into a beautiful dog walking with its owner. Liu Nian, getting the hint, quietly asked, Do you want to ride it? The Celestial Hound nodded eagerly. Seeing this, Liu Nian casually said, Go quickly and come back. I'll wait here. At that moment, he noticed Fang Qi walking toward them. Liu Nian was about to call out, but a few people ahead blocked his way. The subordinate looked at Fang Qi and said, Great king, it's that woman. Meanwhile, Fang Qi was still happily thinking about the fact that this time, Master Fang had given him 2 life-saving magical items. One he gave to Liu Nian, and the other he kept for himself. But while they were on the road, she was suddenly stopped by a group of people from the Long clan. Let me introduce De Ji. He is the 9th son of the king of the Jing Dragon, who was once imprisoned by the Crown Prince of the West Sea Dragon King. After being released, he was appointed as a high-ranking official in the Celestial Court and became the general of the Tialong King in a 9-tiered game world. Fang Ti was a bit startled when the road was blocked, and a group of small soldiers surrounded them. Pretty girl, don't go. The Dragon King has taken an interest in you, Daji said with a wicked grin. You guys be gentle, don't hurt my little beauty. She needs to be treated like a precious gem. Hearing this, the two underlings chuckled lubely. Great King, we have an idea. At that moment, Liu Nian was about to make a move and beat up the group, but before he could do anything, Wang Peng suddenly rushed over from who knows where and kicked one of the underlings. The other soldier was furious when he saw this. Wang Peng turned to Liu Nian and said, Big brother, you don't need to step in. This is a safe area, and I have something I need to tell you. Daji, seeing that someone had dared to mess with his plans, angrily shouted, You little brat, how dare you ruin my business? The subordinate next to him immediately fired his signal flare to call the manager. Where did these blind idiots come from? How dare they attack the manager in the safe zone? Don't you see that our Dragon King has already issued a special mission for this female player? Wang Peng sneered and replied, I only see you guys plotting against my sister-in-law. Wang Peng had learned through the network that the eldest daughter of the Kuaishan Corporation was Liu Nian's girlfriend. At that moment, Liu Nian, who had been standing behind, coldly spoke up, Step aside, cousin. This isn't your business. Seeing this, Fang Qi grew worried. Liu Nian, don't do anything. Immediately, Daji and his group surrounded Fang Qi. Seeing this, she quickly spoke up, I am a descendant of the legendary General Fang, Pathmaker. I hope the Dragon King will show some respect to my ancestors. However, Daji and the others burst into mocking laughter. Pathmaker General Fang, that's quite a high position. He looked at her with contempt, as if the gods on the divine board were less than dogs. His words angered Celestial Hound, who barked in fury. Roughly translated, it said, When do you mean dogs are beneath you? You're the one who's worse than a dog. Hearing the dog bark, Daji quickly stepped back in fear. Whose dog is this? Catch it. Taking advantage of the moment, Fang Qi quickly ran over to Liu Nian. He stepped forward, adding with a smirk, Some of you really are worse than dogs. You need to be caught. Being scolded, Daji was so angry that he was practically steaming. He shook with fury and shouted, How dare you insult a god, mortal? Wang Peng immediately stepped in front of him, saying, Cousin, don't do anything. At that moment, the Zhu Ten lady appeared from the distance and asked, Who has the nerve to fight in Tai Flea Mountain? Daji pointed straight at Liu Nian and said, These two dared to beat up a staff member and insult a god, so the Dragon King wants to take them away. But Zhu Ten lady wasn't concerned about that. She raised an eyebrow and asked, Daji, if I'm not mistaken, you're the Dragon King's ninth son, right? Why are you causing a scene here on the first level? Hearing about his background, Liu Nian thought to himself, So he's the ninth son of the Dragon King of Jinghe, who was killed by someone. His mother was the sister of the Dragon King of the West Sea. He did something bad in the Blackwater River, so Sun Wukong had to send the West Sea Prince to bring him back for punishment. Looks like he's been released to continue his role as a Dragon King. But how could a second-level Dragon King come down to the first level without provoking Fang Qi? This whole thing seems suspicious. Fighting within the city wouldn't benefit Liu Nian. Plus, he had many skills he couldn't reveal, but he had to find a way to capture Daji. He'd heard that Daji had a wife who was clingy, but in reality, this wasn't the case. Liu Nian mistakenly believed that the Princess of Blackwater River was Daji's wife. In fact, Daji was just a lapdog to the Princess of Blackwater River, who still hadn't been won over by him. No matter the reason, if anyone dares to block my path today, especially when it comes to my woman, they better not blame me for turning into a ruthless emperor, paying them back tenfold with the same kind of cruelty. On the other side, Daji angrily pointed at the lady and shouted, You're just a minor deity, and you dare to lecture me, a high-ranking official? You're courting death. The lady didn't care, coldly replying, My ancestor is the sacred altar messenger. Every time he visits my little house downstairs, he always brags about the delicious dragon liver at the Heavenly Palace feast. As she spoke, she couldn't help but feel a bit of longing. The dragon liver was served at the annual peach banquet, and was always one of the most coveted dishes. Daji was furious, blood rushing to his face. With gritted teeth, he growled, You're crossing the line. The lady sneered, I'm just speaking the truth. By the way, you're not even a real dragon. You look more like a pig dragon hybrid. I doubt you even have the right to sit in the Heavenly Palace. Just to explain, the term pig dragon refers to the crocodile-like image of Daji. It's actually a creature resembling a crocodile from the Yangtze River. Daji's teeth ground together in fury. He immediately launched an attack, shouting, You're asking for death. But Lady immediately used Zhu Nuang's protective shield to suppress him. If the Dragon King Daji doesn't return to the second floor, don't blame me for opening the Grand Formation and destroying you. Daji was furious, but couldn't do anything. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Fine, if I can't interfere with what's happening on the first floor, then I'll just let my uncle know. The Dragon King of the West Sea needs to be informed that some people in the Secret Realm game are disrespecting the Dragon Clan. With that, he angrily left. Liu Nian was a little confused and thought to himself, is he really just going to leave like that? Fang Qi, deeply grateful, bowed and thanked Manager Zhou for stepping in to help. It's nothing. Liu Nian and I have a management relationship. This little thing is no big deal. Hearing Fang Qi's confusion, the manager realized she had misspoken, so she covered her face and hesitated. Right? What I meant to say is that the term management relationship refers to a shared commitment to a common goal. Jiang Xiao Bai is a descendant of Jiang Ziya. Fang Qi was surprised and said, "Oh, so that's what it means. It's a good thing I actually paid attention in class back then. So, you two were close friends." At that moment, Li walked over and leaned in close to Liu Nian, whispering, "Do you think I could invite my close friend over to my house to fix the plumbing?" This startled Liu Nian, but Fang Qi, who was clueless and didn't understand, scolded him. "Look at you, even fixing a friend's plumbing and you have to drag it out like this? Hurry up and go already." Liu Nian quickly made an excuse, saying he had to go back to the building to return the dog. He felt a little nervous inside, secretly thinking that her plumbing issue wasn't just a simple fix, it was like a bottomless pit. Fang Qi then said, "Let me help you return the dog. Remember to come back soon." The lady, extremely pleased, took Liu Nian with her. Wang Peng was left in the dust, crying silently. "Hey, cousin, have you forgotten about me?" The scene shifted to the lady's house. It was a modest apartment with a pot of delicious-smelling chicken soup simmering on the stove. The lady was thrilled, deciding to eat first to gather her strength. Meanwhile, Liu Nian sat anxiously, his mind racing. What if the little piglet found out about this? Would he go to Zhu Baji's ancestors to complain? A quick explanation. Zhu Ten Lady is the daughter-in-law of Zhu Baji. Since Zhu Baji had no biological sons, his adopted son came from his brothers. At that moment, the lady brought out a bowl of wolfberry chicken soup, gazing into the pot as Liu Nian muttered to himself, "Why are there so many wolfberries?" She ladled some soup into a bowl, speaking softly, "Don't move. Let me feed you. Open your mouth." Liu Nian reluctantly opened his mouth, but as the spoon approached, the soup was so hot it almost burned his tongue. Seeing this, the lady quickly grabbed a towel to wipe his mouth. "Is the soup too hot for you?" Liu Nian, embarrassed, said, "I can feed myself. It's like you're treating me like an invalid." But the lady shook her head. "No, I don't want that. I like feeding you." Then she took a spoonful of soup herself and fed it to him directly from her mouth. This was completely unexpected and caught Liu Nian off guard. He ended up with a nosebleed from excitement. Who knew eating could be like this? A while later, the chicken soup was gone. The lady pouted, "Look, you've eaten your fill, but I'm still starving." Liu Nian awkwardly replied, "The food was so good that I didn't even notice when I finished. Let me help you order more." But the lady smiled and said, "My mouth is already full, you understand." Hearing that, Liu Nian could only cry silently. He knew it would be like this. The two quickly moved into the bedroom, their gazes full of affection. The lady said, "Well, I'm going to start eating now." Immediately, Liu Nian dove deep into the blue ocean of her affection and the whole house shook violently. Liu Nian gritted his teeth and said, "Lady, I want to pour all my strength into you." The lady, excited, replied, "I've reached the final stage of my cultivation. Go ahead." Liu Nian bit down hard and unleashed a powerful burst of energy into her body. Instantly, her cultivation level skyrocketed. Afterward, the two of them just held each other, feeling content. At that moment, a knock came at the door. "Mom, are you there?" "Something's wrong. Your son Liu Nian is in trouble." Hearing this, the two of them quickly hugged each other in panic. A little pity continued, "Mom, something's happened to Liu Nian, the Dragon King of the Four Seas once." Inside, the lady had hidden Liu Nian under the blanket, nervously trying to stop him. "Son, I'm not feeling well today. You go to the Tian Kang Trading Guild first, and I'll join you later." Hearing this, the little piglet asked worriedly, "Mom, why is your face so red? Are you feeling sick anywhere?" Under the blanket, Liu Nian quickly thought the little piglet probably won't lift the blanket, so I'll just keep quiet for now and see how things go. Noticing the little piglet's concern, the lady quickly responded, "Don't come over here. I'm practicing my cultivation and still absorbing some toxins that haven't fully been processed yet. If you come over, you might get infected." Relieved, the little piglet said, "As long as you're okay, that's good. I'll wait for you at the trading guild then." With that, the little piglet turned and left. He thought to himself, Mom has practiced like this before, so it's probably nothing to worry about. But at that moment, his eyes caught sight of a foot sticking out from under the blanket. He didn't say anything, but quietly left. As soon as the little piglet was gone, Liu Nian quickly got up. "Well, I'll head out first," he said. The lady immediately reminded him, putting on her cloak before heading out, watch out for the bushes, and if anything happens, run immediately. I'm worried the little piglet hasn't gone too far. Hearing this, Liu Nian immediately used the fire silver needle to check the situation. I didn't expect that behind the bush outside the door, the little pig was lying in wait, ready to catch someone in the act. He looked on helplessly, knowing that no one understood his son better than his mother. Sure enough, a little pig was hiding in the bush, so Liu Nian used his white bone 8 transformations technique to turn into a mosquito and quietly slipped away, leaving behind the little pig, who was still waiting with red eyes. Afterward, Liu Nian returned to the star-picking tower, and Xiao Chaoniang immediately came to serve him. She lay beside him, gazing at him with pleading eyes. Great King, please use the golden finger technique that made me surrender last time. I really like that. Liu Nian smiled and replied, how can a finger be as powerful as the 9 dragons? He remembered that Xiao Chaoniang's loyalty had reached 50%. Please choose the hand and foot massage skill. It can open the meridians, boost immunity, and is very effective for treating hidden injuries. Liu Nian, full of affection, thought to himself that this time he would help her improve her abilities a little. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chaoniang's eyes lit up with happiness. She hugged and kissed Liu Nian. Really? Thank you, Great King. Liu Nian quietly considered that while he could directly order Xiao Chaoniang to help him with things like treating Liu Nian's skin, he still needed to give her some benefits so she would dedicate herself wholeheartedly. When the little piglet mentioned the 4 Seas Dragon King, it seemed like I needed to hurry and catch Liu Nian, asking my father, Lai Zhenzi, to protect me. Naja has been missing recently, and Wen Tai Shu is not here either. If the 4 Seas Dragon King shows up, I'll be in real trouble. Naja has already been sent to the edge of the Divine Realm, and Wen Zhong is still fixing the gap on the 5th floor. At this moment, Xiao Chaoniang sat on Liu Nian, her back to him. She turned around and said, Great King, lie down. I want to practice on my own. Liu Nian's mind flashed to the image of old man Xuan Guo riding a donkey and laughing loudly. Meanwhile, Xiao Chaoniang began her practice, breathing heavily as she said, this yoga pose will help me improve my cultivation quickly. Behind her, Liu Nian couldn't help but gaze at Xiao Chaoniang's smooth white back, his nosebleed starting. Her back was really beautiful. He slid his hand up her back, making her shiver as if an electric shock ran through her. Xiao Chaoniang teasingly scolded, Great King, you were so naughty. Great King, let's change the pose. I feel like I'm about to break through. Then Liu Nian left her and went to find Fang Qi. He stared at the jade pendant he had obtained earlier, thinking about it. The pinkish green jade pendant. I got it when I opened the package to gift to someone after activating the jade seal last time. Remembering that moment, the system announced Liu Nian has defeated the top-tier boss, the Elder Mouse Spirit, and leveled up to 40. This unlocks the Imperial Seal gift pack from the Human Emperor, but the system didn't tell me what this seal was for. Whatever, I'll just sleep first. But while Liu Nian was asleep, the seal began to glow brightly, pulling him into another world. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard 2 people talking. One of them said, this person must be a refugee, fainted from hunger. How tragic. The other replied, who told them not to listen? I heard that some small countries in the east have already been destroyed. Let me explain a bit about this world. The ancient Demon clan, also called the One-Eyed Nation or the One-Eyed Tribe, is described in the Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas. They are giant, one-eyed beings, towering and skilled in combat. They often invade neighboring tribes and follow the ancient custom of cannibalism. One person looked at Liu Nian and asked, do you think they'll come to attack our Western Queen Mother's kingdom? Another person answered, no way. Even though we're not a capital city, we're a fortified stronghold. Besides, General Jiang Wenji is in the capital city. He could get here in just one day. Jiang Wenji is the name the Western Queen Mother uses when she descends to the mortal world for her trials. Liu Nian listened to the words they were saying, feeling completely confused. The Western Queen's kingdom, demon tribes, what were they talking about? Did men just wake up? The reason for this confusion was the jade pendant, a piece of ancient treasure which had transported Liu Nian, still asleep, to the ancient world, a place where humans, gods, and demons coexisted. At that moment, the sky turned a deep red. A large, bloodshot eye appeared behind the sea walls, sending the people into a panic. Seeing the monster, one person screamed in fear. Isn't that the Thon Tian Elder, one of the 3 great kings of the Demon Kingdom, who was sealed by the gods? To clarify a bit, the 3 great kings of the demon race are Fei Tian Elder, Wu Tian Elder, and Thon Tian Elder. Liu Nian stared at the massive monster, thinking to himself, where did this creature come from? Could I be dreaming? Right then, the monster swung its fist, shattering the city wall's defense. The people, seeing this, quickly scattered in all directions. It's over. The wall's fallen. Quick, run inside the city. The monsters charged in, and the city's archers immediately drew their bows to fire, but all their efforts were in vain. Two filthy men looked at the women in the city with lecherous eyes. One of them said, "That young lady is so delicate and gentle. I want to play with her first before devouring her. I'd love to have a little chat with her." Standing before the eyes of the demon clan, the girl was terrified and tried to turn away. But the commander of 100, Zhang Quan, immediately raised his sword and shouted, "Anyone who retreats will die. First, let's get the people to evacuate to the inner city. General Jidang Juncheng will arrive soon." Juncheng was the capital of the Queen Mother of the West Kingdom. The monster roared loudly in front of the commander of 100, then grabbed him and swallowed him whole. The soldiers on the wall, stunned, watched in silence. "Commander of 100 is dead. Run." Everyone scatter quickly. A drop of blood dripped onto Liu Nian's face, and he silently thought, "Is this a dream? Why does the smell of blood feel so real?" At that moment, he saw two frightened girls behind him. He immediately ran over to cover their mouths, one eye still staring ahead. "I found you." Seeing the hand reaching toward them, Liu Nian quickly grabbed the two girls and ran off. "Whether this is a dream or not, saving them is urgent. First, I need to hide them." One of the girls spoke up, "Big brother, I know a safe place. There's an underground shelter over there." The scene shifted to the inner city, which was packed with people. Voices shouting everywhere, some pushing forward. "All you country folks from the outskirts, move out of the way. Let me through. I'll pay you. Just let me pass. But if the officer kicks him, line up properly." Lai Cheng was furious. "I've always lived inside the city. Why do I have to stand in line with these country folk outside the walls?" The officer kicked him again. "Damn, because I'm the country bumpkin you're talking about from outside the city." Just then, a wounded soldier came over. "Lai, commander of 100, they're all dead." Hearing this, his hand, holding the sword, trembled. He raised his sword and shouted, "Brothers, let's charge." A little while later, on the battlefield, the officer had been severely wounded. He hugged his own body and cursed. "Damn it, Zhang Quan, damn you. You can't have gone far. Wait for me." He immediately got up, charged forward, and yelled for an attack. But in the end, the entire squad was wiped out. Scene shifts to an underground cave. Liu Nian was holding two little girls. "Don't be scared. Tell me your names. Where are we? What's up with that one-eyed giant outside?" The two girls answered, "I'm Jiu Xuan, and she's Jiu So. This is the fortress of the Western Queen Mother's kingdom. The one-eyed giant outside is a member of the demon race, also called the One-Eyed Tribe." Upon hearing this, Liu Nian thought to himself, "Western Queen Mother's ancient kingdom, the One-Eyed Tribe. This is the era written about in the classic of mountains and seas, the ancient primordial age. No wonder this place feels so full of spiritual energy. Only a place with this much spiritual power could give birth to such monsters." Suddenly, at that moment, Liu Nian's jade pendant lit up, and a screen appeared from within it. The jade pendant, a rare and precious artifact from the primordial chaos, was a time-based treasure that could send its wearer through time to the primordial era. The time reset is 1 week. To activate it, you must consume the treasure. If the traveler dies or the time travel ends, they will be forcibly sent back to the original world, and their health will be restored. The time-traveling spiritual energy lasts for 24 hours. The post-primitive spiritual treasure lasts 1 week. The post-primitive supreme treasure lasts 30 days. The primordial spiritual treasure lasts 1 year. The effects of the primordial supreme treasure are unclear. To clarify the classification of these items, post-primitive spiritual treasures, post-primitive supreme treasures, primordial spiritual treasures, primordial supreme treasures, and chaotic supreme treasures. After reading this, his face darkened, and he thought, "I admit that recently I've been managing my time more, but there's no need to give me a time-based treasure and send me to such a dangerous era like the primordial chaos. Here, whether you're a regular person or a one-eyed giant, everyone is surrounded by spiritual energy. If this were the future, even that would be considered close to transcendent power. As for a mortal like me, if you even touch me for a moment, I'd either be dead or crippled. It's absolutely essential to head to the star-picking tower one day to patch up the defense layer." Seeing him muttering to himself, Jiu Xuan and Jiu Su stared at him, confused, and asked, "Who are you talking to, big brother?" Suddenly, a loud thud echoed above their heads. Liu Nian jumped in surprise and quickly motioned for silence. The voices of the one-eyed monsters came from above, and they could sense human presence below. They were eager to feast. Tig Dig, the man sitting next to them, laughed joyfully. The killing intent created by the fear before humans die is the purest, perfect for offering to the boss to evolve his weapon. One of them spoke up. "The Heavenly Village Elder and most of the team have gone to ambush Quan Man Ki. Hurry, we need to move out too." Hearing this, Liu Nian's hand clenched, trembling with anger. He thought to himself, these disgusting human-eating monsters, even though I could shrink and escape, these two girls would definitely meet a terrible end. Juxuan and Su, also terrified, had tears in their eyes. Big brother, please save us, they begged. Liu Nian quickly thought of the monsters and started calculating. Staying here would only make them easy prey. It would be better to charge out and take a risk. Besides, with the giant and most of the team off on the ambush, there might be a chance to save them. With that thought, he embraced the two girls and kissed their foreheads in reassurance. I'll fight them to draw attention. The two girls waited for their moment and then ran. Without another word, Liu Nian broke through the ground and shot straight up. With a heroic shout, he yelled, "Your grandpa's here? Come me if you dare." The monsters, hearing this, looked at him with hungry eyes, and Liu Nian's resolve faltered slightly. He raised his hand and taunted, "Come at me one-on-one." To his surprise, one of the monsters recognized him and sneered. There's still the scent of the little girls down there. Don't let them escape. Hearing that, Liu Nian screamed inside. It was clear these beasts had their eyes locked on the two girls. There was no choice now. He had to fight to the death. Suddenly, the monsters lunged at Liu Nian. One opened its huge mouth to swallow him whole, but he struck first and cut off its head with a single move. Liu Nian let out a breath of relief. Luckily, the skills and items he got from the game world still worked here in his wild, primitive realm. Without wasting time, he activated the 9 aperture unlock. Now able to see all the monsters' weak points, Liu Nian charged forward. In one sweeping assault, he slashed through every single one of them. The system's warning echoed loudly, Demon Spell Alert, 9-fold Dragon Chain. All 9 revivals have been used. He was badly hurt by now, breathing heavily. There are just too many. Thousands of heads. Is this what war feels like? Juxuan and Su watched him in fear and worry. Brother, don't worry about us anymore. But he turned and shouted, "Run, now." Tears welled up in Juxuan's eyes. Brother Liu Nian, forget about us. You have to run. He didn't listen. His eyes were full of resolve. The young warrior, wild-haired and fearless, his heart pounding with courage, made up his mind. Liu Nian rushed forward, ready to fight to the death. If this was the end, they would live and die together. A vow worth more than gold. A final deadly strike fell, and the monsters were completely wiped out. However, Liu Nian was severely injured. He coughed up blood, but inside, he felt a surge of joy. He couldn't believe it. He had actually gotten the chance to be like Su Luan, even if just for a moment. Su Luan was the main character of a story Liu Nian loved reading. Just then, the victory announcement echoed. The general of the Imperial Army has beheaded the leader of the sky-connecting beasts. Kneel and surrender. Hearing this, Juxuan, Su was overjoyed. We're saved. Big brother, what's your name? Liu Nian barely had time to give his name before he passed out. He was quickly transported back by the system, with a notification ringing, "This time travel event has ended. Teleportation to the game world is imminent." The scene shifted, and Liu Nian's memories of the Wild Blood Age were transferred. The scene moved to the dark and mysterious underworld. At that moment, the 9-Yang Toxin Maiden was soaking in a large bathtub, holding a spider lily in her hand. Her eyes gleamed with deep thought as she softly called out, "Liu Nian, could you explain the 9-Yang Toxin Maiden for me?" The 9-Yang Toxin Maiden was originally the daughter of the divine god of the public. After her father's death, she was adopted by Nu Wad, your highness. Later, due to a mistake, she was demoted and sent to the moral world, where she met the 9 Heavens' mysterious maiden. By chance, she became a disciple of the Queen Mother of the West. The 9-Yang Toxin Maiden was the founding master of the alchemy school and even created the Toxin Maiden Sutra. However, ancient legends still didn't explain how she became so skilled in alchemy. The scene shifted again, this time to the heavenly realm, where the 9 Heavens' mysterious maiden was deep in meditation. With a contemplative look, she quietly murmured, "Liu Nian." The scene shifts to a small room filled with the sweet scent of flowers. Here, Peng, Liu Nian's cousin, is giving Baba Urban a massage. Peng breathes heavily and asks, "Why did the sea creatures suddenly want to go after my cousin?" Baba Urban responds, "When Bing was fixing the hole in the 5th level game, he was struck and crushed, leading to his death. The EC Dragon King was furious. After Bing was attacked by Naja and absorbed by the Divine Board, he was honored and turned into a divine flower spirit." Peng still has many questions and asks, "What does Bing's death have to do with my cousin?" Baba Urban explains, "Your cousin was the youngest disciple that Najda loved the most. Besides, according to reliable sources, Najda has given your cousin many high-level magical treasures." Hearing this, Peng begins to understand and thinks to himself, "No wonder my cousin has been able to defeat powerful demons one after another. It must be those treasures Najda gave him. It seemed like a good thing at first, but now, with the gods fighting, it's the little guy who's suffering. I need to find a way to save my cousin. At that moment, Baba Urban laughs with satisfaction and asks, "What are you still thinking about, little brother? Want more news? Then keep massaging me." But Wang Peng doesn't listen. Filled with anger, he cracks his fingers and makes a firm decision. "Great power, great strength, give me your might. For my cousin, I'll risk it all." The scene shifts to Liu Nian, who is currently out in the wild fighting monsters. He thinks to himself, Fang Qi and the others are almost level 30, getting ready to take on the floor boss. I've leveled up way faster than them. At my current level, I can easily crush the boss. In this game world, the first floor of Tai Fi Mountain is for players level 1 to 30. The second floor, Shangtai Mountain, is for players level 31 to 40. The third floor, DEITY Mountain, is for players level 41 to 50. Just then, Liu Nian receives a message. The Saintess of Bamboo has arrived in the game world. Coordinates 4,571 on Tai Fi Mountain. Go beat her quickly. Seeing the message, a slight gleam appears in Liu Nian's eyes as he thinks, the Saintess is here. If there's a girl around, I'm not one to miss an opportunity. At that moment, an arrow speeds toward him. He quickly dodges and thinks, this isn't good. There's a Water Tribe army closing in on me right now. Why are all these Water Tribe creatures monsters? He charges forward, dealing blow after blow to take them down, but there are so many of them. At the same time, in another place, the holy woman of the southern bamboo, Po Dukai Ni, was captured by a group of people. And those people were none other than Wang Yi and her followers. She even boldly started a live stream for everyone to watch. The people had already set up the massive rocket in the square. As soon as they saw her live stream, they were all shocked. Look, a woman's been caught by a demon. Kaine's image was displayed on the big screen for everyone to see. Meanwhile, Wang Yi walked over and grabbed Kaine's pale, delicate neck, eyeing her hungrily and saying, "So this is the southern bamboo holy woman. Smooth skin, soft flesh, she must taste delicious." Everyone couldn't hold back their disgust at her behavior. This demon was so arrogant, daring to capture someone in broad daylight. The girl standing next to them couldn't help but speak up. "I've heard that recently large cracks have appeared in the 5th level, and many demons have slipped through." A man nearby sighed in frustration. "I'm still not at level 50 yet. Even if I die, I won't get a chance to become a heavenly soldier. Who is this southern bamboo holy woman? A foreign cultivator?" Someone else couldn't contain their anger and cursed. "What is the management doing? Is Wen Zhang just useless?" On Huang Yi's side, she was touching Kaine's body, praising her. Great figure, so firm and bouncy. Then she touched Kaine in a very inappropriate place, making her jump in fear and scream. "Please don't." At that moment, the Bull Demon King walked in and said, "Had enough fun? Hurry up and come to the meeting. There's something important." Reluctantly, Huang Yi had to end the live stream, leaving the viewers confused. Why didn't the live stream suddenly stop? But in reality, that was part of Wang Yi's plan. She had thought it through. This Saintess was still pure. If the live stream continued and she absorbed her energy, the result would be quite surprising. The Bull Demon King heard this and sneered. Such a nasty habit. Lord Lahao had told her not to hurt the Saintess and to focus on the main task first. After explaining, it was clear that the Saintess's body was still in a state that hadn't undergone any certain actions yet. The scene shifted to the meeting room, where Ao Bing had been waiting for a long time. When the two arrived, he spoke up. "Bull Demon King, Wang Yi, the Demon Queen, you've arrived." Seeing Ao Bing, Huang Yi was a bit puzzled. Why was Ao Bing here? Wasn't he a deity of the Divine Board? After Ao Bing was killed by Najda, the Divine Board had taken him in and made him a flower among the gods. The Bull Demon King then explained to Huang Yi, "Ao Bing has been persuaded by me. He's now on my side. I used Lord Laho's magical artifact to cut off the Divine Board's pursuit, and it can be used 3 times. Each time, it can sever the connection for 10 days. To completely cut off the ties, the only option is to destroy the board or escape to the demon realm." As he spoke, the Bull Demon King took out the Water Moon Mirror, a magical artifact that Lahao had given him. Ao Bing stood up, fuming with anger, and said, "Naja took my tendons, and then the Divine Board bound me for 1,000 years. I can never forgive him for this. I'm about to head to the demon realm, and who knows when I'll be back. But before I leave, I have to kill Lady L, the woman my father loved most, and Liu Nian, his closest younger brother. I'll make them suffer the same way I have to heal the wounds I've carried for 1,000 years. The Bull Demon King, listening closely, praised Ao Bing while subtly flattering him. "Exactly, a tragic past like yours should be avenged with the blood of your enemy's entire family." He thought to himself, "This is perfect. I'll use your thirst for revenge to stir up chaos in the little world of the game. Hopefully, it'll lead the Dragon Clan to betray their own and side with the demon race. After thinking this, he turned away. The situation had calmed down for now, and it was time to meet Xiao En, the daughter with the jade face. With a loud pop, the Bull Demon King transformed into a small, adorable bull. He was quite pleased with himself for having taken a transformation pill, which changed his appearance and erased all traces of his demon energy. Now, no one would recognize him. Meanwhile, in the square, the Heavenly Realm had just issued a statement to all servers announcing that due to the poor performance of the Foreign Affairs Division of Tai Phi Mountain, the Saintess of the Southern Bamboo had been kidnapped by a vile person. If they didn't find the Saintess in 3 days and capture the culprit, Xiao En from the Foreign Affairs Department would be demoted to a mere mortal, and Liu Nian, also from the Foreign Affairs Department, would be torn apart by 6 horses. This news quickly spread, causing Xiao En to collapse in her office at the Foreign Affairs Department. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, and tears filled her eyes. Isn't Lei Niangzi the one in charge of the lookout? Shouldn't she be the one responsible for this? What does this have to do with me? I'm just a humble servant of the ancient gods, not the head of the Foreign Affairs Department. To explain a little about the role of director here, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department in Tai Phi Mountain is called the head female. According to Sima Kan's records of the Grand Historian, the 3 stars of the head female are located at the eastern tip of the celestial axis, and they represent celestial maidens. Meanwhile, the Book of the Later Hand mentions that the celestial head female, also known as the true female of the Emperor, is said to be the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor. This news also reached Haxu, and she was extremely worried about Liu Nian. She started thinking, Liu Nian's in trouble. I can't just sit here. I have to find He Xianzi. Bai Ji, who was standing behind, smirked quietly to himself. Liu Nian, I never thought I'd see you in this situation. I think you're as good as dead this time. Meanwhile, over at Liu Nian's side, after a tough battle with the aquatic creatures, he was exhausted but thankful for his experience in large-scale battles from the ancient chaos period. Otherwise, he would have had to transform and run for his life. At that moment, an announcement came through. If the culprit behind the capture of the Saintess of the Southern Bamboo isn't found within 3 days, Xiao En's jade face would be stripped of its divine power and sent down to live as a mortal. Meanwhile, Liu Nian from the Foreign Affairs Department would be tortured by the 6 horses. Liu Nian was stunned when he heard this. He had been ambushed, and the Saintess was taken by a demon. How could things possibly be this coincidental? But at that moment, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he immediately noticed the punishment. His face turned pale. Wait a minute, I'll be torn apart by the 6 horses. Liu Nian quickly used his strength to run back. Damn, if something goes wrong, it all falls on me. Just wait until I get stronger. I'll definitely break through the Southern Heavenly Gate and attack the Jade Tower. He quickly arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, Lanru Temple, to meet Xiao En. As soon as he saw her, Liu Nian said, Xiao En, I. But before he could finish, Liu Nian was slapped. He didn't understand, feeling angry as he said, Why is this crazy woman hitting me? Xiao En trembled and replied, Do you know how much I've struggled to get to this point? I thought I could become a full-time employee. After finishing the work in this game's secret realm, I thought I'd finally be able to stay with my mother forever. Now, everything is ruined. Xiao En said that her mother was the adoptive mother, Princess Tai Fan. With tears welling up in her eyes, she ran up to grab Liu Nian's clothes and scolded him. Because you didn't bring the Saintess on time, I'll be banished to the mortal world, and I'll never be able to stay with my mother again. Liu Nian quickly stopped her and explained, First, I was just attacked by demons. Second, I'm also a victim here. If this case isn't solved, I'll end up being torn apart by those horses. Third, we must solve this case within 3 days. Xiao En was left confused, thinking to herself, he says the case can be solved in 3 days and even uses the word we. What role do I play in this? I have no idea how to solve this case. At that moment, Liu Nian's image in Xiao En's mind turned into the brilliant detective Sherlock Holmes from England. In her imagination, she stood proudly next to Liu Nian, thinking, Sherlock Holmes, that means I'll be Watson. Meanwhile, Liu Nian was deep in thought, planning his next move. Although he still had the memory of the demon attack, the distance was too great, and even if he opened up all the 9 bloodlines, he wouldn't be able to trace it. Just then, the image of the celestial hound appeared in his mind. Liu Nian was overjoyed. I've got it, that stupid dog. He quickly grabbed Xiao En's hand. Come with me. Xiao En felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She wondered, why is he suddenly holding my hand like this? Isn't he embarrassed? The next day, Liu Nian quickly rushed over, speaking softly to Celestial Hound and offering a great deal. If you can solve this case, anything you want in the future, I'll give it to you. But in response, Celestial Hound turned around and walked away, signaling that it wasn't interested. Xiao En spoke up, Celestial Hound is really lustful. My mom oversees all the spirit dogs in the divine realm. Maybe she could pick out a few beautiful ones for you. At the mention of beautiful spirit dogs, Celestial Hound's eyes lit up and immediately agreed. In that case, I need to practice my divine skills with the spirit dogs first. Liu Nian signaled that it was fine, no problem. Then the two, one person and one dog, ran off to find Princess Iron Fan, leaving Xiao and standing alone watching them. She was confused and muttered, I haven't even finished speaking yet. My mom probably won't agree to this. But it was too late. The two of them had already reached the gate of Gulan Hui, and Princess Iron Fan looked a bit displeased when she saw them. Xiaowen, why did you bring a man here? Don't you understand the rules? And on top of that, it's that filthy dog again. Get rid of them immediately. Standing before Iron Fan's imposing presence, Xiao trembled and quickly replied, Yes, mother. She then whispered to Liu Nian, Let's go back. Mother won't agree to this, but Liu Nian still took a chance. He bent down and pleaded, Princess Iron Fan, I know you are always willing to help others. Many people have come to you in trouble before, and you always had your maid investigate and find the truth. In the end, they were rewarded and ascended. Today's matter concerns your daughter, and we hope you can help us through this disaster. In response, Princess Iron Fan coldly said just 2 words, See them out. Feeling the coldness from Princess Iron Fan, Liu Nian grew a bit angry. He stepped forward and raised his voice, Demon Woman, even if you've raised that dollar for 1,000 years, you must have some feelings for it, right? Now Xiao is about to be sent down to the mortal world, and you, as her mother, aren't worried at all. When she's in the most danger, all she wants is to be with you. Princess Iron Fan frowned at Liu Nian's harsh words, then turned to Xiao as if questioning her. Xiao, why haven't you seen them off yet? Are you trying to make your mother so angry she dies just so you can have fun with this shameless man? Xiaowen was scolded, and fearing that she might upset her mother, she quickly knelt down and explained, Mother, this is a misunderstanding. This time, the Jade Emperor issued an order for us to capture the criminal, or else we would face severe punishment. I didn't want to be apart from you, so I brought him here to beg for your mercy. But Iron Fan responded coldly, This is all the will of heaven. With that, she turned and walked away. From now on, I am no longer your mother. You'll have to take care of yourself. Xiao couldn't believe that her mother would say something like that to her. However, deep down, Iron Fan also felt immense pain. She thought to herself, the Lahu clan sent an old Rakshasa to hide in the demon realm and contact me. I'm afraid they have already been captured by the heavenly court. If Xiao continues to follow me, she might lose her soul. It's better for her to become a mortal on Earth to avoid the disaster. To explain this part, the Rakshasa clan is an ancient race. After the Rakshasa kingdom was destroyed by the West, most of the Rakshasa people fled to the demon realm. Hearing those heartless words, Liu Nian immediately pulled Xiaowen away, urging her not to beg her mother anymore. Let's go. Even though Xiaowen's heart ached, she still cried out, Mother. Just as they reached the door of the hall, Liu Nian was slapped again by Xiaowen. She angrily scolded, Why did you pull me away? Liu Nian, equally frustrated, raised her hand. You've slapped me so many times today, and I didn't even do anything wrong. Xiao sobbed in anger. Go ahead and hit me. You might as well kill me. If my mother doesn't want me, then I don't want to live anymore. After saying that, she burst into tears. Liu Nian couldn't bear to watch and sighed, You're hurting my heart by hitting me. Fine, if you want to hit me today, go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao started punching him in the chest until blood dripped from his mouth. While hitting him, she scolded, Why did you separate me from my mom? Why didn't you tear us apart? Liu Nian, bleeding, had no choice but to endure it. Was she really hitting him? But then Xiao suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly, crying uncontrollably. Liu Nian's heart softened. He wiped the blood from his mouth and gently comforted her. Don't worry, I won't let you be separated from your mom. Trust me, we'll stay together. She lifted her tear-filled eyes and asked, Really? Liu Nian immediately raised his hand to the sky. Of course it's true. If I don't make it happen, I'll be struck by lightning. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao covered his mouth. Don't say crazy things in this little world. You'll really get struck by lightning. Taking advantage of that moment, Liu Nian grabbed her small hand. Don't worry. When I say something, I'll make it happen. Xiao, feeling embarrassed, quickly pulled her hand back and blushed. What are you doing? I need to go back to the management building to continue reviewing the files and investigate the case of the Saintess. She said that and quickly ran off. As Liu Nian watched Xiao's back, he thought to himself, so cute. My weakness for the perfect combination of holy body and dual cultivation is acting up again. I really want to bring Xiao and Princess Iron Fan into the harem. At that moment, Celestial Hound stormed over angry. Is there still hope for me and the Hellhound? Liu Nian made an okay sign and reassured him, Don't worry, I figured out how to deal with the female demon. Just wait here for me. With that, Liu Nian transformed using the White Bone 8 Changes technique and turned into a mosquito, flying straight to Princess Iron Fan's bedroom. Just then, Princess Iron Fan had just finished her bath. Seeing her hot figure, Liu Nian's eyes lit up. This is it. Immediately, he used his mosquito form to fly into the teacup. After her bath, Princess Iron Fan, as usual, drank a cup of tea before lying down to rest. But suddenly, a sharp pain came from her stomach. Could this be? The little one is coming. Sun Wukong was like a brother to the Bull Demon King. Many years ago, to borrow Iron Fan's leaf fan, Sun Wukong had transformed into a worm and crawled into her belly, causing chaos. Princess Iron Fan cradled her stomach and whispered, "Sun Wukong, is that you?" But inside Liu Nian, there was a feeling of complete confusion. Nephew Sun Wukong, Liu Nian, thanks to his unique massage technique, had already reached the late stage of the big demon realm and basically had no fear of Princess Iron Fan's stomach acid. He forcefully stabbed it in her stomach lining, shouting, "I am Liu Nian, Sun Wukong's disciple." But in truth, Liu Nian wasn't actually Sun Wukong's disciple. He was just lying. Princess Iron Fan couldn't take it anymore and gripped the bedsheets, pleading, "Liu Nian, I can't stand it anymore. Nephew, please go outside for now, and we can talk things over." Liu Nian heard this and shouted, "If you don't help me deal with the Celestial Hound, I'm not leaving." Princess Iron Fan gasped for breath and immediately nodded in agreement. "Fine, you can go outside." At that moment, Liu Nian flew out from her stomach, but as he approached the door, Princess Iron Fan unexpectedly turned on him. She gritted her teeth, aiming to kill Liu Nian. Trapped, he angrily yelled, "This Princess Iron Fan is playing dirty." The system also notified that the 9-dragon love spell had been activated, resisting a fatal blow. Hearing this, Princess Iron Fan sneered with disdain. "I can't believe that after 1,000 years, there's still an idiot like you. You crawl into my belly and think you can escape." But to her surprise, Liu Nian played even dirtier. He latched onto her tongue and said, "Princess Iron Fan, your tongue smells so good." The sensation in her tongue made Princess Iron Fan frown. "She can't believe you're still alive. Do you think you can escape?" Facing this threat, Liu Nian responded without fear, "Don't forget, you have a safer way out." These words made Princess Iron Fan's face tighten, and a sense of unease surged within her. Could he be planning something? In an instant, Liu Nian put on the lady's stockings that she had woven for him and swiftly made his way down. His excited voice rang out, "It's that particular hole, although it's a bit disgusting. I can use my spiritual energy to transform into a dragon to clear the path." The intense sensation inside his body made Iron Fan scream. Inside the 9 dragons, the force continued to surge forward. He even shouted, "I don't want to do this, but since you wanted to bite me to death, I have no choice but to go through the back. So first, I have to widen the way to get out." Princess Iron Fan couldn't bear the pain. She gripped her thigh tightly, tears streaming down her face. "It hurts so much, I'll agree to anything." Upon hearing this, Liu Nian said, "Then swear to the heavens that you will never harm me again, that you'll do everything you can to help me solve this case, and that you'll treat Xiao and well in the future." With no other choice, Princess Iron Fan gritted her teeth and said, "I swear to the heavens that I will never harm Liu Nian. I will do everything I can to help him solve the case and treat Xiao, and with sincerity." As soon as these words left her mouth, Celestial Hound walked in and shifting the scene to the Dragon Palace. In the EC Dragon Palace, Wang, the Dragon King, angrily shouted, "That Dan Najira killed my son, causing him to be suppressed by the Fengshan altar for 1,000 years. Now his primordial spirit has been completely destroyed." Yi, standing below, tried to calm him down. "Father, please don't be angry. I've already come up with a perfect plan to drag Najira into the game." To explain a little, after the war gods on the divine board died, most of them turn into puppets or have their souls completely destroyed. Since the divine board can't sense Obing, the EC Dragon King assumed that his son Obing's primordial spirit had been wiped out. After hearing his son's words, Gong snorted coldly. "Your plan isn't big enough. I'll ask the true dragon Immortal, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Jade Void Palace. If he's willing, he could use a magic weapon to temporarily control Naja." Upon hearing this, Yi bowed and said, "As expected, father is wise. Xiao Tuolong is useless, not even able to deal with a mere servant. This time, I'll take matters into my own hands. I'll spread the rumor that Liu Nian is the new emperor and lead Lady Yin to rescue him." At this moment, Naja was still in the Borderlands. When he returns to the game world, he will discover that his mother has been tragically killed. Lady Yin is the cousin of the new emperor, Yin Shou. Here's the translation. At this point, Yi was filled with pride. Given the nature of the primordial chaos pearl, Naja would definitely fall for it. Yi furrowed his brow, deep in thought. This plan had been sent to him by his third brother, Bing, before he perished. As an older brother, he had to make sure to see it through. Bong, hearing this, was very pleased. Keep going, but be careful with everything. Yi bowed deeply. Understood, father. Bong's heart was filled with determination. Xiao Bing, this is the last thing I can do for you. The scene shifted to the kennel headquarters. After a show of strength, Celestial Hound had knocked out all the beautiful dogs there and arrogantly left. The moment Liu Nian saw Celestial Hound emerge, he immediately spoke up. Celestial Hound, you see, I've completed what you asked of me, so now you can help me solve this case, right? Celestial Hound confidently led the way. Following his keen sense of smell, the two quickly arrived at the entrance of the Lan Ruse dungeon. Following Celestial Hound's scent trail, he said, "Follow me." Liu Nian quickly followed him. When they reached a tree, Celestial Hound pointed to it. "This is the spot." Liu Nian quickly examined the tree. It definitely held some kind of secret, but he couldn't figure it out. Celestial Hound shook his head. "I have no idea either." He quickly used his fiery eyes to scan, and sure enough, he saw the figure of Kai Ni below. He thought to himself, "I've spotted her. As expected, she's the holy maiden of the bamboo sect. But now, there's a problem. If I report this to the manager, the news will definitely leak. There are so many immortals in the small world secretly communicating with the demon realm. It's better if I handle this myself." Liu Nian turned around and gave instructions. "Pull back the guards here. I'll go take a leak and be right back." Once he reached a hidden corner, Liu Nian quickly opened the information panel for the Brave Lady of Earth. He was excited, thinking the Brave Lady of Earth is waiting. I'm going to take her skills. A panel appeared showing the Brave Lady of Earth, a mouse spirit with a white nose and fur, a peak-level big demon. Her drilling skill could dig 100 meters into the ground in just 3 seconds with a cooldown of 30 minutes. The Earth Claw skill increased her attack power by 300% for a single target and could heal her after hitting an enemy. The cooldown for this was 5 seconds. The scene then shifted to the star-picking tower, where the bone spirit was dancing to the music while Liu Nian was enjoying the service of Xiao Zhu and Wan Sheng. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Your Majesty, the demon, Brave Lady of Earth, has arrived. The one who brought her is none other than Xiao Chaonian." Liu Nian spoke up and asked, "Why isn't your sister, the hundred-eyed demon lord, here?" Xiao Chaonian replied, "Your Majesty, my sister is ill. Right now, she's lost control over her bodily functions and is bedridden." As she spoke, an image of the hundred-eyed demon lord appeared, groaning in fear. "Your Majesty, I swear I won't harm humans anymore." Upon hearing this, Liu Nian felt a twinge of guilt. Did I go too far with my strength? He then instructed, "Take good care of your sister. Do everything you can to save her. If you need anything, just tell me and I'll gather what's needed." Xiao Chaonang was moved and began to cry, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. In the future, if you need me, I'll be happy to help you learn the power of the wilds. As for my sister's responsibilities, I'll take them on as her younger sister." Hearing this, both Xiao Zhu and Wan Sheng frowned in displeasure, sensing a hidden threat. They quickly knelt and said, "Your Majesty, we're also willing to take on the wild's power responsibilities for you." The Brave Lady of Earth saw this and wanted to speak, but her mouth was sealed. She could only make muffled sounds. Lady Whitebone, upon hearing this, angrily slapped the Brave Lady of Earth across the face. "You noisy witch, making a scene in front of the king. I won't allow you to be so rude." She thought to herself, that slap wasn't hard enough to ruin her beauty. This little rat demon is too charming. I'm afraid she'll be favored by the king. At this moment, Liu Nian spoke up, "All right, everyone, you can all leave now." Everyone immediately obeyed the order. "Yes, Your Majesty, we take our leave." But secretly, each person harbored thoughts of backstabbing one another, throwing sharp glares at the others. The position of Empress is mine. Once everyone had left, Liu Nian approached and kicked the Brave Lady of Earth. She almost killed him, and yet she dared to poison her own body. The Brave Lady of Earth was knocked to the ground, coughing up blood, her body trembling. Liu Nian stepped forward, grabbed her by the throat, and lifted her up. "You've slaughtered so many people. Tell me, how should I punish you?" The Brave Lady of Earth responded, "Kill me. I will never bow to mortals. Humans are only fit to be food for me." Without a word, Liu Nian turned her around and attacked the Brave Lady of Earth in her deepest, most vulnerable spot. Once you enter the star-picking tower, your life or death is no longer in your hands. The Brave Lady of Earth suppressed her pain, her body shaking. "I won't get excited. Even if you beat me to death, I won't be excited anymore." Upon hearing this, Liu Nian tightened his grip. "I'm just protecting myself. Yet you make it seem like I'm the villain when clearly it's you monsters who want to harm others." With that, he stopped. The intense emotions stopped abruptly, making the Brave Lady of Earth feel uncomfortable all over. "Huh? Why did you stop? You can't stop. Keep going until I'm done, she said, then turned around, hugging Liu Nian and kissing him passionately, leaving him stunned. Didn't the brave lady of Earth just say she wouldn't get excited anymore? Liu Nian quickly took control of the situation, pushing her down. If she wanted it, fine, but she had to submit to him. Then, Liu Nian placed his foot firmly between her legs and pressed down with force. The brave lady of Earth couldn't take it anymore and gasped out, "Liu Nian, my king." He immediately asked in return, "What did you call me?" Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, "My king, give me the great 9 dragons." Seeing her expression, Liu Nian silently celebrated. It seemed like he had taken control. If he could get the brave lady of Earth to advance to the early stage of a monster king, he'd gain the defense of a monster king in return. Afterward, Liu Nian sat down on the chair and patted his thighs, saying, "Sit on me, today we'll practice the dual cultivation technique of the human king." With the moon in his heart, Liu Nian's eyes slowly became hazy. She walked over and responded, "Yes, my king." The two of them quickly fell into passionate love. The system announced, "Skill attained, dual cultivation technique of the human king, embrace the moon." Liu Nian felt overjoyed hearing it. The skill had truly been learned. He snapped his fingers. "All right, next, let's have the brave lady of Earth try all 18 martial arts styles at once." Immediately after, a swing dropped down from the ceiling and brave lady of Earth was placed on it. This was called the outer sky swing. She was about to begin the 18-step technique, the human completion 18 forms of the golden rooster stance. After a few moves, Liu Nian laughed with excitement. "I'm about to unleash the power of the primordial chaos." Hearing this, brave lady of Earth quickly shook her head. "No, the power of primordial chaos is too filthy for humans. It can't be used." But Liu Nian wasn't listening. He directly poured all of the primordial chaos energy into her body. She immediately began crying and trembling all over. "It's so filthy." However, just moments later, brave lady of Earth's entire body began to glow, and the system promptly announced, "Brave lady of Earth has leveled up from peak big demon to early monster king." She was furious and turned to curse him out. "You bastard." Liu Nian smirked at her. "Haven't you realized you just leveled up to monster king?" At that moment, brave lady of Earth finally noticed. "Oh, I'm a monster king now." Immediately, her attitude toward the primordial chaos power shifted. "Well, in that case, I can't waste this power." But after just a small taste, brave lady of Earth grimaced. "It's so hard to swallow. It's thick and disgusting." Seeing her reaction, Liu Nian sighed in resignation. "All right, you've swallowed it, so it's done. At least you leveled up." The brave lady of Earth below continued to work tirelessly, replying, "What are you even talking about? Do you know how hard it is to become a Lucifer level? It can't be wasted, and the rest should be mixed into a salad." At this point, Liu Nian suggested, "We've resolved our past grudges. Let's move on from what's happened before." But she greedily scoffed. "Once? That's not enough. I want 101,000 times." After that, the two continued their training, and the brave lady of Earth's loyalty reached 50%. A while later, Liu Nian finally gained the brave lady of Earth's skill, full Earth mastery. He quickly harnessed his newfound power and headed back to the Celestial Hound. When Celestial Hound saw Liu Nian, he remarked, "You can't stop flirting even when you're going to the bathroom. Truly a role model for the generation. Let me call you brother." At that moment, the system notification announced that many different massage techniques had received protection from the Monster King's early stage defense for 24 hours. Liu Nian, full of confidence, said, "I'll go ahead and scout the way. You keep working the market." Celestial Hound, proud and smug, responded, "No problem." Hearing this, the big guy chuckled to himself. This Celestial Hound had become quite close, and it looked like helping him find a female dog was definitely effective. The next day, Liu Nian used all of his earth magic to burrow deep into the ground, making several turns until he finally reached his destination. The system notification rang out, signaling he had arrived at the Saintess's room. Seeing her from a distance, Liu Nian silently hoped, "Could this be the time that Xiao An and I are finally saved?" Just then, a red light shot toward him from afar. It was none other than Huang Yi, the mid-level monster king. Liu Nian quickly tried to block her, but Huang Yi flipped over and clamped her foot down on his head. As Liu Nian struggled, Huang Yi commented, "You're still alive? No wonder you're Naja's close brother." He was stuck in a very uncomfortable position and quickly spoke up. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. You haven't bathed in days. You smell like cilantro." Offended, Huang Yi awkwardly yelled, "That's nonsense. I bathe every day, you idiot." Taking advantage of Huang Yi's distraction, Liu Nian turned his head and bit into the inside of her thigh like a wild beast. The pain made Huang Yi immediately kick him off. "You little bastard, I'm going to kill you." But over on the other side, Liu Nian had already secured her precious item. How dare she get distracted while fighting him? If she just obeyed and became his woman, maybe he'd consider not killing her. Furious, Huang Yi shouted, "Lowly, shameless, despicable human!" The system notification rang again. "Congratulations, a player has obtained the post-heaven divine treasure, the bag of holding." Huang Yi, surprised, muttered, "Oh shit, this is the bag of holding. It can suck people inside." To explain a little, the bag of holding is a magical item from Journey to the West created by Maitreya Buddha. It's incredibly powerful, and anyone trapped inside becomes weak and loses their ability to resist. King Huang Yi had used this bag 4 times to deal with gods that Sun Wukong had invited. Huang Yi, seeing this, frowned. "This is bad. He's found me." She immediately turned and ran. "This bag is a relic of the Bodhisattva Maitreya. I'm just borrowing it," she called out. Liu Nian, noticing this, raised the bag towards her. "Think you can escape? Not so easy. Come back to me." In an instant, Huang Yi was pulled by an invisible force, but she struggled to keep running forward, her clothes getting sucked in as well. Huang Yi smirked. "Mortal, you can't fully control this bag." But Liu Nian didn't care. He sneered. "Doesn't matter. I can take my time bringing you in." He then increased the force. Huang Yi kept running, but she shouted a threat. "My father, the great Huang Yi, will not let you off. Let me explain. Huang Yi, the great king, was once Huang Yi, a servant of Maitreya Buddha. He stole the bag and hit the golden mirror of Maitreya, and then fell to the mortal realm to become a spirit. I am his daughter, born after he descended." Hearing this, Liu Nian's joy only grew. "Foolish, I'm going to capture you now. The great Huang Yi is my father-in-law." They continued chasing each other up to the surface. When Celestial Hound saw the scene unfold, he looked at Liu Nian with admiration. "Truly my big brother. When dealing with a female demon, always take her gear first. Brilliant. Really top tier." Huang Yi ran while thinking, trying to put more distance between herself and the others. On the other side, Liu Nian launched his sword, and it shot straight toward Huang Yi's side. The impact made her stagger, pain flooding her face, and he immediately followed up with another strike. As the sword and Liu Nian came at her, Huang Yi quickly transformed into a rabbit, with her bloody rear end trailing behind her as she hopped away. Seeing this, Liu Nian immediately called out, "Quick, help me catch her. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see the pack of female dogs." Upon hearing that, Celestial Hound eagerly ran after them. 1 month, every day, no problem, Liu Nian agrees. "Let's go." Celestial Hound charged forward like a fierce tiger. Meanwhile, Liu Nian quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Xiaoan. "Go pick up the Saintess. If we can get Huang Yi into the star-picking tower, my strength will grow significantly. In this dangerous game world, even a small increase in power boosts our chances of survival." Then he hurriedly continued his chase. As for Liu Nian's current buffs, they were as follows: a potion that increased agility by 10%, a potion that boosted intellect by 10%, a potion that enhanced spirit by 10%, a potion that raised physical strength by 10%, a world light buff that increased all attributes by 2%, a blessing of warmth and comfort, and an early stage monster king defense buff. When Liu Nian reached Celestial Hound, he couldn't find Huang Yi anywhere. Liu Nian asked, "Where's that woman?" Celestial Hound, frustrated, replied, "She jumped into the river and ran away." Hearing this, Liu Nian gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Both Celestial Hound and I are not good at fighting underwater. It looks like learning the water avoidance spell is a must. The water avoidance spell allows non-aquatic cultivators to move freely in water. Sun Wukong used it when he entered the Dragon Palace all those years ago." Below, Huang Yi clenched her fist in anger and muttered, "Liu Nian, I will make you pay for this humiliation." On the shore, Liu Nian decided to move on. "If we can't catch her, let's go meet the Saintess. Xiao is probably already there." Celestial Hound didn't complete his mission. Celestial Hound lowered his gaze. "So, will you take me to see the female dog?" Liu Nian immediately gave a thumbs up. "Of course. When have I ever treated you badly?" Celestial Hound was deeply moved by his words. As they headed back to meet the Saintess, Liu Nian's actions caught the attention of 2 sea monsters. "Quick, go report back. We've spotted Liu Nian." But Liu Nian had already noticed the 2 sea monsters' presence. He shouted, "Who's there?" The shrimp monster hurriedly explained, "Don't kill me. I'm from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, an NPC from the game, one of our own." Liu Nian gritted his teeth, thinking, what kind of trick are these sea creatures trying to pull now? They want to cause trouble, don't they? At that moment, the group led by Aoyi arrived, followed by a cart carrying prisoners and celestial hounds. Aoyi laughed and said, "Today's luck is pretty good. We've caught so many female demons. After my brothers enjoy them, we'll send them to the heavenly court to be turned into pills." Hearing this, the celestial hounds inside the cart grew scared. The hounds growled in response. They weren't demons. They were celestial dogs who entered the cultivation game alongside players, absorbing the spiritual energy of the game world to become celestial hounds. This happened because some players would even give their pets hats and enter the game with them. Some dogs absorb the spiritual energy of the small world, eventually transforming into celestial hounds. Liu Nian stepped forward to clarify, saying, "I've observed them along with Naja's magical weapon. They don't have demonic energy, so they're not real demons. Plus, there are even some humans among them." Yi responded nonchalantly, "So what? If I say you're demons, then they are demons. Besides, we've even been given a 5% margin for killing the wrong target. This woman is stopping us from catching demon dogs, so she must be a demonist, just like the demons." The girl locked inside immediately spoke up to protest. "She's not a demon dog. She's my celestial hound, and I'm not a demoness." Yi looked at Liu Nian with a challenging gaze. Liu Nian, ever since the new emperor of the human realm had eliminated the ritual sacrifices and following the great war of the gods, the divine realm had been in a state of sealing. It had been a long time since I had tasted the flavor of a human. Today, I will use this seductive woman as an appetizer. Among the 6 greatest crimes of the overthrow of the Zhou dynasty, one was disrespecting the gods and neglecting the sacred rituals. Let me briefly explain the 6 major crimes during the overthrow of the Zhou king. The first, failing to use royal relatives to promote slaves. The second, disrespecting the gods, neglecting sacred rituals. The third, promoting the small-minded and the unworthy. The fourth, obsessed with war, exploiting the people. The fifth, listening to the advice of women. The sixth, being addicted to yum wine. Yi took out a pill, holding it before Liu Nian's eyes, and said indifferently, "Don't think that I'm the only one doing this. Tell me, when immortals above consume immortal pills, do they ever wonder which pill is made from demons and which is made from spirit beasts? Are these dirty things only done by us little gods?" These words directly enraged Liu Nian, and he immediately shouted, "Yi, release the human and all the guard dogs right now." Celestial Hound quickly intervened, saying, "Don't get too worked up. This is something beyond our control. It's a matter for the gods." Liu Nian clenched his teeth in anger and said, "But those people in the cage are your own kind. Can you really just stand by and watch them get taken away to be turned into elixirs? I can't do that." Celestial Hound felt a pang of sympathy, but it also had its reasons. A mortal who dares to strike at a deity would have to face the punishment of being struck by the 5 thunders. Meanwhile, Yi poured fuel on the fire. He held up a spirit pill and said, "Last month, I accidentally killed a player on the 3rd floor, but luckily, I was already level 50, so I became a heavenly soldier on the divine board." At that moment, a soul emerged from the pill. Looking at the transparent body, the soul realized, "I'm dead. This is my soul." Seeing the confused soul, Yi grinned maliciously. "Liu Nian, soon you'll see for yourself how the divine board turns people into heavenly soldiers." Just then, a beam of light descended from the sky, the heavenly purification beam. The light shone directly on the soul. Liu Nian froze. "What is that?" Yi laughed loudly. "Of course, it's the process of becoming a heavenly soldier." But strangely, when the soul was hit by the light, it screamed in pain. "Mom, it hurts so much." Yi slowly explained, "First, the heavenly fire will burn the soul to purify the body, then it will erase all consciousness, turning the person into a puppet who only obeys the orders of the divine board. Right now, the soul is in so much pain, it can't endure it." Seeing this, Liu Nian couldn't believe his own eyes. He thought to himself, as Xiao Tongtin had warned, this divine board was terrifying for ordinary people. Becoming a celestial soldier wasn't necessarily a good thing. At this moment, the soul had already fused with the celestial soldier armor, and he began to declare, "My name is Wen Bo Jin from Jiao Zhao, Tangwu Old Street, number 11. As he spoke, his whole body felt like it was being burned, making painful sizzling sounds. The girl sitting nearby witnessed everything, her eyes filled with tears. "I don't want to be a celestial soldier," she said, choking on her words. At that moment, Wen Bo-jin was completely burned, tears streaming down his face, but his mouth kept speaking. "I've been with my mother since I was little. I saved 50,000 working hard. The card is under the bed in our rented house." By then, Wen Bo-jin's soul was being sucked away. Just before it disappeared completely, his burned, bloody hand reached out toward Liu Nian. "Give it to my mother, the Yang family. Please, I beg you." His face at that moment was terrifying, blood and tears flowing from his eyes, and his mouth screamed in agony. "Mom, I remember when I was little, you used to feed me." Then, with a puff of smoke, he vanished along with the divine board. The celestial hound, watching from a distance, also felt sorrowful. This scene was the final attachment of the man being wiped away. After becoming a celestial soldier and witnessing such brutality, Liu Nian was furious. He drew his sword in a rage. Ao Yi was taken aback by this. The low-grade, high-tier spiritual treasure was nothing in the next moment, as Liu Nian shattered Ao Yi's treasure and defeated him at once. Before leaving this world, he shouted angrily, "You're just an ordinary human, and you dare." Before he could finish, Liu Nian gripped his sword tightly and cleaved him in two. To explain a bit, Liu Nian's sword is the Dragon Phoenix Sword, which was refined and disguised by the Daji group as a prop in a game, allowing it to kill gods. Witnessing this, the sea monsters scattered in panic. The second prince, Ao Yi, is dead. Quickly report this to the Dragon King. Celestial Hound immediately took shape, looking worried. Brother, disaster is upon us. At the same time, somewhere else, the news that Liu Nian killed Ao Yi had already spread. Xiao Tongtian, upon hearing this, couldn't hide his shock. One strike to kill the Tai Yi immortal. I didn't expect Liu Nian to be able to manipulate human fate. Could it be because he was enraged seeing his people die? This might be the first strike by a human to challenge the heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, Liu Nian quickly freed the captured spirit dogs. You should leave quickly, and don't talk about what happened here. It'll only attract the gods' attention. Seeing this, the Celestial Hound advised, letting them run like this is pointless. First, we should let them hide with Iron Fan. With the support of Tai Shang Lao Jun, no one will dare to touch her for now. Looking at Celestial Hound in his new form, Liu Nian was surprised. Celestial Hound, you turned into a human? After thinking for a moment, Liu Nian spoke up, this is the only way. Let's take them to be Iron Fan right away. The scene shifts to Princess Iron Fan, and news quickly reaches Liu Nian. As soon as she hears it, Iron Fan trembles. Liu Nian is back again. And she's got a message. That girl has found the saintess, and the plan to send her to the moral world to avoid the disaster has completely failed. However, Princess Iron Fan feels a bit uncomfortable at the moment. The reason is that Liu Nian has opened the back door, causing her muscles to loosen. Thinking about this, Iron Fan quickly comes up with a new plan. Now, we can only pray to the Supreme Elder. Maybe he can help us both. This is because Princess Iron Fan was originally a little servant, guarding the 8 trigrams furnace for the Supreme Elder, which makes this task fairly easy. At this moment, Liu Nian arrives. My lord, the case has been solved. On my way back, I saved a few people from the hands of the demons. I hope the princess can take them in and protect them. Liu Nian, don't go too far. Iron Fan frowns when she hears this. But before she could finish, something behind her distracts Iron Fan. Oh no, the muscles around it's leaking again. Noticing that Iron Fan isn't speaking, Liu Nian shows concern. Is something wrong, my lord? Iron Fan grits her teeth and thinks to herself, isn't this because of you? After a moment of pain, she agrees. Fine, I understand. Quickly, take them away. Liu Nian, hearing this, is grateful. Thank you, Iron Fan, my lord. Seeing Liu Nian's impressive figure as he walked away, Princess Iron Fan suddenly felt a stir in her heart. After taking a closer look at the young man, she couldn't help but think, why do I suddenly feel like he's kind of handsome? Just as she finished her thought, Bull Demon King, who was nearby, sneezed and felt a slight pain in his head as though horns were about to sprout. But he quickly brushed it off. At least his daughter had found the Holy Maiden, so he wouldn't have to personally go and free her. However, after taking a few steps, he ran into Liu Nian, who looked grim, clearly troubled by the consequences of killing Ao Yi. When Teishi Najda, you too need to hurry back and go to the internet cafe to check with Xiao Tong Tian first. Liu Nian and Bull Demon King walked right past each other, unaware of the fateful connection that would tie them together later. Switching scenes to the internet cafe, Xiao Tong Tian immediately handed Liu Nian an iPad as soon as he arrived. This has been going viral online lately. Is this flip like me? I mean, I'm one of the 3 celestial Taoists. How could there be anything about me in this? Liu Nian glanced at the video and covered his mouth, laughing. I think I've seen this before. Seeing Liu Nian's reaction, Xiao Tong Tian grew angry. How can you still laugh? You lost, and now my reputation has taken a hit. Mentioning this, Liu Nian really felt frustrated. He waved his hand dismissively. This isn't my fault. You so-called saints were fighting each other. What do you expect ordinary people like us to do about it? Xiao Tong Tian furrowed his brow. After the catastrophe, humanity has become the dominant force in the world. The path of humanity is now on equal footing with the will of heaven. The 3 emperors can even manipulate the fate of mankind to stand against the saints. If it weren't for the way humanity is suppressed by the will of heaven, humanity would have an unlimited future. As he spoke, Xiao Tong Tian snaps the iPad back. Liu Nian scoffed and replied with annoyance. Next time you can lecture me about human and heavenly paths. I came here today to ask for your help. I killed Ao Yi. Can you help me figure out how to handle this? Xiao Tong Tian sighed in resignation. You little brat, you're asking a snake for a fortune-telling? Fine, whatever, I have some free time. I'll do it for you. Then he used his magic to peer into the future. Humanity is thriving. You, a human king, will eventually burn yourselves in the star-picking tower. Now the ultimate fate of humanity will be protected by human principles, turning disaster into fortune. Upon hearing this, Liu Nian couldn't hide his excitement. Really? I'm going to be okay? Xiao Tong Tian snapped his fingers confidently. I've never been wrong when I've made predictions. You can relax. Liu Nian smiled. That's great. However, as Liu Nian stood up to leave, Xiao Tong Tian stopped him. Hold on. He immediately took out his phone, grinning widely. The fortune-telling fee was 10 million. Looking at the steep price, Liu Nian's eyes widened. That's so expensive. Are you robbing people? What do you gods need money for anyway? Xiao Tong Tian took the 10 million and explained. Do you think money is just a piece of paper or something that can be exchanged equally? That's a very shallow way of understanding it. Money is the result of people's hard work, a thin piece of paper that represents humanity's vision and desire for a better life. That's why money contains the fate of mankind. This is also why the currency in this little world can be exchanged for real-world currency. Hearing this, Liu Nian couldn't help but ask, so if we lose our money in the small world, can humanity's fortune be restored? Xiao Tong Tian frowned and answered, losses can't be reversed, so the human world, especially the great Xia, will have to suffer a catastrophe. After hearing this, Liu Nian couldn't hide his anger. This game was full of traps, and even the currency system was set up to absorb the fate of mankind. Xiao Tong Tian then offered a solution. If humanity wants to break the cycle, it must make human morality prosper and release the power of the three emperors, which is sealed by the heavenly Tao in the Fire Cloud Cave. If not, the heavenly Tao will reign supreme and everything will be controlled by it. The three saints mentioned by Xiao Tong Tian were Fu Xie, Shen Nong, and Huang Dai. But the truth was not so simple. He thought to himself, in reality, his mother, his friends, and even the whole Daxia would have to face the disaster. Meanwhile, in the game, his father, Fang Qi, and everyone else, including all the players, could die and be sent to the Divine Board. He had to become stronger and fast. At that moment, Liu Nian came up with an idea. He had a jade pendant that could transport him to the Hongwang realm. If he could go there to the place filled with abundant spiritual energy, his strength would definitely grow quickly. At this point, the entire Tai Fi Mountain was surrounded by the Dragon Clan. The sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder roared, and beneath, water monsters formed formations. Leading the group were none other than the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, the South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin, the West Sea Dragon King Ao Run, and the North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun. They had come for the revenge of the Dragon Clan's children and grandchildren. The four Dragon Kings were furious, shouting, Liu Nian, cut out, and face death. Soon, the water level rose, sweeping everything away. It was no different from the massacre of the commoners years ago. The people quickly fled. Damn, the Dragon Kings are flooding the place. Ten Lady was deeply worried when she saw this. Are the Four Seas Dragon Kings not afraid of violating the heavenly laws by drowning the city of Tai Fei Mountain? She said anxiously. The East Sea Dragon King dismissed her concerns, replying, Liu Nian is a criminal. He killed the immortal El Yi, breaking the heavenly laws. We will hand him over to the heavenly court. With that, all four of them shouted in unison, hand over Liu Nian, or everyone on Tai Fi Mountain will be held accountable. With no other choice, Ten Lady activated her defenses while thinking of a plan. Grandmaster Wen wasn't here. Huang Tian Kang and Lai Niang Zai had been summoned back to the heavenly court several days ago. If they were here, they could have escorted Liu Nian to the heavenly court for trial. But if she handed Liu Nian over now, he might be killed on the way. Above them, the Four Seas Dragon Kings continued to shout, hand over Liu Nian. Watching this, Ten Lady couldn't help but sigh. It reminded her so much of the past. Let me explain how she ended up here. Ten Lady, worried about the Tang family, had been living in the small world of Fengshan, alongside the loyal ministers of the Tang family residing within the Divine Board. She was responsible for the seals, capable of defending against attacks from those at the mid-stage of the Great Lu Golden Immortal level. As mentioned in Chapter 21, Grandmaster Wen had told Lady Yin that Liu Nian was the reincarnation of her cousin Yin Shou. The rumors about Ao Yi spreading that Liu Nian was Yin Shou's reincarnation turned out to be a strange coincidence. Looking at the scene before her, Ten Lady couldn't help but think back to the past, to the time when the Four Seas Dragon Kings were also in the sky, summoning storms and demanding that Navajada be handed over. The memory was painful, and she silently called out, Nazarat Liu Nian Yin Shou. Ten Lady reflected on those memories. When I was younger, I was a little girl who wasn't afraid of anything, not the sky nor the earth. Yin Ten Lady practiced sword fighting with her younger brother Yin Shou. With her natural strength, she quickly defeated Yin Shou. You only know how to do that much, she said. Yin Shou, not satisfied, struggled to get up. He replied, Cousin, you only rely on the fact that you're a little older than me. If we were the same age, I could easily beat you. Yin Shou wasn't happy about losing and tried to stand tall. Hearing this, Yin Ten Lady sighed and said, Yin Shou, you are the prince of the Tang family. In the future, your enemies might be devious schemers or even celestial beings. But none of this is an excuse to lose to them. The fate of humanity will rest on their shoulders. These words left Yin Shou stunned. Yin Ten Lady turned away, tears streaming down her face. I'm so jealous of you being a man. No matter how hard I try to become strong, in the end, I'll just get married and take care of the kids. If only I were a man. She couldn't say more, her voice choked with emotion. Yin Shou immediately pointed to himself. Once I become the king of the Tang family, I'll definitely reform and free the women of Tang. I'll make sure they can pursue their dreams just like men. My cousin is the great general of the Tang kingdom after all. But what he didn't know was that later in the history books, one of his 6 major crimes would be that he listened to a woman. Those memories pushed Yin Ten Lady forward, her gaze growing more determined. She stepped toward the shining armor neatly placed in the room. Without hesitation, she put on the helmet and the armor with great confidence, then walked outside ready to protect the Tang family, just as Yin Shou had once said, a general guarding the nation. At that moment, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings gathered their strength and attacked the barrier. In an instant, the great formation was shattered and the seawater rushed in like a waterfall. The East Sea Dragon King roared, hand over Liu Nian and we'll spare your lives. The Dragon Kings of the West, North, and South Sea were equally filled with rage. Hand over Liu Nian, they demanded. Liu Nian appeared without making them wait long. He wasn't afraid at all and instead shouted, You old mudfish, back in the day, the East Sea tricked and killed the daughter of Emperor Yan. Only by begging the ancestor Long to intercede were you able to survive. But your descendants like Ao Bing learned nothing. They controlled the hungry ghosts to capture young girls to forge magic weapons, only to be skinned and disemboweled by Najda. Now your second son, Ao Yi, is recklessly slaughtering humans. The East Sea Dragon clan deserves to be wiped out. Upon hearing this, Ao Gong showed no remorse and stubbornly argued, Such big words from a mere mortal. Our dragon clan is one of the ancient 3 tribes, and my son is a true deity of the heavenly court. He may have killed a few lowly humans by mistake, so what? Liu Nian's face immediately darkened. He sneered and replied, Yes, that's right. We, the lowly humans, are useless. The daughter of the celestial emperor's fire sovereign died for nothing. The 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns of the Fire Cloud Cave should bow 3 times to your dragon clan. And yes, we, the lowly humans, should even expect the Holy Mother Nuwa to bow before your dragon clan, right? His words touched on many deities, and it didn't take long before the heavenly Tao heard them. Furious, it sent down several bolts of lightning, causing Ao Gong and his brute to flinch in surprise. The Dragon King of the Southern Sea, Ao Gong, quickly whispered urgently, Stop him right away, don't let him speak any further. If we disturb the saint, it will be a disaster. Immediately take him back to the Dragon Palace. But before they could do anything, Fang Qi, the leader of Liu Nian's harem, stepped forward and said, Don't even think about hurting Liu Nian. Seeing this, Ao Gong's eyes turned bloodshot and he shouted with fury, Great, 1 life of Liu Nian isn't enough, then all of you can die together. Liu Nian quickly stepped up and said, I take responsibility for whatever Liu Nian does. As long as you agree to spare them, you can kill or chop me as you please. At that moment, a woman on horseback appeared from a distance. It was none other than Lady Yin Ten, carrying an aura of fierce determination. Lady Yin Ten, the female general of the Tang dynasty, had arrived. No one was allowed to take Liu Nian. Fang Qi, seeing this, shot a glance and teased. Mr. Liu Nian, looks like you have quite a few close female friends, huh? Though Fang Qi's words were full of jealousy, Liu Nian broke into a cold sweat and quickly replied, I don't know her. Lady Yu Ten immediately recognized her and said, She's the mother of Najda, the wife of Lai Tian Wang, the great warrior. Lady Yin Ten. Those words left everyone stunned. What? Ao Guan also saw this and couldn't help feeling secretly pleased. The Yin lady had indeed fallen into the trap. She had left her mansion, where there were protective wards of today. He could have finally taken revenge for both of his children. To explain here, Ao Yi had once spread a false rumor that Liu Nian was the reincarnation of Zhou Wang Yin Shou, tricking the Yin lady into leaving her mansion, where the protective barriers were in place. He immediately signaled his subordinates, who swiftly summoned the demon bow. The Lucifer bow, a magical artifact, had been a prize from the Eastern Seas battle with the demon realm. Ao Gong planned to use it to kill the Yin lady, then blame it on the demons, hoping to provoke Najda into entering a state of rage and turning to the dark side. Without delay, an arrow was shot toward the Yin Lady, directly shattering her protective magic shield. Liu Nian noticed the suspicious movement of the figure hiding behind. As he prepared to shoot a second arrow, Liu Nian panicked and thought, "This is bad." He immediately used a magic tool to try to pull the Yin Lady toward him, but due to a lack of power, he could only pull her halfway before it stopped. The Yin Lady was pulled right into Liu Nian's arms, and she felt embarrassed. "Come on, lady, don't make this awkward for Liu Nian." He froze for a moment, but quickly realized the danger. He thought to himself, "Heaven must be watching over me. Yin Lady, don't blush like that. It's going to lead to misunderstandings. If Yin died today at the hands of the Dragon King, he would definitely be killed by Lai Tian Wang in the future." Yin Ten quickly pulled away from Liu Nian's embrace and raised her sword, pointing it directly at Aobang, the Eastern Sea Dragon King. "Your dragon clan has bullied the human race time and time again and even sought Liu Nian's life. You'll have to step over my dead body to get to him." Aobang, though outwardly respectful, lowered his head. "Lady Yin, you were just ambushed. The city is full of chaos, and there may be people from the demon realm lurking around. Please return to your mansion. I'll take Liu Nian to the celestial court. If something happens, I'll have a hard time explaining it to Lai Tian Wang." The Eastern Sea Dragon King deliberately referred to Yin Ten as Lady Lai, thinking that the Shang dynasty had already fallen and that the royal family held no more value. In his mind, he had already set his plan in motion. "Lady Lai, I strongly advise you not to return to your mansion. Once you're assassinated, I'll take your body and cry out loud, using it as an excuse to launch a military campaign against the demon realm and avenge you. Just in case, I'll even invite the true dragon of the doctrine of the 12 Golden Immortals to set up a defense formation." Before his retreat into seclusion, the Dragon Clan's ancestor had passed down his profound knowledge and treasures, helping him cut through a body and reach the early stage of quasi-sainthood. "Even if Najda comes, I won't be afraid." Furthermore, Liu Nian killed the gods in the heavenly court and broke heaven's laws. "Anyone who tries to stop me will be guilty like him and can be killed on the spot. The laws of heaven and my power are on my side. Everything is in my favor." A quick note for better understanding. To cut 3 bodies is a crucial step to becoming a great Liu Golden Immortal and then a saint. Cutting 1 body reaches the early quasi-saint stage, 2 bodies reach the middle stage, and 3 bodies reach the late stage. Neither Najda nor Lai Tian Wang has reached the quasi-saint stage yet. Najda can't break through because of his poor talent, and he has lost his original body, which has greatly harmed his luck and power. The next day, Aobang issued an order. His army of shrimp soldiers and crab generals obeyed, moving to capture the criminal Liu Nian. Anyone who tried to stop them would be punished with death. Following the command, the water soldiers charged forward like ants towards Liu Nian. At that moment, a cold voice shouted, "You want to capture Liu Nian? And you've asked me first?" Hearing this, Aobang became angry. "Who's there?" But when he looked up, all he saw was a woman's figure, her sleeves stirring the wind and clouds, shaking the entire ghostly realm. Her gaze was as cold as ice, enough to freeze the soul. Dressed in deep black, with a presence that was both haunting and regal, she stepped through the snow as if she owned the skies. She was none other than the Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms, a being at the peak of semi-saint power. The news of her appearance at Tai Phi Mountain quickly spread to the Ling Tio Treasure Palace. When the Jade Emperor heard about it, he suddenly stood up. The Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms came out of the Realm of Light. Back at Tai Phi Mountain, after the Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms appeared, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings felt trapped, like beasts in a cage, paralyzed by fear. The Dragon Kings of the Southwest, North, and West stared in disbelief, unable to believe what they were seeing. They quickly turned to Aobang and began scolding him. "What is going on here?" The female Emperor of the 9 Nether Realms from the Realm of Light is on the same level as the Jade Emperor. Aobang, trembling, replied, "You doomed us all." The Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms called him Liu Nian. "Damn it. You knew someone this powerful and didn't say anything earlier? You've been playing us like fools." "No, more like playing a pig to eat a dragon. Damn it. If not for the heavenly Tao holding her back, she would have already ascended to sainthood. Even now, she's at the peak of semi-saint, but her treasures and great merits are too terrifying. Ao Yi, Aobang, you two have ruined the entire Dragon Clan." Just a moment ago, Hong Long Chenan, a cultivator at the early stage of saint level, was invited by the 4 Seas Dragon Kings to hold down the formation. He softly muttered 2 lines of poetry to himself. "One roar of the dragon shakes the world. All beings of the 10,000 realms must bow their heads. I, the Taoist of the Jade Void Palace, Hong Long Chenan, have come to this small world of Fengshen for a tour. If there is anything wrong, feel free to speak up. He thought to himself, in the past, people used to call me the three-no Taoist, but now I have a spiritual treasure by my side. Through the Liu Nian incident, I can not only help Wang, but also demonstrate my true strength. I hope Liu Nian will summon a powerful figure so I can have a chance to show my abilities. A quick introduction. Long Qianan is a disciple of the primordial heaven sovereign. Doctrine must be elucidated and expanded, and one of the 12 golden immortals. However, Long Qianan was not well regarded. He had no magical treasures, no disciples, no achievements, and was often mocked as the three-no Taoist. After the Great Fengshen battle, Yinglong stepped down and passed his powers to Long Qianan, hoping that he would protect the descendants. But just at that moment, he saw the four seas dragon kings bowing and kowtowing, which shocked him. What's going on here? Looking up, even he was startled. His heart skipped a beat. Oh shit, the Lord of the Realm of Light, Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms, Your Highness. His face immediately darkened, and he could feel his heartbeat pounding while sweat poured down his face. The sound was so loud that even Gong, who was below, could hear it. He looked up at the celestial dragon above and thought to himself, could this sound be the echo of the legendary celestial dragon? Senior celestial dragon, are you planning to start a battle with the Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms, Your Highness? Thinking this, Gong felt a surge of excitement. The celestial dragon was a mid-stage quasi-saint and a disciple of the primordial heaven master. Could it be that he had gained enough power to fight against the late-stage quasi-saint Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms? My son's revenge might finally have hope. Gong quickly regained his confidence and looked at the Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms. Your Highness, even if you protect Liu Nian, my senior, the celestial dragon of the Dragon Clan, is a direct disciple of the primordial heaven master, who will surely seek justice for my son. He motioned for Liu Nian to be taken away. But as soon as he spoke, Wang was immediately struck by a kick from the celestial dragon. The blow was so powerful that it left him unable to open his eyes. Take your sister away. Your sister. Wang, dazed from the blow, struggled to get up confused. Senior, what's going on? My dragon clan is one of the 3 great ancient clans, the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Killing Clan. But before he could finish speaking, Long kicked him again, shouting, this is what you get for acting all ancient. If you want to take a bath, don't drag me along. After that, he bowed his head and said, Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms, Your Highness, as a mere descendant, I beg for Your Highness's forgiveness for my ignorance. In my heart, I only wish to tear Guang apart into 1,000 pieces. Guang is so dumb. Not only is the Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms far stronger than him, her status is even higher than the Jade Emperor's. Even if she were to kill me, my original master would never dare to say a word. But why is Long so afraid of the Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms? Because she is the ruler of the Realm of Light. In the eyes of the primordial heaven master, Long is just a newly hatched egg. He took Long into the 12 golden immortals because of his own destiny and merits. Normally, he wasn't accepted by others, which is why he was called the 3 Void True Immortal. Upon hearing this, the Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms let out a soft sound and asked, but why do I hear Guang say you wanted to take my Liu Nian with you? Long immediately put on a firm expression and replied, I think Liu Nian is an extraordinary young man of great righteousness. He must have been forced to kill that evil Yi. There's definitely more to this story. The Southwest and North Sea Dragon Kings also joined in to praise. That's right, that beast Yi has always been impossible to discipline. At 3 years old, he secretly spied on Dragon Mother while she was bathing, and at 4, he pulled Dragon Mother to watch him bathe. We were all deceived by Guang. Your Highness, please forgive us. In the blink of an eye, Guang was abandoned by his own family, and he gritted his teeth in fury. He shouted, You wicked creatures, you're all afraid of her, but I'm not. Even though the Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms is the ruler of the Realm of Light, Guang, have always followed the law. I don't believe she would dare to break the heavenly order and kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of skulls came flying toward Guang. The Dragon King had to use the dragon's scales shield to protect himself, but it was as fragile as glass, and it shattered in an instant. Seeing the situation was bad, the Dragon King quickly begged for Guang. Your Highness, please show mercy. Think about it. The Dragon Scale Shield was a gift from the Dragon Emperor to protect me, but after just one strike, it shattered. I become a mere mortal again, and my heart aches. Originally, the shield was meant to delay and block Najda, but who knew it would be shattered by the Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms? Upon hearing this, the Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms frowned. Dragon Scale Shield, a personal protection artifact of the Dragon Emperor. If you want to remind me about the Heavenly Order, then let me remind you of what Ao Yi did during the Fengshen ceremony. The next day, Xiao Yan Mo followed the spiritual image and quickly projected the images contained within the stone. These were the images your highness had used when performing the summoning technique to extract memories from the sea of consciousness of Ao Yi's subordinate. Through the image, Ao Yi was seen pinning a woman to the cold ground, his gaze full of brutality. Ao Yi smells so good. There are a few of the pre-heavenly races who are too scared to eat human flesh. What's the big deal if I have a bite? Knew what, your highness? You really are a fantastic chef for our dragon clan. Thank you for creating such a delicious human delicacy. After showing everyone Ao Yi's vile actions, the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms spoke up. Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms, you shamelessly call us the chefs of the Dragon Clan, intentionally killing the human race in this world with your twisted games. The Dragon Clan of the Four Seas deserves to be eradicated. Xiao Yan Mo, I will gather the 100,000 troops of the Nine Nether Realms. Today, I will wipe out the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas and avenge Nuwa, your highness. A saint cannot be insulted like this. The Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms and the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden were originally disciples of Nuwa. However, due to a mistake made by the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden, they were both punished and exiled from the palace, descending to the mortal realm. There, they met the Queen Mother of the West and became her disciples. Seeing the filthy images of his own son, Ao Long was struck with fear, sinking to his knees, trembling as he muttered, "It's over. It's all over now." Hoing Long also regretted it. He covered his face, feeling a deep frustration. How did he end up in this situation? If he had known, he would have kept training at the Hong Long Cave. The Dragon King of the Four Seas from the southwest quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, please, for the sake of the Jade Emperor and the Ancestral Dragon, spare our Four Seas Dragon Clan. We are willing to compensate Liu Nian in any way you see fit." At that moment, the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms took out a book and said, "Liu Nian owed me a favor in his past life. Today, I will pass down the new scripture to him for his cultivation. The Four Seas Dragon Palaces must each send one woman from the royal family to be Liu Nian's consort for his training, or Liu Nian may choose one himself. Additionally, the EC Dragon Palace must compensate with 100 magic treasures, all of which must be at least post-heavenly spiritual treasures. This will cause great losses for the Four Seas Dragon King, but none dared to protest. Everyone remained silent and obeyed the command, except for Ao Guang, who seemed to be struggling with the situation. The Tenu scripture, which is said to have been created by the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms, is a text on dual cultivation from the era of the Lower Red Emperor. Seeing that Ao Guang was unwilling, the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms gave him a sharp look and said, "You don't want to do this. Then I will hold you accountable for Ao Yi's insult to the Saint Nuwa." Immediately, Ao Guang bowed his head repeatedly. I accept. All four of them could only grit their teeth and agree. They were all afraid of Liu Nian making a choice on their behalf. What if, by chance, he picked one of their wives? With 100 magical artifacts at stake, would they risk bankruptcy to the EC? To take a royal woman from the Dragon Clan and force her to be a concubine for a mere mortal? This Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms is deliberately insulting the Four Seas Dragon Clan. I'm just expressing a bit of anger on behalf of Nuwa, your highness. At that moment, there was a commotion in the sky, and the heavenly soldiers of the Jade Emperor had arrived. One of them shouted loudly, "The Jade Emperor has issued an order. Ao Yi has insulted the sage and is to be banished to the mortal realm, where he will live as a fish or a mudfish, doomed to be food for humans for all eternity." EC Dragon King Ao Guang, failing to properly educate his son, was punished with the removal of his scales, 100 lashes, and a sentence of punishment from the Jade Emperor. Ao Guang could only cry, too afraid to protest. The decree continued. Liu Nian, for killing Ao Yi, is rewarded for his merits. He is promoted to an unruly rank of 9th grade official in the Fengshen world and granted a real iron beast mount. The magical item Naja gave him is not to be confiscated, and he may use it freely. The Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms, after handling all matters swiftly, returned to the Realm of Light. No one was allowed to leave without further orders. Everyone lowered their heads in obedience to the decree. Daji's small class. Although the Jade Emperor is officially the ruler of the three realms, there are many immortals who don't listen to his decrees, and some only cooperate out of necessity. This situation is especially common now, as the number of true saints continues to rise. This has caused the Jade Emperor great frustration. Another note about Liu Nian's title, Righteous Renegade, it originally referred to an official position during the Tang Dynasty. In that era, the government often used people with questionable backgrounds to serve in lower-ranking, more obscure roles, so such individuals were called Righteous Renegades. The help from the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms this time caught everyone in the three realms by surprise, including Liu Nian himself. Can someone explain to me what's going on here? The Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms asked. Brother Liu Nian, since I can't leave the Realm of Light often, I'm temporarily leaving Guang's life in your hands. When I arrived here just now, I found evidence that he wanted to kill Naja's mother. I'll knock him on the head again shortly, and I'm sure he'll submit. It wasn't until this moment that Liu Nian realized the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms was the young girl Ju Su he had saved in the primordial world. Liu Nian was stunned. You're Ju Su. The Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms communicated with Liu Nian, saying, You finally recognize me. Thank you for saving us from the One-Eyed Tribe all those years ago. Afterward, my sister Juk Xuan and I became disciples of the Queen Mother of the West, and I later came to the Realm of Light and became the Nine Nether Maiden Empress. Upon hearing this, Liu Nian humbly responded, feeling a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that one good deed from back then would be remembered by you, your highness, for thousands of years. The nine-tailed fox maiden smiled and said, Of course, it's only natural. Our ancestors always said that good actions lead to good outcomes. Your brother's kindness is why he has the good fortune he enjoys today. Liu Nian blushed a little and said, I just got carried away for a moment. I couldn't just stand by and watch two young girls, both so sweet and beautiful, die tragically right in front of me. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox maiden gave a soft exclamation and then asked teasingly, So, are my sister and I really that sweet and beautiful? Which one do you like more, Liu Nian? This question made Liu Nian break out in a cold sweat. He panicked and thought, Here it comes, the deadly question. If I don't answer right, my sister must be the Nine Heavens mystical lady, your highness. At this point, the nine-tailed fox maiden returned to the main topic. All right, no more teasing, Liu Nian. There's something serious I need to discuss. While I don't know why the laws of heaven allowed you to tear through the river of time and return to the ancient world, this must never be revealed to anyone, and you can't change history. If you do, we'll be facing a great disaster. Remember this, brother. Next time you travel through time, make sure to disguise yourself well. Liu Nian took her words to heart and replied firmly, Understood. The Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms, through Xiao Yan Mo, reported on the situation regarding the sealing of the small world's divine realm. She discovered the presence of Liu Nian and, combining her knowledge from the crimson yellow memories, deduced that he was a person of great fortune, granted permission by the laws of the heavenly Tao to travel through time and space. She also felt concern for him and warned him about the precautions he should take when crossing realms. After the transmission ended, the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms threw something toward Guang and called out Guang. It was the severed head of the Dragon Clan general who had once attempted to assassinate the Yin Ten lady. She spoke coldly. Do you recognize this person? Guang broke into a sweat, hurriedly shaking his head and waving his hands. No, I don't know him. But unexpectedly, the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms had proof. She took out an image from the dragon's head showing the Dragon Clan general when he was given his mission. In the image, Guang had promised, I, the Dragon King, grant you the heavenly treasure of the True Sea Palace and command you to kill the Yin Ten lady. If you succeed, I will take you as my adopted son. The general proudly accepted the order. Thank you, Dragon King. The Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms glared coldly at Guang. Liu Nian owed me a debt of gratitude in his past life. I hope the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea will look after him. Otherwise, I'll reveal this image from the dragon's head. In reality, the maiden was pretending to claim that Liu Nian had once helped her as a cover for the fact that he had crossed over into the crimson yellow world. Guang, seeing a lifeline, quickly counted repeatedly. Little Dragon will definitely do everything in his power to help Liu Nian, fellow Taoist, achieve enlightenment and immortality. The Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms was satisfied. It's good that you understand. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was overjoyed to assist Liu Nian because if the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms exposed the evidence that the Eastern Sea Dragon King had sent someone to assassinate the wife of Lai Tian Wang's tower. Not only was the Dragon King punished by the heavens, but also his three children, Yin Ten Lady's sons, Kim Zha, Mu Zha, and Na Zha, especially Na Zha. I don't care if I die, but I want you to die. I will definitely cleanse the entire Dragon Clan across the four seas with blood. With that, the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms rose into the air before landing gracefully in front of Liu Nian. She reached out, intending to touch him. Liu Nian, she said as she immediately grasped his hand. I know you're someone who values loyalty, which is why I'm giving you the soul-calming flag for your protection. This flag can not only summon the Nine Netherworld's ghost soldiers, but it also has another function that I think you'll really like. The Ghost General is none other than Quang Da. The Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms, appreciating Quang Du's loyalty, had made him a general in the Realm of Light. Now she was sending him as a military instructor for Liu Nian. to teach him the art of war. She moved closer to Liu Nian, smiling behind a veil that barely concealed her face. I know you'll enjoy this, especially because you can take Ni Xiao Kan in as well. If you encounter any beautiful female spirits, you can bring them in too. As soon as she mentioned Ni Xiao Kan, Liu Nian couldn't help but picture her stunning beauty. Liu Nian scratched his head, feeling helpless. Isn't she implying I'm not a righteous man? He thought. I'm only doing this to train. It's not like I want to. The Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms chuckled and winked at Liu Nian. I understand, she said. The two of them continued to chat happily, completely unaware that everyone around them was trembling in fear, kneeling down and not daring to lift their faces to look at the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms. After saying that, she turned and walked away. I have to go now. I hope you'll achieve the ultimate greatness on your path to becoming a sage. Take care of the sacred text and the soul-tranquilizing mirror. Big brother, remember to keep them safe. As she spoke, she handed 2 treasures to Liu Nian, silently thinking earlier Jiu mentioned that history shouldn't be altered. Could it be that if I change things, I'll destroy the Tao and lose everything? But Liu Nian didn't notice the cold, piercing gazes from the harem behind him. Then Fang Qi gave the order. Everyone grab him. Immediately, everyone rushed to hold Liu Nian tightly, but instead of being angry, they cheered with admiration. Brother Nian is amazing. We're not dead. This is great. Be honest, how many little sisters do you have? Only Liu Yan stood to the side, watching the scene. She lit a cigarette for herself and just observed. A bunch of young girls. I didn't expect Liu Nian's backing to be the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms. Looks like I've picked the right person to follow. Soon after, the 4 Sea Dragon King suffered a crushing defeat and had to retreat. The scene then shifted to a room in the Western Sea Dragon Palace, where the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms, now widely known across the small world, stood behind Liu Nian. Upon hearing this, Ji broke down in tears and rushed to find her mother. Mother, I'm finished. I've offended someone I shouldn't have. His mother was none other than the younger sister of the West Sea Dragon King, Yun. She spoke up. Why is my son in such a panic? Ji clung tightly to his mother's legs, crying, Mother, I encouraged them to capture Liu Nian, but I didn't know he was backed by the 9 Underworld Empress. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings have been defeated, Mother. Hearing this, Yun's face turned pale. She asked, Is it the Liu Nian that Yi told you to stir trouble with, the one with the wife? Ji cried harder and nodded. Yes, that's him. Yun immediately reassured him, Don't panic. I'll fetch a treasure and personally apologize. Upon hearing this, Ji insisted on going along. The trouble is my fault. I should go with you, Mother. In no time, the mother and son stood before the administration building. Yun instructed her son wait outside the door. I'm worried that if Liu Nian sees you, it will only make him angrier. Ji obediently agreed, All right, Mother. I'll wait outside. Inside the building, Liu Nian was reading a book. He reflected on the balance between men and women, thinking about how the world was created, how yin and yang never fully merged, causing all things to be at a standstill. How could this standstill be resolved? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Liu Nian quickly called out, Come in. Yun entered and introduced herself. I am Yun, the younger sister of the West Sea Dragon King. I greet the righteous renegade, sir. Liu Nian's eyes wandered over her alluring figure, and blood rushed to his head. He thought the West Sea Dragon Palace works quickly. Have they already sent a female dragon cultivator here? Soft, a little plump. That works fine for me. I wasn't picky before, and it looks like this is a good opportunity to further research this standstill problem. Liu Nian misunderstood Yun as the female dragon sent by the Western Sea Dragon Palace to practice dual cultivation with him, as requested by the Maiden of the Nine Nether Realms. Seeing Liu Nian staring at her, Yun thought to herself, Why does he keep looking at me like that? She cautiously approached Liu Nian and said, I'm here to apologize. Before she could finish, Liu Nian grabbed her hand. I think you're still very charming. Would you like to practice dual cultivation with me? Yun was caught off guard. The question made her embarrassed, and she quickly pulled her hand back. Young Master Liu, I'm just an old dragon. In the past, the widow referred to herself as a lost soul. Liu Nian immediately stood up from the table and walked toward her. Even though the Western Sea isn't exactly honorable for sending a widow to apologize, your appearance is still worthy of being my partner in dual cultivation and in perfecting feminine skills. As he spoke, he reached out to touch her beautiful face. Yun's face turned bright red, and she stammered, Are you sure you want to practice dual cultivation with me? Liu Nian mischievously replied, What else would I want? If you've come to apologize, don't you have any awareness of what that means? When Yun heard this, she felt a bit shaken inside and thought to herself, Now that Liu Nian has the support of the 9 female emperor, I'm just a widow who isn't welcome at the Dragon Palace, so I can only rely on Liu Nian. This will not only help my son build connections in the realm of light, but it might also help my unfortunate ex-husband a little in his suffering there. To explain briefly, Yun's previous husband was the Dragon King of the Qinghe River. He violated heavenly laws and was sentenced to be beheaded by Wei Zhang. The Dragon King of Qing had pleaded with Lai Shimin to stop Wei Zhang from killing him. Lai Shimin agreed and invited Wei Zhang to play chess, keeping him from going to execute the Dragon King. However, Wei Zhang killed the Dragon King without hesitation. Afterward, the spirit of the King-Had Dragon King haunted Lai Shimin, causing him to suffer nightmares day and night. Despite having Tan Qing assigned as the guardian god to prevent disturbances, Lai Shimin, moved by the suffering of the souls on Earth, set the 3 treasures to fetch the scriptures. This eventually led to his involvement in the Western journey, which began his debt to that fate. After considering all the pros and cons, Yun immediately agreed, saying, "If you, young master, are willing to spare my family, I am willing to cultivate with you." Liu Nian then embraced Yun and said, "Of course. I just read the Toxin Woman's technique and discovered some issues that need to be addressed with your help." Though it appeared that way on the surface, Liu Nian was mentally encouraging himself. All of this was his desire to grow stronger quickly. He had become stronger in order to save everyone. To save humanity, he was willing to endure the shame of being shameless. At this moment, Yun's face turned bright red, and she shyly said, "Since my people were killed by the Heavenly Court, it's been a long time since I've practiced this way. I still hope young master will prepare carefully so the results of my training are effective." The Qinghe River Dragon King had made a bet with a fortune teller, and after that, he didn't follow the Jade Emperor's wishes. He altered the time and amount of rainfall. The laws of heaven are strict, so he was sentenced to be executed by Wei Zhang, the enforcer. However, this led to another story. The Qinghe River Dragon King's restless spirit sought out Lai Shimin for revenge. Liu Nian was excited. She might doubt my character, but she couldn't doubt my professionalism. He immediately cast a full illusion spell on Yun, and the intense sensation overwhelmed her. She quietly screamed inside, "Is this the sacred touch of dual cultivation?" Looking at the drops of essence in his hand, Liu Nian greedily tasted it. "I'm curious what dragon water tastes like." After tasting it, the new sensation made him exclaim, "It's a bit like a mild soy sauce." This made Yun embarrassed, her face turning even redder as she teasingly scolded him, "Young master, don't speak nonsense." Liu Nian pointed to a small table nearby. "Please sit there, madam. I'd like to study this fragrance on your body a little more." Following his words, Yun sat down and spread her legs apart. "Is this how it's done?" Liu Nian gave a thumbs up in praise, thinking that only a Dragon Clan elder could have nurtured such a delicate, smooth fragrance like this. Yun, feeling embarrassed, hesitated to listen further, saying, "Young master, please stop looking, it's so embarrassing." But Liu Nian didn't care. He sat down, holding the bottle of aged wine, thinking to himself that this wine had been sealed for so long, and today he would finally open it and taste it. With that, Liu Nian used his mouth to break the seal. Immediately, a rich, intoxicating aroma surged out from inside. Liu Nian couldn't help but feel greedy, drinking it all in one go. Yun, on the other hand, couldn't handle the intense sensation and felt something strange. "I need to go to the bathroom." Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Gate in some palace, the Jade Emperor was having a conversation with Tai Bai. He looked very troubled. Tai Bai, the Heavenly Court that Master Hong Jun entrusted to me, is becoming harder and harder to manage. Can you believe that the Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms would dare to leave the underworld for a mortal? Does the Heavenly Court still have any dignity? Does the Heavenly Way still need order? When the Maiden of the 9 Nether Realms was appointed as the Princess of the 9 Hells and the Lord of the Realm of Light, she had made a vow with the Heavenly Court that she would never leave the Realm of Light without a decree from the Heavenly Court. Tai Bai Metal Star immediately responded. Right now, there are still many who are close to reaching the saint level. Moreover, the ones we can actually use are mostly those in the Divine Board. The rest are mostly immortals relying on the Peach Blossom Table to avoid calamities. If you truly want to rule over the 3 realms, your Majesty needs to become a primordial saint as soon as possible. The Peach Blossom Table is just a holy fruit of the sacred land. It can help one achieve the Tao and avoid the heavenly calamity that comes once every 500 years. The Jade Emperor sighed and said, "I wish I could, but creatures like Sun Wukong, despite lacking enough spiritual power, can still ascend to the saint level. The spiritual energy they absorb isn't enough to nourish the Peach Blossom Table." Tai Bai replied, "Indeed, your Majesty, some of the righteous gods haven't received the Peach Blossom Table in a long time, so they can only rely on connections. However, if we were to send a large number of young immortals down to the mortal world to avoid the calamity, the order of the 3 realms would likely be disrupted again. After the great calamity and the sealing of the gods, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has thinned, but there are still some who possess extraordinary talents. They can ascend to the saint level with just a bit of spiritual energy. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brows even tighter as he listened. How could I not know this? Oh, we can only send out more fleets to places with abundant spiritual energy, though we don't have enough heavenly soldiers. We should speed up the cultivation of the human race in the small worlds to supplement our heavenly army. Tai Bai accepted the command and lowered his head. Your Majesty, there's one more thing I need to report. In the small world, the sealing of the gods also mentioned that Liu Nian is the reincarnation of Emperor Yin Shou. If that's true, how should we handle this situation? When this topic came up, the hand resting on the armrest tightened into a fist. Do you have a plan, Your Excellency? Tai Bai immediately responded. If that's the case, then we should send him to the Fire Cloud Cavern to stay with the third prince. As long as Liu Nian isn't killed, I believe Your Highness the Goddess will have nothing more to say. If not, he's also the current leader of the righteous renegades. Some of the younger immortals are causing trouble, capturing good cultivators to make pills, which disrupts the flow of heavenly order. Given this boy's personality, he won't easily forgive anyone who mistreats the good. Oppress the human race, use him to defeat these troublesome younger ones, and you can even shift their hatred onto Your Highness the Goddess. This could be like killing two birds with one stone. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this plan, praised. No wonder you advised me to appoint Liu Nian as the righteous renegade. Tai Bai's eyes were filled with calculation, all for the sake of maintaining the heavenly order. The scene shifted to Shen Gong Bao, who was now lost in thought, reflecting on memories of his family. He recalled his second younger brother when he was a child, full of enthusiasm and energy. His older brother, ever since he was accepted into the prestigious Hanwang Immortal sect, had earned much praise from everyone in their village for how their mother had raised her sons, making her very happy. Shen Gong Bao patted his younger brother's head and asked, "Is she still okay?" His younger brother replied, "I'm now the key person being trained in our village. Once I learn to shape my form, I'll apply to the Jade Void Palace and become an immortal like you." But right now, on the Feng Shen stage, the 12 Golden Immortals Qi Jingzi is accusing Shen Gong Bao. A mere eggshell-level beginner dares to claim to be one of my disciples? If it weren't for the fact that my master saw you as someone with a destiny linked to the Feng Shen, someone like you with no virtue or ability wouldn't even be able to enter my school, no matter how hard you tried. Hearing this, Shen Gong Bao immediately pleaded, "Please take into account how many disciples of the radical sect I've helped elevate to the divine board. See your brother, I beg you. Please ask the master to spare me." But Shi Jingzi, still furious, shouted, "You insolent fool. How dare you, a mere eggshell-level beginner with no virtue, call me senior brother? He Tong shut him up." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl named He Tong raised her hand and slapped Shen Gong Bao across the face. He wiped the blood off his nose. "I've risked my life for the doctrine to be elucidated and expanded. I've made great contributions in eliminating the radical sect. You can't treat me like this." Meanwhile, Shi Jingzi shouted at the heavenly soldiers, "Bring the people from the Shen family village here." Immediately, Shen Gong Bao's neighbors were escorted in, including his mother and younger brother. Both of them saw Shen Gong Bao and anxiously called out, "Son, brother." At this moment, He Tong took out the imperial decree from the Zhu Palace. Shen Gong Bao assisted in criminal deeds, causing heaven and earth to curse him. After being beheaded, Jiang Ziye will take his soul and place it on the divine board, appointing him as the Eastern Sea Commander of Water Division. Qi Jingzi didn't forget to give Shen Gong Bao a scornful look. "Every time you call me senior brother in the Zhu Palace, it disgusts me. Before you go up on the board, I have a big gift for you." He immediately ordered He Tong to open the pill furnace. She quickly obeyed, opening the furnace. Shen Gong Bao immediately guessed Qi Jingzi's intentions and rushed forward, shouting, "Spare my younger brother, my mother, and my clan. It was you who forced me to sabotage the Tang family's fortune. Even if I'm at fault, you can't blame my family for it." Shen Gong Bao's relatives realized their fate and clung to each other in fear, but Qi Jingzi showed no mercy. Coldly, he ordered, "Into the furnace." The moment the peak collapsed, it sucked everything, including all of Shen Gong Bao's people, into a black hole. As he watched each of them die at the hands of someone he had once considered a fellow disciple, Shen Gong Bao completely broke down. He fell to his knees, helpless. Qi Jingzi sneered, "Shen Gong Bao, in a moment I'll send your mother and little brother right back to you." Shen Gong Bao's eyes filled with tears, and he stammered, "Please don't bring this upon my family." At that, Qi Jingzi waved his hand dismissively. "All right, let's return the wet eggs to where they came from. Open the Northern Sea Eye." Qi Jingzi looked at Shen Gong Bao and mocked him with a sarcastic laugh. Fellow Taoist, the Northern Sea Eye released his bad water for 7 days each month. To avoid polluting the Northern Sea, may I borrow your physical body for a moment? Without warning, Shen Gong Bao was sucked into the Northern Sea Eye. Unable to resist the overwhelming power of the eye, he howled in frustration, "No, please," but it was all in vain. The eye crushed his body, and his soul was immediately sent up to the soul board. Shen Gong Bao snapped out of his thoughts, his fist clenched as he shouted, "No, I don't want to block the Northern Sea Eye." Looking at the 2 pills in his hand, his body trembled and tears streamed down his face. The 2 pills were none other than his little brother and mother. The painful memories filled Shen Gong Bao with intense resentment. He thought to himself, "Doctrine must be explained and expanded. Heaven's palace, I will destroy you all." His confidence came from the promise of La Hao, who had assured him that as long as he could open the gateway to the DM world, he could bring his mother and younger brother back to life. Meanwhile, in the office of the Regis Renegade, Ao Yun looked at Liu Nian with a pleading expression. "Young Master Liu, please help me. If you don't, the building will be flooded." Without hesitation, Liu Nian summoned the 9 dragons to block Ao Yun's floodwaters, thinking that this time he would need to use the Dragon Queen's palace to cultivate. Outside the management building, Deji paced nervously. His mother had been inside for 3 days and nights. Even though she had sent a message asking him to go back, he still couldn't relax. His mind began to race with all sorts of wild scenarios. Could it be that Liu Nian took my mother and is torturing her with cruel methods? At that moment, inside the building, a burst of power was suddenly released, followed by an excited voice. "I did it! The blockage is cleared and the connection to the 9 orifices is open. The system notification appears. The player has comprehended the first layer of the Goddess of Virtue Sutra. All attributes increased by 10%. Empowered by the primal force, Ao Yun's face flushed red, and her entire body trembled with joy. Liu Nian quickly rushed over to support her. "Madam, what do you think of my technique?" Ao Yun was extremely pleased and replied, "It's absolutely amazing. You've made me nearly unable to handle it." However, just a moment later, Liu Nian pulled her back. The wild and powerful force inside me hadn't fully settled, and my body radiated with a golden glow. Ao Yun was caught off guard, trembling from the overwhelming energy. But Liu Nian pressed on. "Help Ao Yun stand firm, turn her around, and use the maid's great wind technique." After that, Liu Nian held Ao Yun's now exhausted body firmly, transferring his energy to help her reach a higher state of cultivation. After a while, the training session finally ended. Ao Yun, drained and unsteady, slowly made her way out. Deji saw her and rushed over, eyes filled with tears, supporting her gently. "Mother, what happened to you?" Ao Yun blushed and quickly came up with a light excuse. "I'm fine, I just slipped coming down the stairs earlier." Hearing this, Deji moved on to the main concern. "I see. So what did Liu Nian say?" Ao Yun replied, "I told him everything. He agreed to let this go and said he won't trouble the Western Sea anymore." Relieved, Deji helped her mother up. "That's good. Let me help you back." Still trembling, Ao Yun leaned on her son as they headed back to the Western Sea. Meanwhile, at the office, things were already in disarray. From the window, Liu Nian watched the mother and son depart, but another issue was on his mind. The Western Sea had sent Daji's mother here. Now the real question was, could he still pursue Daji's fiancée? That fiancée was none other than the Black Water Princess. But thinking about what had just transpired with Ao Yun, Liu Nian felt conflicted. Pursuing both the mother and the fiancée would cross a serious moral boundary. Even though he had a reputation for being eccentric, he still understood where the line was drawn. Back at the Western Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon King Ao Run said, "Hurry, summon the 3rd princess, Ao Ting Ting." He was deeply worried after hearing rumors about Liu Nian's unpredictable and indulgent nature. If Liu Nian were to come to the Western Sea and pursue their women, it would be disastrous. Ao Run had to act quickly. His concern stemmed from the widespread gossip that Liu Nian's holy body could absorb both yin and yang energies for cultivation, turning the tale of a spiritual sage into something far more controversial. But taking my daughter there also broke Ao Run's heart. "My dear daughter, I had planned to help you find a high-ranking immortal to marry, but those scoundrels in the East Sea have deceived us again. Because of the West Sea's crisis, we have no choice but to disappoint you. This is the warmth of a father's love, truly." At that moment, Ao Ting Ting stepped forward and asked, "Father, why did you call for me?" Ao Run replied, "My good daughter, I need to ask you for a favor. As you can see, the most suitable woman from our royal bloodline for marriage is none other than you. This time, with the West Sea in trouble, we have no choice but to marry you to Liu Nian." But Ao Ting Ting protested, "Someone like me would never agree to that. I'd rather die than marry a mortal, and to be his concubine on top of that. If you force me, I'll kill myself." I'll run. Hearing this, angrily shouted, "My little troublemaker, if you don't marry that lustful saint, he'll come to our dragon palace and choose someone. If he picks your mother or your sister-in-law, our dragon palace will lose even more face. Your aunt is still single, but she's a widow with an older son. Liu Nian will definitely take her instead." Oh Ting Ting was furious. "Is everyone really so scared of the maiden of the 9 nether realms, your highness? Are you willing to sacrifice your daughter's happiness just for your own position?" He sighed helplessly and explained, "In the world of cultivation, the strong rule over the weak. In the past, the ancient races used humans to forge magical weapons without any mercy. But now, Liu Nian has the support of your highness, and we still have to repay them for Ao Yi's debt. If you just marry him, everything will go back to normal." But Ao Ting Ting was determined not to accept it. I'll run. Hearing this, shouted, "My dear daughter, Liu Nian has the power to slay great demons and cut down immortal beings for the sake of mortals. His future is limitless, and he doesn't even have an official position yet. If you go to him and show your feelings, you become his main wife. Don't let the third prince steal your chance at immortality." Still, Ao Ting Ting stubbornly refused to listen. "I've told you, I'm not going." Ao Run had no other choice. He turned around and threatened, "This is not a joke. It's been decided. I'll send your older brother, Ao Moang, to take you there." Ao Moang was the eldest prince of the Western Sea Dragon Palace. When Ao Ting Ting heard this, she was heartbroken and tears welled up in her eyes. "Father, can you really be so cruel as to not need your daughter anymore?" With that, she turned and walked away. Seeing this, Ao Run sighed. He gave an order, "You two follow the third princess. Don't let her do anything foolish." After leaving the Western Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Ting Ting walked away feeling down and deep in thought. Liu Nian was nothing but a lowly, filthy human, while she was a member of the Dragon Clan, one of the 3 ancient races and the daughter of the royal family. Her husband should definitely be a powerful immortal like Yang Jian. Just thinking about Yang Jian made Ao Ting Ting's face flush red. Suddenly, she heard a voice calling out from behind. "Fellow Taoist, please stop. I am Shen Gong Bao, the Eastern Sea's Water Division General." After Shen Gong Bao was crushed to death by the North Sea's Eye, he was appointed as the Water Division General of the Eastern Sea on the Divine Board. As soon as Ao Ting Ting heard the name, she knew who it was and couldn't help but mock him. "I know, your physical body is still at the North Sea's Eye." Her words left Shen Gong Bao speechless. He concealed his anger and spoke again. "Third princess of the Western Sea, you joke too much. That was all in the past. I've come today to introduce someone who can help you with your worries." Ao Ting Ting's interest piqued, and she quickly asked, "Who is it?" Shen Gong Bao smiled, revealing that the person he was talking about was none other than her third brother. The white dragon horse, once the mount of Tang Seng, was now the 8th brother, Heavenly Dragon, the noble lawn of the Jade Dragon Hall. However, Shen Gong Bao did not have good intentions. His mind was full of schemes. He had a habit of hitting people where it hurts and speaking only part of the truth. "Ao Ting Ting," he said, "at first I only wanted to lure your brother into a small world to offer him as a mount for the great elder of the demon realm. But now it seems you will die too."